Chapter 1, Someone Speaks Ill of You. Eat. Luo Jiajia heard the sound of putting the bowl out. Luo Fei, who was in a daze on the bed, looked at the cartoon alarm clock beside the bed and got up while getting dressed. The door opened. In the narrow and dim living room, there is an old wooden table with newspapers spread on the wooden table. On the newspaper are a dish of pickles, 2 eggs, and a steamed bun. 2 bowls of porridge were placed on both sides of the table. Luo Jiajia brought 2 stools from the corner and placed them on both sides of the wooden table. A stool has missing corners, and the worn surface is almost out of paint. A stool has cracked in the middle, and may break in half at any time. Luo Jiajia sat down on the cracked stool and began to eat. Luo Fei took a look, went to the narrower bathroom, washed a bit, and came out and sat opposite her. The steamed bun was divided into 2, Luo Jiajia took a small half and handed him the most. The 2 of them bowed their heads to eat without talking, which seemed to have become a habit. After eating, Luo Jiajia packed his things, put on washed white denim jacket and shoes, went out, and when he reached the door, he said, "Get back early in the evening, I will buy meat." "Okay." Luo Fei agreed, and the door was closed. There was a sound of going downstairs outside. The room was quiet. Luo Fei stood in the dim light for a while, then Fang returned to the room and walked to the mirror, where a familiar face appeared. Blinked his eyes and opened his mouth, sure it was not in a dream. "I haven't changed, she hasn't changed, everything else seems to have changed." Parallel world. Looking at himself in the mirror, he moved his mind and a transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Character, Luo Fei. Identity, Qingchuan High School student. Physical state, virtual. Points, 0. Apart from this information, there is nothing left. This should be my system, right? But what's the use? If you can exchange some money to improve the lives of him and Luo Jiajia a little bit, that would be great. The alarm clock rang suddenly and he woke up. I turned off the alarm clock, put on my school bag, and went out. When I walked out of the community and was about to go to the station to take a bus, an ant carrying vegetables suddenly walked over and said anxiously, "Xiao Luo, I'll tell you something. This ant's name is Wang Ju, she is an acquaintance in the community, and she knows both of them." "Aunt Wang, you say?" Luo Fei stopped. Wang Ju glanced around and leaned close to him and whispered, "I just saw your sister was picked up by a dash when she just left the community." "It's true, I saw it with my own eyes." "And then?" Luo Fei's face was calm. Wang Ju patted his arm anxiously and stared, "You careless boy, your sister is so beautiful, tall, and looks like a model star. Do you know how many bad people are thinking about it? Just now in the community. A few others have seen it too, and they are all talking about it." Luo Fei looked at her without speaking, waiting for her to continue speaking. Wang Ju sighed and said in a low voice, "Xiao Luo, Auntie didn't think about it. Auntie watched you grow up and knows what Jiajia is. But, you know, society can be chaotic now. I heard that as long as it's a slightly longer and pretty college student, and they're all being. Are they all kept?" Luo Fei was careless, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Wang Ju glanced at him awkwardly, and waved his hand quickly, "Jiajia definitely won't, definitely not. It's just. Xiao Luo, my aunt just wants to tell you that Jiajia is so beautiful, so be careful of bad guys. Come on. Look, she's almost 18 years old now. Auntie thinks, she still has to find someone who knows her the roots and talk about it first, after she graduates." "Aunt Wang," Luo Fei suddenly said, "are you here to help the matchmaker?" Wang Ju laughed, seeing that now that I have already talked about this, he no longer scribbles, and directly said, "Xiao Luo, Aunt, this is caring about your siblings. Auntie has a good candidate, who is really a very good person. I just turned 30 this year, and I am already the boss of the company. And they have also said that you don't care if you have no parents or mothers, and you will pay to help your sister finish college and even help you. Aunt Wang can marry him. Luo Fei suddenly said, since that person is so good, Aunt Wang is a widow again, so you can dress up and marry him. If Aunt Wang thinks she is too ugly and too old, it doesn't matter. Now that medicine is so advanced, Aunt Wang can go. The whole body of the hospital can be stretched, and you can even enlarge your breasts, repair a membrane, and then recommend yourself. What do you think? Wang Ju suddenly opened his mouth, his face flushed from choking. At the same time looking at him in disbelief. Luo Fei said again, I remember Aunt Wang, your daughter is already 14 years old? Since the 30-year-old boss is so good, and the fertilizer does not flow out of outsiders' fields, Aunt Wang can also ask your daughter to talk to him first. Your daughter will marry him after graduation, what do you think? Wang Ju's complexion changed from red to blue, and from blue to white. It seemed that he wanted to get angry, and he was worried about something, so he had to sternly said, Xiao Luo. Auntie, this is really for you and your sister. Look at you two. Life now, you. No need. Before she finished speaking, Luo Fei interrupted, Aunt Wang, everyone is a neighbor, and I don't want to say too much. I hope this will stop here, and everyone will not mention it again in the future. After a pause, he looked at the hurried crowds on the street, as if telling her, and as if telling himself, don't worry, our sisters and brothers are doing pretty well now, no one needs to worry about it, and don't need anyone's care. We will go to school and live by our own ability, will not beg for mercy from anyone, let alone sacrifice the happiness of any one of them. Well, I'm going to be late for school. After speaking, he walked away quickly. An angry sneer sounded from behind, when will you two succeed? The rent is about to expire and you have to pay tuition. Where do you get the money? Unless your sister goes. Luo Fei suddenly looked back at her. His eyes are as cold as ice, and as sharp as a sword. Hey! I don't know what to do. Wang Ju gave a cold snort and left angrily. When did this little thing become so clever? I don't even dare to let it go. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 20. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 10. Okay? Luo Fei thought, and the panel appeared in front of him. The above point was originally 0, but suddenly became 80. If someone says bad things about me, will the points increase? Speaking in person and speaking in your heart, will both increase? Luo Fei was stunned, and after waiting for a while, he saw that the points had stopped moving. At this time, the woman named Wang Ju had already gone far. It seems that there is a distance limit. Luo Fei thought for a while, walked to the station, and said to a young woman with heavy makeup, Auntie, your makeup is so beautiful. Grass. Who is your aunt? No quality. The young woman was immediately angry. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Luo Fei quickly apologized, I'm sorry, big brother, I see you wearing long hair and a skirt, and I thought you were auntie. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The men and women waiting for the bus next to each other burst into laughter. Grass. Are you blind? Looking for smoke? The young woman suddenly became furious, raised her palms, and made a gesture to hit someone. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 30. At this time, the bus just came. Luo Fei immediately escaped into the car and apologized, I'm sorry, I forgot to wear glasses today. I really didn't see if you were a man or a woman. After speaking, he swiped the student card and quickly got into the carriage. The young woman yelled from below. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 20. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 10. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 5. Someone speaks ill of you, points plus 5. At this time, the bus moved and left the station. It seems that there is not only a distance limit, but it also seems that the points gained from the same person will gradually decay. At this time, the panel lights up again. Reminder: you have accumulated enough 200 points to receive the task. Hint: there is only one chance to earn points from the same person every day, and the upper limit is 200 points. Speak badly in person to get the highest points. Points can be claimed for tasks, and can also be exchanged for items. That's it. When Luo Fei moved his mind, the panel suddenly flicked, and the mall page appeared. But in the grid of the mall, only one item is unlocked. Qi and blood pills. 2,000 points are required for redemption. Luo Fei leaned on the back seat and sighed secretly. It seems that he was unpopular at first, and he may do more unpopular things in the future. Chapter 2, Task. Poor and withdrawn. He never participated in class activities, class reunions, or even sports activities, and he never took the initiative to talk to people. Gradually, I was alienated and forgotten by everyone. So in the class, in the school, he does not have any friends, nor does he have any sense of existence. Of course, he doesn't care. Thinking of these characters before, he had a headache. It must be changed now, otherwise how to earn points? But in order not to arouse suspicion, we can only take it slowly, not rushing. Qingchuan High School is very large. Compared with the high schools in his world, this place is very beautiful and has a kind of dreamy feeling. Tall plane trees are planted on both sides of the road, and behind is a flower bed with colorful flowers. Take a path. Not far away is a well-designed garden with various beautiful and rare trees and flowers. There are lakes, arch bridges, peach blossom forests, and cherry blossom forests farther away. There are artificial rockeries and waterfalls, as well as birds with gorgeous feathers. Of course, there are also boys and girls in various costumes and headdresses. Here, you can see cute girls from the island country wearing sailor suits. You can also see fair-skinned, blue-eyed, and golden-haired teenagers from various Western countries. You can even see the silver-haired snow girl from the northern snow poles, as well as the red-haired, pink-haired, green-haired students from various sea countries in the heart of the ocean. This is a strange world. At least, Luo Fei thinks so. Unfamiliar and familiar memories slowly merged in his mind, and he went upstairs and entered the classroom with a familiarity. The classroom is very lively. Tomorrow is the weekend and everyone is discussing where to go. Luo Fei was ignored like air, went in and sat in the back row, took out the textbook, and turned to today's course, but he was thinking about points and tasks in his heart. As for Luo Jiajia, he has confidence in her. If she really wants to be taken care of, she probably won't have to wait for now. Moreover, she doesn't need to be taken care of at all. With her figure and beauty, as well as her popularity at school, as long as she moves her fingers and gives her a look, a lot of people will give her money. Even girls are no exception. Luo Fei still remembered that one day last month, a beautiful young lady who drove a sports car came to him. Little Luo Fei, as long as you ask Jiajia to date me for one day, I will give you this sports car and give you another million. It doesn't matter if you touch her a few times. Well, Luo Fei remembers that she should have said that. Therefore, if Luo Jiajia wants money, he doesn't have to be so complicated and wronged. But he knew that Luo Jiajia would not ask others for charity even if it was a penny, and would never let him accept it. The girl is stubborn and tough. He had known since he was taken by that person to meet her and her mother when he was 10 years old. Have lived together for 6 years. To be honest, he still didn't understand until now that the man and her mother ran away, why she still had to take care of him by himself until now. So for her, he trusts and admires her very much. Of course, I love it too. Eat meat tonight. Thinking of the meat she made, Luo Fei swallowed, with a smile on his face unknowingly. Like the sun outside the window, bright and soft. Have you thought of anything happy? A voice came from nearby, interrupting his thoughts, and also dispelling the warmth of his heart and the brightness of his face. Squad leader, is there anything? Standing in front of him was Mu Kyungsu, the monitor of Qingchuan High School's second year third class. The only one in the class who would take the initiative to speak to him, and would notify and invite him in every class activity. It is said that her mother came from the snowy North Pole, is an ice tribe, and has long silver hair. But her hair is black and straight. Silky black and shiny like satin. She has a tall figure of nearly 1.5 meters, wearing a white shirt on the upper body, a pair of light blue jeans on the lower body, and a pair of clean white shoes on her feet. The dress is simple, but more beautiful and temperamental than any girl in the class. It is said that her mother left and her father became a drunkard, so she started to be the master of the house very early. When Luo Fei was looking at her, she was also looking at Luo Fei. She thinks this boy is a little strange today. Although still withdrawn and out of gregariousness, there didn't seem to be so many heavy emotions on his face. And he just smiled. The smile is so beautiful and soft. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are holidays. Everyone is discussing going out to play. I have booked the Peacock Garden in the suburbs. I will gather at the school gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There should be nothing wrong with your house this time. Her face and tone are very soft. In this class, only Luo Fei can enjoy it. The eyes of several classmates also looked over, naturally not for Luo Fei. A girl like the squad leader will have her eyes to follow wherever she goes, and she will follow closely. Something. Luo Fei refused briefly. Tomorrow I will help my sister do a part-time job. Mu Kyungsu paused, and Fang said, really? She did not leave immediately, staring at the teenager calmly for a while, and said softly, Luo Fei, you have not participated in class activities for a long time. You are a member of the class, and I don't want you to stay alone. Do you understand? Luo Fei was silent for a moment, and said, thank you, monitor, but I really have something to do tomorrow, sorry. Everyone knows that his family is very poor, he is dependent on a sister, and has to do part-time jobs almost every holiday, so he has long been used to it. But Mu Kyungsu still wanted to fight for it. I will contact your sister. Mu Kyungsu looked at him and said. After finishing speaking, I seemed to think of something again, and said in a low voice, this time I go out to play, I will use class fees, and I will help you with other expenses. Luo Fei still shook his head. A girl next to me couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over and said, Luo Fei, don't go part-time tomorrow. You will bring your sister and play with us. I will show you the part-time fee tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Is this okay? The girl's name is Song Kikai. She is a businessman at home. She is very rich and looks good. As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the classmates looked over. Instead of lowering her voice, she deliberately raised her voice. Mu Kyungsu frowned. No, thanks. Luo Fei was not angry, nor was he more inferior or sad, his face looked calm, but he was hesitating in his heart whether to frustrate her for points. In my memory, this girl is indeed a bit high profile and shows off, but she seems to be pretty good. He seems to be changing. Mu Kyungsu looked at him, thinking to herself. He had heard a lot of these things before, but every time he blushed and lowered his head without saying a word. Occasionally, he becomes angry. Double. Song Kikai raised her voice and raised her chin slightly. Luo Fei ignored her, flipping through the textbook. A panel appeared in front of her eyes. Receive the task. Task: tomorrow night at the foot of the Emerald Mountain, kill the wolves who have fallen into violent anger due to inhalation of the evil spirit, and save the class. Recommended temporary items: Devil Breaking Bow, which can be redeemed with 200 points, only for tomorrow. Recommended temporary skills: 100 Steps Through Yang, can be redeemed with 200 points, can be redeemed at any time, within 2 days. Reminder: Arrows need to be prepared by yourself, ordinary arrows can be used, at least 20 are recommended. Reward, 1000 points, elementary skill 100 steps piercing yang, stamina +1, speed +1, eyesight +1. Mission failed, points are cleared, the system is closed for 1 year. Inhale the demon gas and fall into a raging pack of wolves. He stared at the line closely, frowning. It seems that this world is not simple, there is even a monster. Since there is a monster, there must be monsters, right? 3 times. Luo Fei, I will give you 3 times the part-time fee. Song Kikai was a little angry when he saw him ignoring herself, and said in a louder voice. Kiki. Mu Kyungsu finally couldn't help it, looking at her severely and said, please learn to respect your classmates. Song Kikai snorted and dared not speak any more. At this time, Luo Fei suddenly raised his head and said, Squad leader, I will go tomorrow. I must go, if I don't go, the system will be gone. Mu Kyungsu was taken aback and looked at him. The other classmates were also very surprised, and they gradually gained more meaningful expressions in their gazes. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points +50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points +50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points +30. In less than a moment, Luo Fei actually gained 800 points. This shows how despised his performance just now is. But what does it matter? He doesn't care. As long as the people he cares about can think of him. Okay, then we will gather at the school gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mu Kyungsu nodded and pulled Song Kikai away. Chapter 3, Archery. There are only 2 classes in the morning. After the class, the students went to the playground for activities. Playing basketball, football, badminton, and chatting and walking. Luo Fei walked on the tree-lined path alone. Usually at this time, he will go to the library and stay until school is over. But today, he decided to visit the archery department. Tomorrow's task is crucial, and he must succeed. For him, who has never been in contact with bows and arrows, even if he exchanges bow of demon breaking and 100 steps piercing yang tomorrow, he might feel nervous and unfamiliar when he holds the bow for the first time, right? Therefore, he must be proficient in advance, and by the way, test the 100 steps through yang skills to ensure that tomorrow is foolproof. 100 steps wearing yang can be redeemed at any time, with a time limit of 2 days, so he can redeem it in advance for practice. There are many high schools and societies here. Not only archery, but also judo, sanda, swordsmanship, music, literature, micro-movies, and even cycling, photography and other societies. Students can join freely. There are very few book courses here, and many of them are practical interest courses. As long as you feel that you have no problem with the exam, you can often go to the club to do what you like. In the first grade, most students joined their favorite clubs. At that time, many societies invited him, but he refused mercilessly. For people like him, interest is too extravagant. He just wants to work hard to live and be satisfied. The archery department is located on the left side of the piano room building. When Luo Fei came here following the route of the school map, he heard someone practicing in the piano room. It was Chopin's Mazuka. It's a bit jerky, but it sounds good. There are 2 music classes every week in the school. He listened to the beautiful music teacher to play this piece and liked it very much at the time. But this expensive instrument and interest is destined to miss him. He has never been to the piano room, nor has he actively touched those clean and noble black and white keys. In my memory, the first touch was made by the beautiful music teacher holding his hand. He remembered it clearly. At that time, his hands were shaking, and he blushed and said to the beautiful music teacher, "Will it get dirty?" The students in the class are all laughing. Squad leader Mu Kyungsu scolded the scoffing classmates sternly, "Quiet." From then on, in music class, he only listened and never touched it again, even if that beautiful music teacher would be very gentle every time. He remembers the names of all the black and white keys, all the tracks he has learned and listened to, and even the dancing fingers of the beautiful female teacher and every performer who went up. But, just remember it. Thinking of his previous inferiority complex and silly things, he thought it was funny. He stopped outside the piano room. Until the last note of Mazuka floated out of it, drifted away from his ears, and disappeared under the blue sky. He went to the side building. On the 3rd floor, I found the archery department's classroom and knocked on the door lightly. After waiting for about 2 minutes and 24 seconds, the door opened. A petite girl with short hair appeared, looked at him with her big dark eyes for a few seconds, and said, "Is there something wrong?" She knows all the members of the archery club. Luo Fei glanced inside and said, "Can you go in and see if you shoot arrows?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go. "Welcome." "Thank you." Luo Fei walked in and took off his shoes at the door. The girl led the way, with an embarrassed but leaping expression on her face, saying, "I will be practicing here by myself today. If the students want to watch, I can perform." The venue is very spacious. There are a total of 10 targets, one of which has 2 arrows slantingly inserted, and almost all of them are off the target. The girl blushed when she saw him staring at the 2 arrows. "Well, thank you very much." Luo Fei did not show any rude expression on his face. The girl excitedly picked up her bow and arrow and said, "I'm Su Xiao Xiao in class 3 of grade 1. What about you, classmate?" She was very happy when someone watched her perform. Luo Fei hesitated. Fang said, "2nd grade, Luo Fei. There is nothing to hide, anyway, his changes in the future cannot be hidden forever." Su Xiao Xiao drew an arrow, turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "Is it a 2nd-year student? The senior must be very good at archery, right? Didn't you join our club?" Luo Fei shook his head and said, "I have never shot, I have never even touched a bow and arrow, just come and have a look." When Su Xiao Xiao heard this, he was relieved and said with a smile, "That's good, I thought the senior was deliberately coming to see me to make a fool of myself." With that, I took the arrow and pulled the bow, aiming and shooting. "Call out." The arrow flew past the right side of the target. "It's careless, come again," she said to herself, and took another arrow. "Call out." Missed the target again. Su Xiao Xiao immediately blushed and said angrily, "How could it be possible? There must be something wrong with this bow, I just clearly shot 2 of them." With that, she took another arrow. This time, she aimed cautiously for a long time before Fang shot. "Call out." Finally hit the target this time. But on the outermost edge of the target, it flew out again only a few centimeters away. "Hey, maybe I didn't have breakfast and I was in a bad condition," she explained with a blushing face, then handed the bow to Luo Fei, and said, "Senior, do you want to try?" Luo Fei hesitated for a moment, looked at the brand new bow, and said, "Can you?" Of course he wants to try. Su Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded and said, "Of course, it is very simple. I will teach you." Luo Fei reached out and took the bow. "The touch is very good, I don't know what material it is made of." He didn't exchange the 100 steps wearing Yang skill for the first time, so he decided to try his most real feeling first. Su Xiao Xiao stepped aside, took an arrow, and helped him put it on the bowstring. He enthusiastically taught him, "Senior, don't be nervous, stand upright, pull the string, aim and use your arms and chest. Oh! Yes, that's it, and your legs. Call out." Without waiting for her to finish, the arrow came out. Not only did the arrow miss the target, but it also hit another arrow path next to it, which was 1,000 miles away from the target. Puff! Su Xiao Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth, and forced a smile. "It's okay to seniors, this is the first time, continue to work hard, I am optimistic about you." My heart is secretly happy. Great, someone is finally stupid than me. If the minister sees it, he will definitely not laugh at me again, hee. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points +10. Okay. Luo Fei glanced at the petite and pretty girl next to him, calmly, and took another arrow. Call out. He shot a second arrow again. This time, the arrow did not fly to another arrow path, but it was weak and weak. It fell to the ground just a few meters from the target. Puff. Su Xiao quickly covered her mouth again, but her crooked eyes revealed her true state of happiness. Senior, it's great, at least this time I haven't deviated from the track. Keep going, I am optimistic about you. Encouraging this way, but secretly thinking happily, that's great, we must find a way to get this stupid senior to join the archery club. If this is the case, someone will be stupid and more fun than me, and everyone will laugh at him and will not laugh at me anymore. Hee, I'm so smart. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points +5. Luo Fei turned his head, looked at the girl next to him, and suddenly asked, Stu Xiao, are you laughing at me in your heart? No, nothing. Su Xiao shook his head quickly to deny, and his white eyes rolled around, looking very guilty. Luo Fei couldn't help but spit out secretly in his heart. This girl looked clever, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't even be able to say bad things. After saying twice, she only increased by 15 points. It is estimated that if you squeeze it down, you won't be able to squeeze a drop out. Shoo! 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 Luo Fei shot 3 more arrows in a row. Finally, one shot hit the outermost periphery of the target. Su Xiao immediately applauded and said, That's amazing. So amazing. The senior shot so many, and finally hit the target, too amazing. Luo Fei. Saying this kind of encouragement and praise, if you encounter a grumpy person, it is estimated that you will be beaten to death, right? Forget it, since it has been squeezed out, then exchange it for 100 steps Chuan Yang. Exchange 100 steps wearing Yang. Consumption of 200 points, 100 steps crossing Yang skill has been redeemed. Luo Fei instantly felt that the bow and arrow in his hand had a strange power, which seemed to be connected with his own blood. Moreover, his somewhat short-sighted vision suddenly became exceptionally clear. The hands are steady, no longer tense, as if there is a sudden rising of pride in his chest, blood is surging. He drew an arrow from the quiver and strung it on the string. Su Xiao on the side saw that his expression was particularly dignified and endured a smile and said, Senior, don't be nervous, you have done a good job. The first time you touch a bow and arrow you can hit the target. It's really amazing. Waiting for you. If you practice hard with me for a few months, you might be able to shoot the outermost ring. I used to. Call out. Without waiting for her to finish, the arrow in Luo Fei's hand was shot. Snapped. Hit the bullseye. The words in Su Xiaoxiu's mouth stopped abruptly. She opened her mouth, her eyes widened, her cheeks twitched a few times, as if she wanted to laugh, and she didn't think she should laugh, but she still wanted to laugh. Because the target that Luo Fei shot turned out to be the target in another arrow path on the right. So is this partial or accurate? By the way, how could it be so accurate and just hit the bullseye? But if you are right, clearly standing on this arrow path to shoot an arrow, clearly aiming at this target, but the arrow flies to that target, it is really. Senior, you. Without waiting for her to speak, Luo Fei took another arrow, drew the bow, and aimed at the target in the arrow path on the left. Call out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye again. Su Xiao. This time, she suddenly couldn't laugh. Her small face suddenly became serious. Luo Fei took the arrow again. This time, he finally aimed at the target on the arrow path in front of him. Call out. The arrow shot out like a bullet, and it hit the bullseye again with a slap. Su Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and his eyes widened. Luo Fei took the arrow again. Shoo! 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 Flap! Pop! Pop! 3 arrows in a row, all hit the bullseye, not bad. Su Xiao became rigid on the spot, with her mouth wide open, almost ready to lay an egg. Chapter 4, Grow Like Summer Flowers. 100 Steps to Where Yang is really useful. Luo Fei stroked the bow and arrow in his hand, very satisfied, and finally had some confidence in the task of tomorrow. He looked at the arrow in the quiver, hesitated, then looked at the girl in front of him and said, "Can you sell me some of these arrows? I have a friend who wants it." Su Zioxio's mouth was open and dull for a long while. Fang pulled back his straight gaze, stared at him for a long while. Fang said, "Senior, did you do it on purpose? Am I being tricked?" "What deliberately?" Luo Fei pretended to be puzzled. "He really didn't mean it." Su Xiao saw that he even had to pretend, and suddenly pursed his mouth, holding 2 small fists, stomping his feet, and said angrily, "Senior is obviously a great god, but he wants to pretend to be a pig and eat a kitten. It's so disgusting." Luo Fei looked at the arrow in the quiver without speaking. At this time, explanations are redundant. Su Xiao huffed and snorted a few times, and then said with a little face, "It can't be sold. This is specially customized by the school. Each arrow has a number. Even if you want to take out this classroom, it is not allowed." Humph, the senior is really cunning, not only pretending to be a pig and eating kittens, but also having no friends. "Okay." Luo Fei ignored the words behind her, thanked her, and prepared to leave. "Then you can only buy it outside. Bows and arrows of this era are not regulated commodities, you can buy them at will, and even firearms can be registered for purchase." Su Xiao saw that he was about to leave. She was immediately anxious, and opened her arms to stop him and said, "Senior, you are so powerful, why don't you join our archery club? Also, can you stay and guide me?" Luo Fei shrugged and said, "Sorry, I am not interested in archery. As for the guidance, to be honest, I don't know archery at all. This is the first time I shoot today." Su Xiao. Luo Fei thanked again, bypassed her, and left. As he walked out of the classroom, Fang heard the little girl whispering bitterly behind her back, "It's too much, too much. Do seniors know how to pretend like this? But, when I grew up, I have never seen pretending like this. Excessive seniors. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 5. Okay? Does it only add 5 points? The little girl was really squeezed out. Luo Fei glanced at the 620 points on the panel, moved his mind, and swiped to the mall page, glanced at the Qi and Blood pill, which required 2000 points, and sighed. After school at night, Song Kikai took the initiative to come to him in front of all the classmates and said, "Luo Fei, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, remember to gather at the school gate. Also, your sister's part-time expenses, remember to tell me earlier, I will give you 3 times." Feeling the gaze of the classmates, Luo Fei did not evade, and his expression calmly said, "Okay. But I need 200 yuan now, can you pay in advance? The bow is there, but the arrow needs to be prepared by yourself. The most common arrow is estimated to cost 10 yuan. To be on the safe side, he needs to buy at least 25, even if he can bargain, it is estimated that he will need at least 200 yuan. He shouldn't pay the money for this arrow. As for Song Kikai's triple fee, he naturally wouldn't ask for it. Although he should get some remuneration, Song Kikai shouldn't pay this remuneration alone. What's more, the monitor is right. He is also a member of the class. It is of course his responsibility to do something for the class occasionally. He said this sentence very calmly and naturally. But it was very harsh in the ears of other students. It turned out that although his family is poor and withdrawn, he at least has the backbone. He has never accepted any help or charity from his classmates, but now he Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Soon, Luo Fei made up 500 points again. Please go ahead. He secretly said, feeling a bit abnormal. Okay, then I will pay you 200 yuan in advance. Remember to come at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Song Kikai showed disdain at the corner of her mouth. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out her wallet, took out 200 yuan from it, and put it on his desk. To her, more than $200 is just a meal. All eyes in the class looked at the $200 on the desk and him. Luo Fei calmly stretched out his hand, picked up the 200 yuan, and put it into his pocket naturally. Then, in the eyes of all the people, they carried their school bags and walked out of the classroom. Outside the classroom, the sun is gorgeous. Half of the sky was dyed orange-red, as if beautiful drawings were attached to the whole world. Eat meat at night. He walked out of the teaching building, facing the evening sunset and wind, walking on the clean green grass, in a happy mood. Open the door. The fragrance floating in the room was puffing up. Luo Jiajia is busy in the kitchen. Without the range hood, even if the windows are opened, the entire kitchen and the entire room are still full of smoke. Luo Jiajia was wearing an apron and a ponytail. In order not to stain her clothes, she put on the white t-shirt that was full of wrinkles and turned yellow. That was Luo Fei's t-shirt, which was no longer worn. Even if it was worn on her body, it was still a bit short. When operating the spatula, the hem had reached the top of the belly button, exposing a white and slender waist. It's autumn. The cold evening wind blew in from the open window. The lamp black not only did not diffuse out, but was blown into the house instead. Luo Jiajia coughed a few times, waved his long fingers, and drove away the smoke in front of him, and the horsetail behind him was beating in the hazy smoke. Luo Fei glanced at the narrow kitchen door and said, "Need help? Go away." Luo Jiajia's answer is always that short. Not even close to humanity. It's been 6 years and I'm used to it. Luo Fei said nothing, leaving silently. Entered the room, put down his school bag, sat there for a while, then walked to the mirror and looked at the person in the mirror. After watching for a while, he suddenly clenched his fists and muttered in a low voice, "Come on, Luo Fei, let that stubborn little rabbit with long legs live a good life. At least, there must be new clothes to wear." When Luo Jiajia's mother had not left, she often called her a long-legged bunny. I heard that when she was playing with children when she was a child, she jumped fast and far, moved like a rabbit, and had long legs, so she got this nickname. Luo Fei used to call like this from Luo Jiajia's mother. But just yelled once. The price of that time was a broken arm and a bleeding nose, and he stayed in the hospital for half a month. I haven't dared to shout since. However, I often yell in my diary a few times. Eat. The meal is ready. Luo Fei walked out of the room and set a stool. I glanced at the open stool in the middle of her, thinking that when she earns money, she must buy a stool first. The furniture in the room has been sold out. The ones that weren't sold were all in tatters. During those dark days, his father and her mother quarreled and smashed things all day long. When they finally stopped quarreling, after they left, all that was left for him and Luo Jiajia was a room of tattered and devastated memories. Since then, they have closed their hearts tightly. There are 3 dishes on the table. Potato roast chicken, sautéed bitter gourd, cold preserved egg. Luo Fei likes to eat preserved eggs, she knows it. Are you celebrating today? But... oh. The conversation between the two is always so boring and simple. Got used to. Head down to eat. After the meal, Luo Jiajia Fang took the initiative to speak. I will go out to play tomorrow. You don't need to accompany me to part-time. Oh. It seems that the monitor has already told her. There is 200 yuan on the desk. If it is not enough, text me. After Luo Jiajia finished speaking, he cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. Luo Fei put down the stool, wiped the table, and returned to the room, staring at the thick stack of change on the desk in a daze. There is no entertainment in the evening. The smashed TV was sold as broken, and even if it was not sold, I looked down on it. Turn on the lamp on the desk. Luo Fei sat down, read the 200 yuan of change one by one, then opened the drawer and put it in. I took out the book borrowed from the library from the large black school bag, turned over the page with the bookmark, and started reading. I hear the echo, from the valley and the heart. Reap the empty soul with a lonely sickle. Constantly repeating determination, and repeating happiness. There is always an oasis swaying in the desert. I believe in myself. Born like a bright summer flower. Undefeated, coquettish like fire. Bear the load of heartbeat and the burden of breathing. Enjoy it. There were fierce quarrels and the sound of smashing things. A couple lived on it. Often quarrel, and often make strange noises. The old house is not soundproof. Sometimes in the dead of night, you can even hear the other person talking on the bed. When I hit something, I felt that the whole room was shaking. Luo Fei turned a deaf ear and continued to read. After a while, footsteps came from outside. Luo Jiajia said at the door, "I have finished washing." After speaking, he returned to his room next door and closed the door. Luo Fei sat for a while, then Fang took the clothes and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, I washed my clothes and hung them in the right corner of the balcony. On the left corner is the location of Luo Jiajia. After drying the clothes, he went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water to cool. Going back to the room, reading a book for a while, then went to lie down on the bed. Open the panel. While watching, thinking about tomorrow's affairs. Suddenly over the head came the creak of the wooden bed and the woman's gasping and groaning. It lasted for a while, then stopped. The night was finally quiet. Chapter 5, Travel. When I got up in the morning, Luo Jiajia had already left. On the table are steamed buns, pickles and porridge. Luo Fei warmed up a bit. After eating, he filled a large mineral water bottle with the cold water boiled last night, and brought 3 more steamed buns. Then I went out and went to the outdoor sports shop. Bargaining, bought 25 arrows, exactly 200 yuan. To be on the safe side, he reluctantly spent another 50 yuan, tried all the other types of bows and arrows in the store, and felt that everything went smoothly before leaving the store. The 25 arrows were wrapped in pre-prepared newspapers and placed diagonally in a large black school bag. He went to buy 2 more bags of bread. When he arrived at the school gate by bus, it was exactly 9 o'clock. More than 40 classmates, only half came. When Luo Fei walked over with the big school bag on his back, all eyes were on him. Song Kikai walked out of the crowd and came to him and said, "Luo Fei, where is your sister? Are you alone?" Luo Fei let out a walked to the corner to the side, and directly sat on the steps, separated from the other students for a certain distance, thinking about the task in his heart. I don't know if the devil-breaking bow is reliable. If it can't be exchanged at the critical moment, it will be over. However, it cannot be redeemed in advance. After all, the bow is too big to fit in the school bag. Is your sister still doing a part-time job? Song Kikai chased up and asked, but without waiting for him to answer, she smiled and said, "It's okay, I will give you the money, and you just need to come." Luo Fei looked up at her and said, "Yesterday's 200 is enough." Song Kikai immediately said, "How can it be done? I said I will give you 3 times, I won't break my promise." With that, he took out his wallet and said, "How much does it cost for your sister to work part-time for a day?" 50. Luo Fei said indifferently. Song Kikai was taken aback, the money in her hand froze. Luo Fei did not speak any more, took out the book from his school bag, turned to the place he saw last night, and continued to read it. "Okay." Song Kikai shrugged, put away her wallet, turned and left. Immediately, there was a snicker in the crowd. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 30. Soon, Luo Fei gained another 390 points. Look at the points, there are already 1,510 points. In fact, it is very simple to let others speak bad things. But if it is not necessary, he will not take the initiative to provoke conflicts among his classmates, and it is not suitable for his predecessor for the time being. Take it easy. The students arrived one after another. At 9:15, the whole class arrived. Mu Kyungsu counted the number of people, told everyone to bring everything, and then took them to the school bus. Even if it is a holiday, if students go out to play in class, at least 2 teachers will follow. Today was followed by a male teacher and a female teacher. After everyone got in the car and sat down, the bus started and drove out of the city. Luo Fei sat in the corner of the last row, leaning against the window, looking at the slowly receding street outside. There is an empty seat next to it, but no one sits over. Luo Fei put the school bag there. But after driving for a while, Mu Kyungsu came over, picked up his school bag, and placed it on the cargo rack above. Then she sat here. Neither of them spoke. Luo Fei continued to look at the receding scenery outside the window, thinking about things. Mu Kyungsu leaned on the seat and closed her eyes to rest. The other students were chatting excitedly. Because it was the weekend, there was some congestion on the road. About an hour later, the bus side drove out of the city. At this moment, Mu Kyungsu Fang opened her eyes, looked at the lonely teenager next to her, and whispered, "Luo Fei, thank you for joining the class activities today." "Kikai can't speak, don't take it to heart, she has no intentions." "Okay, I know." Luo Fei still looked out the window. At this time he was thinking about the sun being so big, that girl Luo Jiajia was probably standing under the scorching sun again to sell drinks. Obviously, many classmates recommended her to do better and easier part-time jobs, but she didn't go. She refused any help from anyone. Also, the strange thing is that the girl is often exposed to the sun, but her skin is always so white. Luo Fei remembered something. Finally retracted his gaze from the window, turned his head, and looked at the monitor next to him. The monitor's skin is also very white. Whether in winter or summer, it is always white and tender to the envy of all girls. Seeing him staring at herself, Mu Kyungsu said, "What's the matter? Does the monitor usually use skincare products?" Luo Fei couldn't help but asked. Normally, he would never ask these silly questions, and he rarely even took the initiative to speak. Mu Kyungsu was stunned, and seemed to be a little surprised by his question, and said, "I haven't used it, what's the matter? The monitor's skin is really good." Luo Fei exclaimed, but his expression and tone were very plain, not like a complier, and then he said, "Like Luo Jiajia." Mu Kyungsu was startled, and then smiled, her clear eyes looked out the window. "Are you worried about your sister? The sun is so big, are you afraid of her being exposed to the sun?" Luo Fei did not answer, but looked out the window. The fields are full of small and stubborn wild flowers, colorful, swaying in the autumn wind. Even if it is hoed this year, it will still bloom next year. Mu Kyungsu looked at his lonely and indifferent side face. When he was about to continue to say something, a girl suddenly stood up in the middle seat, clutching her chest, and fled with a flushed face, crying, "Squad leader, they bullied me again." The girl is wearing a white dress, white stockings on her legs, and little white leather shoes on her feet. She has white skin and big eyes. She looks cute. She is not too tall, but she has very big breasts. It is said that the family is very rich and the driver picks up every day. She is a veritable bifeume. But the courage is very small and very weak. Girls in the class often make fun of her breasts. She had no choice but to seek help from the monitor every time. "Qin Fei, Fang Sitong. Stop bullying Tong Yanyan." Mu Kyungsu reprimanded with a serious face. The two girls in front were giggling. Qin Fei, who had two dimples with a ponytail smile, explained with a smile, "Squad leader, we didn't bully Yan Yan, we just made a joke." Tong Yan hid beside Mu Kyungsu, blushing and grieving. They said that I played volleyball and wrestling yesterday because they were too heavy, they just touched me, ooh." After speaking, Fang saw a boy sitting next to Mu Kyungsu. But the boy sat in the corner by the window, looking out the window, without showing any expression on his face. Tong Yan shrank to Mu Kyungsu's side shyly, and almost got into her arms. Mu Kyungsu asked her to sit in the vacant seat next to her, looking at the front with a serious look. "You are not allowed to make such jokes with Tong Yan in the future, have you heard it?" Qin Fei and the girl of Fang Sitong both stuck out their tongues and said solemnly, "Yes, squad leader." Yan, just sit here." Mu Kyungsu looked at the shy and timid girl next to her, and stretched out her hand to gently help her tidy up her messy hair. Tong Yan's moved tears rolled in her eyes, her head lowered like a good baby, and she trembled, "Yet. The Peacock Garden is located at the foot of the Emerald Mountain, more than 20 kilometers away from the city. It is a free leisure garden for people to play. There is not only a large lawn, but also various beautiful trees and flowers. There are lakes and swans. There are natural hot springs, as well as various entertainment projects. However, after renegotiating, the third class is not going to play in the Peacock Garden this time, but is going to picnic and camp in the fields outside the Peacock Garden to experience the scenery of nature. 2 days is enough." It was almost 11 o'clock. The bus drove everyone to the foot of the Emerald Mountain in the north of the Peacock Garden. After driving for more than 10 minutes, I finally reached the destination. After the bus stopped, the two teachers got off first and looked at the venue before telling everyone to get off. The classmates went down one after another. Mu Kyungsu walked to the door in advance, reminding everyone not to forget their own things, to see if there is trash under the seats, etc. Luo Fei got out of the car behind Tong Yan. There is a soft lawn under the feet. It is surrounded by lush forests and bushes. Although it has entered autumn, the eyes are still full of green and flowers are blooming. Staying in the city for a long time, and occasionally come to the nature to feel suddenly refreshed and comfortable. The students were chirping excitedly, breathing in the fresh air in the forest and feeling the autumn sunshine. The two teachers took a few strong boys with the driver to remove the camping and picnic stuff from the car. After getting the things, the driver drove the bus and left. Arranged to be picked up tomorrow afternoon. When the two teachers were busy preparing for the picnic, Mu Kyungsu, the class leader, did not take his classmates to do things, but walked up the hillside not far away alone and looked around. Not long after, she came back and said to the two teachers, "Teacher Zhu, Teacher Lin, or else, let's go to the Peacock Garden." The two teachers froze for a moment. The male teacher Zhu Shuwen said in a puzzled way, "What's the matter? Isn't it right here after the negotiation?" The female teacher Lin Yu smiled and said, "Kyungsu, everyone wants to experience nature up close, but don't want to go to the place with too heavy artificial traces. Are you afraid that the woods will be lit?" Mu Kyungsu shook his head and said, "It's not. I just feel that the vegetation here is lush, and it is a bit far from the guardhouse in the Peacock Garden. Maybe, it's not safe." A boy next to him suddenly smiled and said, "Squad leader, don't worry, there are us. There are so many of us, even if there are bad guys, one can beat him to death with one punch." Several other boys also smiled and echoed, "That is, which bad guy would dare to come?" Mu Kyungsu had to say, "I'm afraid of wild beasts." "Beast?" Zhu Shuwen was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, "Kyungsu, you think too much. With so many people, even if they speak, they can scare away the beasts. And we will raise the bonfire for a while, and any beasts will be scared when they see it." Lin Yu also smiled and comforted, "Kyungsu is fine, Don't worry. We are out to play, not once or twice, safety is okay. You should organize your classmates to prepare lunch, everyone should be hungry. Mu Kyungsoo was silent for a moment. Seeing that the two teachers had already decided and the things were ready, she had to say, okay, then. She turned to leave, raised her head, and glanced at the deep woods again. I don't know why, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Her gaze suddenly settled on the hillside not far away. She just came back from there. At this moment, the lonely teenager was standing there, looking at him, as if looking at her. Chapter 6, Lunch. Start cooking lunch. Under the leadership of Mu Kyungsoo, every classmate started to get busy. Open up an open space for a fire, prepare ingredients, set up a tent, place folding tables, chairs, tableware, and so on. Luo Fei was collecting firewood in the forest. At the same time, while observing the surrounding geographical environment. If there were any wolves, they should have come down from the forest on the mountain. After dark, the line of sight is blocked, and the surrounding vegetation is lush, and the opponent is coming down from the top, and it is difficult to be found. Then, we must find a convenient and safe place for shooting. At the same time, let the camp have flames, at least to stop those wolves, but also to illuminate them. When he returned to the camp with a large bundle of dry wood, a few classmates immediately laughed when they saw it. Song Kikai saw it and said directly, Luo Fei, why do you pick up so much firewood? We have portable gas tanks and charcoal, you think it was more than 10 years ago? The other students laughed again. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 20. Soon, Luo Fei got another 250 points. If you have a gas tank and charcoal, you also need to burn wood, and you need it at night. Mu Kyungsoo walked over and looked at the smiling boys and said, you guys go to collect firewood together. Those who stand guard at night must make sure that the bonfire is burning and cannot be extinguished. Squad leader, is it necessary? Yeah, I slept at night, so why burn wood? Those boys are all dressed cleanly. If you pick up firewood, you will definitely get your clothes dirty. Mu Kyungsoo did not speak any more, staring at them with majesty. Yes, my squad leader. The boys dared to hesitate, and immediately went to gather wood in a desperate manner. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 20. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 10. Luo Fei received another 80 points. Obviously the boys who were sent to pick up firewood were making complaints in their hearts. Luo Fei, put the firewood here, go and wash your hands, come and help me sort the food. Mu Kyungsoo looked at him and said. Luo Fei put down the firewood, washed his hands in the basin, followed behind her, and came to the side of several girls. Because they are going to barbecue later, several girls are taking the bought meat and greens out of the bag and putting them on different plates. When Mu Kyungsoo brought Luo Fei over, and was about to let him sort these girls together, a slightly fat girl hurriedly said, Squad leader, we can do it without his help. Yes, monitor, we can do it ourselves. The other girl also quickly refused, and quickly glanced at Luo Fei's hand and clothes. Because of just holding firewood, Luo Fei still had some grass clippings on his chest. Although the hands are clean, but in the eyes of these girls, if they are asked to sort the food, they will definitely not be able to eat lunch today. He always wears old clothes. I don't know if this guy takes a bath every few days and changes his clothes every few days. Several girls complained in their hearts. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 20. Soon, another 120 points were credited. Squad leader, I'd better pick firewood. Luo Fei didn't show any expression for the obvious disgust that these girls showed, said to Mu Kyungsoo, then turned and left. It is not a day or two to be rejected by others, he has long been used to it. Mu Kyungsoo opened her mouth, watched his thin back go away, and glanced at the whispering girls next to her. Her brows frowned, as if she wanted to say something, and finally held back. Luo Fei came back with dry wood for 3 more times, then walked to sit down under the big tree not far away, resting while observing the surrounding trees. To be honest, even if he was familiar with bows and arrows yesterday, even if he possessed the skill of 100 steps piercing yang, he was still very nervous. This task is not only related to himself, but also to the safety of the whole class. If it fails, everyone may die here, including himself. That's a pack of wolves that have inhaled the evil spirit. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, lunch was ready soon. Dinner time. Everyone got together in 2s and 3s and started to eat. Luo Fei took a look and didn't go over. The fare for traveling out and other tools for rent should be the class fee. But these foods were bought by the monitor and other students at their own expense. He didn't spend money, and he didn't plan to spend money, so he wouldn't eat. He didn't even bring the $200 Luo Jiajia gave him. Perhaps he has been this way since he was a child, or perhaps he was influenced by Luo Jiajia. Both of them are terribly brave and stubborn. Moreover, no one wants to share food with him. If he goes to fetch food, it is estimated that the food is too dirty for everyone and will not touch it again. He knows himself. There is no need to clean up other people's interest in eating. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps nearby. Turning his head to look, Mu Kyungsoo came over with a plate of food. This girl was wearing light-colored jeans and a white t-shirt. Fearing that her hair would fall on the dinner plate, it would be tied into a ponytail. Her legs were long and straight, her figure was very good and her skin was white. Against the background of the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and trees, it looks like a fresh and beautiful landscape painting. Time to eat. Mu Kyungsoo squatted down beside him and handed the dinner plate in front of him. On the plate are meat and greens, as well as fragrant rice, and a heart-shaped fried egg. At first glance, it was carefully selected for him. Mu Kyungsoo handed him the chopsticks. Luo Fei didn't pick it up, shook his head, and said, "I'm not hungry." Mu Kyungsoo still kept the posture of handing it to him, saying, "You don't have to be hungry, but you have to eat, otherwise how can you have the strength to play in the afternoon?" Luo Fei still shook his head, looking away. The bits and pieces that she had had with Luo Jiajia and every word she had said in her mind came to mind, and her heart became firmer and firmer. They have their own principles of living. Although in the eyes of others, it is stubborn, unreasonable, and unreasonable. Mu Kyungsoo squatted on the ground, stared at his thin cheeks for a while, and directly put the chopsticks into his hand, and ordered, "Eat." Luo Fei did not answer, nor did he speak any more. Mu Kyungsoo had to say, "You helped everyone collect firewood. This is your labor. Are you willing to waste it?" Luo Fei remained unmoved. Mu Kyungsoo sighed and said, "If you don't eat it, then I can only throw it away." Casual. Luo Fei stood up and walked towards the forest. Fearing that she would follow, he said, "It's convenient for me to go." He hates the kindness of others, because he and Luo Jiajia have been hurt by this kind of kindness more than once. Mu Kyungsoo stared at his stubborn figure going away until he climbed over the hillside and disappeared. Back in the crowd, she sat there, facing the plate of carefully selected food, sighed, and had to pick up the chopsticks herself. After Luo Fei came back, he sat down again under the tree, closing his eyes and resting. At this time, the sound of footsteps came again. Mu Kyungsoo came to him with a plate of barbecue, squatted down and said, "Have some barbecue." After a pause, he said, "I bought it from class fees." Luo Fei opened his eyes and looked at her and said, "Will the monitor also lie?" Mu Kyungsoo blushed, and said, "I didn't lie, it was the class fee. The class fee is with me, I bought it." "Eat." Luo Fei looked at the plate of meat and said, "I will vomit when I eat meat, monitor, thank you for your kindness. Does Luo Fei lie too? Mu Kyungsu sneered at each other's lips, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luo Fei closed his eyes and stopped talking. Mu Kyungsu looked at him and didn't speak anymore. There was lively laughter and Tong Yanyan's shy voice, "Squad leader. Squad leader. Okay." Mu Kyungsu had to admit defeat, sighed, got up and left. Luo Fei opened his eyes and looked at her tall and slender back and the ponytail swaying in the sun. He was in a daze, as if he saw Luo Jiajia's shadow. But after all, it was not Luo Jiajia. After eating, everyone happily played games in the forest. Luo Fei took out a book from his large school bag and sat under the big tree not far away, reading quietly. No one called him. No one paid attention to him either. He exists like air, but is ignored. As the squad leader, Mu Kyungsu was busy walking around, reminding everyone to pay attention to safety and not to run far. The two teachers are also always paying attention. The woods were filled with cheerful and lively laughter from the students. Luo Fei was immersed in the book. As if everything here has nothing to do with him. Until dusk. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sun falling to the west in the distance, then raised his head and looked at the deep mountain forest above. He reached into his school bag and touched the arrow wrapped in newspaper. A panel appeared in front of you. Bow of Demon Breaker, can be exchanged anytime. Chapter 7, Monitor. Night fell. A bonfire rose in the camp. Amidst the lively and cheerful voices of talking and laughing, the fragrance of various meals and barbecue soon floated. Luo Fei ate the steamed buns he took out of his bag, his eyes fixed on the deep forest above. Not long. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Mu Kyungsu came over again with a plentiful meal. But this time, what was handed in front of him was the illuminated mobile phone screen. Your sister asked you to eat and transferred me 50 yuan. Mu Kyungsu squatted beside him and said with a mobile phone. Luo Fei glanced at the phone screen, then looked at her again. The two looked at each other, the burning bonfire and the reflection of each other in their dark eyes. I remember the class fee is about to be paid, right? After being silent for a while, Luo Fei spoke slowly, retracted his gaze, and continued to look at the forest in the night. At that time, I will pay 50 yuan less. Mu Kyungsu has no opinion. Yes, but this meal, you must eat it. Luo Fei put the last piece of steamed bread in his mouth and said, thank you, monitor, but I only like to eat steamed bread. Mu Kyungsu looked at his stubborn face and sighed, Luo Fei, why is this necessary? You are not spine, not upright, stupid, pedantic, unkind, do you know? Luo Fei looked at the darkness in the distance without speaking. Mu Kyungsu looked at his thin cheeks, and suddenly became a little angry and said, you are a member of the class, and you have a meal in the class, what's the matter? If you don't want to, just treat it as I invited you, and I will have it in the future. It's okay to ask you to help me move the sports equipment and invite you to dinner. Isn't that okay? Luo Fei turned his head and looked at the angry expression on her face. He didn't want to ignore it, but thinking about what she had done for herself in the class, he was silent for a while, and said, sorry, monitor. Mu Kyungsu's eyes trembled, then paused, and said in a slow tone, can you tell me the reason? Luo Fei looked into the darkness in the distance, his pupils deep and far away. Mu Kyungsu put the dinner plate in her hand on the floor, sat with him, and said, if you don't tell me, I'll just wait here. He looked into the distance. She looked at him. The two remained silent in this way. Mu Kyungsu turned a deaf ear to the shouts of classmates and teachers from the camp. The two of them seemed to have become stone sculptures, sitting side by side, motionless. After a long silence, Luo Fei finally spoke. At the beginning, Luo Jiajia and I were not like this. We have also accepted the kindness of others. Mu Kyungsu looked at him softly, without speaking, waiting for him to continue speaking. Luo Fei's eyes gleamed with memories, and slowly said, I remember that there was a noodle shop on the street downstairs. The couple saw us pitifully and always greeted us to eat noodles, and we would clean them up. Hygiene, even washing dishes with children. Mu Kyungsoo listened silently. One night, the woman was not there. After preparing 2 bowls of noodles for me and Luo Jiajia, the man told Luo Jiajia that he liked Luo Jiajia and hoped that Luo Jiajia would stay with him for one night. I remember, at that time Luo Jiajia was only 14 years old and I was 13 years old. Mu Kyungsoo's lips trembled and her fists were clenched. Luo Fei was expressionless, as if talking about other people's things. I poured the noodles that I had not had time to eat on the man's head. The man said, Don't do this, persuade your sister, every month give you 1,000 yuan, what do you think? So Luo Jiajia also poured his face on the man's head. Mu Kyungsoo clenched her fists and said, What then? Then the man went and took out the ledger and told us how much he had eaten in total, so that we could pay. Having said that, Luo Fei's gaze turned to the forest on the mountain again, and his tone was flat. Luo Jiajia went home and sold the bracelet her mother left for her, and returned the money to the man. From now on, we did not accept any charity from anyone, even if we only had 2 steamed buns a week. In fact, there are a few more things before this, I won't talk about them. Luo Fei looked at her and said, So, monitor, you don't need to do this in the future. Luo Jiajia and I are both very good. We have been here for 6 years, and we will go on well in the future. No one is needed. You don't need anyone to care about it. Mu Kyungsoo stared at him blankly, and slowly loosened his fist. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head, looked at the food on the ground, and whispered softly, Luo Fei, I know that you and your sister have suffered a lot, and you have suffered a lot. You don't want to trust anyone anymore. However, there are still many good people in the world, and I hope you don't despair. Of course. Luo Fei looked at her and said, Of course there are good people, and the squad leader is a good person, I know. Mu Kyungsoo turned to look at him, her eyes trembling. But Luo Jiajia and I are used to it. Luo Fei picked up his school bag, stood up, and said, We are used to relying on ourselves and others' kindness. We can't bear it, and don't want to bear it. After all, carrying a school bag, walked towards the mountain. Where you go? Mu Kyungsoo stood up. Convenient, do you want the monitor to be together? Luo Fei turned his head. Mu Kyungsoo was taken aback, shook her head, and said, Don't be too far away. Okay. Luo Fei walked into the woods. Mu Kyungsoo stood there for a while, then Fang picked up the food on the ground and returned to the camp. Sitting in the camp for a while, she took out her mobile phone and sent a text message to Luo Jiajia, I want to visit home on behalf of the teacher. Is it convenient? After a long time, the SMS party came back. No need. Mu Kyungsoo looked at the indifferent and short 3 words on the screen, as if seeing the lonely and stubborn boy, paused, and then sent a message, If you have time, I can invite you out for a meal. Or, a drink. After a pause, he said, I don't mean anything else, I just want to talk to you. After a long time, the SMS party came back. It is still 3 words, no need. Mu Kyungsoo sighed in her heart, hesitated, and had to post another, Luo Fei's mental health may have some problems. I really want to talk to you. Tell me a place, I'll go to you. May I? However, the message was not sent, indicating that the other party had blocked it. Mu Kyungsoo. Luo Fei walked out of the woods on the mountain and returned to the big tree. The bonfire is still burning. The dinner is over. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the 2 teachers began to assign sleeping places. A dozen boys were divided into 4 teams and lived in 4 tents. More than 20 girls are divided into 5 teams with 5 tents. The 2 teachers take turns to watch the night. But Mu Kyungsoo was worried, and suggested to the 2 teachers, call a few more boys, watch the night together, and be safer. The male teacher Zhu Shuwen immediately smiled and said, "No, everyone is tired from playing, let them rest. Me and teacher Lin will be enough." Female teacher Lin Yu also smiled and said, "Kyungsu, don't worry, you have been busy all day, go to bed early. Leave it to me and teacher Zhu here, no problem." Mu Kyungsu saw them saying this, and saw that those boys were indeed very tired, so she had to give up. However, she did not go to rest. Instead, she lit bonfires all around the camp and added a lot of firewood and charcoal to ensure that there was still fire until dawn. Luo Fei was assigned to a tent on the side. With him, a total of 4 people lived in it. Originally, the 3 people were talking and laughing inside, but when he entered, there was immediately silence inside. Luo Fei came out after only a while. Seeing Mu Kyungsu busy adding firewood alone, he walked over to help. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him, but did not speak. Luo Fei did not speak either. The two did things silently. The flames jumped, the wood cracked, and the cheeks of the 2 people who were reflected were flushed. The 2 looked at each other, looked away, and went to the next pile. Chapter 8, The Wolves Are Coming. The bonfire is burning. In the camp, it gradually calmed down. The students all fell asleep one after another. The female teacher Lin Yu also went to rest first, and she had to change classes in the middle of the night. Surrounded by mountains and forests, everything is silent. Occasionally, there are a few night birds chirping, which is especially clear in the dark night. "Don't you go to bed?" In front of the bonfire, Mu Kyungsu looked at the teenager beside her, and the jumping flames reflected her delicate and fair face especially charming and moving. "It's not sleepy yet, the squad leader will go to bed first." Luo Fei sat in front of the bonfire, holding the school bag in his arms, the flames flickering in his eyes. "I'm not sleepy yet." Mu Kyungsu took a wooden stick and provoked the wood in the fire. It was still a bit cold on the autumn night. Here is the forest again, and the air is extremely cold. The 2 of them sat in front of the bonfire to keep warm, thinking about their own things, and did not speak any more. "Luo Fei, do you have any hobbies?" Mu Kyungsu asked suddenly. "No." Luo Fei's answer was as brief as Luo Jiajia. Mu Kyungsu picked up the burning wood, and the flames in her eyes flickered. "How can people not have hobbies? You should have them. Maybe you don't even know it yourself." Luo Fei was not interested in chatting. He glanced at the darkened and gloomy woods above, stood up and said, "Squad leader, you should go to sleep." Mu Kyungsu checked the time, stood up, and said, "Well, then I will go to sleep for a while, and I will get up in the middle of the night to accompany teacher Lin. You also go to bed, and I have to get up early tomorrow." "Okay." Luo Fei turned and left, carrying his school bag, and entered the tent. Mu Kyungsu stood there for a while, added some dry wood to the fire, and returned to her tent. After she left, Luo Fei came out of the tent carrying his school bag. After observing that there were no people around, Fang walked out of the camp and came to the hillside more than 20 meters away. The surrounding grass was covered with dead branches and leaves, and then he climbed up a big tree with dense branches. There are a lot of big branches, and the trunk is rough and easy to climb. Luo Fei stopped on a branch 8 or 9 meters above the ground, rode on the thick branch, took out the arrow wrapped in newspaper in his school bag, and looked at the mountain. Exchange demon breaking bow. Consumption of 200 points, successful redemption of the bow of demon breaker, can be withdrawn at any time. Extract devil breaking bow. When Luo Fei thought, a black bow suddenly appeared in his hand. "I don't know what material it is made of, it has a lot of weight, and it has a texture to touch." When the bow was successfully extracted, Luo Fei had no doubts about this mission. He hadn't been sure before, whether this matter was true, and whether there would be wolves inhaling demon gas. Now, he is finally determined. His eyes were fixed on the woods above, and he thought to himself, if I told the squad leader what happened to the wolves, Would anyone believe it? Maybe the monitor will believe it. Others will laugh at it. Or maybe even the monitor would not believe it, and even looked at him pityingly, worried that he was too depressed and mentally troubled. If he could really predict things in advance, how could he have fallen to where he is today? Yes, if he can really predict things, maybe he won't have the chance to know Luo Jiajia at all. He held the bow, took out the arrow, aimed at the dark forest above, and began to master various techniques such as feeling, direction, and force. Although he has the skills of Bow of Demon Breaking and 100 Steps Piercing Yang skills, he is still very nervous and disturbed. He did not have absolute confidence to defeat the wolves. Once it fails, the consequences are disastrous. Therefore, he must seize the time as much as possible to be proficient with this bow and all the surrounding environment. The night is quiet. Time passed quietly. He practiced variously on the big tree. Although the arrow was not shot, he quickly became proficient in this demon-breaking bow because of the blessing of the 100 Steps Piercing Yang skill. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 0 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Nothing happened until 4 o'clock in the morning. No wolves appeared. He tensed his nerves all night, relaxed a little, and immediately felt sleepy. The body is still too weak. He endured it for a while, feeling sore in his eyes, and decided to close his eyes and rest for a while. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I fell into a daze and fell asleep accidentally. I don't know how long I slept, and suddenly I heard a scream in my ears. Wolf! There are wolves! It's the voice of female teacher Lin Yu. Luo Fei suddenly woke up and turned to look at the camp. In the darkness around the camp, dense scarlet eyes lit up strangely and terribly. Those wolves did not know where they came from, and silently surrounded the camp. But by no means came down from the mountain here. In the grass around this tree, he put a lot of dead branches and leaves ahead of time. If there were so many wolves passing by, he would have been awakened long ago. There are wolves! Get up, everyone! Lin Yu was horrified and screamed. Mu Kyungsu quickly added wood to the fire, holding a burning wooden stick, and waving vigorously in front of the approaching wolves. The students who were sleeping in the tent woke up immediately. Immediately, one by one came out of the tent in a panic. After seeing the scary scarlet eyes outside, they were suddenly scared to the sky. Ah! There are wolves! The girls screamed in horror. The boys also looked scared and ran away everywhere. Mu Kyungsu, who was holding the fire stick, immediately said loudly, "Don't run around. Teacher Lin, Teacher Zhu, get them together." Then he said loudly, "The boys go to the fire to make fire, and stand in a circle on the outside." Although Zhu Shuwen and Lin Yu were also very scared, the responsibility on their shoulders made them calm down and hurriedly shouted, "Don't run around! Don't run around! Get together!" Several boys hurriedly rushed to the fire and picked up the fire stick that was still burning. But there are more boys who are so frightened that they feel weak, and some even start to cry. There was chaos in the camp. The wolves were silent and approached step by step. The eyes that were supposed to be shining green in the dark night, at this time, they are shining with a strange scarlet color, like a scary ghost, densely packed, and it looks like there are hundreds of them, surrounding the entire camp. "Calm! Calm! Get together!" Zhu Shuwen shouted loudly. But in this situation, who can calm down? Even himself, his face pale in shock, and his legs trembled. "Call for help!" Mu Kyungsu yelled, and with a sudden wave of the fire stick in his hand, he threw it at the approaching wolves. The fire stick hit a wolf's head, scorching a piece of hair on the other's head. But the wolf just shook his head and moved forward again. The other wolves beside it didn't seem to be afraid of the fire stick. Mu Kyungsu's heart sank, and quickly picked up a thick wooden stick from the nearby fire, holding it with both hands. While stepping back, she said loudly, "This is not an ordinary wolf pack." Everyone gathers together and insists. Live! The guards of the Peacock Park are not far from here, they can come right away. These are just words of comfort. The guards of the Peacock Garden, with a maximum of 12 people, are not necessarily useful when they come. And it takes at least half an hour. The horrified classmates gathered together, cries and screams mixed together, drowning her words in the sound of fear. As a circle of wolves approached, those hideous faces were exposed under the flames, everyone was shocked and their hearts sank into a bottomless abyss. These wolves are not only big and hideous, but they are also numerous. The surrounding area is densely packed, and it is totally uncountable how many heads there are. This terrible scene completely knocked everyone down. It's over, it's over. Zhu Shuwen's heart suddenly fell into despair, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Wow! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Song Kikai burst into tears. The other girls also started to cry. The boys holding fire sticks also shivered, their faces pale, almost limp to the ground. Outside the camp, on the big tree not far away, Luo Fei, who was hidden among the dense foliage, also turned pale, and his bow and arrows were trembling. The terrifying hideous face, the number of horrors and the dense scarlet eyes made him doubt whether he had the courage and strength to stop them. And he only has 25 arrows here. But at this time the arrow is on the line and I have to send it. The wolves continued to approach, and the hideous face was clearly visible. The cries and cries of the classmates were full of despair. Cheer up, Luo Fei, believe in yourself, you can. Luo Jiajia's voice seemed to ring in his ears. That cold and beautiful face, but a warm and strong heart, has been with him since he was 10 years old. Yes, I can. He clenched the bow in his hand, his eyes were firm, blood surged, his arms filled with strength and courage, he pulled the arrow away, and stared at the hideous wolves. Wow! A wolf howl came from the wolves. This is the order for the wolf to attack. But all of a sudden, Mu Kyungsu, who was holding a fire stick, ignored the wolves in front of him at the moment the wolf screamed and rushed over. She knew in her heart that the wolves must be killed desperately before they could have a chance. But suddenly, she stopped again. Call out! She heard a familiar voice. The cry of the wolf stopped abruptly. When the wolves were about to attack, they stopped abruptly and looked at their leader. At this time, everyone and all the wolves saw that the tall wolf hiding in the pack had a feather arrow inserted in its right eye, and the feathers on its tail were still shaking. Boom! The wolf fell to the ground with his mouth open, his eyes wide, and he couldn't catch his eyes. The wolves fell into silence suddenly. Mu Kyungsu was shocked. Wow! Call out! As soon as another strong wolf screamed, the second arrow shot out of the darkness, directly piercing through its head. It tilted its head and fell to the ground. A fatal blow. The wolves suddenly became restless. Shoo! 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 3 feather arrows flew out again in the dark. The 3 wolves closest to Mu Kyungsu fell to the ground one after another. All run through the head, killing 1 arrow. Mu Kyungsu turned her head suddenly, and looked at the big tree not far away. But there were lush branches and leaves, and it was pitch black, and you couldn't see anything. The bonfire around her illuminates her, the camp, and the wolves around her very clearly. Hey! The wolves stopped crying, and started to attack and pounce. But those wolves that had just plunged into the air were all shot through their heads. 5 more wolves fell to the ground, completely killed. The wolves began to panic now. The color in the eyes of many wolves has changed from scarlet to green, and from green to scarlet. They seem to be struggling violently in their hearts. The fear of humans, the fear of death, and the desire to excite them because of the strangeness in the body, the 2 sides fought fiercely. Is anyone saving us? Seeing this scene, the students who were already in despair suddenly rekindled their hope. The limp Zhu Shuen also stood up trembling from the ground. Mu Kyungsu held a fire stick and said loudly, "Everyone hold on, someone is protecting us. We will be fine." Shoo! 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 As soon as the words were finished, 3 more arrows shot out from the darkness. The 3 wolves just about to pounce fell to the ground. Still hitting the brain with 1 arrow, killing him instantly. Woo! The wolf at the front, finally unable to bear the fear in his heart, suddenly whined, turned and ran. This run seems to be defeated. More wolves clipped their tails, turned and ran away. There were more than a dozen people who were stunned in place, with scarlet and green eyes constantly changing, as if they wanted to escape with them, but hesitated. Shoo! 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 3 arrows shot out of the night again. 3 of the wolves, stunned in place, immediately fell to the ground. This time, the remaining dozen or so wolves who were hesitant, turned around and ran without any hesitation. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding wolves all fled into the mountains and forests, and soon disappeared without a shadow. There was a brief silence in the camp. Immediately, a cry of joy suddenly broke out. The wolves are gone! The wolves are gone! We are saved! Mu Kyungsu's gaze looked at the big tree more than 20 meters away, and when he was about to walk past, a scream of awe suddenly came from nearby. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the grass, and instantly threw the female teacher named Lin Yu to the ground. The other students next to each other screamed back and fell to the ground. Mu Kyungsu lifted the fire stick in her hand and rushed forward without hesitation. Call out! A feather arrow shot out, hitting the wolf's head. Lin Yu's neck was wrapped around the open blood basin, and it was about to close in just a second. Lin Yu was paralyzed on the ground, his face pale and trembling, as if his soul was scared away. Mu Kyungsu hurriedly threw away the fire stick in his hand, pushed the strong wolf away, and helped her up. Hey! 3 wolves suddenly jumped up in the other bushes, but they did not attack, but turned and ran. Shoo! 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 But it's too late. 3 feather arrows shot out from the night, directly piercing their heads, and set them on the ground. Everyone, be careful around the bushes! Mu Kyungsu yelled, and seeing that the skin on Lin Yu's neck was broken, fearing that the wolf's teeth would be poisonous, she hurriedly said to the 2 boys nearby, "Help me carry Teacher Lin into the tent." This sudden change caused the joy that had just risen in the camp to vanish in an instant, and the students began to panic again and became a mess. At this moment, a classmate suddenly pointed to the road not far away and shouted, "Someone is coming! Someone is coming to save us!" Everyone hurriedly looked around. On the road not far away, a few cars blazed with their lights and drove up quickly. "The guard is coming! The guard is coming! We are saved!" The crowd cheered in unison, excited, and rushed to greet them. At this time, the camp was close to the mountain forest, and a figure was sitting there on a big tree more than 20 meters away, with a pale face and an undulating chest. The bow in his hand trembled slightly. "Did you make it? Congratulations, the task is completed. You will get 1000 points, 100 steps crossing Yang elementary level, stamina +1, eyesight +1, speed +1. Successful!" He clenched his fists, his heart full of excitement. After the mission was completed, the wolves retreated, and he saved all his classmates. Not far away, the cheers of the classmates and the sirens of the guard vehicles sounded. No one saw him and didn't care about him. It doesn't matter, he has gotten a lot. He is content. The bow of Demon Breaker disappeared, he carefully put away the remaining arrows, and slipped down the tree. Hiding in the bushes to observe, he was about to go out. But suddenly, he heard a rush of breathing behind him, his heart suddenly cocked, and he turned his head to look. Thought it was a beast. However, it was a girl. Tong Yunyan squatted there, her white dress slid over her thighs, and a pair of light-colored hung on her knees. She looked like a frightened kitten, staring at her big, beautiful eyes, shaking her whole body, terribly frightened. "Look at him! You!" Luo Fei was stunned. Tong Yunyan trembled all over, and hurriedly said with a cry, I came to pee, I didn't see anything, really didn't see, no, don't kill me, please. Luo Fei. Look at this situation and imagine. It should be that when the wolves were about to approach the camp, she ran out alone for convenience. She was afraid that boys would see it, so she ran farther and hid in the grass here. Who knows that just after peeing, or before peeing, I heard teacher Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed there is a wolf, so he looked up and was shocked. He squatted here and didn't dare to move, not even his underwear. Dare to pull it up. I thought that the wolves had escaped and could pull up their underwear to go out, but suddenly found a person slipping down the tree. And she still knows this person. Luo Fei raised his head and looked at the big tree above from her place, and found that it was clear. That said, when he shot an arrow before, the girl saw it clearly. Did you really see nothing? Luo Fei looked at her and said. Tong Yunyan cried and shook her head desperately with tears in her eyes. No, I don't, I swear, if I see, I'm a puppy, ooh. It seems that becoming a puppy is very serious for her. Okay, I trust you. Luo Fei's answer immediately made her amnesty, and she was grateful. Thank you. Tong Yunyan wiped her tears, and when she shook her body, she was about to fall to the ground. I don't know if it's scared, or the legs are numb after a long time. Luo Fei supported her, helped her up, and said, put your underwear on, and come down with me. The bushes are lush here, if there is still a wolf hidden, it will be troublesome. Tong Yunyan seemed to remember that she hadn't worn her underwear, she was ashamed and anxious, and she hurriedly bent down to wear it, but her legs were numb and soft, and her hands trembled constantly, completely unable to lift her strength. Seeing that the guards' cars were coming soon, Luo Fei didn't want to cause trouble, so he stretched out a hand, quickly helped her lift it up, and helped her pull up the skirt by the way. Let's go. Luo Fei directly picked her up, walked down the hillside, walked out of the bushes, and quickly returned to the camp. At this time, everyone excitedly ran to meet the guard's vehicle, and no one saw them both. Mu Kyungsu helped teacher Lin Yu treat the wound in the tent. Luo Fei put Tong Yunyan, who was soft and hot, in front of the tent, and whispered in her ear, don't tell anyone. Tong Yunyan's white face was red and hot, and almost all of her lovely face was buried in the towering chest, and she trembled, I. Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Fei has already left quickly. Until the guards arrived, when the other classmates came, Tong Yunyan's hot face lifted from her chest fearfully. Chapter 9, Come Back Home. Character, Luo Fei. Identity, Qingchuan High School student. Body, virtual. Points, 2760. In the car, Luo Fei opened the panel. After stamina +1, is the body still weak? When he climbed down from the big tree before, he obviously felt that his physical strength had increased a lot. The feeling is even more obvious when you carry your child's face. As for the eyesight, at that time, it was still dark, there was no light on the hillside, only dim light, but he could clearly see the color of Tong Yunyan's underwear hanging on his knees. This can be seen. As for speed, it has not been tested yet. Under the protection of the police car, the bus was carrying the students who were still in shock. Under the protection of the police car, they drove quickly away from the Emerald Mountain and headed towards the city. Everything in the camp has nothing to do with them. Some people have left a lot of things, but this is not important anymore. It is not easy to be able to come back alive. When the wolves showed their hideous faces and dense numbers, they were already desperate and thought they would die there. But now, they escaped from the dead and came back alive. They should be thankful. The night finally passed. When the bus drove into the city, the sky was already bright. The sun is rising. The sun dispelled the darkness, and dispelled the panic and fear in their hearts. Looking at the vehicles and pedestrians on the road, they gradually calmed down. We should be grateful, not grateful. The female teacher Lin Yu was excited and authentic. Then he looked at Mu Kyungsu and said, "Your squad leader is not chaotic, brave, and fearless. From the time the wolves appeared, he has been standing in front to protect you. Have you all seen it?" The students were silent for a moment. Then broke out. "I saw it. We all saw it. The squad leader is mighty. The squad leader is domineering. The squad leader is so brave. Squad leader, we love you." In the carriage, there was a loud voice of excitement and admiration from the students. Song Kikai raised her fist and shouted out loudly, "Squad leader, from now on, we are yours. If you want to beat or scold or bully, please don't be polite." Immediately, all the classmates shouted in unison, "Squad leader, from now on, we will be yours. If you want to beat or scold or bully, please don't be polite." After shouting, someone poofed and laughed. As a result, laughter is contagious. The others also laughed. Soon, the car was full of cheerful laughter and lively atmosphere. The darkness and fear finally passed. Mu Kyungsu had a calm face and was not surprised. When everyone calmed down, she said, "It's not me that you want to thank, but the person who protected us in secret. Without his arrows, we would never be able to stick to the guards, too. It will never survive." In the carriage, everything was quiet. In their minds, the thrilling scene of last night's life and death suddenly appeared. Feather arrows flew out of the darkness, and strong wolves fell. Without those arrows, those terrifying wolves would have rushed forward and tore them to pieces. They really should be grateful to that person. But who is that person? It never appeared at all, and there was no sound. They even wondered if the archer was a human being. Or, how many people are there? Every arrow can penetrate the wolf's head accurately and unmistakably, and one arrow is deadly. If it's really just a person, that's too powerful, isn't it? This is beyond their imagination. Therefore, they cannot be grateful, and they don't know how to be grateful. "Squad leader, so many arrows hit the wolf's head, is that a person?" someone asked. Others also echoed the question. Mu Kyungsu's eyes flashed, and she said with certainty, "It is indeed a person, and he is hiding in a big tree outside the camp." "Did the monitor see him?" Mu Kyungsu shook his head. "When I helped teacher Lin dress up the wound and go out to look for him, he is no longer there. He saved us, why didn't he come out and meet us?" "Squad leader, did that person hide there from the beginning, or did he pass by temporarily?" Such a powerful arrow technique, wouldn't it be the martial arts knight in martial arts novels? How does the monitor know that he is hiding in a tree? "Squad leader, is that person a man or a woman? Is it a hero or a chivalrous woman?" Everyone chattered and asked, with various imaginations in their minds. Only Tong Yanyan lowered her head, her mind was in chaos, her eyes were out of focus, she wanted to peek behind, but she didn't dare. Mu Kyungsu was very worried, stopped answering, sorted out his emotions, and said, "Let's stop here today. Later, everyone will go home or go back to the dormitory. Today, I will take a good rest day, and remember to go back to school tomorrow." Although everyone was frightened last night, but they were not injured. "I hope they will not be absent tomorrow." "Yes, my squad leader." After the test of life and death last night, the prestige of this girl in class 3 has increased. After entering the city, everyone calmed down. "I didn't sleep well last night." Someone leaned on the seat and closed their eyes to rest. Someone chatted quietly. Some people were playing with their mobile phones, sharing their life and death experiences with others last night. After Mu Kyungsu calmed everyone's emotions, she walked to the back row and sat down where she came. Inside, by the window, there was still the lonely teenager sitting. Luo Fei looked at the backward scenery outside the window, thinking about things in his heart. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him and said softly, did you scare you last night? Luo Fei paused, and Fang said, it's okay. Mu Kyungsu's gaze also looked out the window, her gaze was a bit complicated, and said, those wolves. Luo Fei, in fact, I should also thank you last night. The firewood you picked up and the firewood you added to me at the end are both up. It's a great use. Luo Fei did not speak any more. Mu Kyungsu looked at him and said, I'm resting today. Can I talk to your sister? Luo Fei said, no need. Mu Kyungsu said, no other meaning, just want to chat with her. No need. Mu Kyungsu looked at him with weird eyes, was silent for a while, and said, if I say one more thing, will you block me? Okay. Luo Fei looked at her suspiciously. Mu Kyungsu smiled bitterly and said, I sent a message to your sister last night, and her answer was exactly the same as your answer just now. When I sent the third message, I found that I had been blocked by her. Luo Fei was silent for a moment, and Fang said, don't bother her. She hates other people talking to her, especially chattering. Mu Kyungsu. But, I sent 2 messages in total. Mu Kyungsu looked a little wronged. Luo Fei didn't answer any more, closed his eyes and ended the conversation directly. The expression on his face seemed to say, look, this is chattering. Mu Kyungsu was stunned, she had no choice but to close her mouth. Luo Fei got out of the car midway. When I got home and took out the key to open the door, it was locked inside. The time is 6:20. Luo Jiajia at this time should not have gone out yet. But according to her habit, she should have gotten up. Maybe doing exercise in a cramped room. Her sports are weird. The sound is very soft, but I sweat every time. She takes a bath every morning. And it's a cold bath. Even during official holidays. Luo Fei took out the key without knocking, and waited quietly at the door. When it was 6:50, he knocked on the door. Luo Jiajia's indifferent voice came from inside, who? Me, Luo Fei. The door opens. Luo Jiajia is wearing a ponytail high and wearing a black tights, revealing white and slender arms and a smooth and flat abdomen. The lower body tights outlines a pair of slender and straight legs and perfectly curved buttocks. The word perfect seems to be tailored specifically for her. The long and white swan neck, the delicate face, and the flat abdomen were covered with sweat, and the hair from the temples stuck to the side face that was flushed from exercise. Obviously, just finished the exercise. She gasped slightly, although she was a little surprised, she was still expressionless. Why are you back? Something happened last night, come back early. Luo Fei entered the door, his eyes suddenly caught the sharp knife in her other hand. Although she was hidden on the side and attached to her straight thigh, he still saw it. Luo Fei was startled, suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at her and said, someone knocked on the door again last night. Luo Jiajia did not answer, turned back to the room, closed the door, and said inside, go back to your room, I want to take a shower. Okay. Luo Fei's eyes flashed, and he didn't ask any more. Back to the room, he slammed the door shut. Chapter 10, House. The sun shines through the window and falls in front of the bed. Luo Fei leaned on the bed, sat in the sunlight on the ground, closed his eyes, thinking about what happened over the years. Since Luo Jiajia grew up to be a slim girl, the family is no longer peaceful. Since she was 14, she has attracted more and more attention. A tall man, a star's face, a model's body, and a jade white skin. Even if you want to hide, you can't hide. Just like that sentence. Do you think you can't find you if you hide? It's useless. No matter where you are, a beautiful girl like you is like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding. Luo Jiajia is such a girl. The poor treasure girl has attracted the attention of all ages from all fields, as well as all kinds of deliberate attempts. All kinds of harassment followed one after another. Although through their efforts, the harassment in the past 2 years has decreased a lot, it still happens frequently. If they have a complete family or have a little money, they probably won't have so many troubles. The poor are the best bullies and the best calculations. Especially girls, and they are lonely and helpless girls. This seems to be the consensus of many people. But Luo Fei knew that Luo Jiajia was not easy to bully. Of course, he is not easy to bully. However, he was still too weak. Even Luo Jiajia couldn't win. Exchange chi and blood pill. As soon as his mind moved, a panel appeared in front of his eyes. He consumed 2,000 points to exchange for a chi and blood pill. I want to become stronger, at least, so that the long-legged little rabbit has no worries, at least, not to drag her down. A maroon pill suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. The points on the panel have changed from 2,760 to 760. He glanced at the pill, put it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it. No bitterness, no sweetness, no taste. But when he started to move down his throat, it suddenly seemed to ignite a ball of flame and fell in his stomach. The flames continued to burn, and his whole body became hot. At the same time, he became drowsy. He was struggling to get into the bed. Before he could take off his clothes, he suddenly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Eat! Luo Jiajia's voice came from outside. But he couldn't hear it anymore. 2 minutes passed. The door opened from the outside. Luo Jiajia stood at the door and glanced inside. After standing for a while, she walked in, helped him take off his coat and pants, and covered him with a quilt. Then stood in front of the bed, standing in the sun, staring at his sleeping cheeks. "Are you tired?" she muttered to herself. As if to say to him, and as if to myself. "Draw the curtains and close the door." She walked out of the room. The softness on his face turned cold. Luo Fei had a dream. In his dream, he and Luo Jiajia had a new house of their own. The decoration in the house is simple and warm. The sun was shining on the light-colored clean wooden floor. Luo Jiajia was sitting there wearing a white skirt, her feet bare, her long hair hanging down, and a gentle and fascinating smile appeared on her face. No one knocked on the door, no one disturbed. There are only two of them. Cooking, washing, mopping the floor, reading, chatting. Day to day. Vaguely, there seemed to be children's laughter. Luo Fei opened his eyes and woke up from his dream, with a dream smile on his face. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he was stunned for a long time. Bang! 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 Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Fei woke up from Yu Meng, opened the quilt, froze for a moment, put on his clothes and shoes, and walked out of the room. Easily picked up a stick from the corner, went over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a woman in her 40s in a fashionable dress. The woman was shocked when he saw him holding the stick in his hand, and said, "Luo Fei, what are you doing?" Luo Fei knew this woman. The house he and Luo Jiajia lived in belonged to her. The woman's name was Zhou Zhenmei, and she knew Luo Jiajia's mother, so she rented her house. She is a good person. 6 years ago, after Luo Fei's father and Luo Jiajia's mother left the two of them, the woman did not drive them away and still let them live here. In the past 6 years, rents have never risen. Moreover, the rent is only charged for 3 months each time. It was very good to him and Luo Jiajia. "Auntie Zhou, what's the matter?" Luo Fei leaned the stick in his hand against the wall next to him. Zhou Zhenmei glanced at the stick thoughtfully, then looked at him again, and said, "Someone has come to trouble you again recently." Luo Fei didn't answer, opened the door wide and let the way open. Zhou Zhenmei glanced inside, shook her head, and said, "I won't go in any more. I came here today to tell your sister and brother something." Luo Fei was silent for a moment and said, "Is it the rent? Aunt Zhou can rest assured that we will pay it on time." Zhou Zhenmei smiled bitterly and said, "You don't need to give it to me in the future." Luo Fei looked at her suspiciously. Zhou Zhenmei sighed and said, our family is going to move to another place and we need to buy a new house, so we sold this house. That person. Having said that, she seemed embarrassed. Before signing the contract, I didn't know that the person had an idea about your sister. That person paid a lot of money. Our family of 4 bought a house in another place, which happened to be worse. Therefore, my husband and I didn't hesitate to sell. After signing the contract and paying the money, the man suddenly asked me about your sister and brother, especially your sister. I just realized that the man might be right. Your sister has an idea. Luo Fei, sorry. There was a touch of guilt on her face, and she sighed again. If I knew it, I might. Aunt Zhou. Luo Fei said, this is your house, you have the right to decide to sell it to anyone. You don't have to apologize for this matter. After a pause, he said again, on the contrary, we should thank you. Over the years, without your kindness and tolerance, Luo Jiajia and I might not even have a place to live, nor would we be able to enjoy the warmth of these 6 years. Luo Fei. When Zhou Xinmei heard him say this, and thought of the pitiful siblings, she felt sore in her heart, and her voice choked up. Aunt Zhou is indeed in financial difficulties recently. My son is going to buy a house in a big city to get married. What's that person's name? Luo Fei asked suddenly. Zhou Xinmei was taken aback. Fang reacted, wiped away her tears and said, that man is Nai Yuan Guang, 30 years old, driving a good car, he seems to have his own company. Looks gentle and polite, he doesn't look like a bad guy. Luo Fei suddenly remembered the person Wang Ju said the previous morning. Well, Aunt Zhou, I know. When Luo Jiajia comes back, I will tell her. There was no strange expression on his face. Zhou Xinmei opened her mouth, as if she still wanted to say something, but looking at the calm face of this young man, thinking of the stubbornness and sturdiness of their siblings, she finally sighed in her heart and said, then you siblings take care, Aunt Zhou gone. When she went downstairs, she felt uncomfortable, praying secretly in her heart, hoping that God had eyes to help the poor brother and sister. Close the door. Luo Fei returned to the room. When the curtains were opened, the dim room suddenly brightened. He stood at the window, looking at the scenery outside. After a while, he turned around, walked to the mirror against the wall, and looked at himself in the mirror. After watching for a while, he suddenly muttered, Luo Fei, you are a man. In the past 6 years, Luo Jiajia has endured so much for you. Now, what should you do? Chapter 11, very good. When I went out, it was already afternoon. Luo Fei got on the bus and came to the largest shopping mall in the south of the city. In a small square outside the mall, many products are on sale. Most of the promoters are young girls. Luo Jiajia is here to promote drinks. A tall man of 1.72 meters tall, with silky and beautiful long hair, slender figure, and unique temperament, he can be recognized at a glance even if he wears a mask. Luo Jiajia is wearing a yellow waistcoat specially made by the promoters today, with various patterns printed on the waistcoat, wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt, still wearing the washed white jeans, and a pair of white shoes on her feet. Looking fresh and natural, it goes well with the pile of yellow bottled beverages. The promoters elsewhere were yelling hard, but she stood motionless and said nothing, her eyes full of indifference. But this figure and temperament has attracted many people to stop. Drinks are not expensive and are at promotional prices, so from time to time someone will buy a bottle in the past. Some customers can't help but ask why she wears a mask. Many male customers even said that as long as she took off the mask to show them, they would buy a few more bottles. Luo Jiajia responded in silence most of the time. When her beautiful and indifferent eyes looked at each other and kept silent, even the thick-skinned people would feel embarrassed and had to give up. It's probably dumb. Many people think so. There are prices on the temporary counter, so Luo Jiajia sometimes doesn't say a word even all day. And she would not occasionally sit next to her and take a break like other promoters. She has been standing there, like a sculpture. No matter which direction the sun comes from, whether it hits her body or face, she will not move or avoid it. Luo Fei stood in the crowd not far away and looked at her silently. In the evening, a middle-aged man with glasses went over to buy a bottle of drink, asked a few words, but didn't get an answer, so he muttered and left. The middle-aged man walked in Luo Fei's direction, glanced left and right, suddenly took out a bag of things from his pocket, and quickly poured it into the drink. After shaking for a few times, he suddenly turned back and walked in front of Luo Jiejie, and said angrily, "Little girl, your drink tastes wrong, is it broken?" Luo Jiejie looked at him without speaking. "There must be a problem, the taste is completely wrong, don't believe it, try it yourself." The middle-aged man passed the drink over, angrily. Luo Jiejie didn't pick him up, looked at him indifferently, and still didn't speak. "Are you dumb?" The middle-aged man was very angry. He shook the drink in his hand and said, "The drink sold is fake, don't you say anything? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will be here now yelling, I won't tell all passers-by that your drink is fake and bad." Luo Jiejie glanced at the drink in his hand, looked at him again, was silent for a while, and finally said, "What do you want to explain?" When the middle-aged man heard this nice voice, his eyes brightened, his face still full of anger. "You drink this drink, there is not a drop left. If you dare to drink it, forget it." Luo Jiejie looked at him indifferently, did not reach out to pick it up, and did not speak any more. "Sure enough, it's a fake. Don't you even dare to drink it yourself." The middle-aged man sneered. Luo Jiejie still looked at him without speaking. The middle-aged man suddenly became irritated and raised the drink in his hand and said, "Okay. If you don't drink it, I won't let you sell a bottle." When he was about to turn around and shout to the crowd, he suddenly stretched out a hand behind him, took the drink in his hand, and said, "I'll drink it." The middle-aged man turned around and saw that he was a student-like teenager, and suddenly said angrily, "What are you?" Luo Fei shook the drink in his hand and said faintly, "Nothing else, I just want to taste it, what does this drink with something taste like?" The middle-aged man's face changed slightly, he grabbed the drink and said with a gloomy face, "Boy, don't ask for anything. I'm talking to this promoter, what's the matter with you?" Luo Fei pointed to the place where he was standing just now, and said, "I was taking a photo there just now, and it happened that you added something to this drink. The white powdery thing is not a contraband, right? To be honest, I want to taste it." "Taste?" The middle-aged man's face changed suddenly, a little flustered, and angrily said, "What nonsense is your kid talking about? I didn't add anything. Don't spit." Luo Fei shrugged, "Well, I might have read it wrong. There is a guard room over there. Let me show the photo from my phone to the guard." With that, he walked over directly. Hey! You!" The middle-aged man saw that he really went straight to the guard room, his complexion suddenly changed, and he dared to stay wherever he was. Luo Fei turned his head, looked at his back and fled, turned around and returned to Luo Jiejie's side. Luo Jiejie glanced at him, but still did not speak. Luo Fei knew that even if he wasn't here, with Luo Jiejie's IQ, there would never be anything wrong. Except for the things he gave, Luo Jiejie would never eat anything from anyone, and would not even pick up the connection. The man had a guilty conscience and never dared to make matters worse. After all, there is surveillance everywhere here. At most, they pretended to shout a few times, attracting a few people, and when the guardhouse arrived, they might slip away immediately. Such things have happened before. Quite a lot at the beginning. Because at that time, Luo Jiejie didn't seem to notice his special attraction, so he didn't wear a mask, and sometimes even dressed up a little. After all, it is a part-time job, so you must have a good image. So it caused a lot of trouble. Slowly, she began to wear a mask, and even deliberately wear clothes that are not big enough to show her figure. But the charm and temperament cannot be hidden. So until now, there are still some troubles to the upper body from time to time. Luo Fei would often come to work with her part-time, not to help her part-time, but to watch her not far away and guard her. Both of them are very tired. But relying on each other to live a life is still satisfying. 6 p.m. After Luo Fei helped her move everything into the warehouse, he walked with her on the way home. The two did not take the bus. 40 minutes is not far for them. If you rush back, nothing will happen. At first, Luo Fei was worried that her legs would hurt after standing for a day, but finally found out that his worries were unnecessary. The girl's physical fitness is stronger than him. I don't know how many times it is. It seems that I have never seen her tired and weak. Ever since I met her, I have never seen her sick with a cold, fever. The body is jealous. Let's eat out tonight. When not far from the residential area, Luo Jiajia said. You decide. Luo Fei doesn't matter. Luo Jiajia took him into a noodle restaurant. One person ordered a portion of plain noodles. The two sat facing each other without speaking. When the noodles came, the two lowered their heads to eat the noodles, still silent. When he was almost finished eating, Luo Fifang said, I want to tell you something. Luo Jiajia raised his head. Luo Fei told them about Zhou Xinmi's visit to them today, without missing a word, including the malicious man. Got it. Luo Jiajia continued to lower his head to eat noodles, no expression on his face. Luo Fei glanced at her and continued to eat noodles. After the two of them had finished eating, Luo Jiajia didn't get up immediately, staring at him for a while. Fang said, My son gets married, do I have to buy a new house? Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, not knowing why she said this, and said, Aunt Zhou can't be blamed for this. Now that's the case, when his son gets married, he must not only buy a house, but also prepare a lot of gifts. How much is a lot? Luo Jiajia asked. Luo Fei thought for a while and said, It's probably tens of thousands. He is a little strange, why has this girl talked so much today? And it's all irrelevant words. Luo Jiajia was silent for a while, then looked at him and said, Can you rent a house? If your son gets married. Luo Fei gave her a weird look, and said, It depends on the situation, some are okay. If the man and woman really want to be together, the family can't stop it. Oh. Luo Jiajia said oh, stopped talking, stood up, paid the money, and walked outside. Luo Fei followed her. The two walked side by side. It's getting dark. The autumn breeze is a bit cool. When approaching the gate of the community, Luo Jiajia suddenly stopped, turned to look at him and said, Luo Fei, we are poor, we have no gifts, and we don't have a house. You may not be able to marry a wife in the future. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, It's okay, it's nice to be alone. Luo Jiajia stared at him with dark eyes and shook his head slightly, not one person, but two people. Luo Fei was startled slightly. Luo Jiajia looked at him earnestly and said, We will live together all the time. No new house, no beauties. There is a rented house and food is enough. What do you think? Luo Fei looked at her blankly. After a while, Fang whispered, Very good. Well, it's good. Luo Jiajia also repeated one sentence in a low voice, and then walked ahead. The horse tail swayed, and the footsteps seemed to become lighter. Chapter 12, Grown Up. Character, Luo Fei. Identity, Qingchuan High School student. Physical condition, healthy. Points, 760. Go home. Lying on the bed, Luo Fei opened the panel. The qi and blood pill I ate during the day seemed very effective. The virtuality of the body state directly becomes healthy. Every time I went to a part-time job with Luo Jiajia, and then came back after walking for more than 40 minutes, I would feel pain in my legs and feet, I was very tired, and I wanted to sleep. But now there is no such reaction. But other than that, there seems to be no other obvious changes. He got up from the bed, stood in front of the mirror, punched himself inside, and opened his sleeves to see if his muscles were bulging. Unfortunately, it is still the same. Maybe the previous body was too bad. It's just healthy now, and when I eat the second chi and blood pill, it's estimated that there will be obvious changes. The change in eyesight is obvious. Because of frequent reading before, my eyes were a little short-sighted. I was still distressed and may have to spend money to match glasses. However, after completing the task last night and seeing +1, my myopia suddenly disappeared. The eyes are restored to health. I don't know what surprises there will be if more eyesight and a few ones in the future. He is looking forward to it. There are 1,150 points left. He decided to consume another 200 points to receive the second task. Receive the task. Sorry, there are still 7 days before the completion of the first task. Within 7 days, you can no longer take the initiative to claim tasks. Can't take the initiative to claim the task. Looking at the text on the panel, Luo Fei secretly asked, could it be possible to receive the task passively? Bang! 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 At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Luo Fei checked the time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. He got up and opened the door, walked out of the room, and picked up the stick from the corner. At the same time, Luo Jiajia's door also opened. The two looked at each other, and Luo Jiajia went over and opened the door. Jiajia, you are back. Standing outside the door is Wang Ju. Seeing Luo Jiajia, she smiled all over her face and said enthusiastically, have you had dinner? If you haven't eaten, go to my place to eat. Where is the hen I just stewed tonight? Have eaten. Luo Jiajia said indifferently. If she weren't a neighbor for many years, she wouldn't even bother to speak. Standing outside the door, Wang Ju looked inside, and said with a smile, should you not invite Aunt Wang in and sit down? Aunt Wang is here tonight. I have good news to tell you. Luo Jiajia looked at her indifferently, without speaking. Wang Ju was a little embarrassed, but she was used to her indifferent personality, and smiled, that's it. Starting from next month, you won't have to pay the rent anymore. Your house has been bought by Mr. Nai. Yes. Jiajia, do you know Mr. Nai? I told you last time, that's, hey, don't close the door. Luo Jiajia closed the door directly and locked it back with a click. Then turned around, took a look at Luo Fei, and said blankly, go back to sleep. Jiajia, listen to what Aunt Wang said. Wang Ju slapped the door outside and shouted. Luo Jiajia went directly into the room and closed the door. Wang Ju still patted the door and said, Jiajia, don't play your temper, Mr. Nai is sincere to you. In order to take care of your siblings, he bought this house directly at a high price, and said in the future, this house can be given to your brother to use for marriage. He also said that he has covered all your school money and daily living expenses. You open the door. Luo Fei stood for a while, put the stick in the corner, and went back to his room. Letting the woman scream outside, the doors of both rooms were closed tightly and no one answered. After about 10 minutes, the outside finally calmed down. It seems that I can only move out. However, if you want to rent the house again, you need not only a deposit, but at least a 1-year contract and 1 year's rent. Luo Jiajia's money is definitely not enough, what should I do? Counting the time, today is the 23rd, and we have 8 days to move from here. Lying on the bed, Luo Fei sighed secretly. It's a pity that the rewards of the system are not money, otherwise it won't be so difficult. I have to find a way to make money. But how should he make money? It is necessary to earn money in a proper way, and it cannot arouse Luo Jiajia's suspicion and rejection. He sat up from the bed, got out of the bed, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out all the change he had saved in it. Adding the 200 given by Luo Jiajia the night before, the total is 850 yuan. He accumulated slowly. A thick stack of change, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan. With a sigh, he took the stack of change and walked out of the room, came to the door of Luo Jiajia's room, knocked on the door, and said, "Are you asleep?" After about 10 seconds, Luo Jiajia's indifferent voice came from inside, "Something." "Okay." After a minute, the door opened. Luo Jiajia was wearing wide pajamas and shorts, holding a book in his hand, and looking at him indifferently. Luo Fei glanced at the book in her hand and said, "How much money do you have now?" Luo Jiajia was silent for a moment, and said, "More than 3,000. After a pause, he said, "You don't have to worry about this, go back to sleep." Luo Fei handed her the 850 yuan in his hand, and said, "You gave me all the money I saved. It's 850 in total. I guess it's still far away, right?" Luo Jiajia looked at the thick stack of change in his hand. She knew every one of them. She was silent, did not speak, and did not answer. Luo Fei took her hand directly, put the money into her palm, and said, "Don't worry, I will find a way for the rest." After speaking, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something again. He hesitated for a moment, and still said, "Our school can live on campus. If the dormitory fee is very low. If it doesn't work, you can just rent yours alone. It is probably cheaper a lot of." Luo Jiajia clenched the money in his hand and looked up at him and said, "Our university can also live on campus." Luo Fei shook his head and said, "You have a personality, you can't live in school, you can't stand it even for a day. How about you? Is your character good?" Luo Jiajia stared straight, expressionless. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes flickered, and both fell silent. "Well, it seems that only the two of us can stand each other. When we rest at noon, I will help you inquire about the house. You'd better not go alone. I will stay with you after school in the evening." When Luo Fei finished speaking, he turned and left and entered the room. Luo Jiajia stood there, staring blankly at the door he closed. After a while, Fang looked down at the thick change in his palm, thinking of what he had just said, and muttered in a low voice, "Are you grown up?" Chapter 13, Ridicule. Early in the morning, the sun is shining brightly. After eating the breakfast left by Luo Jiajia, Luo Fei came to the school. Although it's autumn, the campus is still full of trees and flowers. Many girls still wear cool clothes. After entering the classroom, everyone was discussing the wolf attack that took place in Emerald Mountain the night before. That night, all of them were scared and their faces were earthy, and their souls were flying out of the sky. But now, all of them were full of excitement, all describing vividly what they saw and heard that night. The picture in everyone's eyes is different. No, the eyes of the wolves are clearly green, how can they be red? Are you scared and silly? You can't even distinguish between red and green. It was obviously red in the beginning. It's terrible, there are hundreds of wolves. Nonsense, there are obviously thousands of them. Didn't you see that the entire mountain forest was full of wolves in all directions? The road is uneven, why don't the knights who shoot arrows come out? Is it too ugly? Sorry. Is this a real chivalrous man? Show kindness without reporting, a real hero. Even if he is ugly, what about it? The hero doesn't ask where he comes from, and the chivalrous doesn't ask about beauty and ugliness. Cut, you girls love fantasy. Maybe it's a beautiful chivalrous girl. The crowd discussed enthusiastically, chirping, and couldn't stop. When Luo Fei walked into the classroom, Tong Yanyan took a peek at him, then quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. "Yan Yan, you were scared that night, right?" Qin Fei, who was discussing passionately next to her, smiled and looked at Tong Yanyan. Fang Sitong on the side smiled and said, "When we greeted the guards returning, we saw Yan Yan Zhen lying in a daze in front of the tent. I was probably frightened. Several girls burst into laughter suddenly. As everyone knows, all of them shivered in fright at the time, and they were not much better than the others. Or the squad leader is the bravest. I have decided that from today onwards, I will only love the squad leader. Song Kikai declared loudly, as if confessing. The other girls also nodded in agreement. The boy wanted to nod, but he didn't feel embarrassed. At this time, a chubby girl suddenly laughed and said, "Compared to the monitor, we are all inferior, but there were many boys that night, not as good as us. Some scared their legs limp on the ground, some directly scared to cry, some shivering and hiding behind the girls. Yet, I saw it too. Only Wang Hao and the others dared to come forward with fire sticks, other boys, haha." The girls immediately started talking in whispers, looking everywhere in the class. The boys who were spotted by them were all blushing, sitting on pins and needles, and bowed their heads in shame. Song Kikai's gaze stopped on the boy in the back row and suddenly said loudly, "Luo Fei, where were you hiding that night?" She felt that the other party had accepted her 200 yuan, so in front of him, she was full of confidence. Luo Fei sat alone in the back row by the window, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking about renting a house. The lonely and quiet figure is incompatible with the lively atmosphere in the classroom. Regarding Song Kikai's question, he seemed to have not heard, answered, or even glanced at her. Everyone looked at him. Song Kikai was a little angry, and said, "Luo Fei, how am I talking to you? Wang Hao and the others were as brave as the monitor that night. You are also a boy. What were you doing at the time?" "I'm probably shivering while hiding in the corner. I guess hiding behind the girl and crying." Several girls next to each other laughed in a low voice. Seeing that the girls had shifted their goals, the boys breathed a sigh of relief and began to laugh at them. Tong Yunyan looked at the lonely and silent figure, and listened to the ridicule of the classmates, feeling very uncomfortable. Only she in the class knows the secret. That night, he shot away the wolves with an arrow and saved the whole class. He should be the most thankful. However, they were all laughing at him. "Luo Fei, are you deaf? Are you deaf by the wolves that night?" Song Kikai saw that he still ignored herself, and couldn't get off the stage in front of so many classmates. She was a little bit ashamed and angry. When the other students heard it, they all burst into laughter. This boy was originally out of place with the classmates, like a stranger, had never lost his temper, and had no abilities, so they had no scruples and no one was afraid of him. Tong Yunyan finally couldn't help standing up, holding her two small fists nervously, her face flushed and said, "Chi, Kikai, stop talking." She was sad, guilty and angry. For that boy. He shouldn't be treated like this. He obviously saved everyone, and he should be grateful to everyone. What? Song Kikai looked at her in astonishment. The eyes of other classmates also looked at her in surprise. Has the sun come out from the west? Tong Yunyan, who is usually meek and timid, and never dared to refute any classmate, today actually took the face of so many classmates and defended that lonely boy? Yan, are you really scared, stupid? Song Kikai grabbed her cute face that was flushed and white, and smiled incredibly. Are you actually talking to that guy? You don't like that guy anymore, do you? The other students laughed immediately. Of course, no one would believe that this cute and timid little princess would like that lonely boy. I don't. Tong Yunyan immediately flushed, shy, anxious and frightened, and watery tears burst into her big clear eyes. I cried immediately. Song Kikai, what are you doing? At this time, Monitor Mu Kyungsu suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom, staring at Song Kikai with majesty. Song Kikai's face changed, and she quickly said, "The monitor calmed down, I didn't bully Yan, I just made a joke." The other classmates who were mocking also hurriedly returned to their seats and sat down honestly. Tong Yunyan wiped away the tears that were about to fall, and Chu pitifully said, "Squad leader, I'm fine." As he said, tearfully glanced at the figure in the back row, and sat down. Song Kikai chuckled and quickly returned to her seat. Mu Kyungsoo walked into the classroom with a pretty face, took a look at Tong Yanyan, and then looked at Song Kikai. Song Kikai suddenly lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. She did not dare to move or say a word. Fortunately, the class bell rang at this time. Mu Kyungsoo returned to his seat. Song Kikai stroked her chest and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When the teacher entered the classroom with the textbook, Luo Fei's gaze, Fang took it back from the window. Looked at the panel. 760 points, suddenly became 1200 points. Very good. He secretly said to himself, his face as calm as ever. At this time, in the building next to the piano room far away from the teaching building, in the archery department's classroom, the arrows he shot in the bullseye that day are still stuck there. Su Xiaoxiao was holding a bow and arrow, standing next to the arrow path. Before shooting an arrow, he would glance at the arrows, and recalled in his mind the posture and expression on his face when he shot the arrow that day. It looks better than the minister. When the minister arrives at noon, I must tell her. She secretly said inwardly. Chapter 14, Monitor's Class. After class, Mu Kyungsoo walked to Tong Yanyan and asked her what happened before. Tong Yanyan flushed, lowered her head, dare not say anything. Seeing this, Song Kikai was about to sneak out of the classroom quietly. Mu Kyungsoo called her to stop, and said with a serious face, "Song Kikai, come here." Song Kikai said bitterly, "Squad leader, I want to go to the toilet." Mu Kyungsoo didn't speak any more, staring at her coldly. Until she got hairy all over her body, lowered her head, and walked over honestly. "Why are you bullying Tong Yanyan?" Mu Kyungsoo's tone was stern, and she glanced at the other girls in the class with a majestic look. "I have said many times that bullying of classmates in our third class is never allowed. Has anyone not listened to it?" As soon as she said this, Song Kikai immediately became anxious and quickly explained, "Squad leader, I don't bully Yan Yan. I swear. Other students can testify, I just made a joke with Yan Yan." Qin Fei and Fang Sitong, who were sitting nearby, also quickly explained to Song Kikai. "Squad leader, Kikai just made a joke and didn't bully Yan Yan." "Yes, squad leader, I can also testify. Everyone likes Yan Yan, so how can you bully her?" Mu Kyungsoo gave them a cold look and said, "Why is Tong Yanyan crying? Why are there traces of being pulled on her face?" This. Qin Fei and Fang Sitong dared not speak immediately. The joke seemed a bit too much, and the monitor had already made repeated orders and could not laugh at bullying the lonely boy sitting behind. "Class, squad leader, Kikai didn't bully me." Tong Yanyan also blushed to help explain. But Mu Kyungsoo still looked suspicious. Seeing that Song Kikai couldn't hide it, she had to repeat the previous thing, and smiled bitterly, "Squad leader, I just see everyone is very lively," but Luo Fei sat motionless behind, like a wood, so she followed. He made a joke. Who knew Yan Yan actually stood up to defend him? "I saw that Yan Yan was so cute with a red face, so I couldn't help but grab her cheek, and made a joke with her." "You saw it?" After Mu Kyungsoo listened, she looked at the lonely teenager in the back row, then at Tong Yanyan, and said, "Is that true?" Tong Yanyan lowered her head and blushed and said, "Yes, it's like this." Mu Kyungsoo frowned and was silent for a while, then suddenly turned around and stepped onto the podium. The classroom immediately became quiet. Whenever the squad leader walks up to the podium with a serious face, there must be important things to talk about. At this time, no one can speak. I didn't want to mention anything about that night. Standing on the podium, Mu Kyungsoo glanced at the classmates, her face was cold and said, "But since you want to talk, then I will tell you well today. In my opinion, Luo Fei's performance that night was better than all of you here should be good. Without him, it is very likely that some of you will be injured, or even more serious. As soon as the words came out, the whole class looked at each other. Luo Fei, who was sitting in the back row, had a heartbeat and looked at the podium. Tong Yanyan, who was sitting in front, opened her mouth slightly, holding two small fists, very excited. Does the monitor know? Is the squad leader going to announce it soon? Mu Kyungsu paused, and after everyone had digested the words, Fang said, "You went to bed early that night. No one cares about the safety of the camp, let alone whether there will be wild animals in the forest. I am here." There was a bonfire around the camp, and when the firewood was added, only Luo Fei came to help, and most of the firewood was picked up by him. Yes, the one who shot the wolves with arrows is the one who really saved you. But if there weren't those burning campfires, and the dry wood that could be continuously added, the wolves might have already rushed into the camp. You may not be able to wait for the rescue of that person at all, let alone insist on the arrival of the guards. So, ask yourself, those of you who did nothing before the wolf attack, go to bed early, or chat and play cards in the tent, are you qualified to laugh at and slander those who silently lit the flames to protect you that night in the dark? Those bonfires are of no use and do not have any effect on the wolves, but shouldn't student Luo Fei's behavior be praised and appreciated? Why do you have to ridicule and ridicule? What qualifications do you have? Mu Kyungsu stood on the podium, her eyes dignified and angry. Below, all the students bowed their heads and dared not say anything. Until the class bell rang. Song Kikai flushed her eyes and returned to her seat. The teacher stood at the door of the classroom holding a book, watching this scene silently, and did not come in to bother. Let's go to class. Mu Kyungsu glanced at the teacher standing outside and walked off the stage. The teacher walked into the classroom, put the book on the desk, glanced at the bottom meaningfully, and said loudly, "Teacher knows that you have encountered a thrilling danger on this trip, but fortunately, you are safe from danger. Come back. But you have to know that this is not your luck, not God's blessing, but someone guarding you. Your squad leader, your teacher, your classmates, and the unsung hero who shows grace without retribution, even yourselves. So, we will not talk about textbooks in this class. Let's talk about responsibility and unity, talk about tolerance and kindness, and talk about bravery and gratitude." Someone applauded. So the whole class began to applaud. The teacher nodded, picked up the chalk, and wrote the big characters on the blackboard. Luo Fei looked out the window, his thoughts flying. At the beginning, someone specially told him these words and asked him to be a positive person. As a result, before he had time to do it, the person who told him these words suddenly left him and left silently. He said responsibility, but he wrote betrayal in his hand. Even the closest person is like this, let alone other people? Therefore, now he, except for Luo Jiajia, would never trust anyone anymore. The morning is still 2 classes. After school, he went to the electronic reading room and was going to look up information about rental houses on the internet. Mu Kyungsu called him to have lunch together, but he refused. He is not accustomed to other people's concern, and he is not accustomed to eating with other girls except Luo Jiajia. He hates the noisy atmosphere of the canteen when eating. When I came to the reading room, I asked for a computer, took out a pen and paper, and started searching online. At this time, in the archery department's classroom, Su Xiaoxiao was eating a box lunch while excitedly telling a girl the story of the arrows on the bullseye. The girl was wearing a white JK uniform with a light blue neckline and skirt, a small tie on her chest, white stockings on her legs, small black leather shoes on her feet, and a long shawl. Hair, slender figure, pure appearance, is an island countryman. The name is Kitajima Sakura Snow. Also a member of the archery club. Strange, why hasn't the minister come yet? I've agreed to teach me how to shoot arrows at noon today. Su Xiao put down the lunchbox and took out his mobile phone. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Hey, the minister is going to let me pigeons again, senior sister Baidao, you have to guide me later." Baidao Yingxiu smiled slightly, and when she was about to speak, the light at the door suddenly dimmed, and a tall, straight, black girl walked in. "Wow, minister! I thought you were not coming." Su Xiao saw this beautiful girl with strong aura and temperament, and immediately greeted her happily. Mu Kyungsu's gaze was suddenly attracted by the arrows on the bullseye. Chapter 15, Luo Fei. Ying Shui shot it. Mu Kyungsu walked to the arrow path and looked at the arrows on the 3 targets in the middle of the bullseye, with a look of surprise on her face. Baidao Yingxiu hurriedly shook her head and said, "It's not me, where do I have that ability?" Su Xiao who followed immediately raised his hand and said proudly, "Report minister, it's me, I shot it. I shot all 6 arrows." Mu Kyungsu didn't look at her, frowned, thought for a while and said, "Is this senior sister Mei Jiao?" Su Xiao suddenly pursed her small mouth, and said angrily, "Minister! Minister! Are you listening to me?" Baidao Yingxiu couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, little classmates, let me tell the minister who it is." Su Xiao was immediately discouraged and muttered dissatisfiedly, "The minister always looks down on people, it's too much." Mu Kyungsu stared at the arrow on the arrow target on the left, and suddenly her pupils shrank slightly. Then, she looked at the arrow on the right target again, her face changed slightly, and she suddenly turned to look at her and said, "The arrows on the 3 bullseye are all was it shot alone?" Su Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's all alone, it's amazing. They shot from my position, right?" Mu Kyungsu stared at him scorchingly. Su Xiaoxiu's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at her in admiration and said, "Can you tell me like this? Minister, you are so amazing." Mu Kyungsu's gaze turned to the 3 targets again. Immediately, she picked up the bow from the shelf, drew the arrow from the quiver, and aimed it at the target in the arrow path on the left. Su Xiao leaned close immediately, holding his breath and watching. "Call out!" Snapped. "Hit the bullseye!" Su Xiao immediately clapped his hands excitedly, "Wow, minister is so amazing! Just as amazing as that person!" Mu Kyungsu took the arrow again, aimed at the target on the right, and then shot it out with a shoe. Hit the bullseye again. Then, she took the 3rd arrow again, and then aimed at the target on her own arrow path, barely aiming, and shot it directly, watching the wind lightly. The result was a pop and hit the bullseye again. "Wow! Minister! That's amazing!" Su Xiao cheered excitedly, his eyes full of admiring little stars. "I thought the minister could only shoot his target. I didn't expect it to be so powerful, not worse than that person at all." Sakuras no Kitajima on the side also said with envy, "The minister is really amazing." Mu Kyungsu took another arrow and aimed it at the target separated by 2 arrow paths on the right. He shot it out with a shoe and hit the bullseye again. "Wow!" Su Xiao jumped up in excitement, covering his face with both hands, admiring and shouting shyly, "Minister! Minister! I love you!" Mu Kyungsu turned around and looked at her and said, "Who is that person?" Su Xiao glanced at her ignorantly, pouted, and said angrily, "I am a 2nd-year senior, deliberately pretending to be a pig and eating a kitten in front of others, and bullying them. It's too much. The minister must avenge me." Sophomore. Mu Kyungsu was taken aback and asked in doubt, "Is there a boy who can shoot arrows in the 2nd grade? What class is he from and what's his name?" Su Xiao said, "That guy didn't talk about the class, he said he was in the 2nd grade, called. I think about it, it seems to be called Luo." Luo. Mu Kyungsu's eyebrows twitched, but she heard her say, "Luoyang. It seems to be called by this name." "Hey, no, it should be called Luo." Mu Kyungsu stared at her tightly, not knowing what her breathing seemed to stop. Luo Fei. By the way, it's Luo Fei. That's the name. Su Xiao Xiao said loudly. Mu Kyungsu's heart shook suddenly and froze in place, without speaking for a while. Are you sure it's the name? Her voice suddenly trembled, and the thin, stubborn face appeared in her mind unknowingly. Determine. Su Xiao Xiao said with a certain face, that's the name. I still remember his appearance, thin and tall, not talking, looking very polite, in fact, cold. He loves to pretend, it's too much. Minister, are you okay? Sakura's no Kitajima on the side was full of concern and authenticity. Mu Kyungsu turned pale at the moment, and the bow in her hand was trembling. In her mind, scene after scene of going out to play that day, and the lonely figure were played back scene by scene. Being ridiculed by classmates and ridiculed by classmates, a person sat alone under the big tree eating steamed buns and refused any food from them. When I went to help divide the dishes, I was rejected by the female classmates. No one talked to him, no one approached him. One person to collect firewood, one person to light a fire, one person in a daze in the dark, one person to... Is it really him? How could it be him? She couldn't imagine how he felt when he was rejected and ridiculed by his classmates, isolated and ignored, and saved them silently. The night and flames of that night appeared again in front of her eyes, among the wolves and screams, the sharp arrows that cut through the darkness and rescued them. She couldn't believe it, she couldn't believe it. Minister. Minister. Are you okay? Your face looks ugly. Su Xiao Xiao hugged her arm, anxiously. The minister should know the boy named Luo Fei. A hint of curiosity and doubt appeared on Baidao Yingxiu's face, and then suddenly her heart moved, thinking of the incident that happened during the 3 shifts on an outing on the weekend. The incident has spread in school, and they are all talking about the good luck of Class 3 and the unsung hero who shoots arrows. Could it be? Minister, was it because of the wolf attack that weekend? That archery man? Baidao Yingxiu's eyes flashed, and she felt as if she had guessed something suddenly. Su Xiao Xiao looked dumbfounded. Senior Sister Baidao, what are you talking about? You practice, I still have something to do. Mu Kyungsu didn't answer anything. After lowering her bow, her face returned to normal and she was about to leave. Su Xiao Xiao immediately said anxiously, Minister. I've said that the person who instructed me in archery today, how can I speak without counting? Mu Kyungsu glanced at her without focusing, and whispered, Sorry, let Yingxiu guide you, I have something today, next time. Su Xiao Xiao saw that she was unwilling to give up, and her emotions seemed very bad, so she pouted aggrievedly, loosened her arm and said, Well, then it must be next time. Mu Kyungsu didn't speak any more, and left in despair. Senior Kitajima, what's wrong with Minister? Is it because of that excessive guy who threatens the title of Minister's genius shooter? After Mu Kyungsu went out, Su Xiao Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. Baidao Yingxiu's eyes flickered, and she didn't answer. She picked up her bow and said, Practice arrows. Mu Kyungsu came out of the building, looked up at the noon sun, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. She stood there for a while, thought about it, and walked to the library. Usually at this time, he hides there alone. Chapter 16, Monitor's Request. 2 rooms and 1 hall, 65 square meters. Qingyang Road Zhijing Family Home, 800 per month, deposit for 2 months, at least 1 year contract at a time, phone. 2 rooms and 1 hall, 52 square meters. Chongyang Road Ladzakao Community, there are simple furniture, 700 a month, a deposit of 2,000, rent once a year, telephone. In the electronic reading room, Luo Fei searched for a rental room on the internet, while writing it down on the paper. Most houses have to pay 1 year's rent at a time. There are also payment every 3 months, but the location is far away, and it is not a community, it is not safe. 1 room and 1 hall, 48 square meters. Hongguang Road Wuki Chemical Family Home, with chair beds, 500 per month, 1,000 deposit, rent paid every 6 months, telephone. Luo Fei's gaze suddenly stopped on this message. After hesitating, he wrote it down on the paper. If it doesn't work, let Luo Jiajia rent a 1 room and 1 living room, and she can live alone. For him, just live in the dormitory. Although it will be very uncomfortable, there is no alternative. After looking at the paper, after careful screening, a total of 5 useful pieces of information were selected. After school in the evening, I went to have a look with Luo Jiajia. If appropriate, I hope to negotiate the price with the homeowner, or pay every 6 months, so that the rent can be made. Do you want to rent again? When Luo Fei was looking at the information on the note and thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Luo Fei put away the note, turned his head to look behind him and said, "Squad leader, look at other people's things without their permission. This is not your style." Mu Kyungsu was a little embarrassed, so she had to apologize, "Sorry, come to see you. Seeing you are very serious, I didn't bother you, so I couldn't help but take a peek." Luo Fei carefully put the note in his pocket and got off the plane. "Luo Fei, is there something wrong with the house you live in now?" Mu Kyungsu followed him out of the reading room. "It's too expensive to rent." Luo Fei's expression was calm and authentic. The two went downstairs and walked on the tree-lined path. Mu Kyungsu walked a distance with him in silence, observed him secretly for a while, and said, "Luo Fei, go to the tea house over there for a drink, I have something to say to you." Luo Fei continued to walk forward, saying, "It's the same here." Mu Kyungsu gave him a complicated look and said, "I invite you." "Luo Fei, I think I should invite you, and you are also qualified to let me invite you." Luo Fei stopped and turned to look at her. This girl is wearing a black and white sportswear today, with her jet black hair draped behind her, simple, but exceptionally pure and beautiful. The two stood on the boulevard, and the boys and girls passing by would take a look. "That's the squad leader of Class 3. It's so beautiful and amazing." Many people in the 2nd grade know Mu Kyungsu, and even many people in the 1st and 3rd grades. After all, this squad leader is very powerful and attractive. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl in Class 3, as long as she is bullied, she will go straight to teach her. Sometimes it was a verbal warning, and sometimes it was a direct action, and the other party called the parent. It is said that she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and some of the most mixed boys in the 2nd grade have been beaten by her all over the place. Moreover, she had argued with school leaders for the benefit of the class, but she won. So whether in the 3rd class or other classes in the 2nd grade, she has a lot of prestige and fame. Why look at me like this? Mu Kyungsu saw him staring at herself with weird eyes, and said, "I'm telling the truth, and you know it in your heart. Don't say that I should buy you a drink. Even if I invite you to drink every day, it should be, right?" She stared at him with clear and scorching eyes, as if interrogating something. Luo Fei sighed and said, "Squad leader, do you know? Sometimes I find that you are very similar to Luo Jiajia." Mu Kyungsu was taken aback, and said, "How come it looks like?" "They are all beautiful." Luo Fei calmly praised, his expression was very plain. Mu Kyungsu was startled, but couldn't help being a little amused. "Luo Fei, this is the first time I have heard you praise someone since I knew you until now. In the car that day, I also praised the monitor for being white." Luo Fei disagrees with her statement. Mu Kyungsu's eyes flickered and said, "That time was different. That time you were actually complimenting your sister, and that sentence was also said because of your sister. What about this time? This time the squad leader thought I was really complimenting you? I said it because of you in my heart. I think it should be." The corner of Mu Kyungsu's mouth showed a small smug. Luo Fei did not speak anymore. She didn't speak anymore. Standing on the boulevard, the two seemed to be waiting for the other to say something first, and they all seemed to hesitate. Go for a drink. Mu Kyungsoo spoke first, with a request in her tone. She seems to have never used such a tone to talk to others, and her prestige and momentum made her never need to be like this. But Luo Fei still refused. Just say it here. If the monitor is afraid that someone will hear it, he can speak in a low voice, or he can go to the small woods over there. Then go to the grove. Mu Kyungsoo had to give up going to the tea house. The two walked side by side, one tall and thin, one tall and slender, one in old school uniform, one in simple sportswear, one in trouser pockets, thinking about things, one with long hair and a worried look. Will the monitor want to confess to me? Luo Fei asked suddenly. If he was the previous one, he would definitely not say such a thing. Mu Kyungsoo stunned, and didn't seem to expect him to make such a joke. He pursed the corner of his mouth and looked at him directly and said, I guessed it, I just want to confess to you. Oh. Luo Fei's answer returned to the original state again, with a slight lack of emotion. Mu Kyungsoo did not continue this joke. The two followed the path and walked into the leafy grove, stepping on the thick blanket of leaves, soft and soft. Luo Fei, ask you something. Mu Kyungsoo turned to look at him, her face becoming solemn. Not me. Luo Fei answered directly. Mu Kyungsoo froze, and said, Don't confess. Luo Fei leaned on the big tree behind him and looked at her and said, The squad leader should come from the archery department, right? To be honest, I didn't know that the squad leader was the head of the archery department. I found out when I was looking for a house in the school's post bar. And I just knew that the popularity of the monitor at school was so high. Don't change the subject. Mu Kyungsoo stared at him and said, You should know what I'm asking, right? I said it, not me. Luo Fei looked calm. Mu Kyungsoo stared at him, and sighed after a long while, Well, I also know that you won't admit it. But your answer just now has been confirmed by me. Luo Fei, there is a request, I hope you can promise. Luo Fei was silent for a moment, and said, I also have a request, I hope the monitor can agree. It's about that matter, you don't want others to know, right? I can promise you, with the reputation of the monitor and Mu Kyungsoo. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, and said, Well, monitor, please tell me your request. Join the archery club. After joining the archery department, you can make money by your own ability and help your sister share the pressure. After a pause, she said again, It's really based on your own ability. No one will give you alms. Okay, I promise. Luo Fei did not hesitate. Chapter 17, Are you awakened? Can't tell Luo Jiajia. Luo Fei added another sentence. Whether it was shooting the wolves or joining the archery club, Luo Jiajia couldn't let Luo Jiajia know. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain it. It is good. Mu Kyungsoo agreed. As the head of the archery department and also the head of 3 classes, he has a good reputation among the teachers. Mu Kyungsoo's work efficiency is very fast. After Luo Fei filled out the application form, he had officially become a member of the archery club in less than 20 minutes. Do I need to pay for the agency fee? Luo Fei suddenly thought of this important thing. He has heard that the cost of joining many clubs is very high, which he cannot afford. No need. Mu Kyungsoo put away the form and looked at him seriously, I founded the archery club and set the rules. I don't need to pay any fees for joining the club, but I will strictly select those who join the club. So until now, with you and me in the archery department, there are only 7 people in total. Luo Fei relaxed and said, Then what do I need to do? Mu Kyungsoo walked on the boulevard side by side with him, preparing to take him to the archery department to find out what's going on inside. For his question, Mu Kyungsoo did not answer immediately, as if he was thinking about something. When approaching the archery department's building, she said, The archery department has no mandatory rules, Even if you don't report for a week, it's okay. However, we will often accept some tasks, complete them, and earn money. I think you are more interested in these." Having said that, she stopped and looked at him solemnly and said, "Luo Fei, let me remind you in advance. Some of the tasks we accept are very special, and many of them have never been heard of by ordinary people. Yes, for the first contact, people will be surprised or even scared, and sometimes life-threatening. Of course, these tasks are still not mandatory, you can accept it or not, without any punishment. It's okay to make money." Luo Fei's answer is still so brief. Didn't even ask what the tasks were. Mu Kyungsu was silent for a while, looked at him and said, "Are you short of money now?" Luo Fei didn't conceal it, and said, "It's scarce. He and Luo Jiajia need a lot of money to rent a house again, and soon they will have to pay tuition fees, and they need more money. Just relying on Luo Jiajia's part-time expenses and part-time jobs at university is not enough. He is a boy and must share some pressure for Luo Jiajia. The only use he can use now is to shoot arrows. If he could use archery to make money, he would definitely not hesitate. After so many years, he can no longer drag Luo Jiajia. He should grow up. Let's go upstairs." Mu Kyungsu knew his character and temper, so she did not borrow money or give money in advance. Their siblings have always been so stubborn and strong, and they won't ask anyone for help or charity. From the day when the whole class went out to play, the boy refused to accept her food. It was evident that he only ate the steamed buns he brought. Stubbornness is terrible. Of course, this is not their fault. There is a reason for any character. It's pretty good that they can live like this. Anyway, she admired her sincerely, otherwise she wouldn't make an exception to invite him to join the archery club. "Squad leader, have you had any assignments recently? I need money." Going upstairs, Luo Fei said. Thinking of going to find a house with Luo Jiajia at night, thinking of a girl such as Luo Jiajia, but wanting to live with him in the cheapest and most tattered small house, he feels uncomfortable. He wanted to make money quickly, and then rent a slightly better house to Luo Jiajia. At least, there is a hood for cooking, hot water for bathing, no frequent power outages, and no water leakage when going to the toilet. At least, you can live comfortably. It doesn't need to be too big, it's enough to live, and it doesn't need to be too beautiful, just look past. Let's talk about it later. Mu Kyungsu did not give him an exact answer. There was indeed a task recently, but she was still hesitating whether to take him there. Because this task is a bit dangerous, even she is not too sure that she can maintain absolute safety. Moreover, some tasks are not something everyone can participate in. Pushed the door open and entered the archery department classroom. Su Xiaoxiao was practicing arrows, yelling, stomping his feet every time he missed a shot, or swaying to complain about bad luck. Like a beautiful girl in the picturesque Sakura, Kitajima stood quietly aside, occasionally giving guidance. When Mu Kyungsu brought Luo Fei in, Su Xiaoxiao immediately dropped her bow and arrow, greeted him excitedly, and shouted, "Wow, senior, are you here too? Sure enough, do you know the minister?" Mu Kyungsu took a look at her and Bidao Yingxiu, and said, "I will introduce you to you. This is our classmate Luo Fei from class 3. At the same time, he is also a new member of our archery club." Su Xiaoxiao became even more excited when he said this. "Wow! Really? Really? Has the senior really joined our archery club? Great! If the minister has something in the future, you can let the senior guide me." After that, she reintroduced herself to Luo Fei solemnly. "Senior Luo, hello, I am your school girl Su Xiaoxiao, please give me your advice in the future. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points +5. Okay?" Luo Fei looked at the petite girl in front of him with a little surprise. Is she so vengeful? Haven't been squeezed out yet? Hey, too much senior, I finally have a chance to retaliate. Su Xiaojing thought this way. Student Luo, hello, I'm Bidao Yingxiu from class 1 of the 2nd grade. Bidao Yingxiu bowed slightly, polite and authentic. Hello there. Luo Fei faintly replied, and his eyes moved to the bow and arrow that Su Xiaoxiao threw on the ground. Mu Kyungxiu noticed his gaze, walked over to pick up the bow and arrow, and said, "You can come to practice any time in the future. Of course, you don't need to practice this kind of bow and arrow. Little, go and put my big one in the collection room. Bring the horn bow." Okay. Su Xiao was so small that he ran away immediately. Soon, she ran over with a big bow that was almost half her body length, and said excitedly, "Minister, it's so heavy, this horn bow depends on you having used it once, and today we are going to finally open our eyes." Yet. She said it was heavy, but she lifted the weight lightly, still spinning a few times on the top of her head. Mu Kyungxiu took the bow with one hand and handed it to Luo Fei. "Try it." Luo Fei looked at the black longbow, which was a lot larger than the ordinary bow, and reached out to take it. It was a little heavier than the bow of demon breaking. He walked to the arrow path, took an arrow from the quiver, and set the arrow to pull the string, feeling twice as much force as before. Fortunately, his stamina has increased a bit, and it can still be pulled. He aimed at the bullseye and shot it out with a shoe. Hit the bullseye. Wow! Can seniors even hit the bullseye with a horn bow? That's amazing! Su Xiaoxiu's face was full of admiration. How many arrows can I shoot in total? Mu Kyungxiu asked. Luo Fei thought for a while, and said, "At most 20. It's already pretty good." Mu Kyungxiu took the bow from his hand, took an arrow from the quiver, and aimed at the bullseye. Luo Fei backed away. But Mu Kyungxiu didn't stand in the standard position, and with a shoe, he shot the arrow at the bullseye diagonally. Snapped. Hit the bullseye. But what is surprising is that the arrow directly penetrated the bullseye and hit the wall behind. Only the tail feathers remained outside the target. Luo Fei's heart was shaken. It was the first time he had seen the power of this girl, and it was also the first time he knew that an arrow could penetrate the target. What power is this? Su Xiaoxiao, who was watching with his neck stretched on the side, was directly stunned by this scene and his eyes rounded. Archery is hierarchical. Mu Kyungxiu looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Compared with ordinary people, your archery skills are already very powerful and accurate. But according to my observation, your range is at most 100 meters, right? The range here refers to the distance to hit the bullseye." Luo Fei thought about his basic skills of 100 steps piercing yang, and said, "Probably, what is the range of the squad leader?" 500 meters. Mu Kyungxiu said calmly. Luo Fei looked at her in surprise, and looked at her arm unknowingly. Archery does not completely require the strength of the arm. Mu Kyungxiu seemed to see his thoughts, hesitated, turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao who was still staring at the arrow in the bullseye, and said, "Xiaoxiao, go and move the table in the corner. Remember. Live, with one hand, the computer and cup on it can't move." Really? Su Xiaoxiao ran over immediately. Luo Fei looked at the table. The table is very large, the tabletop is very thick, it looks very heavy, and there are also computers and water glasses on it, and there is water in the cup. With Su Xiaoxiao's petite figure, if you want to move, the only way is to get under the table and lift it up with a small hand. Even boys don't have that strength, right? Luo Fei held his breath, and his heartbeat accelerated. It seemed that he expected the scene to be seen next, which might subvert his worldview. Su Xiaoxiao ran to the table, did not get under the table, but directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the underside of the table edge. With a sudden ha in his mouth, he grabbed the table directly. Immediately, she raised her arms, raised the table on the right side of her body, parallel to herself, and walked steadily. The computer and water cup on the table didn't move. The little man, holding a big table in one hand, walked over quickly, looking so absurd. "Minister, the table is here." Su Xiaoxiao placed the table steadily in front of Mu Kyungsu, and there were no traces of red in his hands, and he didn't even breathe. Luo Fei froze in place. "Look, sometimes you can move the table without the power of your arm." Mu Kyungsu looked at him, fell silent for a while, and said, "We have indeed received a new mission, but I am still hesitant to take you. Therefore, Luo Fei, there is something I want to ask you, you must to be honest. Are you awakened?" Chapter 18, New Task. Awakening. Luo Fei heard this word for the first time. Mu Kyungsu looked at the expression on his face, stretched out his left hand and said, "Put out your left hand and hold my hand." Luo Fei glanced at her snow-white palm, hesitated, stretched out his left hand to hold it. "Close your eyes, focus all your attention on your right hand in your heart, and at the same time, stop breathing and don't move," Mu Kyungsu said softly. Luo Fei did. Suddenly, he felt a strange coolness, which penetrated into his body from the palm of his hand. About 10 minutes later, Mu Kyungsu released his hand and said, "Okay, you can open your eyes." Luo Fei opened his eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Mu Kyungsu's face was full of puzzled expressions. "You haven't awakened, but ordinary people can't have your archery skills, and the wolves that night. It's weird." She frowned. "Director, didn't the senior awaken? Then why did you put him in the archery department? This is not right." Su Xiaoxiao on the side was full of surprise and doubt, and then quickly said to Luo Fei, "Sorry, senior, I don't mean to disrespect you. Our archery club is not a pure archery club. The rules are very strict, not awakening. The minister will never take it in." Luo Fei looked at Mu Kyungsu. Mu Kyungsu frowned and thought, but did not answer. "All right, I got it." Luo Fei looked at her and said, "The squad leader thought I was an awakened, so he let me join in advance. But now, I found that I am not an awakened, so, squad leader, should I retire?" "No need to." Mu Kyungsu immediately said, "Luo Fei, don't think too much, I didn't mean that. I invited you to join in. Whether you are awakened or not, you are a member of the archery club. Moreover, based on your skills, you are no better than others. How bad is the awakened? You are qualified to stay here." "I agree." Su Xiaoxiao raised his small hand and said with a grin, "The senior is so good at archery, he must be qualified, and he can guide me in the future." Sakuras no Kitajima on the side also smiled and said, "I agree too." After speaking, he said, "Also, my sister Hitomi also agrees." Su Xiaoxiao explained with a smile, "Senior, the twin sister of senior sister Beidao is also a member of our archery club, so senior sister Beidao can represent her sister." "Okay, it's 4-2. For the other two, senior sister Shimizu Lai and senior Chu Fei Yang, even if they disagree, it doesn't matter. It's my decision here, no other people's consent is needed." Mu Kyungsu emphasized her rights. Su Xiaoxiao stuck out his tongue and nodded vigorously, "Yes, Minister, you have always been in charge here. Therefore, Senior Luo doesn't have to worry about it." Luo Fei was silent for a while, and said, "The squad leader, can I join this mission?" Mu Kyungsu shook his head and said apologetically, "Sorry, Luo Fei, this mission is a sea-level mission, which is a bit difficult. If you don't wake up, it may be dangerous if you go there. So, you have a new task." At this moment, Luo Fei suddenly heard a voice in his mind. When the mind moves, the panel appears. Task: join the sea-level task group 3 days later, kill the violent demon Rat King. Recommended temporary items: Arrow of Demon Breaker, 500 points are required to redeem, limited to 20 pieces, available on the day. Recommended temporary skills: Infinite Power, 500 points are required to redeem, available on the same day. Recommended temporary skills, 100% poison is not invaded, need 500 points to redeem, available on the same day. Reminder, because the task is too difficult, 5,000 points can now be exchanged for the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill. The skill is a permanent skill, and the range is 300 meters. Reward, 2,000 points, permanent use of the redemption right of Devil Breaking Bow, required 10,000 points to redeem, 100 steps crossing Yang advanced skills. Note, the prerequisite must have been redeemed for intermediate skills. If there is no exchange, then intermediate skills will be awarded. Martial arts 3 punches 2 feet, eyesight +1, stamina +1, speed +1, charm +1. Mission failed, the points are cleared and the system is shut down for 2 years. At the same time, other members of the archery club may be injured or killed. Looking at the words on the panel, Luo Fei stayed in place. Mu Kyungsu thought that he had rejected him. He felt uncomfortable and apologized again. Sorry Luo Fei, this mission is really dangerous. When I have an A-level or B-level mission next time, I will. Squad leader. Luo Fei interrupted her suddenly, I want to join this C-level mission. Please agree. Even without those rewards, even if only to save the squad leader, he would definitely go. In this world, only Luo Jiajia and the squad leader treated him well. Now that he knew that the squad leader might be dangerous this time, he must go. Mu Kyungsu did not speak, looking a little embarrassed. Su Xiaoxiao on the side persuaded, Senior, the C-level mission is really dangerous. If it weren't for this mission, which was my first mission in the archery club, I wouldn't dare to go. And the C-level mission? Only the awakened can do it, otherwise other associations will be unhappy. After all, they have to cooperate with them. Luo Fei still stared at Mu Kyungsu and said, Squad leader, I really want to go on this mission. I need money very much now, you know. Mu Kyungsu smiled bitterly, although this mission is a C-level mission, the monetary rewards one will not be many. On average, a person is only 5,000 yuan at most. Luo Fei, it's not worth it. No, it's worth it. Luo Fei resolutely said, 5,000 yuan is very important to me. With this money, I can rent a better house with Luo Jiajia. I really need it, monitor, please. Mu Kyungsu fell silent. This was the first time this boy spoke to her in such a pleading tone, and it was also the first time he had said so much. She should have agreed without hesitation, but... Su Xiaoxiao said immediately, Senior, I can give you 5,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan is fine. Little, let's go there to practice arrows. Bidao Yingxu wanted to take her away. She could see that this young man was stubborn and could not accept other people's charity. Otherwise, with his archery skills, he would not fall into such a situation. Well, squad leader. Luo Fei groaned for a moment, then picked up the large horns on the shelf and said, Didn't you say that there is a level of archery? My current range is up to 100 meters. If within these 2 days, I will increase the range to 300. Me, you agree to join me in this mission, do you think it's okay? 300 meters? 2 days? Senior, how is this possible? Su Xiaoxiao, who hadn't left yet, suddenly looked surprised and couldn't believe it at all. Bidao Yingxu was also a little surprised and couldn't help but reminded, Student Luo, without the power of awakening, this thing is very difficult to do. The range they talk about is the fusion of quasi-head and distance, and neither is indispensable. If I do, monitor, can you promise me? Luo Fei clenched the bow in his hand, staring at the girl in front of him. In this mission, he will join in anyway. Mu Kyungsu stared at him complicatedly for a long while, and finally nodded and said, Okay. We will set off in 3 days. If you can achieve a range of 300 meters within these 3 days, I will take you there. A word is settled. A word is a deal. Mu Kyungsu took out a key from his pocket and handed it to him, this is the key here. You can practice this hornbow at any time. Also, the last 3 targets are equipped with rangefinders. The instrument, and the bullseye is very small. One is to simulate a bullseye 100 meters away, the second is 200 meters, and the last is 300 meters. The eye of ordinary people can't see the bullseye at all. The force of your arrow hits the bullseye. The range will be calculated instantly by the instrument. Although it may not be 100% accurate, the basic error will not be too large. When you come to practice, remember to turn on the switch later. Thank you, monitor. Luo Fei glanced at the last 3 targets and then at the task panel. He now has 1,205 points left. If you want to increase the range to 300 meters in these 2 days, you must spend 5,000 points to exchange for the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill. Therefore, he is about to start accumulating points. It is not difficult to accumulate points. The difficult thing is how to let go of his indifference and reserved personality, to actively attack and provoke others. In 2 days, how can it be possible to increase the range from 100 meters to 300 meters? Seniors must be talking big? Even if you are an archery genius, it is impossible to practice for a few years. After Luo Fei left, Su Xiao couldn't help but complain. Baidao Yingxiu said, "It's not a few years, it's impossible to practice for a lifetime, unless you have the power of awakening. It is difficult to shoot 300 meters in an open place, let alone hit the bullseye with a range of 300. Normal it's impossible for people to do it." Su Xiao sighed and said, "I thought the senior was just a master who can pretend. I didn't expect that even the big talk was so smooth, which disappointed me." Senior Sister Baidao, it is estimated that the senior will quit the club in 2 days. After all, the big talk was seen through. And it was too embarrassing to be in front of 3 such beautiful and lovely girls. Baidao Yingxiu's eyes flashed, and she didn't speak. Chapter 19, Earn Points. When class was about to begin, Luo Fei returned to the classroom. Many students are still discussing about being attacked by wolves that night, while some students are discussing where to go this weekend. Go to Guang Temple to burn incense. You can climb the mountain and exercise, and you can pray and worship the Buddha. By the way, let the Buddha help and thank the unknown hero. This proposal was immediately approved by most of the students. While the students were discussing enthusiastically, Luo Fei entered the classroom, instead of returning to the back seat as before, instead walked to the empty seat beside Tong Yanyan in the front row and sat down. The girls who were talking next to each other froze for a moment, and suddenly all fell silent, looking at him in amazement. Luo Fei sat next to Tong Yanyan, and even leaned into Tong Yanyan's ear to speak in a low voice, looking very intimate or rude. "Didn't you tell others?" Tong Yanyan was startled, but didn't dare to run away or avoid it. She had to lower her head, blush, and shook her head fearfully. "Hey! Luo Fei, what are you doing?" Song Kikai in the back row saw this scene and immediately asked loudly. At this time, the eyes of the whole class looked over. "I'm hitting up with classmate Tong Yanyan, haven't you seen it?" Luo Fei's answer immediately shocked all the students. This solitary and silent guy, who has never spoken to people actively, and ignored other people's questions, would actually take the initiative to strike up a conversation with girls? And in front of all the classmates, did you say it openly? Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you scared by the pack of wolves that night? Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 40. Soon, Luo Fei received 450 points. To strike up a conversation? Luo Fei, you will not be scared by the wolves that night, are you? You will also strike up a conversation? And do you know what it means to strike up a conversation? Song Kikai heard his answer and couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Why can't I start a conversation? Luo Fei asked back, and then said solemnly, I am a boy, Tong Yunyan is a girl, and Tong Yunyan is so pretty and cute, shouldn't I talk to her? Song Kikai was stunned. The other students were also stunned. Even Tong Yunyan looked at him in amazement with a blushing face. Can you say this like this? And in terms of his personality, this is simply incredible. Luo Fei, I advise you to go to the hospital. Song Kikai couldn't laugh anymore, and she persuaded her seriously, go ahead, the monitor will come later, and I will ask for leave for you. Your problem is very serious. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 30. Boys and girls have a serious problem. Should you go to the hospital? Then, Song Kikai, I have seen boys in other classes talk to you a few times. Should you also send them to the hospital? Luo Fei's always indifferent face showed sarcasm. This made the classmates who were accustomed to his character even more feeling that he must have been scared by the wolves. Song Kikai suddenly became a little embarrassed and angry, Luo Fei, we can all understand other boys and girls, but you can't. Why? Because you can't. At this moment, a fat girl suddenly said, because you are not qualified. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Luo Fei turned his head to look at her. This girl's name is Zhang Yu. She always looks down on him, and she often laughs at him behind her back. The last time the squad leader asked him to help sort the dishes, she was the first to refuse, and she did not hide the disgust on her face. Color. Why am I disqualified? Luo Fei asked. Zhang Yu sneered, and said with a sneer on her face, are you qualified, don't you know it? You have to ask knowingly. What kind of girl is her Tong Yunyan, do you deserve to talk to others? There are so many boys in our class. There are a lot of people who like Tong Yunyan, do you think there are a few who dare to strike up a conversation? There is no other boy who is as rude and rascal as you sit next to Tong Yunyan. You are bullying Tong Yunyan. Insult her, do you know? Some people say bad things about you, points plus 150. Luo Fei took a look at her in amazement. He didn't expect that this girl's words were so powerful, and she added 150 points all at once. However, she can only earn up to 200 points per person every day, and she has no use value today. Well, you are right, I am indeed not qualified. Luo Fei admitted frankly that he didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. But he did not leave immediately, but looked at the little Princess Bai Fumei next to him and said, Tong Yunyan, is that true? Am I really not qualified to strike up a conversation with you? I want to hear you say it in person. Tong Yunyan lowered her head with hot cheeks, not daring to say anything. Luo Fei. Don't bully Tong Yunyan, classmate. Don't get up yet. Can you sit next to Tong Yunyan? Shameless. Rogue. All the boys stood up in indignation, some of them wore sleeves without sleeves, and looked like they were going to come and punch him. The girls were also angry. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone speaks badly in my heart, points plus 30. Soon, Luo Fei won another 500 points. At this time, the class bell rang. Luo Fei finally stood up and said to Zhang Yu, who was still ridiculing Zhang Yu, Student Zhang Yu, you are just jealous and jealous. You blame me for not accosting you, but classmate Tong Yunyan, right? It must be the case. As soon as he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes widened, and he was startled and angry. Other classmates looked at him incredulously. How could this guy suddenly become so shameless and eloquent? Zhang Yu slapped the table and said angrily, Luo Fei. You are shameless. Are you qualified for you? You don't take a pee and look at yourself in the mirror, just you. Just like me, you are not qualified to let me strike up a conversation with you. Luo Fei interrupted her words, returned to her seat, sarcastically said, "Even people like me don't talk to you, Zhang Yu, don't you think you are living a miserable and pitiful life? You think so too, so you become angry from embarrassment, don't you? I'm too lazy to tell you, lest you feel passionate and think that I'm talking to you, you are not qualified." Wow! Being treated as a classmate like this, Zhang Yu, who usually felt that he was inferior to other girls, was immediately ashamed and angry, and cried wow. Luo Fei sat down and stopped talking. Although it was a bit too much, but I felt refreshed like never before. Maybe it's because of the previous depression for too long. This girl is usually more annoying than Song Kikai and always laughs at him. She seems to use this to emphasize to her classmates that he is the most ridiculed and despised object in the class. This is probably an expression of inferiority. But isn't it hateful for poor people to bully and poor people? Some people say bad things about you, points plus 40. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Zhang Yu's cry aroused the sympathy and anger of the classmates, and one after another began to contribute points to him without hesitation. Thanks. Luo Fei wanted to stand up and thank you very much. Mu Kyungsu walked in with the teacher. The students ignored the female teacher and sued Mu Kyungsu one after another. Squad leader, Luo Fei bullied Zhang Yu. You see, you all cried when you bullied Zhang Yu. You have to be the master for Zhang Yu. As a boy, I bullied a girl. The squad leader can't be merciless. Squad leader, Luo Fei first bullied Tong Yanyan. Zhang Yu beat up the injustice, but he turned anger into anger, and turned his head to bully Zhang Yu again. It's horrible. The classmates all talked and complained with righteous indignation. Zhang Yu felt wronged and cried louder. The female teacher immediately withdrew from the classroom and stood at the door of the classroom and said, "Student Mu, you should solve your classmates first, and I will come in later." Mu Kyungsu glanced at Zhang Yu, then at Tong Yanyan, and finally stopped at the lonely boy in the back row. First class, and then after class. Everyone was very excited at this time, and what she said was not necessarily true, and she never believed that Luo Fei would bully female classmates. Just like someone told her that Tong Yanyan was bullying a female classmate, this was simply an insult to her IQ, and it was totally impossible. When the female teacher came into class, Luo Fei silently reaped the 380 points contributed by the students. Look at the points, this time a total of 1,730 points have been added, plus the previous points, a total of 2,935 points. We must continue to work hard. Chapter 20, We Are Friends. After class, Mu Kyungsu called out Tong Yanyan first. After careful inquiry, he called out the other two girls who are usually honest. After a while, Fang called Zhang Yu out. When Zhang Yu came back, her eyes were red, and she glanced bitterly behind her. At this time, Mu Kyungsu Fang returned to the classroom, walked to the podium, and said with a serious face, "I have investigated the matter clearly. The cause is because Luo Fei came over to talk to Tong Yanyan. You ridiculed him together, and Zhang Yu spoke badly. That's why Luo Fei counterattacked. Every one of you is wrong, so this matter ends here." Song Kikai immediately said unconvincedly, "Squad leader, that's not the case, it was Luo Fei who bullied Tong Yanyan first, and we only talked about him until we could see it." Mu Kyungsu glanced at her coldly and said, "How did Luo Fei bully Tong Yanyan?" Song Kikai said angrily, "He sat next to Tong Yanyan without Tong Yanyan's consent, and even approached Tong Yanyan's ear to speak, making Tong Yanyan almost crying. Everyone saw it." "Yes, squad leader, we have all seen it." Qin Fei and Fang Sitong on the side also joined together. Mu Kyungsu ignored them and looked at Tong Yanyan and said, "Tong Yanyan, did Luo Fei just come here to bully you?" Tong Yanyan blushed and shook her head quickly, stammering, No, nothing. Song Kikai immediately said angrily, Yan Yan, don't be afraid, tell the squad leader loudly, if that guy dares to trouble you, I will help you out. Mu Kyungsu frowned and looked at her and said, Song Kikai, Luo Fei just came over to sit down and talk to Tong Yanyan. Is this bullying? Besides, Tong Yanyan helped Luo Fei explain it. Why don't you like Luo Fei, shouldn't it? Song Kikai suddenly became anxious. Yan Yan, you're telling the truth. You said Luo Fei didn't bully you. Then tell me, Luo Fei just sat next to you and told you what? Did he molest you? Isn't it threatening you? No, no. Tong Yanyan hurriedly shook her head. Mu Kyungsu's gaze turned to the back row and said, Luo Fei, tell everyone by yourself, what did you do with Tong Yanyan just now? Luo Fei said with a calm face, I have a question that I can't understand, so I asked Tong Yanyan, and didn't do anything else. Song Kikai immediately sneered and said, Luo Fei, don't talk nonsense. Before, you said in front of everyone that you went to talk to Tong Yanyan, and you are not familiar with Tong Yanyan at all. You have never said anything, so why should you go? Ask her a question. Luo Fei ignored her and looked at Tong Yanyan and said, Tong Yanyan, are we friends? Everyone looked at Tong Yanyan. Tong Yanyan blushed and nodded quickly, yes, it's a friend. Are you a good friend? Luo Fei asked again. Tong Yan's face was red, and she whispered, yes. Everyone was shocked. Song Kikai was stuck in place. Luo Fei stopped talking and looked down at the book. Tong Yanyan, you lie. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly red eyes and said, I never saw you talk to that guy. How could you guys be friends? Song Kikai also said angrily, Yan Yan, are you threatened by that guy? You must be. How could you be friends with that guy? Impossible. Although Tong Yanyan was shy and timid, but thinking of the scene of the boy silently saving people that night and the ridicule and contempt of the boy by his classmates, she suddenly plucked up the courage and stood up, blushing, with two small fists on her skirt clenched tightly, her voice trembled, but solemnly announced, Me. I and Luo Fei are friends. We are, very good friends. This sentence seemed to consume all her strength and courage. After speaking, she sat softly on the stool, panting for breath, her towering chest undulated violently, her small face was red and white, and her body trembled slightly. In the classroom, there was no sound. Everyone seems to be unable to believe what they have seen and heard. The most lovable, cutest, most affectionate, most pitiful, and best-tempered daughter in the class became friends with the most unpopular, coldest, most lonely, poorest and most despised boy in the class. And it was secretly, they didn't know it at all. Even Mu Kyungsu, who was standing on the podium, was a little surprised. Qin Fei, who was next to Tong Yanyan, suddenly remembered something and whispered, no wonder, when everyone laughed at Luo Fei before, Yan Yan suddenly stood up to defend him. At that time, I was very strange, so. Everyone remembered what happened in the morning. At that time, the whole class was watching the jokes of the lonely teenager, only Tong Yanyan stood up and defended him with a blushing face. At that time, everyone was surprised and weird. Now that I want to come, the two of them have secretly become friends. It's incredible. How can the two of them become friends? The whole class felt incredible and hard to understand. The boys are even more envious and jealous. Well, now that the matter is explained clearly, let's stop here. If I find out who is targeting a certain classmate in the future, I will never take it lightly. After Mu Kyungsu finished speaking, she walked off the stage. Zhang Yu lowered his head and dared not say anything again. Song Kikai sat down in disbelief, still muttering in disbelief, how is it possible, how is it possible? It must be crazy, Yan Yan must be crazy, she must be threatened by something that guy caught. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 20. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 10. Soon, Luo Fei scored another 250 points. After the second class is over, the last class is a free activity class. After all the students in the class went to the playground, Luo Fifang left the classroom and was going to practice archery in the archery club. When passing the woods next to the playground, she found that Tong Yunyan was surrounded by several girls, chirping and asking what. Among them, Song Kikai's voice is the loudest, and she is also very angry, and she is also very angry. Tong Yunyan was like a kid who did something wrong, with her head down, her face flushed, she didn't dare to move or say a word. Luo Fei immediately walked over and said, Tong Yunyan classmate, the squad leader asked you to come with me to the equipment room to get something. When the girls saw him coming, they stopped talking and stared at him hostilely. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 10. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 5. For the 6 girls, a total of 50 points were added, and it seems that they are almost drained. Tong Yanyan Rumen Amnesty, hurriedly walked out with her head down. Luo Fei took her away and took a look at the girls by the way and said, don't play with these people in the future. It will reduce your identity and quality. Just play with me alone. Girls. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 5. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 5. A total of 30 points were added. Too much. That is too much. Humph, if it wasn't for the squad leader to support him, I would have punched him early. Strange, it always feels like that guy has suddenly changed. I didn't dare to do this before. Several girls were angry and angry. Luo Fei walked away with Tong Yunyan. Fang said to the girl beside him, Tong Yunyan, thank you for the things before. I want to explain, I don't mean to force you to be friends with me. I just want to them off, so you don't have to feel embarrassed about what we were like before, and how we will be in the future. You don't have to wrong yourself to tell them that you and I are friends. Do not. Tong Yunyan suddenly stood still, blushing, but looked at him firmly and said, Student Luo Fei, I am willing to be friends with you. You did not force me, and I was not threatened. The monitor asked when I was, I said the same. Luo Fei stopped and looked at her with some surprise. This girl is wearing a pink dress, pink stockings and pink leather shoes today. The dress and dress are different almost every day, but most of them are white pink and other light-colored girls, plus she has fair skin and eyes. It's big, with her long hair curled slightly naturally, she looks like a lovely little princess who was born with respect and grace. This is indeed the case. Of course, the most special and eye-catching thing about this girl is naturally her breasts. Obviously only 1 meter and 5 meters tall, but the big ones there are even envious of the music teacher who is called the most fierce teacher. Luo, student Luo Fei, are you looking, where are you looking? Girls are very keen on boys' eyes, especially those wretched eyes that observe some of them. Luo Fei looked away and said, thank you, you can go back. Tong Yunyan was taken aback, blushing and said, didn't the squad leader want us to go to the equipment room to move things? Lied to them. Luo Fei smiled slightly and turned to leave. Tong Yunyan was sluggish in place, staring at his back in a daze. This was the first time she saw this teenager's smile, and it turned out to be very pretty. As the autumn wind blew, some leaves fell on the girl's shoulders. She stood there for a long time. Chapter 21, Tong Yunyan's Distress. No one in the activity room. After Luo Fei entered, he first took a normal bow and arrow, practiced a few arrows, and then turned on the switch behind the last 3 targets. There is a small screen behind the 3 targets, which are all lit up at this time. The bullseye on the target is indeed very small. Standing outside the arrow path, only a small red dot can be seen, which can't be seen by ordinary people's eyesight. First practice simulating a target 100 meters away. Almost every arrow can hit the bullseye accurately, and the value displayed on the screen has been hovering around 100, at most 102. Then practice simulating a target 200 meters away. At this time, out of 10 arrows, only 5 arrows can hit the bullseye. The value displayed on the screen still hovered around 100. He stood on the last arrow path again, and the bullseye on the target was faintly invisible. He shot an arrow and missed it. The value on the screen was 98. In other words, his current range is only 102 at most, and he can shoot farther, but it is not certain whether he can hit the bullseye. The primary skill of 100 steps piercing yang seems to be limited to within 100 meters. If it is 100 meters away, it can only rely on luck. Shoo! 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 He practiced for half an hour. Warm-up is complete. He took the large horn bow of the squad leader, stood on the arrow path that simulated a 100-meter target, and set the arrow to draw the string. At this time, it was obvious that the muscles of both arms and chest were a little strenuous. Call out! But the arrow shot was exceptionally powerful. Snapped! Hit the bullseye. The value of 142 is displayed on the screen. This large horn bow is really powerful, and the range is obviously much longer, but it requires more force. A good bow does shoot far, but it may not be able to hit it. After a dozen more arrows, he finally couldn't hold it. The muscles of both arms and chest began to sore. When the strings were pulled again, the arrows and bows on the strings began to tremble, and they missed the target. This large horn bow is too laborious, but its penetrating power is by no means comparable to those of ordinary bows and arrows. He dared not practice any more. If you continue to practice, if the muscle is strained, the task will be troublesome after 3 days. This kind of training can only be done step by step, and can't be rushed. After he exchanges his points for the intermediate skill 100 steps Chuan Yang, it is estimated that it will be much better. Look at the time on the wall, school is almost over. He placed the horn bow, and went to take down all the arrows on the target and put them in the quiver. After turning off the switch, Fang locked the door and left. When I walked out of the building and was thinking about renting a room tonight, I suddenly heard the sound of a piano coming from the piano room next to it. It's still Chopin's mazurka. This time I played more proficiently and better than last time. I don't know if it is the same person. He stopped and listened for a few paragraphs, and when he was about to leave, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. You have a temporary task. Okay? When the mind moves, the panel opens. Task: go to the piano room, open the door, and say to the girl who is playing mazurka, "You are really ugly, do you want to listen to me?" Then press 10 notes. Reward: 1500 points, piano introductory, listening +1. Mission failed, lose 1500 points, listening -1. Luo Fei's mouth twitched. Would you like this? People obviously play very well, and have no grievances with him, how can he? Okay. Looking at the task punishment again, he still walked into the piano room door. The accumulated points must be kept, and if hearing loss is reduced, the impact will be great. Big deal, come back next time to apologize to the girl playing the piano. After swiping the student card, he entered the piano room smoothly. Following the sound of the piano, he stopped outside a piano room. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened the door and said to the inside, "You play really bad, do you want to listen to me?" The piano inside stopped abruptly. A girl in a white dress was sitting there, with long hair to waist and a slender figure. Her height was not inferior to the squad leader, who was 1.7 meters tall, and her chest was also very interesting. At this time, her slender, white fingers were still on the keyboard, and she was turning her head, looking at him coldly, full of power. Luo Fei stiffened his scalp and walked in quickly, stopped in front of her, pressed the black and white button in front of her indiscriminately, and pressed her finger in a panic. Immediately, turned around and ran. He ran out of the piano room building and to the teaching building, where Fang stopped. At this time, in the piano room, the girl was still sitting there, with her fingers on the keyboard, motionless, as if she hadn't reacted yet. At this moment, a short girl walked over from the piano room opposite, with a strange expression. "Li Yi, what's the matter? Why did it stop suddenly?" "Moron." The girl in the white skirt was silent for a while, suddenly spit out fragrance, then took out a tissue from the bag next to it, and began to wipe the long and slender fingers that were touched vigorously. The short girl froze for a moment, then thought for a while and said, "You mean, you just met an idiot?" Of course she would not think that these two words were scolding her. This girl is like this. Every long sentence likes to replace it with one word, 2 words, or 3 words. It is difficult for her to say a complete sentence, or even 4 words. "I'm dirty." The girl in the white skirt named Li Yi stood up, and while continuing to wipe the slender fingers with a paper towel, she walked out of the piano room and walked to the bathroom. She is indeed in good shape, and even the short girl who often sees her can't help but stare at her convex body. Congratulations, the task is completed. Reward, 1500 points, piano introductory, listening +1. Look at the points, there are 4765 points in total, which is coming soon. When Luo Fei walked towards the school gate, he encountered Tong Yunyan, who was also preparing to go out. The girl lowered her head even when she walked, with a shy and nervous expression on her face, as if she was afraid that the students around her were secretly talking about her growing breasts. Tong Yunyan was very distressed. "I was distressed every day, every night when I took a shower, I would squeeze them a few times, as if I wanted to make them smaller, but it didn't work at all, and they even grew up quietly." She used to cry for help from her mother. Can she be taken for surgery to make her smaller? She doesn't want to be tempted to peek and be talked about behind her back. "Mom, I hate them so much." She cried like this more than once. But her mother kindly told her, "Child, be confident, don't worry, someone will like them." But what she waited for was all kinds of unkind gazes, all kinds of behind-the-scenes, and even face-to-face ridicule. She even heard the ridicule of girls from other classes gathering together. The eldest girls of rich people are really different. She started to go to the hospital to fill her when she was in high school. Tisk tisk. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. Maybe I started talking about boyfriends since elementary school, and I was gradually made so big by boys. Maybe I go home and need secretly every day. People who have money at home may take supplements every day. Therefore, she is so distressed, inferior, ashamed, and painful. In school, outside, as long as there are many people, she dare not look up. She felt it was her own fault, eating as little as possible every day and never eating snacks, but it was still useless. Other places are very thin, that is, there, as if it has been enchanted by a bad witch, it always grows secretly. Obviously only sophomore in high school, already D. It's annoying. She lowered her head, her palm-sized face was almost buried in it. Suddenly a figure walked over and walked side by side with her. Tong Yunyan was startled, and hurriedly looked up, the panic and fear on her face was taken aback, and then she became ashamed, and she was relieved. "No one bullies you, right?" Luo Fei asked. Tong Yunyan looked away, shook her head, and whispered, "Nothing." "Tell me if you have, I'll help you out." "Okay." There was a warm current in the girl's heart, then she turned her head and took a peek at him. After leaving school, there was already a car waiting for her on the side of the road. Luo Fei took the initiative to distance herself from her and walked away quickly. The girl walked to the car, and the driver eagerly opened the door, but she stood by the side of the road, watching the lonely figure drifting away until the other person disappeared on the corner of the street. Chapter 22, Renting. When I got home, the meal was ready. Luo Jiajia was sitting at the dinner table looking at the freshman textbook. There is a suitcase at the door of the room. When Luo Fei washed her hands and sat down at the table, she put down her book and said, "The house is rented. After dinner, tidy up and move tonight." Luo Fei was taken aback for a moment, and said, "So fast? How old and how much is it?" Luo Jiajia picked up the chopsticks and lowered his head to eat without answering. Luo Fei looked at her for a while, so he had to pick up his chopsticks and immerse himself in the meal. After eating, Luo Fei immediately began to pack his clothes and belongings. The two have lived here for 6 years. Although there are not too many clothes, there are still some other items. If you don't use a car, you will definitely not be able to complete a trip. Is it far? Luo Fei packed a box and 2 big bags. Luo Jiajia had a lot of things, 2 boxes, 3 big bags, and a rectangular iron box. Not far. Luo Jiajia carried the iron box on his back and carried a box in one hand. Seeing that the iron box looked heavy, Luo Fei went over and said, "What is this? Let me recite it." When he stretched out his hand, Luo Jiajia turned around and faced him and said, "No, take your own." Luo Fei knew her temper, so he had to go to pick up his suitcase and big bag. The two slowly walked out, like snails carrying heavy snail shells, carefully moving along the narrow stairway, step by step down the steps. At this time, it happened to be dinner time, so there was no one downstairs, which avoided other people asking questions. The two left the community. Although the autumn night was a bit chilly, the two soon broke out in sweat. "Take the bus." Luo Fei saw that she was carrying a heavy box in one hand, and she was carrying a heavier-looking iron box behind her back, which looked quite strenuous. "Don't sit down." Luo Jiajia continued to walk forward. The pedestrians evaded all the way and looked at them with weird eyes, but when they saw Luo Jiajia again, both men and women were obviously taken aback, as if they were surprised by her appearance. The two of them crossed 2 streets one after another, and then turned into an alley. After walking a distance of more than 100 meters in the alley, I came to a neighborhood that looked very old and dilapidated. Luo Jiajia took him into the community and walked into the second building. The building has a total of 6 floors, all of which can be reached on foot. Luo Jiajia took him up to the 6th floor. The two leaned on the wall in the corner, wiped their sweat, and rested. "I like the top floor." Luo Fei had nothing to say, and was in a good mood, and the two finally had a new home. Luo Jiajia ignored him, put down the box, took out the key from his pocket, and was about to open the door, but the door suddenly opened from inside. A woman in her 40s poked her head out, glanced at her, and quickly smiled. "Oh, you are here so soon? I'm still going to call you." "I'm sorry, that's it." "Yes, something happened suddenly in our house, so this house, hey, it cannot be rented to you for the time being." As he said, he took out a stack of money and handed it to Luo Jiajia. "I'm really sorry to return the rent and deposit to you. I'm so sorry to make you run in vain. In this way, I will give you an extra 100 yuan. It's just as travel expenses." The woman took another 100 and placed it in the thick stack of banknotes, with an awkward smile on her face. The air suddenly solidified. Luo Jiajia looked at her without anger, and no other emotions. Sweat slid down her delicate cheeks and fell on her white chin. Against the backdrop of the lights in the room, it was crystal clear. The hair on her temples was also soaked in sweat. His cheeks flushed slightly as he went upstairs with a load, and his chest was up and down because of the rapid breathing. She held the key in her right hand, still maintaining the position of going to open the door. The woman looked at her, although she had been amazed by the beauty of this girl before, but now she looked at her and she couldn't hide the surprise and admiration in her eyes. "Okay." Regarding this sudden change, Luo Jiajia just gave a faint without saying another word, and then returned the key in her hand to her, then took the money in her hand and withdrew the one from it. 100 banknotes were also returned to her. "Let's go." These 2 words were spoken to Luo Fei. Luo Fei glanced at her, silently picked up the suitcase on the ground, carried the bag on his back, and went downstairs. Luo Jiajia carried the iron box on his back, picked up the box with both hands, and followed behind him. The two elder brothers and sisters were full of burdens, one after another in the narrow passage, step by step down the steps, and no one spoke. When descending to the 5th floor, Luo Fei heard the door closing above and the woman's low voice, "Oh, Mr. Nai, your eyesight is really..." Immediately, the anti-theft door closed. Although Luo Fei's hearing has increased a bit, the conversation in the room is no longer heard. "Mr. Nai, is that man named Nai Yuan Guang?" Listening to the heavy breathing sound coming from behind, thinking of her rush and hope, Luo Fei squeezed the handle of the box in his hand, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. The two left the community and walked slowly on the deserted street, both silent. A round of Qingyu hung on the branches, exposed from the gaps in the branches and leaves, as if watching them in embarrassment. "Go home." The two went back to their rooms and sat on the floor beside the bed, sweating, and panting in the dark. No lights on, no communication. The two of them just sat like this. Bang! 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 I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Fei got up, opened the door and walked over. Luo Jiajia's voice came from the dark room, "Don't open." But this time, Luo Fei did not listen to her and opened the door directly. The corridor lights were on, and a young man in a suit, leather shoes and gold wire glasses stood outside the door. When he saw him, he smiled politely, "It's Luo Fei, I heard Zhou Xinmei talk about you." As he said, a gentleman stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, introduce yourself, my name is Nai Yuan Guang, I bought your house, but it doesn't matter, you, hey." Luo Fei also held his hand politely, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled him in with force, and then closed the door with a bang. Luo Jiajia's door suddenly opened. But at this time, Luo Fei's fist had already hit the man's face with a bang. The man was caught off guard in astonishment, he was knocked down in the corner and hurriedly said, "What are you going to do? You!" Boom! Luo Fei punched again and slammed his mouth fiercely, causing him to close his mouth. "Luo Fei!" Luo Jiajia stood at the door of the room, looking at him in amazement. "Don't worry about it. Go back to the room." Luo Fei snorted and slammed another punch on the man's head with a bang. Then he grabbed his combed shiny hair and dragged him towards the kitchen. The man shouted with blood, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You are breaking the law. You are going to jail." Luo Jiajia's expression changed, and he was ready to stop it. Luo Fei dragged and said, "According to the latest castle law and the non-returning law, as the owner of the house with a few days of rent, I have the right to fight back against unauthorized intruders. Even the landlord no exception." Luo Jiajia was stunned for a moment, and stopped in place. Luo Fei dragged the man directly into the kitchen, and then squeezed his hands into the narrow kitchen sink in the corner. Then he stepped on the back of his head with one foot and opened the faucet with one hand. Wow! Wow! The water washed the man's face and the messy greasy hair over and over again. The man struggled desperately, but couldn't get away. Luo Fei was extremely powerful at this time, and the anger in his chest was all turned into strength, and he stepped on his head firmly, making him unable to move. "Luo Fei, enough!" Luo Jiajia stood at the door, looking at him indifferently and somewhat complicatedly. Luo Fei finally let go, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him out. Luo Jiajia gave way. The man coughed violently, with blood and water in his nose and mouth, as if he wanted to speak, but he couldn't speak. Luo Fei dragged him out of the kitchen, opened the door in the past, and threw him directly onto the stairway outside. The tone was flat but with a chilling coldness and said, "Don't hit Luo Jiajia's idea anymore, otherwise, you will die." After speaking, he closed the door, turned around, and looked at each other with Luo Jiajia's dark and quiet, deep and indifferent eyes. Neither of them spoke, and stood in the dark for a while. Bath and sleep. Luo Fei went to the bathroom to wash his hands, returned to the room, and closed the door. Luo Jiajia stood in the dark for a while, and went back to the room. The room was quiet again. Chapter 23, Too Polite. Character, Luo Fei. Identity, Qingchuan High School student. Physical condition, healthy. Points, 4765. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Fei glanced at the panel again. It's almost 5,000 points. But it is far from enough. After redeeming the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill, he still needs points, otherwise the temporary items and skills will not be redeemed at that time. And he also wanted to exchange a few more qi and blood pills. Not only did he want to eat, but he also had to find a way to let Luo Jiajia eat it. Since there are monsters and awakeners in this world, both he and Luo Jiajia must become stronger as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect ourselves. After getting up, Luo Jiajia has left. Although there are few freshman classes, she has to go to the library part-time in advance. After Luo Fei finished the meal she left behind, he carried his school bag and went out. When I walked out of the building, I suddenly felt keenly that a few eyes came over, and I looked up. 3 men were standing there chatting under the big trees in front. Although Luo Fei didn't have the ability to remember, but after living here for so long, he also knows who is probably in the community. The 3 men are very strong and have tattoos on their necks. They are obviously not from the community. Luo Fei retracted his gaze and continued to walk outside the community. When approaching the gate of the community, he suddenly turned and returned. At this time, the 3 men were walking quickly behind him. They were caught off guard and were taken aback for a moment, so they had to continue walking outside the community. Luo Fei and the 3 of them passed by and walked into the building quickly, looking as if they had forgotten something and were going back to get it. When he just turned around suddenly, he saw not only the 3 following men, but also 2 figures exposed at the entrance of another building. One is Wang Ju and Nai Yuan Guang, who was taught by him last night. The 2 of them thought he would walk out of the community to go to school quickly, so they came out of another building. Unexpectedly, he turned around and returned without warning. The 2 of them were taken aback and hurriedly hid back. Because they hide quickly, they feel that the other party shouldn't have seen it. But after Luo Fei's eyesight +1, he is no longer nearsighted. After taking the qi and blood pill, his body is already in a healthy state, and his eyesight is sharper than ordinary people, so he can see it at a glance. When he disappeared at the crossing of the stairs, the 3 men pretending to leave the community immediately returned and followed. At this time, Wang Ju and Nai Yuan Guang, who were hiding at the entrance of another building, both showed their figures. The 3 men glanced at them and asked. Nai Yuan Guang's face was gloomy, and he directly gave them a gesture to make them follow suit. The 3 people's eyes flashed sharply, and they quickly stepped onto the stairway. I was taken aback, I was almost seen by that kid. Wang Ju stroked his chest with a look of uncertainty, and then sighed again. After all, I am a neighbor for many years. Hey, what I did? Nai Yuan Guang directly handed her a wad of 100 yuan bills, and said with a gloomy face, after everything is done, double it again. Wang Ju quickly took it in his hand, and he smiled and thanked him. President Nai is generous, rest assured, Mr. Nai will definitely succeed. No matter how tall and stubborn, the girl will not escape Mr. Nai's position. Then he coldly snorted, that dare to beat President Nai, he is really looking for death. Even if President Nai beats him into a handicap, he deserves it. Nai Yuan Guang glanced at her coldly and said, I'm not that cruel. After all, I'll be my brother-in-law in the future. I'll break a few ribs and just give him a lesson. Wang Ju even said, yes, Mr. Nai is really generous, that kid is really blind, so a good brother-in-law, don't want to be so silly reading, when he kneels down to beg you. Nai Yuan Guang stopped talking, staring gloomily at the building next to him. Wang Ju secretly pretended to have the money, and stretched his neck to look at and smiled. When Mr. Nai's people come out later, I will go in as planned, pretend that I don't know anything, and send him to the hospital. At that time, his sister will definitely go to the hospital to accompany him. Hey, at that time, Mr. Nai can show up. Buy them food, spend money to find a good doctor, live in a good ward, and ask for warmth every day. I don't believe it, that brother and sister. Don't be moved, it will definitely be done. At this time, in the stairway on the 5th floor nearby, a few muffled hums rang out. The three men had just climbed the steps on the 5th floor and were about to turn. A figure suddenly appeared in the dark corner. He waved the stick in his hand and slammed the first man's head with a bang. Kicked him his stomach. The first man leaned back on the spot and fell down the stairs. The two men behind him were caught off guard and happened to be smashed. When they were about to catch the first man who fell, the dark shadow suddenly rushed up again, waving the stick in his hand and facing them. The knee of the thigh was hit hard. The stairway was narrow and dark, and the two of them could not dodge at all. Bang! Bang! The three snorted and rolled down the stairs together. Luo Fei held the wooden club and continued chasing, hitting the three people's calves and knees fiercely. At this time, he was not only fast, good eyesight, and powerful, but also preemptively attacked first. The three strong men had no resistance at all, lying on the ground and howling. Luo Fei was merciless, and after giving them another head and a stick, Fang threw down the stick and walked away. Why haven't you come out yet? At the crossing of the stairs on the other first floor, Wang Ju stretched his neck and looked around, a little worried and said, Mr. Nai, your three security guards won't be able to stop suddenly, right? That kid is so thin and weak, if he is beaten to death. Yes, that's over. Nai Yuan Guang frowned, raised his hand and glanced at the wristwatch. With a solemn expression, go, and take a look. The two immediately went out and walked quickly to the building next to them. As soon as he entered, he suddenly saw the young man coming out with his school bag on his back. Not only did he have no broken ribs, but he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. The two immediately froze in place, their faces full of consternation. Hey, Aunt Wang? This is... Luo Fei stared at the man with golden silk glasses in front of him, and he didn't seem to recognize him anymore. The muscles on Nai Yuan Guang's face twitched. Wang Ju opened her mouth and froze for a few seconds. There was an ugly smile on her face and said, Xiao Luo, are you going to school? Haha, this is the last time I talked to you. Mr. Nai you mentioned, he. Oh, it's Mr. Nai. Is that Mr. Nai who you want to marry him after getting plastic surgery and breast mask repair? Yes, you are a good match. Luo Fei nodded in praise. Wang Ju. I wish you husband and wife love, grow old together, and have an early son. Okay, Aunt Wang, I'm going to be late for school, goodbye. Luo Fei finished his congratulations and left in a big stride. Wang Ju stood there stiffly. The fat on his face was the same as Nai Yuan Guang next to him, convulsing. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 200. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 200. Luo Fei was happy. He couldn't help but turn around again and said, Thank you Aunt Wang, thank you Mr. Nai, you must invite me for your wedding drinks in the future, and I will give you a red envelope. This is too polite. Not only gave him 3 sandbags to practice hands early in the morning, but also gave him 200 points. Look at the points, it is already 5,165. Finally, I made up 5,000 points. Chapter 24, Joke. Keep it up. Came to school and entered the classroom. Luo Fei walked to the empty seat next to Tong Yunyan directly under the eyes of everyone, and sat down. In a new day, there are new points. Yesterday, everyone was squeezed out. After one night of recovery, today everyone looks full of energy. Then he is welcome. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Luo Figuang sat without moving, and quickly gained 450 points. So, he leaned to Tong Yan's fair ears again, whispered softly, and said without words, "How did you sleep last night? Looks intimate like a couple." "Too much. Too much." The boys envy and hate, the girls are filled with righteous indignation. Many people began to curse quietly. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 80. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 50. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 30. Someone speaks ill of you in my heart, points plus 40. Soon, Luo Fei gained another 630 points. Tong Yunyan lowered her head, her cheeks were reddish, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she whispered, "Yes. This girl is wearing a white dress and white stockings today, with her slightly naturally curvy hair tied into a double ponytail, hung over her high chest, her big beautiful eyes are watery, and her pink and blush cheeks are exceptionally pure and pleasant." Luo Fei decided to be bolder. With him in the class, there are a total of 43 classmates. Excluding Tong Yunyan, the class leader and him, there are a total of 40 classmates. If these 40 students are squeezed out, a total of 6,000 points can be earned every day. This is definitely a bumper harvest for him. But not all classmates are willing to say bad things about him. Some classmates ignore him, and some still sympathize with him. Therefore, it is not realistic to get full points every day. But this level is obviously not enough. Feeling the hostile gaze of the classmates, Luo Fei suddenly stood up, walked behind Tong Yunyan, stretched out two hands, grabbed Tong Yunyan's two ponytails hanging on his chest, and pulled them to the point. Behind, he pulled it twice, as if pulling the rein of a horse, and then let go. "It should look better when you put it behind your back." Tong Yunyan was startled. The other students were dumbfounded. Song Kikai, who had been staring here, finally couldn't help but patted the table and stood up. "Luo Fei, what are you doing? Rogue! Men and women don't give or receive kisses. How can you move your hands? It's nasty." Qin Fei and Fang Sitong also scolded one after another. As a result, other students in the class, especially those boys who were envious and hateful, also scolded one after another. All of a sudden, the whole class was filled with outrageous curses. "Some people say bad things about you, points plus 100. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 120. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 80. Soon, Luo Fei gained 900 points. Seeing that it provoked the anger of the people, even Tong Yunyan pouted her small mouth and glanced at him with a vague look. Luo Fei quickly reached out and grabbed her two ponytails, put them back on the towering chest, and pulled them. Tugging, and then sincerely apologized, "Sorry, Tong Yunyan, I'm rude, I'd better put it in front." "Luo Fei! You stinky rascal dared to do it! Indecent! Sneaking a girl's hair! Too obscene!" As a result, the whole class began to scold again. The boys stood up one after another, ready to do it. "Some people say bad things about you, points plus 60. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 30. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Luo Fei didn't dare to continue teasing, and immediately returned to his seat in the back row in a desperate manner. Open the panel and see that 5,165 points become 7,500 points all at once. And the points are still growing. At this time, Monitor Mu Kyungsu entered the classroom. As a result, the classmates began to complain angrily. Squad leader. Luo Fei is playing a rogue to take advantage of Tong Yunyan. Quickly unload him 8 pieces and throw him into the flower lake to feed the fish. Song Kikai complained loudly. Huahu is a lake on the campus. It is surrounded by beautiful flowers and weeds, and there are many beautiful fishes in it. The touched Tong Yunyan's hair and touched it twice. It's too much. It's a joke, not a touch. I'm afraid I took the opportunity to sneak Tong Yunyan's chest. There are such nasty people in the world, The classmates condemned with exaggeration. Tong Yunyan immediately blushed and explained to Luo Fei, No. Squad leader, Luo Fei students, didn't touch me. Touch me there. Mu Kyungsu frowned. Seeing that everyone was full of anger rather than telling lies, she was puzzled. She looked at the young man in the back row and said, Luo Fei, what do you say? Luo Fei stood up and said, Squad leader, I touched Tong Yunyan's hair, but did not touch her breasts. Mu Kyungsu raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a serious look. You are a boy, how can you touch a girl's hair casually? It's not casual. Luo Fei replied in a serious manner, I agreed with classmate Tong Yunyan in advance. I thought she would look better if she put the ponytail on the back, so I helped her. But in the end I found that putting it on the back is actually not pretty, so I helped her put it back again. Tong Yunyan and I have a very pure relationship with classmates and friends. I think there is nothing wrong with helping her tidy up her hair. Mu Kyungsu frowned, looked at Tong Yunyan and said, Is that the case? Obviously it's not. Tong Yunyan thought so in her heart, but said helplessly, Yes. She blushed, lowered her head, feeling so ashamed. How could she lie to the monitor? However, if he didn't lie to him, the monitor would definitely punish him, and the whole class would continue to scold him and laugh at him. She and him are friends and can't die without saving. But why should he belittle her in front of so many classmates? It's been twice in a row, it's too much. Is it because she is the only person in the class who knows his secret? Thinking of this oneness, she secretly felt a trace of happiness in her heart. At this time, the class bell rang. Mu Kyungsu glanced at her, then at Luo Fei in the back row, and said, Okay, that's the end of this matter, let's go to class. Song Kikai and other classmates were very unwilling, but they were helpless. Even the victim helped the guy speak. What can they do? That little idiot Yan Yan must have been threatened by that guy. Song Kikai whispered. At this time, Luo Fei looked at the points again. With 7,500 points, it has become 7,950. During class, the points did not stop, and he continued to be attacked by several waves of his heart. By the end of class, his points had already exceeded the 8,200 mark. After class, Mu Kyungsu called him out of the classroom and out of the teaching building, and asked, What's the matter? Why have you always bullied Tong Yunyan these past 2 days? And how did you become friends? I have never seen you talk to Tong Yunyan, nor have I seen Tong Yunyan talk to you. I didn't bully her. Luo Fei told the truth. As for the others, he chose to remain silent. Mu Kyungsu stared at him for a while. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, she didn't reluctantly, he hesitated. Fang said meaningfully, Luo Fei, Tong Yunyan is very simple and kind. I hope you don't lie to her, let alone bully her. After finishing speaking, he was afraid of being too serious, and his tone slowed down. Of course, I know you are not that kind of person. But boys and girls are always controversial. You should think more about Tong Yunyan. I see, monitor. Luo Fei heard this sentence. He really went too far just to get points. He can be indifferent, he can ignore the ridicule and backtalk of his classmates, but he can't be a childish face. He has to apologize for this matter. Luo Fei, I am actually very happy about you becoming friends with Tong Yunyan. In our class, you have never had any friends, and you are unwilling to make friends. This time you are willing to be friends with Tong Yunyan. I didn't expect it, I support you very much. Mu Kyungsu encouraged. Thank you, monitor. A warm current surged in Luo Fei's heart. He knew that this girl was not too worried about his affairs, and had never given up on him when everyone isolated him. But Mu Kyungsoo suddenly turned again, looking at him with complicated eyes. If you want to exceed the relationship of friends, you'd better think about it first. I don't object to anyone in the class falling in love. After all, every high school is in this way, it is only right for boys and girls to love each other. But Luo Fei, you are different. Although you are not awakened, I can see that you will not be normal. So you will gradually discover that this world is actually like you now. The imagination is different. There are dangerous and terrible things everywhere. You are powerful, so I hope you don't be constrained by some things. Moreover, Tong Yunyan is not the eldest lady of ordinary people, her family is definitely. I won't agree. Squad leader, you misunderstood. Luo Fei explained, my relationship with Tong Yunyan is a very simple friend. I don't have to lie to you about this matter. Mu Kyungsoo nodded and said, I know, I'm just reminding you. As for the future, who can know? Everyone has their own choice, no matter how you choose, rest assured, I will always support you. Luo Fei looked at her deeply. If it weren't for someone passing by, he would really like to go up and hug the girl, stroke her long and satin-like black hair, and heartily say thank you to her for a long time. In this icy campus, the girl always keeps warming him and never ignores it. The class bell rang. The two walked side by side to the teaching building. The dense leaves on the camphor trees on both sides shone bright and green in the sun. Squad leader, stay away from me in the future, I'm afraid I will fall in love with you. Oh? It's okay. If you fall in love, for the sake of your classmates, I will give you a chance. What chance? Archery surpasses me, I will be your girlfriend. Ha ha. Ha ha. The two looked at each other and smiled, not paying attention to the joke. Luo Fei didn't take it to heart because it was indeed a joke to him. And Mu Kyungsoo didn't take it to heart, besides knowing that it was a joke, she also had strong confidence. She awakened at the age of 12, and the awakening was archery. If she wanted to surpass her, then she must be awakened earlier than her, and the awakening also happened to be archery. Therefore, this boy is impossible. A joke is a joke after all. Chapter 25, Apologize. After school, the students rushed to the cafeteria. Tong Yunyan carried her school bag and walked out of school alone. The driver was waiting for her at the school gate. Even for lunch, her family ordered her to go home to eat. It seemed that the food in the cafeteria was unclean and unhealthy. Since childhood, Tong Yunyan has never dared to violate her parents' will, although she rarely sees them who are busy. Luo Fei was going to take advantage of the noontime to take a look at the house. I have not had time to read the few pieces of information I wrote down yesterday. Both of them happened to go to the bathroom, and then met on the blue stone path full of flowers and trees. Tong Yunyan's double ponytails were still hanging on her chest. After seeing him from behind, she ran 2 steps to catch up and shouted, Luo Fei, do you want to go home too? Luo Fei was wandering around the world thinking about things, and when he heard the sound, he turned his head and looked around. After seeing her, he quickly stopped and said, I'm just looking for you. After that, he took out a letter from his school bag and handed it to her solemnly, Tong Yunyan, please read it. Tong Yunyan suddenly froze in place, her big eyes widened, her fair face instantly flushed, a little apprehensive, and some weird look at the letter in his hand, her hands entangled and she didn't know where to put it. Lo! He started and stammered, this, I. Luo Fei stuffed the letter into her hand and said, don't be nervous, it's an apology letter. I was wrong in the morning. I shouldn't touch your hair to arouse classmates' criticism. I heard that writing an apology is the most sincere, so I wrote you a letter, I hope you don't take it to heart. Apology, letter of apology. Tong Yunyan was ashamed to bury her small face on the towering chest, and suddenly raised her face with a touch of surprise. After a few seconds, she blushed and waved her hand. Student Luo Fei, who is not used, don't need to apologize. We are friends, it's okay. Take it, I am indeed wrong. Luo Fei stuffed the letter into the side pocket of her school bag and explained, I did that for a reason, but I can assure you that I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. Tong Yunyan said shyly, I know, Luo Fei is not that kind of person. The two walked side by side to the outside of the school. When the wind blew, the pink petals rose in succession, and one of them just fell on Luo Fei's head. Tong Yunyan saw it and smiled, Student Luo Fei, you have flowers on your head. Luo Fei slapped him with his hands, but the flower was still lying firmly in his hair. Tong Yunyan smiled and pointed, here, here. Luo Fei had to bend down and stretched his head in front of her and said, you help me. Tong Yunyan raised her hand subconsciously, but suddenly blushed, thinking that this action seemed too intimate, as if only between couples, but she took a peek, and it seemed that no one else could see it. She quickly stood on her toes and waved to help him knock him off, but suddenly she couldn't stand firmly, and suddenly staggered forward, and her towering chest poofed and just hit his face, with both arms in shock. Subconsciously hugged his head tightly. From the perspective of a bystander, it seems that she suddenly took the initiative to hug Luo Fei's head and pressed his entire face tightly into her well-developed chest. Luo Fei, unable to breathe for a moment. What? Tong Yunyan was startled, and hurriedly stood firmly and let go, choked back a few steps, and almost fell to the ground in shock. Are you knocked out? In order to avoid embarrassment, Luo Fei patted his hair and brought the topic to the flower again. Tong Yunyan did not answer. At this time, the girl was ashamed to almost bury her head in the underground mud, her mind was blank, and she didn't even hear what he said. I have something to do, go ahead. Luo Fei waved his hand and walked away quickly. Until he walked out of the campus, Tong Yanfang slowly lifted her cheeks that were still red and hot, and said with tears, it's over, it's over. Classmate Luo Fei wouldn't think that they were deliberate, right? She took the letter of apology from her school bag pocket and opened it tremblingly. On the paper torn from her notebook, only 3 big scribbles were written, I'm sorry. Luo Fei took the bus and arrived at the location mentioned in the first rental information. I called and asked from a public phone, but he was already rented out. He had to go to the second house again. As a result, people have no time at noon. In order to avoid running in vain again, he directly called the other houses, and the result was that only one could go to see the house. So he went by car. He was greeted by an uncle in his 60s. Because he was getting older and his wife passed away, he was going to live with his son, so this unit was divided into 2 rooms and 1 living room and decided to rent it out. But when Luo Fei finished viewing the house, after some bargaining, he had no choice but to give up. Although the house is old, it's pretty good in terms of location and surroundings, but it's too expensive. It costs 700 yuan a month, which must be paid once a year, and a deposit of 2 months is also required. No matter how he promises and requests, the other party will not let go. He knew that Luo Jiajia's money was definitely not enough. Even if he has money, it is estimated that Luo Jiajia would not rent such an expensive house. When he got on the bus back to school, he leaned against the window and looked at the retrogressive scenery outside the window. He became more determined to do this task. If this sea-level mission is successful, there may be more missions waiting for him in the future. If you have a task, you will make money. If you have money, Luo Jiajia can live in a good house. At least there is no need to worry about it every day. Open the panel and look at the points. There are a total of 8,200 points. It was still early, so he decided to go to the archery club immediately after returning to school and continue to practice the large horn bow. As for the 100 steps Chuan Yang intermediate skill, he decided to redeem it tomorrow. After all, I only boasted about Hai Kao in front of the monitor and 2 other members yesterday. If I suddenly succeeded today, it would be too fast. And regardless of whether he has exchanged the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill, he has to practice that horn bow. Because of the task 2 days later, he needs this powerful bow, so he must be absolutely familiar and proficient. Back at school, when I walked to the archery club building, I heard the familiar piano sound from the piano room next to me. Although every black and white key on the piano, a single note played by anyone has the same sound, once the notes are connected, no one plays the same. Luo Fei could hear it anyway. It's her again. Thinking of yesterday's rudeness and offense, he hesitated and decided to apologize. But suddenly, a voice rang in his head. You have a temporary task. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had an unknown premonition in his heart. When the mind moves, the panel opens. Task: go to the piano room, open the door, and say to the girl who is playing the piano, you are really ugly, do you want to listen to me? Then press do, re, mi, on the keyboard 7 notes of fa, sol, la, si. Time: within 5 minutes. Reward: 2000 points, piano elementary, listening +1. Mission failure: 2000 points reduction, listening -1, durability -1. Chapter 26, That Guy Again. What the is persistence? Luo Fei stood stiffly, the corners of his mouth twitched. The piano sound in the piano room suddenly changed from light to sudden and high. It seemed that the horses that were walking in the idle courtyard suddenly neighed loudly, ran with their hoofs, and charged into battle, full of murderous aura. Luo Fei felt murderous. But he went in anyway. 5 minutes is fast, and he has no time to hesitate. Only one piano room came from the piano. Not the one yesterday, but the opposite one. But Luo Fei could hear that it was the girl who played the piano yesterday. He came to the door of the piano room, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the door and said to the inside, you are really ugly, do you want to listen to me? Like yesterday. The piano inside stopped abruptly. A girl in a white dress was sitting there, with long hair up to the waist, a slender figure, a tall stature, and a bulging chest. Yesterday's. At this time, her slender, white fingers were still on the keyboard, and she was turning her head, looking at him with cold and chill eyes, as if she didn't expect him to come again. Luo Fei ignored her murderous eyes, rushed directly, and quickly pressed the white key in front of her. After pressing all the 7 notes, her 2 slender fingers were still on it, so she was naturally he fell down. After pressing, turn around and run. When she ran out of the piano room, a short girl just came over and she was taken aback when she saw him. You. Hello there. Luo Fei replied, rushing past her like a whirl, and rushed out of the piano room. The short girl stayed there for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered something, and quickly ran into the piano room where he had messed up just now, looked at the girl in front of the piano and said, Li Yi, is that guy again? Moron. The girl in the white skirt wiped her 2 slender fingers with a paper towel, coldly. That idiot again. The little girl repeated, and then guessed, that guy doesn't want to pursue you, so he always comes to make trouble on purpose to get your attention, right? What do you say? The girl named Li Yi asked rhetorically, raising her chin slightly, with a proud expression on her face. Is it still necessary to guess this kind of thing? Obviously it is. Immediately, while wiping her fingers vigorously, she got up and walked out of the piano room. I'm dirty. The short girl walked to the door and watched her walking towards the bathroom. She couldn't help but laughed. Li Yi, the piano is dirty too, will you change the piano room again soon? The girl in the white skirt ignored her and went into the bathroom. Congratulations, the task is completed. You have earned 2000 points, piano elementary, listening +1. Luo Fei escaped from the piano room and looked at the panel. Mission completed. The surrounding sounds are clearer, and the sound of kicking a ball on the playground in the distance can be faintly heard. He sighed and decided that if he had a chance, he must apologize to the girl. There is not much time for noon. He walked into the building next to him. When he came to the archery department's classroom, he found that the door was vacant, and the sound of archery and Su Xiaoxiao's chirping came from inside. Luo Fei opened the door and walked in. Su Xiaoxiao was aiming with a bow and arrow, and kept talking. Kitajima Sakura Snow softly guided in the side. In addition to the two of them, in a corner not far away, there was a girl sitting at the table, looking down at a book. The girl was dressed the same as Kitajima Sakura Yuki, in a white JK uniform with stockings and black leather shoes, but slightly different. Kitajima Sakura Yuki's shirt neckline and skirt hem are light blue, and the stockings on her legs are also white, but the girl is all black. Both of them have shawl and long hair. They look exactly the same from the side. They are both pure and pleasant. Their beautiful legs are long and straight, and their heights seem to be the same. Senior is here, come and teach me archery. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Luo Fei, he quickly greeted him over. Bidao Yingxiu took the initiative to introduce, Student Luo, that is my sister Bidao Black Hitomi, who is also a member of the archery club. I will ask Student Luo for your care in the future. Luo Fei glanced at the girl. The girl was still sitting in the corner looking down and reading. She didn't look up at him, and didn't mean to come over to say hello. Bidao Yingxiu said helplessly, sorry, Hitomi is like this. When she reads the manga, no one will ignore it. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao shot an arrow and hit the outermost ring. He raised a small fist and said oh. Fang turned around and said, even if she is not reading the comics, she is still in a daze, will ignore anyone. The tone seemed a bit wronged, and obviously the girl named Bidao Black Hitomi hadn't paid any attention to her either. Bidao Yingxiu sighed and acquiesced to her accusation. But it's okay, I believe that one day, with the cuteness and charm of my little sauce, Hitomi will surely be touched and let her talk to me. Su Xiaoxiao is full of confidence. Luo Fei didn't have the slightest interest in these. If others ignored him, he would naturally not pay attention to others, so he was happy. He took the bow and arrow in Su Xiaoxiao's hand in the past, and shot 3 arrows casually, all hitting the bull's-eye with ease. Su Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate to praise all kinds of things. However, Luo Fei only shot 3 arrows, then returned the bow to her, then went to the room inside to take out the large horn bow, and walked to the last 3 arrow paths to practice. Shoo! 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 He shot 3 arrows in a row, and the values were all around 140. At the same time, the muscles of the arms and chest gradually started to get hot. Su Xiaoxiao applauded. When Yingxiu Beijima shot his 10th arrow continuously, he couldn't help but speak, Student Luo, if you rely on the strength of your muscles to shoot arrows like this, it will not last long, but it will also hurt your muscles. After all, this one the large horn bow is a special bow used by the minister and requires a lot of strength to pull. I think you can practice up to 10 arrows a day. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her, then nodded quickly, yes, senior, it's not good to have a muscle strain, it will be very uncomfortable. Luo Fei thanked him, and then walked to the second arrow path simulating a 200 distance bullseye, and then he drew the arrow, his arm muscles trembled slightly, and his eyes matched the bullseye. Call out! The bowstring rang, and the sharp arrow shot out, hitting the second ring. The value on the screen was 145. Amazing! Su Xiaoxiao clapped his hands and said, the senior is so amazing. This kind of distance is not easy for ordinary people who are not awakened, not to mention that the bow in his hand is not something anyone can pull. Luo Fei glanced at her, and did not receive a prompt to increase the points, which confirmed that she was not duplicating. He glanced at the time on the wall, did not continue to practice, went in and put the horn bow up. He decided to wait until tomorrow to redeem the 100 steps through Yang intermediate skill, and then come to practice a few arrows. When he walked into the room to put the horn, Bao, Su Xiao Xiao and Baidao Yingxiu glanced at each other, and they both shrugged, looking a little helpless. I will continue to work hard when I go home at night. Tomorrow noon, I will definitely meet the minister's request. Luo Fei seemed to assure them, and also seemed to encourage himself, but in fact he was vaccinating them, and hoped that they would not be too surprised tomorrow. Say goodbye and leave. When I walked out of the archery department building, there was no piano sound in the piano room next to it. I hope the girl didn't faint with anger. Senior sister, did you see it? The senior's big story has just been seen through, but he still doesn't give up, so he has to put it on. He can't even shoot at a distance of 200 meters, so he still wants to be in front of the minister tomorrow, challenge the 300 meters. Hey, I just couldn't bear to look at him anymore. In the archery club classroom, Su Xiao Xiao sighed. Kitajima Yingxiu also sighed. From the situation just now, he really can't meet the requirements of the minister. I just don't know how he will explain to the minister tomorrow. Judging from the situation yesterday, it is estimated that he will still beg the squad leader to participate in this mission. Su Xiao Xiao sighed again, this time it is a sea-level mission. If the minister is really good for him, he won't promise him to die. I'm just hesitating whether to come here tomorrow. If we are all here tomorrow, if the senior's big words are seen through on the spot, it will definitely be very embarrassing and embarrassing. Baidao Yingxiu said helplessly, yes. In the corner, the girl named Hitomi is still looking down at the comics, as if already immersed in her own world, and has no response to the conversation between the two. Chapter 27, Will Succeed. Tong Yunyan seemed to be isolated. Since she personally admitted that she was a very good friend with Luo Fei, no one took the initiative to speak to her. Even Qin Fei and Fang Sitong, who loved to joke with her the most, never talked to her again. Song Kikai always whispered behind her, sometimes let her hear it on purpose. Zhang Yu, who was crying by Luo Fei, never concealed the mockery in her eyes every time she saw her. Miss Kyunjin is willing to fall, and she is ashamed to be with a poor, withdrawn and bastard. This is always the expression in her eyes. At first, Tong Yunyan was wronged and sad, but slowly, she was relieved. She didn't like to talk to them anyway. Every time they talked to her before, they always liked to tease her and make all kinds of embarrassing jokes. They seemed to like to see her shy, anxious, and all kinds of panic and gaffes to make fun of her. So, she thinks it's good now. Anyway, in the class, there is a monitor who cares about her, and she also has a brave, kind, quiet, and gentle friend like Luo Fei who never teased her breasts. This is enough. She is very satisfied. But at noon, I wonder if Luo Fei would blame her? Do you think she is a rude girl and deliberately take advantage of him? Thinking of the picture at noon, she still feels ashamed to cry. How could she hug classmate Luo Fei's head? Although it wasn't intentional, it was indeed her fault. She shouldn't stand on tiptoe, she shouldn't have a firm footing, she shouldn't rush to hug classmate Luo Fei's head, and she shouldn't grow so big. At that time, she remembered very clearly that Luo Fei took a few hard breaths, and it was obvious that she was almost out of breath. I blame her for being so big. In the two classes in the afternoon, Tong Yunyan has been absent-minded, thinking wildly, and blaming herself. Finally, I decided to apologize to Luo Fei. I heard that writing an apology is the most sincere. She remembered what Luo Fei said. So, she took out the pink letterhead from her school bag, and after thinking about it, she changed it to white, and after thinking about it, she finally changed to pink. For girls, pink is the cutest, right? She thought this way, picked up the pen, and thought about how to write very seriously, so that she could appear more sincere. After writing, changing more than a dozen sheets of paper, until the end of school, I still didn't write a satisfactory apology. Seeing that the bell for school was about to ring, Tong Yunyan was anxious, and suddenly remembered the letter of apology that Luo Fei had written to her at noon. Will it be too perfunctory? Should not. Although there are only 3 words, but the tone is sincere, and not too rash, concise, looks good. Therefore, Tong Yunyan also wrote those 3 words seriously. Then, I put the pink letterhead in the envelope and placed it in the innermost position of the school bag, but my heart jumped violently, as if to do something extraordinary. Jingle bell. As the school bell rang, Tong Yunyan became more nervous. Obviously it's just an apology letter, why is it like doing something like that? Tong Yunyan's cheeks were hot and she was too nervous. As students left with their school bags one by one, Luo Fei was also packing his school bags. He wants to go back early, and to accompany Luo Jiajia to find a house in the evening. Tong Yunyan didn't dare to wait any longer, for fear that she would leave the classroom in a while, and there would be more classmates on the way, and it would be harder to give him the letter. She immediately picked up her school bag and got up and walked to the back row. The other classmates saw her walking behind, gave her a weird look, and didn't think much about it. This eldest lady was probably curious and novel for a while, so she wanted to be friends with that guy, and she would wake up soon. The two are not in a circle at all, and I am afraid it is difficult even to communicate. Student Luo Fei, wait a minute. Tong Yunyan walked to Luo Fei's desk and glanced at the other classmates in the class. Seeing that everyone was almost gone, few people looked at her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gathered her courage. He took out the letter of apology, held it in both hands and handed it to Luo Fei solemnly, saying, "For you, please read it." Mu Kyungsu, who was wiping the blackboard on the podium, glanced back. What is this? Luo Fei took the letter and was a little surprised. He directly opened the envelope and drew the pink letter from it. After opening it, 3 big characters were written on it in graceful font, "I'm sorry." Apology letter, an apology letter to Luo Fei. Tong Yunyan said with a red face. Luo Fei was surprised, "Why do you want to apologize to me? Did you do anything wrong?" Tong Yunyan's face turned redder, her head lowered, her hands hanging in front of her, her hands twisted and twisted, shyly said, that, at noon, I forgot everything about noon." Luo Fei immediately understood, thinking this girl is really silly and cute, do you still need to apologize for that kind of thing? It was him who took advantage. He took the letter seriously, put it in his school bag, and comforted, "It's okay, I really forgot. But I will keep this letter." Thank you." Seeing that he didn't blame herself, Tong Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. At the same time, my heart secretly said, Luo Fei is really kind and gentle, and those students who speak ill of him don't know him at all. Student Luo Fei, where are you going this weekend? Tong Yunyan blushed and changed the subject. Luo Fei picked up his school bag and said, "I don't know yet, maybe I'm going to work part-time, maybe I want to find a house." Looking for a house? Tong Yunyan was puzzled. Luo Fei did not conceal, "I want to rent a house again recently, so I'm looking for a house." Tong Yunyan was surprised, has classmate Luo Fei been renting a house all the time? Don't you have your own house? There was no trace of sarcasm in what she said. She didn't understand the teenager's family situation, and for her, not having her own house was a very unbelievable thing. Everyone around her had many houses. Yes, it is. Luo Fei looked calm, didn't feel offended, and didn't have any low self-esteem. Tong Yunyan said, "Oh," her eyebrows frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. When Luo Fei saw that she had finished her words, Tong Yunyan hurriedly said again, "My mother called me yesterday and asked me to go to Guang Temple to have incense this weekend. If Luo Fei has time, he can be together." The classmates all discussed going to Guang Temple this weekend. Qin Fei and Fang Sitong had called her together, but now everyone ignored her, and she was too embarrassed to go over. And if she was allowed to go alone, she was afraid of getting lost and scared, so she wanted to call Luo Fei this friend together. I may not have time. Luo Fei did not think about it, but directly refused. On weekends, he either accompanies Luo Jiajia to work part-time, or to find a house, and he will not waste time burning incense and worshipping Buddha, although everyone in this world believes and loves this. Okay then. Tong Yunyan was disappointed. It seems that she can only go there alone on weekends. Fortunately, the classmates would go there. Although she was embarrassed to be with them, she could follow them. Then I'm leaving, I have something to do, and I have to go home early. Luo Fei waved goodbye and walked out of the classroom quickly. Tong Yunyan wanted to follow him with him, but seeing that he was fast in his footsteps and didn't mean to be together, she had to give up. Luo Fei left the teaching building and just walked on the boulevard. Mu Kyungsu's voice came from behind. Why is Tong Yunyan apologizing to you? Luo Fei glanced back. Mu Kyungsu came up with his school bag on his back, with a hint of doubt on his face. At noon, I accidentally hit me. Luo Fei replied as the two walked side by side. Mu Kyungsu was full of disbelief. Then there is no need to be serious, write an apology. Bumped with the ball. Luo Fei said indifferently. Mu Kyungsu said strangely, are you playing ball at noon? Basketball or football? Tong Yunyan seems to only play volleyball, right? Luo Fei didn't answer again, thinking about the exchange of the 100 steps Chuan Yang intermediate skill tomorrow. Mu Kyungsu didn't ask any more. When he walked to the school gate, Luo Fei suddenly looked at her and said, Squad leader, at noon tomorrow, please go to the archery department classroom. Mu Kyungsu was stunned for a moment, then stopped, looked at him solemnly and in disbelief, and said, you succeeded. Not yet. Luo Fei shrugged and said, but the squad leader can rest assured that I will succeed tomorrow. Even for the 5,000 yuan, I must succeed. After speaking, he waved goodbye and walked quickly towards the station. Mu Kyungsu stood on the spot, staring blankly at his back. Chapter 28, Stay Together. The autumn night is a bit cool. After eating, Luo Fei went out with Luo Jiajia to find a house. Luo Jiajia had a few listings on his mobile phone, and most of the homeowners didn't take them to see the house until after 7 p.m. The two walked on the illuminated street. Luo Jiajia wore a mask, didn't say a word, just walked, as if he was following a stranger. Luo Fei didn't have the interest to speak either. At this moment, he was secretly paying attention to the vehicles on the road and the pedestrians behind him. Yesterday's rental change made him realize that Luo Jiajia was being followed. The house that had just been rented was immediately intercepted by the man named Nai Yuan Guang. It was obvious that the other party had already prepared. The first listing is not far from here, just walk 2 streets. They were greeted by a woman in her 40s. After taking a look at the two of them, her face showed obvious disgust and said, couple? My house is too old and not soundproofed. It was originally rented to one. For lovers, either quarrels or fights or all kinds of things, I have been complained by neighbors for a whole year. So this time, I am not going to rent it to a couple. Luo Jiajia said indifferently, sister and brother. Sister and brother. The woman didn't believe it, and she said with an expression that I could see through, sister and brother will come out to rent a house together? Don't lie to me, men and women like you, which one is not eager to live separately from relatives so that they have their own space? Maybe you are planning to rent a house together? Also, what do you mean by wearing a mask? Have infectious diseases? The woman's gaze interrogated Luo Jiajia. I have a cold. Luo Fei answered for her. The woman waved her hand and said, okay, let's go, there is no need to go to see the house. I said, no couples are rented, and I blamed me for not writing clearly, I will repost the information after I go back. Luo Fei quickly said, Auntie, we are really brothers and sisters. If you don't believe me, we will show you your ID card. Fortunately, both of them have the last name Luo. It's also a coincidence that Luo Fei's father and Luo Jiajia's mother have the same surname. Luo Fei took out his ID card and reached out to Luo Jiajia and said, "Take it out." Luo Jiajia glanced at him and took out his ID card from his pocket. Luo Fei handed the 2 ID cards to the homeowner. The woman took a look, and when she saw Luo Jiajia's ID card, she was visibly taken aback, staring at the head portrait for several seconds, then looked up at Luo Jiajia and said, "Girl, are you a fake ID? Are more prettier than celebrities, are you sure this is you?" Luo Jiajia did not speak. The woman thought she had been seen through, sneered, returned the 2 documents to Luo Fei, and sarcastically said, "The couple now, in order to live together honestly, even the false certificates are processed in advance." Luo Fei had to look at Luo Jiajia and said, "The mask is off." Luo Jiajia looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Are you ordering me?" Luo Fei realized that his tone might not be right, so he said quickly, "No, I'm begging you. Sister, please take off the mask." Luo Jiajia just took off the mask. The moment she took off her mask, the woman with a sneer on her face stopped for a while, and then looked at this flawless girl's face in the night and light with incredible eyes. "Look, the proof is not P, we are really brothers and sisters," Luo Fei explained. The woman stayed for a while before reacting, and couldn't help but praise, "Tisk, no wonder you have to wear a mask. This is more beautiful than the stars on TV." After finishing speaking, he looked down at the ID card in his hand and said, "Luo Jiajia, this year, isn't 18 years old yet? This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful head picture on an ID card." The woman looked at the portrait on the ID card in her hand, loving it. Luo Jiajia was expressionless and put on a mask. Luo Fei hurriedly said, "Auntie, we are here to rent a house, is this okay?" The woman's gaze then looked at him, staring at him up and down. Fang shook his head and said, "No, you are not brothers and sisters, but lovers." Luo Fei. The woman sneered and raised the 2 ID cards in her hand and said, "Although the last name is Luo, the home address is different. And this girl is so beautiful, although you are not ugly, you are not like a sibling at all. Think. Lie to me? There are no doors." Luo Fei. "Boy, what a blessing, but I use the experience of people here to advise you, such a beautiful girl, you don't deserve it, be careful to cause trouble." While talking, the woman returned his ID card. When Luo Fei took the ID card and wanted to explain something, Luo Jiajia coldly said, "Go." "Okay." Luo Fei shrugged helplessly, no longer said more, and returned her ID card. Until the 2 of them walked away a certain distance, the woman still sighed with envy, "It's too beautiful. She is also tall, with white skin, and a body better than a model. If my girl could have something comparable, don't worry about getting married, hey." The 2 got on the bus at the station and went to the location of the second house. It's a pity that Luo Fei hadn't seen the landlord yet, so Luo Fei retreated, "It's not possible here. It's too remote. The surrounding houses are about to be demolished. There are only a few households with lights on at night, and there are no street lights on the road. You can't live here. It doesn't matter if he is alone. Luo Jiajia definitely can't live here." Luo Jiajia did not object. The 2 drove to the next place. "It's a pity that I found 5 companies in a row, but they all complained of failure. Either the location is too partial, or the landlord is too harsh, and the rent is too expensive, and there is no room for negotiation." At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 2 got on the last bus and returned. Apart from the driver, there were only 2 of them in the car. The 2 of them sat one behind the other, all sitting in the back row by the window, looking at the neon lights and the city scenery backwards outside the window, and none of them spoke. After a few stops, Luo Fei suddenly knocked on the front seat and said, "I checked a listing on the internet. It has 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The location is very close and the price is not bad. If it doesn't work, you can rent it. Luo Jiajia looked out the window and was silent until he spoke after 2 stops, yes. Luo Fei said, well, then I will go to the head teacher tomorrow to ask about the dormitory. Luo Jiajia paused, then suddenly looked back at him and said, no. Luo Fei said, do you want to live in a dormitory? Luo Jiajia's dark and indifferent eyes stared at him, and after a pause of more than 10 seconds, he said, let's live together. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, then thought for a while and said, then I live in the living room? That's fine. Luo Jiajia looked out the window again, until the bus reached the stop where the 2 of them were going to get off. Fang said, let's live in a room. Luo Fei, who had just stood up and was about to get off the car, suddenly stagnated. Separate with a curtain. Luo Jiajia finished speaking, got up and got out of the car. Chapter 29, Confession? Live in a room. Back home, lying on the bed, Luo Fei thought about what Luo Jiajia had just said on the bus. In that case, there will definitely be a lot of inconvenience for the 2 of them. He has his secret, Luo Jiajia also has Luo Jiajia's secret, and the 2 men are different from each other and avoid too much taboo. If they live together, it is estimated that everyone is uncomfortable. It's better to stay in a dormitory. However, he would definitely not choose a dormitory if he was not a last resort. After all, he has more and more secrets now. The best way is to rent a 2-bedroom and 1 living room again, as it is now, and Luo Jiajia a person in a room, both have their own independent space. However, Luo Jiajia didn't seem to have enough money. But that's okay. He thought of the sea-level mission 2 days later. If this task can be completed, he may have an income of 5,000 yuan, and then plus Luo Jiajia's money, it should be possible to rent a good house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Thinking of things in my head, I fell asleep without knowing it. When I woke up in the morning, there were 2 bowls of noodles with scallion oil on the table. The scent of shallot oil and noodles are mixed together, which is particularly attractive. This is Luo Fei's favorite breakfast. Today Luo Jiajia did not go to school in advance, and sat down with him for breakfast. After Luo Fei took a few bites of his chopsticks, Fang looked at her and said, don't you need to go to the library in advance? Quit. Luo Jiajia said 2 words, then bowed his head to eat. Luo Fei said oh and didn't ask any more. Since she has resigned, there must be an absolute reason to resign. There is no need to ask more, and she may not answer if she asks. Message to me. After eating, Luo Jiajia stretched out his hand. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the 1 bedroom and 1 living room that he said on the bus last night. The note is in his pocket. But he hesitated for a moment, but said, no, it's in the school. Luo Jiajia looked at him calmly and coldly, as if looking at a stranger, but Luo Fei knew that she had always been like this. I didn't bring it. Luo Fei continued to lie and got up to clean up the dishes. While washing the dishes, Luo Jiajia stood at the door of the kitchen and looked at him without saying a word. Luo Fei had to say, wait for a few days, no later than when the rent expires here at the end of the month, and then we can rent a good house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The extra 5,000 yuan cannot be said to be a good house. It can only be said that compared to other houses, it is slightly better. But it's definitely better than 1 room and 1 living room. Luo Fei finished washing the dishes, wiped his hands, and was about to come out of the kitchen. But Luo Jiajia stood motionless at the door, staring at him coldly, and didn't mean to let go. What's happenin'? Luo Fei looked at her strangely, thought for a while, and explained, don't worry, I won't accept charity from anyone, and I won't do anything that violates crime or dignity. Just like you, it's all hard money. Luo Jiajia looked at him for a while, then walked away and returned to his room. After going out, Luo Fei thought the more he felt that 2 people could not live in the same room. When there is no privacy at all, it must be particularly painful. Although he has no privacy now. Luo Jiajia entered his room as soon as he wanted to, and the door was completely locked. He suspected that the girl might have broken it deliberately, so he could go in and check his situation at any time, fearing that he was too lonely and depressed to commit suicide. He did seem to have that trend in the past. But it must be gone now. He needs a space of his own now. It doesn't matter. After completing the task this time and earning 5,000 yuan, after they live in the new house, he will have his own independent space. Except for the community, after getting on the bus, he suddenly remembered that he had encountered wolves when he went out to play last weekend. For such a big thing, apart from word of mouth from the school students, there seems to be no waves outside. Neither in the newspapers nor in the news. It seems that it was pressed down by some kind of force. But since there is such a thing for the first time, there will definitely be a second and many times. When the time comes, the paper won't stop the fire, and I don't know how that kind of power will be resolved. Of course, this is not something he can care about as a student. The only thing he needs to care about now is to make money, make a lot of money, so that he and Luo Jiajia can live well. In a new day, there are new points. But this time, Luo Fei decided not to use Tong Yanyan to earn points. Since the innocent and kind girl treats him as a friend, then he definitely can't bear to use the other person again, and it will not affect her badly. He ran a few laps in the playground, deliberately waiting for the classmates in the classroom to arrive before entering the classroom. Seeing the absence of monitor Mu Kyungsu, he decided to follow the plan. Entering the classroom, he walked straight to Tong Yanyan. Zhang Yu behind him, and at the same time, took out a pink letter from his school bag. From when he entered the classroom, all the classmates looked at him. When they saw him walking straight to Tong Yanyan and taking out a letter from his school bag, they all opened their eyes wide, anticipating that they might be next. An extraordinary event has happened. This guy wants to confess to Tong Yanyan in public. Everyone thought with surprise in their hearts. When Tong Yanyan saw this scene, her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed instantly, her breathing and heartbeat almost stopped. Yesterday it was an apology letter, but it certainly won't be today, and it's still a pink envelope. Tong Yanyan opened her mouth slightly, her big eyes looked straight at the figure that was getting closer, her mind went blank for a moment. What to do, so many students are watching. Yes. I'm sorry, Tong Yanyan stood up suddenly, lowered her head, flushed, and wanted to go to the bathroom to avoid embarrassment. But the figure didn't stop, walked directly beside her, stopped at Zhang Yu's desk in the back row of her, and then turned around and looked at her suspiciously. What's wrong, classmate Tong Yanyan? Chapter 30, I forgive you. No, it's okay. Tong Yanyan was dumbfounded for a moment, and immediately sat down, her entire red face quickly buried in the pages of the book, motionless. Luo Fei, what are you doing? Zhang Yu suddenly looked surprised when he saw this guy stopped in front of him. Luo Fei held the pink letter in both hands and solemnly handed it over to her. Student Zhang Yu, in fact, I have been thinking about this for a long time, and today I finally made up my mind. Now I have it in front of the whole class. Hand it to you, please accept it. He said, bending down, his face full of sincerity. The whole class was stunned. Isn't it Tong Yanyan? Why did you suddenly become Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu was equally astonished and disbelieved, looking at the letter handed to him, and at the young man in front of him, panicked and at a loss. Growing up, this is the first time she has received a confession from a boy. But how could it be her? Yesterday obviously made her cry. Wait, was this guy's routine yesterday, deliberately trying to attract her attention and pave the way for today's confession? Student Zhang Yu, please accept my wishes. Luo Fei raised the letter in his hand with both hands, and continued to be sincere and authentic. This guy actually confessed in front of so many classmates, but is he and Zhang Yu a good match? Song Kikai, who was not far away, whispered to the girl next to her. Neither of them had a bad evaluation in the class. Needless to say, Luo Fei, except Tong Yanyan and the monitor, no one wants to be friends or even talk to him. As for Zhang Yu, not only does he not look good, but he always likes to bully and provoke divisiveness. He talks bad things about that girl for a while, and then talks bad things about that girl for a while. Anyway, the girl's stroke evaluation is very bad. Yeah, the two are quite good match, a weird person, a bad person, haha. I thought it was Tong Yan Yan, but fortunately not, that guy knows himself. At this time, the whole class began to whisper. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 80. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 60. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Luo Fei started a bumper harvest. Zhang Yu naturally heard these bad comments, and was immediately ashamed and angry. He slapped the table and stood up, glaring at the teenager in front of him. What are you doing? Don't give it to me. I won't accept it. After finishing speaking, Pop hit the ground in a furious manner, as if he had been insulted. Just change to a boy, she wouldn't be like this. This boy is the object of her ridicule and ridicule. At this time, it is estimated that the girls who heard her laugh at this guy in the first place will laugh at her in their hearts. No matter how unbearable she is, she definitely doesn't want to be confessed by this kind of boy. It is conceivable that when everyone laughs at this guy in the future, they will also laugh at her. Roll. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she shouted. The whole class watched this scene gleefully, as if watching a joke, at the lonely teenager who had confessed that he was rejected and scolded get out. Deserve it, just like him, still want to find a girlfriend. How dare to confess in front of the classmates, who does he think he is? I deliberately angered people yesterday, but today I will confess that this guy is a good routine, but unfortunately, people simply don't like him. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 60. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. Even so, Luo Fei still had a calm face. Just as he was about to bend down to pick up the letter on the ground, a small snow-white handle stretched out from behind, picked up the letter, and handed it to him. Tong Yanyan's big, clear, water-like eyes were full of sympathy and anger. She blushed and summoned the courage to say to Zhang Yu, Zhang. Classmate Zhang Yu, you can't do this. Even if you don't like not to agree, you can't treat people like this, it's too rude and too much. What do you tube? Zhang Yu couldn't understand her for a long time, but she didn't dare to target her as a rich lady. At this time, she saw her beating for this guy and immediately aimed her anger at her. Me. Tong Yanyan had never quarreled with others. Seeing her glaring at her fiercely, she was immediately frightened, stuttering, and speechless. Luo Fei took the letter from her and put it directly on Zhang Yu's desk and said, Student Zhang Yu, I was indeed wrong yesterday, but this is my heart. I still hope you accept it. Even if you don't accept it, I still want to give it to you. As soon as this remark came out, it provoked the anger of the public. It's shameless to force others to accept it like this. Too shameless. Too thick-skinned. Yes, people have already rejected him, it's too much. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 90. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 60. The points on the panel rose wildly again. Feeling the sardonic eyes of the whole class, listening to everyone's whispers, Zhang Yu suddenly became furious, grabbed the letter on the table and threw it on his face fiercely, and couldn't help but swear. Go. I said let you go. I won't accept you. You also pee and see yourself, what right do you have to confess to me? You can't even buy a new dress, you can't even drink a bottle of mineral water, you can't even eat lunch, why are you? Tell you, you are not qualified. She was a little annoyed, lost her reason, and cursed everything in her heart in furious anger. The whole class was silent, all eyes were on the lonely boy. Zhang Yu's remarks are too hurtful and insulting. Everyone is a qualified person and dare not agree with them casually. But I don't know in my heart. Anyway, the points on Luo Fei's panel are still growing rapidly. Student Zhang Yu, you are too much. Tong Yanyan flushed with her small face, clenched her two small fists tightly, her whole body trembling in anger, and her big clear eyes were full of tears. Even so, she still did not forget to add the word classmate after Zhang Yu's name to show her politeness. None of your business. Zhang Yu was willing to go out, anyway. He cursed people in spite of his image. If he was looked down on, he would look down on it. She stared at the beautiful young lady in a pink princess dress in front of her. Her heart was angry and jealous. She sneered and said, Tong Yanyan, if you feel distressed, if you can't see it, you promise him, you can be his girlfriend. Anyway, you, the eldest daughter, don't care about his identity. If you want to fall into love with this kind of person, that's your freedom. I won't be as stupid as you. You. Tong Yanyan immediately burst into tears, ashamed and anxious. At this time, Mu Kyungsu's voice suddenly sounded at the door of the classroom. What are you doing? The squad leader is here. All the students immediately showed an expression of watching the show. Song Kikai looked a little excited, and quickly stood up and said, Squad leader, Luo Fei confessed to Zhang Yu in front of so many of us early in the morning. Zhang Yu did not agree, but he refused to give up and forced Zhang Yu to accept it. It's too much to write down his confession letter. Yes, squad leader, it's too much. How can anyone force someone to be his girlfriend? The other students in the class also filed complaints one after another. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 100. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 60. Some people say bad things about you, points plus 30. The points on the panel continue to surge. Mu Kyungsu walked into the classroom, stood on the podium and looked at the two parties and said, Is that true? Zhang Yu cried immediately and nodded, Squad leader, you have to be the master for me. I don't like him at all, but he wants to force me, oh. Tong Yanyan blushed and anxiously wanted to explain to the teenager beside her, but she didn't know how to explain it. At this time, Luo Fei calmly opened the envelope in his hand, took out the letter inside, and then raised his hands. Song Kikai and several people nearby can clearly see the three characters written on it, I'm sorry. This is a letter of apology. Luo Fei held the letter and said calmly, Yesterday I caused Zhang Yu to cry. After the monitor's education, I decided to apologize to Zhang Yu. I heard that writing is the most sincere, so I will write today. I wrote a letter to apologize to Zhang Yu. Everyone. He swept around the classmates who had just called the most fierce name in the class who were suddenly silent, and then his eyes stopped on Zhang Yu, who was stiff and tearful, and said strangely, What is the reason? Do you think this is a confession letter? What is the reason why you think I will confess to Zhang Yu? Then he pointed to his eyes and said, Look, everyone, am I blind? He blinked his bright eyes and said, Since I am not blind, then I obviously have a beautiful and lovely girl like Tong Yanyan as my friend. I can confess to her, so why do I confess to Zhang Yu? Everyone. What is the reason for misunderstanding me? Is it because I am ugly or because I am too poor? I am not worthy even to apologize to my classmates, and I am not qualified to admit my mistakes, am I? The whole class was silent. The few Song Kikai who stood up and complained were all speechless, looking at the three big characters on the letter paper with all faces blankly. The others, under his questioning and the gaze of Monitor Mu Kyungsu, all looked astonished and bowed their heads in shame. Zhang Yu froze there, his face flushed, without complacency, and his whole body was trembling. It's okay, I forgive you. Seeing the 4,500 points on the panel, Luo Fei was very honest, then put away his letter of apology, walked to the corner next to the podium, and threw it into the trash can. He walked towards his position in the back row. As she passed by Tong Yunyan's side, she gathered in the ear of this lovely and pleasant girl and whispered, "Thank you." Chapter 31, Will it succeed? After class, Mu Kyungsu called Luo Fei out of the classroom. The two went downstairs and came to the cedar forest next to the teaching building. Mu Kyungsu asked directly, "You did it on purpose, right?" "Yes, it is." Luo Fei did not conceal or quibble. Other classmates can see things, the monitor is so smart, he can naturally see it, there is no need to lie to her. "Why?" "Retaliation." Luo Fei answered very calmly. Mu Kyungsu frowned and stared at him in silence for a long time and said, "Luo Fei, I found out that you have changed recently, do you know?" Luo Fei shrugged and said, "The world is changing, and people will naturally change with it. The fittest survive, don't they?" Mu Kyungsu looked at him with complicated eyes, nodded and said, "You are right, survival of the fittest. But Luo Fei, I am not worried about this, but worried about your psychological problems." After a pause, she looked into the distance and slowly said, "As far as I know, many awakened people are too depressed before awakening. They are bullied or looked down upon, or mentally unhealthy for various reasons. One day, suddenly awakened and found that they possessed very powerful powers, so they broke out, unscrupulously erupting, becoming strange and violent, full of hostility. Awakening was originally a good thing, and it could have allowed them to embark on a different path. The usual way of changing destiny, but in the end it was burnt down because of their mentality, and regretted it." "Squad leader, I am not the awakened," Luo Fei reminded. Mu Kyungsu said with dignified eyes, "I know, but now you are no different from the awakened. You are not an ordinary person, so I want to remind you first, don't mess up your mind, and don't be controlled by certain desires. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, since God has chosen you to make you different from ordinary people and give you extraordinary powers, then I definitely hope you use them to do extraordinary things instead of using them to vent your own heart. All kinds of desires. Luo Fei, do you understand what I'm talking about?" "Understand?" Luo Fei solemnly said, "The monitor is teaching me to be a man, reminding me to be a man, and urging me to be a man, right?" Mu Kyungsu stared at him and said in silence, "Yes." "Will you keep reminding, keep urging it?" "Meeting. How long has that been? Is it 3 days and 5 days, or 3 and 5 years, or until you die, or I die?" Mu Kyungsu said very seriously, with a meticulous and serious expression on her pure cheeks. Luo Fei looked at her blankly. After a long silence, Mu Kyungsu Fang's tone slowed and said, "Luo Fei, I'm just reminding you. In fact, you have done a good job. If I were you, I might not be able to do what you are. Being treated like a classmate, but in times of danger, you don't hesitate to save their lives. You don't take credit for arrogance, and you don't want to repay you. When others laugh at you, you are still calm. To be honest, you are no worse than any awakened person. I admire you. Squad leader, I admire you too." Luo Fei looked at her sincerely and said, "I have never seen a girl who can be as good and upright as a squad leader. I mean the 3 views are upright. Of course, the long one is also very upright." Mu Kyungsu laughed. Poof, her eyes and teeth were bright, as clear and refined as few wrong from clear water, beautiful and charming, but pure as water, clear and natural, without pretentiousness. She is like a painting, the freshest, natural and pure white as clouds and clear as water paintings on campus. Just standing there, people can't help but stop and watch and feel happy. "Luo Fei, this is the second time you praise me." Mu Kyungsu gathered the hair of her temples, her clear and watery eyes revealed a rare playful color and said, "Isn't she really going to like me?" Luo Fei's face showed serious thinking, then nodded and said, "It's very possible." Mu Kyungsu smiled and said, "That said, for the sake of classmates, I can give you a chance. Luo Fei suddenly looked distressed and said, can you replace it with other opportunities besides archery? No. Hey. Luo Fei sighed. It seemed that he was about to say something to give up, but suddenly clenched his fist and said, well, squad leader. I will work hard. I will try to surpass you in archery. At this time, the class bell rang. The two walked towards the teaching building. Mu Kyungsu's face returned to seriousness, and she glanced at him and said, will I go to the archery department at noon? I can give you a little more time to practice, this time the sea-level mission. You don't want to participate. No one has participated in the sea-level mission at the beginning. Even if you need money anymore, you can't push yourself like that. There will be many opportunities in the future. Go, of course I want to. Luo Fei said without hesitation, in order not to let other people in the department gossip, I hope the squad leader will call out all other members at noon. I don't want other members to say behind the scenes that it's because of the squad leader that I can participate in this event. It's a sea-level mission. I will participate in this mission on my own strength. Mu Kyungsu stopped, looked at him and said, are you sure? Luo Fei hesitated and said, not yet, but I have confidence. Mu Kyungsu looked at him with blinking eyes, and said in silence, okay. No matter whether it succeeds or not, I will help you fight for it. Thank you, Monitor. Luo Fei is sincerely grateful. When the two went upstairs, they happened to meet the sisters of Baidao Yingxiu. The sisters are still dressed in white and black. They wear sailor suits and shawls with long hair. They are exactly the same length. They are slim and beautiful. They are very eye-catching. Baidao Yingxiu greeted the two of them, took a quiet look at Luo Fei, and then said to Mu Kyungsu, Minister, Hitomi and I will be out of school at noon, so I won't go to the archery club. The little primary school girl also said that something was going on at noon. Can't go anymore. Baidao black pupil stood with her, but she was dull and silent, her pupils were not focused, as if the soul was not in the body, there was no expression, and no words were spoken. Mu Kyungsu glanced at the sisters and said, you must go at noon. Tell Xiao Xiao, I will notify the third-year senior Chu and Qing Shui senior sister, they will all go. Members of the archery club, this time, one must go. As soon as she said this, Baidao Yingxiu was taken aback, and then looked at the young man next to her in disbelief. I haven't succeeded yet, but I have to try it. Luo Fei took the initiative to answer her questions. Okay. Sakura Snow agreed to come down. Back in the classroom, the two sisters sat together. Baidao Haitong took out the manga and continued to look down at the manga, finally there was light in his dark eyes. Baidao Yingxiu looked out the window and muttered in a complicated expression, will it succeed? No, unless he suddenly awakens, how could it be possible? Chapter 32, Chu Fei Yang. Senior sister, do we really want to go? After school, Su Xiao Xiao walked behind the Baidao sisters with his short legs, and walked towards the archery department building together, looking puzzled. Did the minister call the third-year senior Chu and Qing Shui senior sister? So many people are deliberately going to see Senior Luo's joke. Sakura Snow Kitajima shook her head and said, of course not, the minister should have other reasons. What's the reason? Knowing that Senior Luo is going to make a fool of himself, he also called out all the members of the archery club. Senior Luo will definitely not be able to get off the stage later. Su Xiao Xiao is only about 1.5 meters tall, petite and exquisite, with a cute baby face, and looks like a schoolboy, but his body is still well proportioned, slim and slender, and looks very comfortable. Sakura Yuki Kitajima thought for a while and said, the minister asked all the members of the archery club to gather, so he probably wants to officially introduce him to all the members. Also, it is estimated that the minister still wants him to do this task. After all, this for the second sea-level mission, we can only dispatch up to 5 people here. If he wants to go, he will occupy another person's place. The minister may want to ask all the members to agree. That's it. Su Xiao suddenly stunned, and then sighed again. Unfortunately, this is my first mission. The minister said that I must go this time. Otherwise, my quota can be given to Senior Luo. The two talked and entered the archery building. Beidao black pupil followed behind, her face dull and silent, like a marionette. The 3 of them entered the archery department classroom. No one else has come yet. Su Xiao went to take the bow and arrow, and while practicing, asked, Sister Beidao, what are the rewards for this sea-level mission? Beidao Yingxiu pressed her shoulder next to him and said, Listen to the minister, each group can reward 1 qi and blood pill, and the group with the greatest credit can be awarded 1 more. At the same time, it will be rewarded according to each individual's credit. Merit value, at least 2 points. Wow! Is the reward so generous? Su Xiao heard this and immediately put down the bow and arrow in his hand and became excited. I don't have any merit value on the merit monument. In addition to merit value, do you also reward qi and blood pills? I heard that eating that food can increase the number of awakened people. Double the power, great! Not so exaggerated. Beidao Yingxiu smiled and said, For us who are awakened, the qi and blood pills are indeed very precious and very useful, but they are not as good as you said. Unless it is the qi and blood made by the 3 elders of the Pill King. Dan, it is possible to have the kind of effect you mentioned, but the city can only supply 1 or even no supply of qi and blood pill a year. It is not the one with the best talent and the highest merit, let alone enjoy it, it is hard to even look at it. Su Xiao suddenly sighed and said, Then I may be hopeless in my life. Beidao Yingxiu smiled and comforted, qi shui pills are also very good, and the accumulation of small amounts will make more. If you are lucky, and the total number obtained in a year exceeds 50, the effect is not necessarily worse than that of qi shui pills. Oh my god, 50! I'm afraid that you have to do the task to die? Only 1 sea-level task at a time, and the whole group is assigned according to the credit. It is too difficult. Su Xiao couldn't help sighing. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in from outside, exaggeratingly saying, Oh, 3 beautiful girls are here, and 2 more? Where are my dear minister goddess and queen pair clothes? Is there a newcomer? Hasn't he come yet? Beidao Yingxiu glanced at him and said politely, Senior Chu, none of them have come yet. When Su Xiao saw the visitor, he rolled his eyes and ignored him. This guy is still so glib, frivolous, and annoying. The visitor is Chu Fei Yang, who is in the 3rd grade. He is 1.82 meters tall and looks handsome. He is dressed in a neat suit. His hair is shiny and shiny. He looks like the idol of all nympho, but when he speaks, he becomes vomiting. Like, Tisk Tusk, I haven't seen you in a few days, the little primary school girl, you have grown up again. According to my naked eye, you have grown by 1 millimeter again. Congratulations! Chu Fei Yang didn't care about Su Xiaoxiu's eyes, but eagerly leaned over to strike up a conversation. Su Xiao clenched his fists stingly, gave him a fierce look, turned around and shot an arrow. After all, he is a senior, and he can't scold him, he can't beat him, he can only swallow his voice. Hey, Hitomi, are you reading manga again? What manga? Can you watch a beautiful boy under the age of 18 like senpai? Chu Fei Yang walked to the corner table and greeted Beidao black pupil naturally. But the manga girl still looked down at the book, as if she hadn't noticed that there were more people in the room, nor had she heard anyone talking. Chu Fei Yang didn't feel embarrassed either. He stretched his neck and leaned over and read a few pages before coming to Beidao Yingxiu's face, and said with a smile, Sister Yingxiu is still so gentle and beautiful. Please learn from me last time. What happened to my sister? Beidao Yingxiu smiled bitterly, next time, I'll let Senior Chu go by himself. Failed? Doesn't make sense. Chu Fei Yang touched the meticulous hair that was combed, and said with a puzzled face, I can't take her down because of my charm. Bidao Yingxiu looked helpless and said, I didn't give the letter to her. The minister saw you when you gave it to me. After you left that day, the minister came over and took the letter and threw it directly into the trash can. Chu Fei Yang opened his eyes wide, froze for a while, suddenly clapped his hands, and said with excitement, Is the minister goddess jealous? That must be the case. When I chased the minister ignored him, and now I am chasing another girl. The minister even grabbed the letter. The minister must be interesting to me, and I am embarrassed to say, he. Senior Chu misunderstood. Bidao Yingxiu supported her forehead and said speechlessly, the minister only said a word after throwing your letter in the trash can. What are you talking about? Don't let that scumbag harm girls again. Chu Fei Yang was dumbfounded for a few seconds, and suddenly said, I don't believe it. Minister will not swear. The word scumbag is absolutely impossible to say from the mouth of a kind-hearted minister. I did say that. At this moment, Mu Kyungsu appeared at the door, looking at him coldly and said, I don't want the reputation of the archery club to be corrupted by you. This month alone, I have received 7 letters complaining about your playing with feelings. Senior Chu, the words scumbag are still too light for you. The animal scum man is right. Su Xiao, who was shooting arrows, couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. Oh, Minister, I heard that our archery department has recently recruited a new member, and it's still a boy in the same class as the minister. It's gratifying. Chu Fei Yang immediately changed the subject with a smile on his face. Mu Kyungsu ignored him and walked in and said, Little, go get my horn bow out. Minister, are you going to shoot a scumbag? Su Zioxio's eyes lit up suddenly. Chu Fei Yang on the side shivered, and immediately said with a straight face, Little elementary school girl, the scumbag is also a human being, please learn to respect life. Su Xiao stuck out his tongue and ran into the room quickly. Today, Luo Fei spent 2 yuan for an incredible amount of money and had a meal in the cafeteria. After eating, he came to the archery building. There are already 14,700 points on the panel. After spending 5,000 points to redeem the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill, there are 9,700 points left, which is enough for this task, and even a few qi and blood pills can be exchanged. In the piano room next to him, suddenly came the familiar piano sound, playing Chopin's Nocturne. It's smooth and natural, and it sounds great. But Luo Fei didn't dare to listen more, for fear that the system would be troublesome for others. I have not apologized for the 2 rude offenses and cannot continue. He walked away quickly. But sometimes the more you are afraid of something, the more it will come. You have a temporary task. Enter the piano room, open the door, and say to the girl who is playing the piano, you are really ugly, do you want to listen to me? Then sit on her lap and play a song with 2 tigers. Time, within 10 minutes. Reward, 2,000 points, piano advanced, listening +1, fighting ability +1. Mission failure, 5,000 points reduction, listening -2, durability 3. Chapter 33, Queen of Beauty. No choice. Luo Fei had to bite the bullet and entered the piano room again. This time the punishment was even harsher. 5,000 points minus, listening -2, persistence -3. I don't know how much his persistence is. It is reduced by 3 at once. If he doesn't increase in the future, and his value is just 3, wouldn't it be completely abolished? Therefore, he could only silently apologize to the girl who played the piano in his heart again. If there is a chance in the future, he must apologize to the girl very sincerely, or write an apology. Be familiar with the road. Following the sound of the piano, he pushed open the door of the piano room. He was about to speak inside, but the girl inside suddenly said, "Shut up." This girl seems to be prepared. She was wearing a sailor suit, black stockings, and a small tie today, looking very sexy. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, but still said, "You are really ugly, do you want to listen to me?" Then he couldn't help but rushed over, and sat down on her slender black silky legs, and quickly pressed both hands on the black and white keyboard. Two tigers run fast, one without ears and the other without tail. It's weird, weird. Hey, why did I sing it out? Luo Fei woke up and shut up quickly, his cheeks burning. At this time, the door of the piano room was suddenly pushed open again, and a short girl was surprised. "Li Yi, how do you play, ah?" When she suddenly saw the absurd scene inside, she suddenly exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes widened, and she was stunned. Boom! When Luo Fei was holding his breath and flicking the last bar, the girl under him suddenly punched his head. Pain! It hurts. But the task has not been successful, comrades still need to work hard. Bang! 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 The head was beaten 3 times in a row, and one punch was stronger than one punch. Luo Fei stared at Venus, was beaten on her knees, but still lay on the keyboard, against her black silk legs, stretched her neck, seeing death as home, her fingers fluttering. Boom! Finally, the last note was completed, and he was beaten to the ground. Congratulations, the task is completed. You get 2000 points, piano advanced, listening +1, anti-beating ability +1. Hey, the head that was suffering from severe pain just now suddenly doesn't seem to hurt anymore. The ability to resist is really great. When Luo Fei was about to get up from the ground to escape, the girl named Li Yi grabbed the collar behind him and pulled him to his feet. Then she made a fist with her other hand, facing his face. It exploded. Boom 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 boom. After beating 10 punches in a row, Luo Fei rolled his eyes, his body softened, and he collapsed on the ground, motionless, as if he had passed out in a coma. The girl in the white skirt seemed to be unwilling to give up. When she was about to lift her foot to step on his face, the short girl hurriedly ran over to hold her and said, "Don't Li Yi, it's going to be dead. Look at him, it's all caused by you. He fainted and his face was full of blood, so please forgive him." Hey! As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fei suddenly jumped up from the ground, ran away, rushed out of the piano room with a swish, and disappeared. The short girl opened her mouth. Sure enough, the ability to resist hits, so I just added a little bit. It's so resistant to hits. Good thing. This wave is not a loss. Luo Fei ran out of the piano room with blood on his face, and quickly ran into the building next to the archery department. He was relieved to see that the other party was not chasing him. Although the face is still very painful, it is within a tolerable range. Hearing was added by 1 point, and it was really good. As soon as I went upstairs, I could hear the voices from the archery department classroom. "Minister, Senior Luo is definitely afraid to come, let's not wait anymore." This is Su Zioxio's voice. Luo Fei wiped the blood on his face, walked over quickly, pushed the door open and said, "I'm here." "Ah, Senior, you are really here, you were beaten by someone." Su Xiaoxiao was shocked when he watched him with nose and swollen face. Others were also taken aback. Mu Kyungsu immediately sank, and said, "Who did it?" Although it was the first time that Chu Feiyang saw this new member, he walked over very familiarly and said, "Brother, you are a bit cruel, but don't be afraid, your business is your brother's business. Say the bastard's name. Brother Chu will take revenge for you. I promise to fight him all over the floor and find his teeth and piss." Su Xiaoxiao glanced at him disgustingly, and stood a few steps away. "It's okay." Luo Fei glanced at him, knowing that this was the only male in the ministry besides him, nodded, counted as saying hello, and then walked to the bathroom inside. Mu Kyungsu followed behind and said with a serious face, Luo Fei, tell me, who is it? Luo Fei did not answer. He went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and while washing the blood on his face, he said, Squad leader, it's okay. It's my fault. You should be beaten. This sentence immediately confuses everyone else. Especially Chu Fei Yang, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Brother, I grew up so, the first time I heard someone say that I should be beaten, even if you didn't care, you shouldn't be beaten like this, right? The opponent is too strong. Are you afraid of the opponent's revenge and want to calm down? Don't be afraid, Brother Chu is the master for you. Quickly say his name, who hasn't been afraid of Brother Chu in this school? Mu Kyungsu looked at him and said, you go out first. Yes, Lord Minister. Chu Fei Yang went out immediately. Su Xiaoxiao and Baidao Yingxiu also immediately followed out. It's probably a shame that this matter is a bit embarrassing. Senior Luo is embarrassed to say? Did Senior Luo rob someone's girlfriend? But Senior Luo is not like that. Su Xiaoxiao guessed in a low voice outside, and was clearly heard by Luo Fei who was washing his face. Hey, knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart, how do you know that he is not that kind of person? Only a handsome man like your Senior Chu will not do that kind of low price. Chu Fei Yang's words also reached Luo Fei's ears, who had a +3 hearing. Senior Chu was right, it really means knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart. Just now, Senior Chu enthusiastically wanted to make an appearance for Senior Luo, but he immediately spoke ill of others behind his back. Su Xiaoxiao sneered. Chu Fei Yang immediately said, is there a contradiction? I am going to help him out, but I am also qualified to evaluate him. After all, everyone is a man, and only a man understands what a man thinks best. Sure enough, Senior Chu also tried to grab someone else's girlfriend, or he has done it at all, hey. The two bickered outside. Luo Fei gained 20 points. In the bathroom, after Luo Fei washed the blood on his face, Mu Kyungsu Fang asked again, tell me, who is it? What is the reason? I'm rude to others. Luo Fei was silent for a while and replied, so, it should be beaten. At this time, Chu Fei Yang and Su Xiaoxiao were eavesdropping outside. Hearing this answer, Chu Fei Yang immediately poked his head in and looked at him nervously and said, boy, how rude. Is it a man or a woman? Luo Fei took the tissue that Mu Kyungsu handed over, and said calmly, girl. Oh. Chu Fei Yang was obviously relieved. Su Xiaoxiao poked his head out and said, Senior Luo, how can you be rude to girls? This should be a misunderstanding. Although this Senior Luo has a bad personality, he shouldn't be that kind of person. After all, he is a boy whom the minister values. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding, but I didn't mean it. Luo Fei suddenly felt a little guilty after saying this. Over and over again, 3 times in a row, who would believe that this was not intentional? Even he himself couldn't believe it. You didn't fight back, did you? Mu Kyungsu asked. Luo Fei shook his head and said, no. Mu Kyungsu took a deep look at him, and then said, well, that's the end of this matter, let's go out. Several people walked out of the bathroom. In the corner, Baidao Black Pupil still sat there watching the comics, like a stone sculpture, never moved. Luo Fei's gaze turned to the large hornbow on the shelf. Su Xiaoxiao said, Minister, hasn't senior sister Li Yi come yet? Li Yi. Hearing these 2 words, Luo Fei's heart jumped. Mu Kyungsu took out her mobile phone and took a look, frowned and said, Senior sister Li Yi just sent a text message saying that she. What about her? Su Xiaoxiao immediately leaned over to look, and suddenly opened his eyes and said, I just met an idiot in the piano room, and he soiled my skirt and body. I have to go back to take a bath and change my clothes. I can't come anymore, Minister Mamita. Mu Kyungsu immediately put away the phone. Su Xiaoxiao opened his eyes wide and looked at her with a weird look. Chu Fi Yang on the side suddenly furious. Who dares to get my Queen Li Yi's skirt and body dirty? I, Chu Fi Yang, will fight him to the end and will never die. Chapter 34, Archer of Metamorphosis. Su Xiaoxiao was a little messy. She felt that she might have discovered something extraordinary. She also met the Li Yi senpai. The other party has always been very tall and arrogant, rarely speaks actively to others, and only a few words each time. But the message that I just sent to the minister has so many words, and it even used the 3 words Mamada. Something's wrong. The thief Sud took a peek at the minister and found that the minister was deleting the message, making him feel that it was not easy for the two of them. Senior Li Yi is not coming, so let's start. Mu Kyungsu put away the phone and looked at Luo Fei with a calm expression, as if nothing happened. Chu Fi Yang on the side was still wailing, "Ah, I haven't even touched Queen Li Yi's skirt or hands. Which animal is it that dares to get on the ground first?" Su Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes with a look of contempt. This guy dared to talk nonsense behind his back, really in front of Li Yi senpai. I guess he wouldn't even dare to say a word. "Senior Chu, I heard that you made a joke with senior sister Li Yi last time, and then stayed in the courtyard for a month. Do you think you still want to go?" Su Xiaoxiao sneered. Chu Fi Yang immediately said anxiously, "Little primary school girl, how did you talk to the senior? Will the senior teach you how to shoot arrows in the future?" "No more." Su Xiaoxiao was not afraid, and then walked behind Luo Fei ruthlessly and said, "It is enough for Senior Luo to teach me. You change your mind when you see a strange thing, and you are in chaos and finally abandoned." Chu Fi Yang was indignant and honest. Su Xiaoxiao snorted, too lazy to quarrel with him again. At this time, Luo Fei had already taken the ox horn bow, took the arrow, and stood on the arrow path that simulated the 100 distance bullseye, ready to shoot the target. Chu Fi Yang snorted coldly, "This distance, seniors, I will be successful." Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but said, "Yes, you shot 10 arrows last time." Indeed, all 10 arrows hit the target, but none of them hit the target. Chu Fi Yang sneered and said, "At least I can hit the target. As for you, 9 out of 10 arrows missed the target." Humph. Su Xiaoxiao didn't bother to talk to him again. "Call out." Luo Fei hit an arrow and hit the bullseye with a value of 102. Su Xiaoxiao immediately clapped his hands and encouraged, "Senior Luo is great. But I thought in my heart, it's over, it's 300 meters, and now it's only 142. Senior Luo will probably be ashamed of it later." Luo Fei only shot 1 arrow, then walked to the second arrow path that simulated a bullseye at a distance of 200 meters, and shot again. "Call out." Snapped. Hit the bullseye again, this time the value on the screen has become 152. He continued to take arrows and shoot. "Call out." Snapped. It still hits the bullseye, but the value has been hovering around 150. Very good. Last time, your range was up to 100 meters. You can reach this level in just 2 days. Few people can do it. Mu Kyungsu praised sincerely. Luo Fei's face was calm, holding a bow and arrow, and shooting again. He found that his strength and eyesight had increased a lot, probably because of the continued effect of the qi and blood pill. He fired another 5 arrows in a row, all hitting the bullseye, and the value exceeded 160 at most once. Su Xiaoxiao immediately clapped his hands and said, "Senior Luo is so amazing. In time, he will definitely be able to break the 300-meter mark." Mu Kyungsu also nodded and said, "It's really good. At this level, if you are not an awakened, few people can do it." Then looked at him and said, "Okay, stop here. The result is already out, no need to try again. The distance of 200 meters cannot be reached, and if it is 300 meters, there is no need to try again. Su Xiaoxiao walked to Luo Fei's side and stretched out his hand to take the archery. It's me, Senior Luo, I want to try it too. Luo Fei didn't give it to her. He took out an arrow from the quiver and said, I will try a few more arrows. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Mu Qingxiu, then at Baidao Yingxiu, and immediately said coquettishly, Senior Luo, it's me, don't try. The result is already obvious, and it will be more and more embarrassing if you try again. Mu Qingxiu looked at the young man in front of him, saw him with firm eyes, was silent for a moment. Xiao Xiao, get out, let him try a few more arrows. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her, and had to step aside, and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, Senior Luo is really stubborn. I can't get off the stage to see what you do later. Exchange the 100 steps Chuan Yang intermediate skill. Consuming 5,000 points, the 100 steps crossing Yang intermediate skill has arrived. Luo Fei grasped the bow and pulled the strings, obviously feeling a surge of power in his body. Both his eyesight and physical strength began to grow rapidly. In the pupil, the originally vague bullseye in the distance suddenly became very clear, as if it was right in front of you. Mu Qingxiu next to him kept staring at his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this young man was different. In those bright and firm eyes, there was more confidence and composure. Moreover, his arrow shooting momentum has also changed, and his whole person seems to have become that arrow, just about to come out. She is awakened by archery, so she is especially keen on these feelings. He's transformed. Mu Qingxiu was secretly shocked. Call out. The bowstring rang, and the sharp arrow shot out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye. On the screen, the value turned into 230 swish. Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded for a moment, and then suddenly jumped up exaggeratedly and exclaimed, Too great! Too great! Senior Luo is too powerful. This way, he can hit the bullseye, breaking through 200. Chu Feiyang on the side was also surprised. The girl who was looking at the comics in the corner finally raised her head. Luo Fei took another arrow and continued shooting. Take the arrow and pull the string, aim and shoot, all in one go. Call out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye again. Value 240. Immediately, he took the third arrow. Call out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye again. Value 260. Wow! Wow! Senior Luo! You are my idol! Su Xiaoxiao jumped over excitedly and hugged his arm, exaggeratingly shouted. Even Chu Feiyang, who had never praised other boys, had to give a thumbs up and said, Nice! But this did not end. Luo Fei knew that if he wanted to participate in this sea-level mission, he had to fulfill his previous promise. After Su Xiaoxiao let go, he walked to the last arrow path, and his pupils clearly reflected the simulating 300-meter distance bullseye that had never been seen before. At this moment, the classroom was silent, and everyone looked at him nervously. Su Xiaoxiao clenched his small fists, his eyes widened, and he did not dare to blink. Baidao Yingxiu stared closely at the young man, and the pair of unusually clear and calm eyes. Mu Qingxiu's gaze was very complicated, as if she was distracted. She didn't know what she was thinking at this moment. Chu Feiyang shook his head and muttered to himself, Impossible, how is it possible? It is not an awakened one. Even if it is an awakened one, the awakened one is not archery. Call out. The bowstring rang and the sharp arrow shot. Snapped. The screen shows that it is in the middle of the bullseye with a value of 305. Everyone was stunned. Both Chu Feiyang and Su Xiaoxiao opened their mouths. Mu Qingxiu's heart shook suddenly. Kitajima Sakurayuki's pupil shrank. In the corner of the comic girl, the dark pupils were finally no longer comics, but the shadow of the young man. Luo Fei took the second arrow again. Take the arrow and pull the string, and look like a torch. Call out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye again, with a value of 308. He took the third arrow again. Call out. Snapped. Hit the bullseye again, the value is 307. 3 arrows were shot, all hit the bullseye, and the values all exceeded 300. The rise of Luo Fei's shooting, the blood in his body was surging, unable to calm down, he suddenly picked up all the remaining 3 arrows in the quiver, and sandwiched between the 3 fingers with a skillful technique engraved in his bones, and then hit the arrow, pull the strings, aim at the targets on the 3 arrow paths, and shoot out suddenly. Snapped. 3 arrows, 3 targets, 1 sound. All hit the bullseye. Value 303. 302. 306. Chapter 35, Awakening. Wow! Su Zioxio's excited screams came from the activity room. No one thought that this young man could actually succeed, and he would be transformed into a success in just 2 days. The point is that he is not an awakened one. Even the awakened Mu Kyungsu, after awakening arrow, his progress has not reached such a perverted level. This can no longer be described with the word genius. Are you awakened? No. Mu Kyungsu couldn't help but checked his body with his opponent again. The results showed that he did not awaken. This is even more incredible. I regret it a bit. On the way back to the classroom, Mu Kyungsu looked at Juvenile Dao next to him. Luo Fei froze for a moment and said, "What do you regret? Promise me to let me participate in this sea-level mission." Mu Kyungsu shook his head and said, "I regret that I made that kind of joke with you before. Judging from your current situation, it should not be long before you surpass me in archery skills." Luo Fei looked confused and said, "What kind of joke?" Mu Kyungsu stopped, looked at him, and suddenly smiled, "Don't remember, forget it, it's a joke anyway." Oh! Luo Fei gave a loud cry and stopped talking. The two walked side by the Huahu Lake, with flowers blooming on both sides, and the flowers were scented. The breeze blew, the young girl's green silk swayed, and the fragrance came. Luo Fei was silent for a while, before Fang said, "Squad leader, the assignment quota this time was given to me by classmate Bei Dao. Besides the 5,000 yuan reward, what rewards are there?" Mu Kyungsu said, 5,000 yuan is not a reward. It's just for spending money on the road, buying drinks or snacks. No one cares about monetary rewards for this kind of task, mainly rewarding merit and other items. Memorial value. Only the awakened will have merit rewards. Every awakened will be recorded by the national system. Each province and every city has a separate awakened legion. Only the awakened can join each legion and serve the legion. In order to gain merit points. Merit points are very important for the future development of the awakened, and can be exchanged for various things, even life. Then I definitely can't get merit points, what about other items? In this sea-level mission, in addition to rewarding merits, there will also be rewards of qi and blood pills. One more for each group. Those who make special contributions will be rewarded one more. Qi and blood pills. Luo Fei was taken aback, feeling that this name was so familiar, it was only one word behind his own qi and blood pill. Mu Kyungsu explained, Kigsu pills are very important to the awakened. No matter how much money you spend, you may not necessarily buy it. After the awakened takes it, it will strengthen the physical fitness and strengthen the awakened awakening skills. And even inspire new skills of awakening. For example, my awakening is archery. After taking Kigsu pills, my current range of 500 meters may become 600 meters, and it may be able to inspire new archery skills. Awakening skills? Archery skills. Luo Fei didn't understand this, and had never heard of it. Mu Kyungsu went on to explain, awakened people will have an awakening skill after awakening, and most of their lives can only practice this one skill. Awakening skills can be weapons, punches, palms, legs, and even ears and eyesight. Wait, but most of them are weapons. It is said that there are more advanced ones, such as wind, thunder, electricity, water, fire, wood, and other attribute awakening skills. Each awakening skill, in the process of upgrading, there will be new skills, such as my archery. At the beginning, there was only one arrow piercing the heart. Slowly, as the archery improved, there were many shadows of arrows, and the arrows were like a shower, all of which were related to arrows. Luo Fei's eyes widened when she heard it. Seeing that she didn't hold back, he even spoke out his archery skills, and he respected the girl even more. Kigsu pills are also very useful for ordinary people. It can strengthen the body, make the body stronger, and even eliminate diseases and prolong life. Luo Fei thought of his own qi and blood pill, which seemed to have these effects. Squad leader, each group only rewards one qi and blood pill, then how should we allocate it? Mu Kyungsu said, give it to the one who contributes the most in the task, or after discussing in advance, it will be assigned in order of priority. For example, if the blood pill is assigned to you this time, it will be assigned to him next time. Next time, it will be distributed to other members. Luo Fei said, then how is our group distributed? Mu Kyungsu said, the one with the strongest power is given. In fact, according to my idea, the points are given in order, but everyone agrees that the more capable will get more, so that everyone will be more active when doing the task. Luo Fei said, I think so too. Mu Kyungsu sighed and said, Luo Fei, this mission is a bit dangerous, but you can neither get meritorious points nor get qi and blood pills, which is very unfair to you. No, squad leader, it's fair to me. I am not an awakened person. I am definitely not as powerful as yours. I can get 5,000 yuan. I am very satisfied. Mu Kyungsu looked at the boy in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, in fact, 5,000 yuan is not important to us. Luo Fei, I can call the shots and take our 5,000 yuan. I'll give it to you, and there must be no comments from everyone. Luo Jiajia will have opinions, and I will have them too. Luo Fei looked at the swan in the lake and said, squad leader, don't say anything like this in the future. I really need money now, but I only want my own money. Mu Kyungsu opened her mouth, as if she still wanted to say something, but looking at his stubborn gaze, she finally sighed in her heart and did not continue the topic. After being silent for a while, she asked, have you not found a good house yet? Almost. Luo Fei, why don't you consider dormitories? I like to live with Luo Jiajia. Why? Because she is beautiful. For this reason. Okay. Mu Kyungsu said silently, well, then I won't ask. This answer is too perfunctory. After school. When Luo Fei returned home, Luo Jiajia had already prepared the food. She was sitting at the dinner table, looking at a foreign book with a big blue shark painted on the cover, which was about the ocean. I have something to tell you. After Luo Fei washed his hands, he sat down opposite her. Luo Jiajia put down the book and picked up the chopsticks, his face blank for thousands of years. Luo Fei also picked up the chopsticks and said, I won't be back tomorrow night, and maybe not the next night. I recently joined the archery club. The director is our monitor. After school, she will teach me archery. It will be very late, so. Where to sleep? Dorm room. Luo Jiajia looked up at him and said, girls' dormitory? With your monitor. Luo Fei. What do you think? Luo Fei said speechlessly, of course it is a male dormitory. The monitor is a girl, how could I sleep with her? Oh. Luo Jiajia lowered his head to eat and stopped talking. Chapter 36, Couple Upstairs. Character, Luo Fei. Identity, Qingchuan High School student. Physical condition, healthy. Points, 11720. Lying on the bed, Luo Fei opened the panel. In the dark room, lines of text exude soft fluorescence, reflecting on his delicate and thin cheeks. The quarrel of the couple came over again. The added 3 listening points seemed to be active skills. If he didn't take the initiative to focus his attention upstairs, his voice would still be the same size as before. But if you actively concentrate. Please, don't break up with me. I have beaten you 3 times. I wash and cook for you every day, and I give you all my monthly salary. Why am I sorry for you, Wu? You are not sorry for me, I am sorry for you. I'm useless, I'm useless, I'm a trash. Can't afford a house, can't afford a car, now I have lost my job, I don't deserve you, I don't want to delay you anymore. The voices of the 2 of them were clear. Luo Fei tried again to focus on Luo Jiajia's room next door. The faintly rapid gasp and the sound of barefoot stepping on the floor came into my ears clearly. What is that girl doing again? Luo Fei listened for a while and felt that it was not normal, so he immediately got up and got out of bed, opened the door of the room, and walked out. Luo Jiajia. He knocked on the door next door. After a while, a cold voice came from inside, "What are you doing? Open the door." Luo Fei continued to knock on the door. When the door opened, Luo Jiajia appeared in a wide t-shirt, bare feet, and a pair of long, white, straight legs exposed from her lower body. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, her chest was slightly undulating, and the hair on her temples had been sweated. Soaked. What are you doing in the room? Work out. Luo Fei took a look inside and said, "Can I go in and take a look?" Luo Jiajia stood at the door, looking at him indifferently, did not speak or let go, the meaning was obvious. At this moment, the man's hysterical roar suddenly came over his head, "I am a trash! I am a trash! Let me go! Let me die! I don't want to drag you down anymore!" The woman's cry followed, "No! No! You have to jump off the building, I'll be with you! Let's die together!" The 2 cried loudly at the window, and the lights of neighboring houses around were on, and many people poked their heads out of the window to watch. In the room, Luo Fei and Luo Jiajia looked at each other in the dark. Until the shouting above stopped and only crying was left, Luo Jiajia Fang suddenly said, "Actually I think they are pretty good. They have a place to live and a home for 2 people. Isn't that enough?" Luo Fei thought about the topic that the couple often quarreled with, and shrugged, "For them, maybe it's not enough. If they want to get married, it won't work if they don't have money or a house. If they have children in the future, they will need money even more. And the house. Without these things, like duckweed without roots, it could be blown away by the wind at any time." Luo Jiajia was silent for a while, then suddenly looked at him and said, "Then if you don't get married, don't you want children?" Luo Fei suddenly said silently, "Why are you still living together? Their family will not agree, and they will not agree." Luo Jiajia said "Oh" and stopped talking. Luo Fei looked at her, suddenly thought of herself, and quickly said, "There are special circumstances too." "What special situation?" Luo Jiajia stared at him with dark and deep eyes. Luo Fei was a little embarrassed, but still said, "Like us, if we must live together in the future, we don't need to do that." "Oh." Luo Jiajia let out an "oh" and stopped talking. The 2 people upstairs seemed to hug each other and wept bitterly. After crying for a long time, the woman said, "Let's work hard together, don't give up, we can definitely live on. No matter what happens in the future, I won't regret it." The man cried, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After a long time, it finally calmed down. Luo Fei was about to go back to the room. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, he said again, "Except for those, we can live like them, work hard together, never give up, we can definitely live on." At this time, the wooden bed squeaked, and the woman screamed, "Come on, husband! Cherish the present, let us become one and forget those worries." The man cried and said, "My wife! I love you! I love you! I want you to be the happiest woman in the world tonight." Luo Fei. Back to the room. Luo Fei turned and fled back to his room. The house was too bad, it was so loud without taking the initiative to listen, and the sound in Luo Jiajia's room was estimated to be louder than here. And that couple, why are they loving every time they quarrel, can't they change something else? Open the panel and open them all. Suddenly it was discovered that in addition to the Qi and Blood Pill, 2 new products had been unlocked in the product column. One is called the Demon Slashing Dagger, which can be exchanged for 10,000 points. The other is a black cloak, called Nightwind, 15,000 points can be exchanged. The introduction is fire prevention and antivirus, nightwear speed +5. Is it so powerful? Looking at the introduction of these 2 new products, Luo Fei's heart suddenly became hot. But the price is really expensive and I can't afford it now. He glanced at the Qi and Blood Pill again, thinking whether to exchange one now, and then trick Luo Jiajia to eat it. Unexpectedly, at this look, he was immediately taken aback. The Qi Blood Pill, which originally only required 2,000 points to redeem, suddenly became 10,000 points. This price increase is too ridiculous. At this rate of price increase, wouldn't the third and fourth be more expensive? The idea of Qi and Blood Pills as food suddenly died. But in any case, he had to exchange one for Luo Jiajia. Since 10,000 points are needed to redeem, it is definitely not the time now. With more than 10,000 points, he still has to do the task. It's still a while. After turning over the panel for a while, thinking about the points, the upstairs finally calmed down. Men really love to brag. Counting the time from beginning to end, it is only more than 20 minutes. Is this time enough to make a family the happiest woman in the world? Of course, compared to the average person, it is already pretty good. Luo Fei closed his eyes and thought about tomorrow's task for a while, confused and fell asleep without knowing it. After a while, the door opened slightly. Luo Jiajia stood at the door, with long water-stained hair draped across her chest, her body just wrapped in a thin bath towel, tall and slender, with perfect curves. Her exposed skin was white and charming even in the dark, with his wet cheeks still expressionless, but those eyes hidden into the night, looked at the teenager in the room for a long time. Luo Fei was refreshed when he got up in the morning. In a new day, there are new points to earn. On the table were fresh rice porridge, steamed buns, and a plate of pickles. Luo Jiajia should have finished eating before leaving. Luo Fei heated up the food, and when he was eating, he suddenly remembered something. That girl exercises in the room all day, and doesn't know what to do. Go and see. Luo Fei got up, walked to the door of Luo Jiajia's room, tried to twist the door handle, and it could be twisted. But he hesitated again. Wouldn't it be bad? It's okay, just take a look, the girl doesn't know. After a struggle in his head, he unscrewed the door of the room. As soon as I was about to go in, I suddenly saw a person lying on the bed, and the sun was shining in from the window, shining on a pair of snow-white slender and straight legs, and then up, a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. Excuse me. Luo Fei closed the door calmly. Then he rushed back to his room with a swish, picked up his school bag, and escaped the door at the fastest speed in his life, escaped downstairs, escaped from the community, and got on the bus. Chapter 37, Girls' Laughter. It's strange. At this time, why is that girl still lying on the bed? Even if you don't want to work part-time, should you go to school? Is it uncomfortable? Or there is no class this morning, and you are going to find a house later? Fortunately, he didn't see anything, he only saw a pair of big long legs. Otherwise, with the skill of that girl, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to. I also blame him for his own death. I know that girl's room can't go, why do I want to take a peek? It's all right now, let's get caught up right. Fortunately, I don't have to go back tonight or tomorrow. It is estimated that 2 days will be enough for that girl to calm down. If it doesn't work, when the time comes to go back, bring her a bunch of candied haws to apologize. He remembered that girl liked to eat candied haws the most when she was young, and she had a bunch of them a day. But since the two left without saying goodbye, she has never eaten again. In the memory, although she was arrogant and cold at that time, she was not as cold and unspoken as she is now. At that time, the two of them looked like siblings. But the two of them now feel weird. But thinking about it carefully, the two of them are also very strange. Although his father and her mother lived together with them, there was no trace of them becoming husband and wife in their memory. They seem to have never slept in a room, and they are usually polite when chatting. Unlike a couple, they seem to be different from other couples even when they quarrel and throw things off. As for the marriage certificate, these are even more absent. Of course, he and Luo Jiajia did not force him to change any name to them either. I never even asked him to call Luo Jiajia sister. Thinking about it now, it's getting more and more weird. This family combination is weird everywhere. And they left without saying goodbye, without any warning, without any sign, just like when they woke up in the morning and suddenly disappeared. Recalling these weird things along the way, unconsciously, the bus has arrived at the stop. Luo Fei cleared up his emotions, got out of the car with a few students, and walked towards the school. When I walked to the school gate, I saw Tong Yunyan getting off a brand new black car. The driver graciously helped her open the door, and when she left, he bowed farewell, and Tong Yunyan also politely said goodbye. Today the girl is wearing a light green dress, white stockings, light green leather shoes, carrying a cute little school bag of unknown brand, slightly curved long hair scattered behind and in front of her chest, and wearing a pink butterfly hairpin on her head. The color matching is just right, and it always looks like a lovely and noble little princess in a fairy tale. Luo Fei looked down at himself again, the old school uniform, the washed white running shoes, the big school bag, the flat chest. Hey? How do you get to the chest? Student Luo Fei. Wait for me. Seeing him, Tong Yunyan ran over immediately. His chest was turbulent, ups and downs, and he was ready to come out. Damn! As soon as she ran to the front, she didn't know if it was because her chest was too heavy or the beating range was too large, she suddenly became unstable and fell forward. Luo Fei went up in a vigorous step and held her back all at once. Sure enough, the speed is faster than before. It's okay. Although she tried to avoid contact, she was still innocently pushed. After Luo Fei stabilized her, he immediately let go and took a step back. Thanks, thank you. Tong Yunyan's cheeks flushed, and she bowed her head to thank. The girl blushed at every turn, shyly messed up. Luo Fei turned around and walked towards the school gate, and asked casually, "Aren't you going to Guang Temple this weekend? Have you made an appointment with someone?" Tong Yunyan stayed in place for a while, and hurriedly followed, with a look of anticipation. No, did Luo Fei decide to go? Don't go. Luo Fei's answer immediately disappointed her again. Although it happened to be the weekend after completing the mission, I won't see the long-legged bunny for 2 days. The first time I came back, of course, I had to guard her. Tong Yunyan let out an "oh," tugging on the shoulder strap of the school bag with both hands, trotting behind him, panting and saying, "Does Luo Fei have a part-time job this weekend? Where is it? Wait for me from Guangzhou. After Desi comes back, you can go and have a look." Luo Fei declined mercilessly, "No, I can't afford you to eat. It's so boring to stand." Tong Yunyan said, "I can invite Luo Fei, I've long wanted to invite Luo Fei. He saved all the classmates, including her life, and he should be invited to eat." The two entered the campus one after another. When Luo Fei saw her blushing and very cute, he pretended to be serious and said, "That's not good, my family said, boys can't eat girls' food at will, unless..." "Unless what?" Tong Yunyan looked at him with big watery eyes. "Unless my girlfriend bought it." Luo Fei was serious and authentic. "What?" Tong Yunyan stayed for a while, her already red cheeks turned red in an instant, and she was ashamed and flustered. I didn't mean that, student Luo Fei, don't get me wrong. Well, I did not misunderstand, Luo Fei said indifferently. Then he pretended to sigh again and said with regret, actually, I also want to eat delicious food, but my family is poor and can't afford it. When Tong Yunyan just said that I wanted to buy me something, I'm drooling, but I can't help it. I can't just eat what girls buy, hey. Tong Yunyan glanced at him entangledly, and whispered, Luo, student Luo Fei, you can eat secretly. If we don't tell you at home, can't we do it? That won't work, I can't deceive my family. Luo Fei verbally refused. After walking a few steps, he turned to look at her and sighed again, student Tong Yunyan, in fact, I have a way, I'm afraid of wronging you. When Tong Yunyan heard this, she quickly said, student Luo Fei, it's okay, I promise. Did Tong Yunyan agree? The way is actually very simple. That is, Tong Yunyan promised me to be my girlfriend first, and after I finished eating, Tong Yunyan would break up with me again. In this case, I'm not deceiving my family. Isn't this a good method? Luo Fei blinked at her, looked at her sluggish look with wide eyes, almost couldn't help smiling. This girl is silly and cute. You deliberately. Tong Yunyan finally realized that this guy was teasing her on purpose. Luo Fei finally couldn't help but laughed out, Tong Yunyan is really dumb and silly, I almost believed this. You are bad. Tong Yunyan was ashamed and annoyed, she was about to beat him with her small fist, and her little white nose made a hum sound that only cute girls could make. Luo Fei immediately ran to avoid. She blushed and waved her small fist, chasing angrily from behind. On the tree-lined path, the two one after another, stepping on the leaves blown down by the morning wind, chased away in the dappled sunlight. I can't run anymore. Tong Yunyan ran for a while, but finally couldn't run. But Luo Fei ran farther and farther, and soon disappeared from the corner. Tong Yunyan walked breathlessly, raised her head and glanced up, and suddenly pursed her small mouth and said, bad guy, don't wait for others. After walking a few steps, suddenly couldn't help but laugh again. So, I laughed all the way until I was almost at the school building. At this moment, a head suddenly stretched out from behind and stared at her side face and said, what is Tong Yunyan smirking? Has anyone confessed? Tong Yunyan was startled, and turned around to see that it turned out that it was the villain who ran behind her. Beat you. Tong Yunyan hit his mouth with a punch, but it was not as light as itching. Luo Fei exclaimed rolled his eyes, pretending to be overthrown, and said, no, I will be crushed by Yan Yan Xiaofen's fist. Puff. Tong Yunyan chuckled, her eyes curved like crescents, and she felt the touch of the lips remaining on her small fist. Her white cheeks were flushed again, but she punched him in the chest again, and said in her mouth, beat you. I'm dead. Luo Fei staggered back a few steps, fell on the big tree next to him, rolled his eyes, sticking out his tongue, with a funny appearance of being beaten to death. Coco. Tong Yunyan suddenly bent over and laughed, making such a happy and unreserved girl laugh for the first time. On the small road not far away, Mu Kyungsu held the test paper and stopped there, watching this rare and beautiful picture quietly, without going up to bother. Chapter 38, New Table Mate. Tong Yunyan was so happy in school for the first time. Even after entering the classroom, she still smiled unknowingly when she was sitting on the seat www.readaloud.com, she looked and smiled. In class, I went up and laughed. When walking and laughing. When I went to the bathroom, I squatted and smiled. I didn't stay away all morning, as if I had become a little fool who loves to giggle. During this period, in addition to Mu Kyungsu's discovery, other students also discovered it. As a result, today there is no Luo Fei who wants to take the initiative to collect points from his classmates, and he has gained a lot of points. But something he didn't even expect appeared. In the last class, the class teacher readjusted his seat, and Tong Yunyan was transferred to his side. The two turned out to be at the same table. Everyone was shocked, including Tong Yunyan herself. As a result, Luo Fei's points began to grow rapidly. By the end of school, 11,720 points had become 13,550 points. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the growth of yesterday and the day before yesterday, for Luo Fei, this is an unexpected joy and is already very satisfying. Tong Yunyan was sitting next to him, leaning inward, sitting right now, listening to the class without squinting, without saying a word to him, but the blush and erratic eyes on her face betrayed her. She was very uneasy. Although very happy, I was so close suddenly, very nervous, cautious, very shy, and embarrassed. Other classmates looked at her even stranger, which made her very uncomfortable. But she knew that she might face such consequences from the day when she stood up bravely and told everyone that this boy was her friend. She does not regret it. Therefore, she will try to adapt to all of this. Fortunately, the squad leader just sat in front of her. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he could poke the squad leader's long and smooth hair like silk and satin. When the wind blew in from the window, he could even smell the faintness of the squad leader's body. The fragrance of flowers, even the monitor's long hair, will fly to her desk. This makes her feel safe. But Luo Fei knew that this was not a coincidence. It is very likely that this is the class leader's initiative to propose to the class teacher. In class 3, as long as the class leader proposes something, the class teacher and other teachers will unconditionally accept and facilitate it. He sat with Tong Yunyan, the monitor, and Song Kikai. How could this be a coincidence? He was lonely and indifferent, with a shy and timid face. Neither of them had any friends or sincere friends in the class. Now, the two have become friends, so they were immediately divided into the same table. Song Kikai was the most detached in the class. No matter whether it was in class or after class, she couldn't calm down. No one except the class leader could control her, so the class leader became the same table with her. If it was a coincidence, Luo Fei would have eaten the entire desk. Okay, let's study by myself. After the class teacher finished the lecture, he took the textbook and left. At the beginning, there was only the sound of turning over the books in the classroom. Slowly, they began to whisper, and slowly, they began to whisper to each other, and finally, the voice became noisy. The seats were readjusted in the class, and many people were assigned to the new table mates. Some were excited and happy, and some complained and disliked each other. Naturally, they started to talk about it. Tong Yunyan pretended to look down at the textbook, but from time to time she glanced at her new desk mate next to her secretly. After seeing that the other party was not looking at her, she was relieved, but she was a little disappointed and angry, and her little mouth pouted unknowingly. Stand up! Luo Fei was not ignoring her, but was looking at his panel, thinking about the upcoming task. Mu Kyungsu notified all the members yesterday and will leave after school today. It may take 2 days or 3 days. Luo Fei didn't need to ask for leave. Although Mu Kyungsu is only the class leader, she has a lot of power in class 3 and can give him leave directly, but according to her personality, she will definitely tell the class teacher first. I will leave after school tonight. As for how to go or where to go, Mu Kyungsu didn't say anything. Luo Fei did not ask either. You just believe me, so aren't you afraid that I will trick you into selling you? If it can be sold, remember to divide the money sold to Luo Jiajia in half. This is the conversation between the two in the archery department yesterday. Mu Kyungsu had nothing to say about his answer. When Luo Fei was thinking about the matter, the new table mate next to him finally couldn't help but poke him with his elbow, and then slid a book in front of him. The book says, "What a coincidence." Luo Fei picked up the pen and wrote, "Unfortunately, I took the initiative to tell the class teacher that you should sit with me. then slid the book back. Tong Yunyan widened her eyes and looked at him, then turned her head, looking at him in amazement. But when he saw the smile in his eyes, he immediately reacted, hummed inaudibly with his little nose, picked up the pen and started to write, and slid the notebook in front of him. The book wrote, "Just love to lie, badass." The corner of Luo Fei's mouth bends, and he picked up the pen and wrote, "I love to lie to little fools, I'm so cheating." After reading it, Tong Yunyan suddenly pursed her lips and glared at him obliquely. She stared at him for a while and saw that he had no intention of repentance, and then took up a pen and wrote, "I am not a little fool." Luo Fei picked up the pen and replied, "Then you are a big fool." "Hey! I'm not a big fool." "Then you are a super fool." "Hey! Hey! I'm not a super fool." "I'm not a fool." "Then you are a sand sculpture." Luo Fei never returned to her. Tong Yunyan didn't care about her angrily. Song Kikai, who was sitting in front of Luo Fei, was fidgeting as if on pins and needles. The other classmates were talking, but she did not dare to say anything. The monitor's aura is too big. When Mu Kyungsu got up and walked to the podium to maintain order, she sighed in relief and looked back at Luo Fei very distressedly. "Luo Fei, I'll change seats with you. You beg the squad leader, and the squad leader will definitely agree to you." Tong Yunyan next to her suddenly became nervous. She is afraid of Song Kikai. Because Song Kikai loves making jokes about her, especially making jokes on her breasts, sometimes she even sneaks a bit while she is not paying attention. She didn't want to sit with her. Luo Fei suddenly felt something poking his thigh, and when he looked down, it was Tong Yunyan's little hand. Tong Yunyan lowered her head to read the book, as if she didn't care about the conversation between the two, but the little hand under the table was secretly making small moves. "Luo Fei, how about I give you 100 yuan? Seeing that he ignored herself, Song Kikai began to prepare to spend money again. Last time, she spent only 200 yuan to defeat this guy. Luo Fei still ignored it. 200? How about 200 yuan? Song Kikai started to increase the price again. Luo Fei finally raised his gaze to look at her, and thought for a while and said, "Forget the money, then, how about you stretch your hand and let me kiss you?" As soon as these words came out, Song Kikai suddenly became stiff, and then angrily said, "Shameless! Get out!" "Okay." Luo Fei continued to look down and think about things. If the knife cut her off quickly, it is estimated that she will continue to make noise. Shameless! Indecent! Bitch! Song Kikai cursed a few more words. Fang turned around, her chest violently rising and falling, and stopped talking to him. At the same time secretly wondering, why this guy has become like this. Luo Fei gained another 150 points. While he was looking at the points, the new tablemate slid the book over again, and it said, "Bad boy, do you like the hands of girls?" Luo Fei turned his head and took a look. The girl next to him was staring at him diagonally. Seeing him looking over, she quickly looked down at the textbook. Luo Fei picked up the pen and replied, "I like it, but the most favorite is the mouth of a girl." After thinking about it, I added another sentence, "If it doesn't work, it's okay to have a girl's feet." It's okay anyway, it's good to tease this silly child and relax. I have been depressed and dull at school for so long, and finally made a new friend. Wouldn't it mean that I am sorry for myself and the new friend if I don't want to be presumptuous? Tong Yunyan looked at the words on the book, suddenly widened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a sigh, her little face was full of incredible expressions, her little pink mouth was squeezed unconsciously, and she was hidden under the table. The little feet in leather shoes and white stockings also bowed unconsciously. Chapter 39, Let's Eat Together. Luo Fei was a little surprised. The points are still so many and have not increased. After a while, Tong Yunyan blushed again and pushed the notebook over, saying, "Is Luo Fei a pervert?" Interrogative sentence. "Yes it is." Luo Fei replied calmly. Tong Yanyan. This concludes the conversation. Luo Fei waited for a while, but still did not receive the prompt to increase the points. It seems that this poor rich daughter doesn't even know the basic skill of speaking badly in her heart. Luo Fei turned his head and took a look, and found that this eldest daughter was blushing and staring at the words on the book. The towering chest just happened to be placed on the desk in front of him, and the whole chin had sunk in. Snapped. Suddenly someone knocked on his head. Luo Fei hurriedly turned his head. What are you looking at? Mu Kyungsu held the ruler in her hand and looked at him with dignity. Tong Yanyan, who was thinking wildly, also woke up, hurriedly closed the notebook in front of him, turned his head and looked over. Luo Fei calmly said, I'm looking at the weather outside the window. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him deeply, without revealing him, and entered the seat inside. Song Kikai whispered with a bitter face, Squad leader, I want to sit with Qin Fei, and it's fine to sit with Fang Sitong. What's wrong with sitting with me? Mu Kyungsu put down the ruler and opened the textbook. I'm nervous, I can't listen carefully when I'm nervous, it will affect my study. Song Kikai was pitiful and pitiful. Mu Kyungsu flipped through the textbook and said, It doesn't matter, I will urge you every class. Song Kikai was even more frightened, clutching her clothes with both hands and begging, Squad leader, you can spare me. Let me sit with anyone, or with boys. Then you sit with Luo Fei, how about you? Mu Kyungsu turned to look at her and said. Song Kikai stagnated, turned her head and glanced behind her, showing undisguised disgust on her face. She had to say in a daze, forget it, I'll sit with the monitor, I'll accept my fate. Mu Kyungsu frowned, glanced behind, and said nothing. She arranged seats in this way and let Luo Fei and Song Kikai sit in front of each other. In fact, she wanted them to have a chance to communicate more and to clear up their previous suspicions. Now it seems that she doesn't know whether it is right or wrong. At this time, the school bell rang. The silence in the classroom just recovered, and immediately became noisy again. Song Kikai stood up and glared at Luo Fei behind. Fang followed Qin Fei and walked out of the classroom. Mu Kyungsu knocked on Luo Fei's table and said, Would you like to go to dinner together? Luo Fei shook his head and said, The squad leader goes first, don't worry about me. Mu Kyungsu glanced at Tong Yanyan next to him, nodded, said nothing, and left the classroom. When the classmates were about to leave, Tong Yanyan Fang stood up, blushing and said, Luo Fei, please let me go, I want to go out. The chest is too big and the aisle is too narrow. If you squeeze hard, you can, but it will be flat, mainly because of shame. Luo Fei got up and walked away. Seeing her blushing and dreading to look at herself, he couldn't help but smiled, Don't be afraid, I just made a joke with you. Tong Yanyan just snorted and looked at him angrily, I know you love to lie, badass. After Luo Fei waited for her to go out, Fang sat down. Tong Yanyan stood beside him and did not leave immediately. After looking at him a few times, Fang couldn't help but said, Luo Fei, don't you go to lunch? Go in a while. Luo Fei flipped through the book borrowed from the library and replied without raising his head. Tong Yanyan said oh, but still did not leave. She once heard other girls talk about this teenager behind her back, saying that this teenager is poor at home, and she either sits in the classroom and reads or goes to the library at noon. She never eats lunch. She has been pampered since she was a child, and she never imagined that someone would be poor and could not afford lunch, and she would be by her side. At that time, when she heard about it, she was sympathetic, but didn't dare to think about it. But now that the two had become friends, she naturally couldn't bear it. After hesitating, she suddenly said, Luo Fei, shall we go to lunch together? Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, then looked up at her and said, Student Tong Yanyan is asking me for dinner? Girls ask boys for dinner, do you know what it means? Tong Yanyan hurriedly blushed and said, It's just it's just a meal, nothing else. Luo Fei said strangely, aren't you going home to eat? Ask me to go to your house. Tong Yanyan was taken aback and waved her hand quickly, no, no, let's go to the cafeteria to eat, or go out to eat. I can send Hanbo a message so that he doesn't have to wait for me. Luo Fei thought about it. He was going to leave in the evening. There might be no time for dinner. If you don't eat lunch anymore, your body will definitely not be able to stand it. Okay then. He agreed and put away the books. Tong Yanyan immediately said happily, then shall we go to the cafeteria or eat out? I will send a message to Bohan. She took out her mobile phone from her school bag and sent a message to the driver who was waiting at the school gate at this time. Go to the cafeteria to eat. Luo Fei thought for a while. I have to go to the archery club to practice arrows after I have finished eating. As soon as the two went downstairs, Tong Yanyan's phone rang. It's my mother. Seeing the caller ID, Tong Yanyan's expression with a relaxed smile suddenly changed, and she immediately became nervous. She answered the phone nervously. A woman's accusing voice came from the microphone, Yan Yan, I heard from Bohan, you won't go home for dinner at noon? Where are you going to eat? Tong Yanyan nervously said, food, canteen. The voice on the other end of the phone became severe immediately, canteen? How many times has my mother told you that the food in the canteen is unclean, unhygienic, and unnutritious? You will get sick if you eat it. Why can't you listen? Me. Tong Yanyan was only a promise, her face changed from fright, and she didn't know how to refute it. Seeing this scene and listening to the voice in the microphone, Luo Fei finally understood why the little princess with a good life had such a personality. Don't go to the cafeteria to eat. Bohan is still waiting for you at the school gate, go home immediately. The voice on the phone gave the order directly. Tears flickered in Tong Yanyan's eyes, not knowing whether she was wronged or frightened. Luo Fei made a gesture to her and told her to go home. Tong Yanyan burst into tears, and summoned the courage to say to the phone, Mom, Mom, I don't want to go home to eat today, please. No. Must go home. There was a very determined and stern voice on the phone. Tong Yanyan's lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something. Another voice came from inside, okay, go home immediately, I still have a phone call to answer, that's it, hang up first. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Tong Yanyan was holding the phone, with tears in her eyes, standing there blankly, like a helpless and poor child. Luo Fei persuaded, go back, lest your mother is anxious, I can go to dinner alone. Tong Yanyan sobbed, wiped her tears, and said aggrieved, however, my mom and dad are not at home. Every time I go back, I am the only one to eat. I don't want to go back. Luo Fei had nothing to say. It turns out that every family has their own worries. This little princess, who is envied by the whole class, turned out to be so difficult to have a meal with mom and dad. Luo, student Luo Fei, let's go to the cafeteria. Tong Yanyan put the phone in her bag, a stubborn expression on her tear-stained face. Is this little canary going to resist? Luo Fei glanced at her, didn't say more, said, let's go. After entering the canteen, the two went to the window where no meal card was needed to have a meal. Tong Yanyan took out 100 yuan, but he refused to ask him. Luo Fei bought her own food first, and didn't take the initiative to help her buy food. Tong Yanyan had to buy the rice by herself, followed him behind him, and went to find a place in the corner. The two sat down face to face. Just about to start, a figure suddenly sat down beside Luo Fei, and the food in his hand was also placed on the table. Luo Fei turned his head and took a look, suddenly startled. I want to change the title. Do you have a good title? Chapter 40, Nocturne. White shirt and black skirt. 10 fingers are slender, with long hair reaching waist. He is tall and convex, and his face is cold. No matter where you go, where you sit, you can become the focus. When she sat down next to her, Luo Fei obviously felt countless gazes, like knives and swords, stab him together. He has always had a clear conscience and is not afraid of anyone. But if there is one person in this school who makes him guilty and scared, then this is the girl in front of him. He offended the other party 3 times in a row. And for the last time, he sat directly on his lap. Even if people call the police, arrest him as a hooligan, expel him from school, and put him in jail for a few days, he has nothing to say and is unreasonable. Therefore, in the face of this girl, in addition to avoiding, he can only admit counsel. Since the other party was sitting directly next to him, he must have been recognized, and it must be impossible to hide. That is, you can only admit your mistakes and ask for forgiveness. He opened his mouth and wanted to apologize, but the other party did not look at him. After sitting down, he began to lower his head to eat, saying nothing, as if sitting here, just sitting casually, without his intention, and as if he regarded it as air. He was stunned, so he could only swallow the words and bow his head to eat. Since the opponent is not ready for a showdown now, maybe it is because the people in the cafeteria have many eyes and are afraid of bad influence, so he can only stand still and respond to the changes. Tong Yanyan, who was sitting across from her, looked at the beautiful girl who suddenly sat down in front of her in doubt, glanced at him, then at the girl, and finally at him. After watching back and forth between the two repeatedly, she finally couldn't help but whispered, "Luo, student Luo Fei, do you know her?" Luo Fei didn't even know how to answer her question. "Say you know, but don't know. If you don't know me, I touched my hands, sat on my legs, and people were insulted. If I didn't know them, I couldn't justify them. I'm stuffed." He just stood up, ready to leave. Although wasting food is very distressing, it feels like eating on pins and needles, and it's boring to eat. But the foot under the table suddenly stopped, and when he looked down, he was stepped on by one foot. Black string micro-heel sandals, and black stockings, wrapped in curvy feet and slender long legs. And its owner, still bowing his head, was eating slowly, without any expression on his face. "Student Luo Fei, don't you want to eat it? Only a few bites." Tong Yanyan looked at him in surprise, and was about to stand up. But Luo Fei immediately sat down again and continued to lower his head to eat. "You can't waste food." Tong Yanyan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. She glanced at the girl next to her, swallowed again, and continued to lower her head to eat. The two ate boringly, and they didn't speak any more. Suddenly there was a stranger, strange and uncomfortable. Soon, Luo Fei ate all the food on the plate in front of him, but the girl next to him was still taking a bite and eating slowly. The Tong Yanyan on the other side was already full and was waiting for him. After seeing him finish the last grain of rice on the plate, he hurriedly whispered, "Luo Fei, let's go. It's embarrassing to sit here, and I don't know why this beautiful female classmate wants to sit with them. There are obviously many places around." Luo Fei calmly lowered his head and glanced at the black silk feet on his feet and the black silk legs that stretched over, with a calm expression on his face. "Wait a moment, a little bit of support, digest for a while." Tong Yanyan said oh and could only continue to sit. Finally, the girl next to her finished eating, stood up, still stomping on his feet, and looked at him. Luo Fei knew that the one who should come is still coming. If the other party wants to punch him out of anger, then come. He will not fight back and avoid. He and Luo Jiajia vowed that they would never owe anyone anything in this life. But he still owed it. Therefore, he has to repay, no matter how the other party asks for it. After paying off the debt, I feel at ease. Just hit it, anyway, he has the ability to fight and is not afraid. But to his surprise, the girl who beat him up yesterday didn't do anything again, just stared at him, then turned and left. He was a little confused. "Just forget it. But those cold eyes at the end definitely didn't seem to mean just forget it. He was a little disturbed. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer. The longer it was delayed, the more serious it would be. And he already faintly guessed the identity of the other party. So this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Tong Yunyan, you go back to the classroom first, I have something else. He confessed to Tong Yunyan and got up and left. Tong Yunyan was stunned for a moment, and quickly got up and chased him. Luo Fei, where are you going? The piano room. Piano room? Can Luo Fei play the piano? But in the music class, I didn't see Luo Fei playing. Tong Yunyan was puzzled. Because I am so good at playing, I am afraid that you will be jealous, so I didn't dare to play. Tong Yunyan snorted, student Luo Fei is lying again. She stopped and followed, panting, Luo, classmate Luo Fei, I also want to go to the piano room. I want to hear you play the piano, okay? Luo Fei got out of the cafeteria, but found that the girl had disappeared. Don't you go to the piano room? The only way to go to the piano room is the front, with a wide view, and there is no girl in there. Luo Fei looked around, but didn't see it. Forget it, I'll go first, she should go. Luo Fei glanced at Tong Yunyan at the back, thinking that this girl had conflicts with her family in order to accompany him to dinner. It would be too much to leave her alone, so he had to say, let's go, I will give you later. Play listen to mother's words. Tong Yunyan was stunned for a moment, and said with a small mouth, a lie, there is no such song. Luo Fei looked at her with a strange look and said, no, I haven't heard this song before. Zhou, hey. He stopped talking abruptly, and remembered it carefully in his mind, as if, not really. Not only is there no such song, even Zhou, and no other singer that the world knows. Don't listen to this song. Tong Yunyan looked rebellious. Luo Fei didn't speak any more, thinking about things in his mind, wandering away. Soon, the two came to the piano room. The piano room is very quiet, and no one is playing the piano. Luo Fei walked in with Tong Yunyan and chose the piano room yesterday. Looking at this brand new and expensive piano in front of him, at the familiar black and white keys, thinking of the embarrassment in the music class, something in his heart was suddenly touched, as if suppressed for a long time, suddenly seeing the sun again, and taking root quickly germination. The advanced piano skills have penetrated into his bones and merged with his body and soul. Standing in front of the piano, looking at the row of bright black and white keys, all kinds of familiar notes suddenly appeared in my mind. At the same time, I felt that these keys were very familiar and kind, and it seemed that even if I closed my eyes, I could strike accurately in an instant. Quasi every key. He closed his eyes, felt this breath and sensation, and then sat down on the stool. As soon as he put his hand on the keyboard, there seemed to be countless nerve threads, densely connecting his 10 fingers with all the black and white keys. This piano seemed to have become a part of his body. To move. Even before the mind is born, the 10 fingers can dance in advance, as if they have their own life and soul. What do you play? Listen to mother? No, not all mothers in the world are correct, and the little princess Tong Jianyun doesn't like to listen. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of the nocturne he heard here yesterday. So, let's play nocturne. Not Chopin's, but J. Chu's. Chapter 41, Piano Genius. The prelude sounded, memories flooded. 10 fingers danced lightly on the black and white keys, and thoughts drifted away in the music. The song is named Nocturne, but it has nothing to do with nocturne. Even the main instrument used to interpret the whole piece is not the piano, but the guitar. The invincible prelude is deduced by the guitar, in which the piano only plays the role of breaking down the chords. But what Luo Fei is playing now is an adapted version of pure music piano, which doesn't need other instruments to accompany or sing. Although the flavor of the original version is missing, the tune is equally good. At the moment when the prelude sounded, Tong Yunyan was already there with his eyes wide open, his eyes were full of his light flying fingertips, and the center of his ears and brain were full of nice and smooth notes. Play Chopin's Nocturne for you, to commemorate my dead love, the sound like the wind, the heartbreak is very nice. When the chorus was played, Luo Fei hummed unknowingly. Although it is very quiet and vague, it blends harmoniously between the notes played by the fingertips, as light as the wind, as natural, and as if the murmur in the night. Tong Yunyan was drunk, and the whole person stayed there. The body and soul seemed to have been separated, and the soul was floating, flying in the flowing notes, and the whisper in the dark night seemed to call her from a distance. Until the last note ended, she still stood there, her eyes wide open, motionless, as if her soul was out of her body. Luo Fei opened his eyes, his 10 fingers gently stroked and slid on the brand new black and white keys, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sure enough, he likes music. Boom! When I closed my eyes, it suddenly appeared in my mind that I heard Mazuka that day, and my fingers bounced unknowingly. Smooth and natural, with fingertips as if flying on the keyboard. After one song, I played the nocturne I heard yesterday, as if I had played it countless times, skillfully and flawlessly. After playing the 3 songs, a certain emotion in my heart vented out, and it was much more comfortable. Call. He let out a deep breath, and he felt like he was reborn again. At this time, the other side remembered the business. At this time, he remembered that there seemed to be someone standing behind him. The piano seemed to have magical powers, and when he played it, he had forgotten everything around him and his new table mate. Turning his head to see, Tong Yunyan stood there silently, her expression in a daze, her soul did not know where she had flown to. Boom! Luo Fei casually pressed a deep bass, startled her, and finally woke up. Ah, ah! Has classmate Luo Fei finished playing? Tong Yunyan looked unfinished. Do you want to play? It's too early. Does it sound good? Luo Fei asked. Tong Yunyan nodded hurriedly, widened her bright eyes, and said in an unbelievable manner, "Yet. Student Luo Fei is so good to play, even better than teacher Nangong's." Then he said quietly, "I didn't expect Luo Fei to hide so deeply. He is clearly a piano master, but he never reveals it every time he has a music lesson." Luo Fei deliberately teased her, "Didn't you talk about it before? The play is so good, I'm afraid you will be jealous and hate." Tong Yunyan pouted and said, "No way, everyone will like to worship you, so they won't be envious and jealous." Luo Fei stood up, got close to her, bent down and faced her face to face, looking at her big watery eyes and said, "That Tong Yunyan classmate, you just listen to me, would you like me and admire me?" "Me?" Tong Yunyan suddenly blushed again, lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooped, and whispered, "I will worship." "Don't like it?" Luo Fei looked disappointed. Tong Yunyan's shy cheeks were about to be buried in her chest, and she didn't dare to answer. Although she is a bit stupid, she is not stupid. She naturally knows what he means by like and she dares to answer. Luo Fei was afraid that if she kept teasing, this girl would be teased. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head and said, "I am teasing you, let's go." There is no sound of piano outside, and the girl named Li Yi seems to be not coming again at noon today. He decided to take advantage of this time and go to the archery department to practice arrows. Bad guy. Tong Yunyan blushed and followed him out of the piano room, raised her hand to touch her head, pouted, and muttered in her heart, "Always bully people, always touch people's hair, hum." After the two walked out of the piano room, a door slowly opened on the opposite side of the piano room, revealing a tall and figure. "I'm going to the archery club to practice archery, are you going?" Luo Fei asked. Tong Yunyan's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly and said, "Go, I want to see student Luo Fei practice arrows." Looking up under the tree that night, she couldn't see clearly, and she was in an awkward state at the time. Thinking of the scene that night, her cheeks suddenly became hot. At that time, she squatted in fright and didn't dare to move. She forgot to put on her underwear. Did he put them on for help, or did he carry her back to the camp? And she remembered that when she went back, her and skirt were wet. So ashamed, woo. Thinking of the embarrassment back then, she couldn't help covering her face, and secretly glanced through her fingers at the young man walking in front, but fortunately, the other party didn't look at it. The door of the archery department classroom is open, and there should be people inside. Luo Fei walked in directly with her. Su Xiaoxiao was in there alone, but didn't practice arrows. Instead, he was playing with the computer in front of the desk, wearing headphones, and seemed to be playing a game, screaming in his mouth. Ah! The senior is here, ah, dead, ah, hurry! Over there! Over there! Hey! Is this senior's girlfriend? Ah! Kill him! Kill him! What a big boobs! Ah! Dead, dead, too much! He can be beaten to death, the damned childlike giant, ah! Stop playing, stop playing! Luo Fei was full of black lines. Tong Yanyan flushed, hiding behind him, shivering. Su Xiao took off his earphones angrily, turned off the computer, and complained, too stupid. Too stupid. Obviously you can beat them. While talking, both eyes looked at the figure hiding behind Luo Fei, giggling and saying, Senior Luo, you like this type, you really can't see it. Luo Fei ignored her and went over to pick up a bow and arrow, ready to practice. Tong Yanyan hurriedly followed behind him, looking at this little girl who was shorter than her with some fear. Su Xiaoxiao walked over with great interest and stood with her, staring at her face for a while, her chest for a while, and behind her for a while, looking back and forth constantly. His mouth there was a tisk-tisk meaningful sound of admiration. Senior Luo, have a good eye. The back is raised and forward, the waist is beautiful, the legs are beautiful, the skin is white, and he has a cute baby face just like me, and the eyes are so big and watery like a doll. Well, and this hair, is it natural? Su Xiaoxiao looked very excited, as if he had found a superb toy. She walked around Tong Yanyan to admire the comments, and even moved her hands and feet unceremoniously, measuring her slender waist with two small hands, and poking her at her. She's ass, touching her hair, and even holding one of her with both hands. Tong Yanyan almost stuck to Luo Fei's back in shock, looking like she was about to cry. Luo Fei put down his bow and arrow, and intercepted Su Xiaoxiao's chest measuring hands, and introduced, This is my friend and table-mate Tong Yanyan. It's your senior sister. Be polite. Then he said to Tong Yanyan, This is a member of the archery club, Su Xiaoxiao, a first-year school girl, don't be afraid of her. Tong Yanyan was scared to speak, and hid behind him again. Su Xiaoxiao also turned around and smiled and said, Senior sister's good name, Tong Yanyan, Tong Yanzhu, Senior Luo, fill in the blanks, what about the giant? Luo Fei ignored her, guarding the shivering Tong Yanyan behind him, frowning and saying, Student Su, stop making trouble, she doesn't like this. The senior can call me a little primary school girl, kinder. Su Xiaoxiao saw that this girl was about to cry, so she stopped, and said in a still inexplicable manner, Senior Luo, to be honest, don't lie. Is senior sister Yan Yan your girlfriend? No. Cut, it's not weird. Su Xiaoxiao looked unbelievable and hummed, I heard from the minister, you have been alone since the first grade, and you have never had any friends at school. This time you suddenly made a friend. Still such a rare and lovely childlike face. Huge, cute girl, you two must have a leg. Luo Fei regretted bringing Tong Yanyan over. I couldn't practice arrows without talking. And even scared Princess Tong Xiaozua shivering and almost crying. Let's go back to the classroom. Luo Fei put down his bow and arrow, ready to leave with Tong Yanyan. Su Xiao quickly admitted his mistake and said, "Don't be a senior, you haven't taught me how to archery yet. I won't say anything. If you don't watch it, can't you?" Luo Fei glanced at her, and then at the hornbow hanging there. When he was hesitating whether to stay and practice for a while, Su Xiao suddenly leaned in front of Tong Yanyan to please her. "Senior Yan Yan, Senior Luo is amazing, he can shoot far and accurately, and he can shoot many times in one breath. You are too discerning, and you will be very happy in the future." Luo Fei grabbed Tong Yanyan, turned and left. Chapter 42, Your sister is so beautiful. Well, I know, I saw it that night. Luo Fei felt that if Tong Yanyan was not taken away, she would definitely answer like this, and she would blush, shyly or proudly. Although this is indeed the case, it always feels weird in this conversation. After going downstairs, Luo Fei glanced at the piano room building next to him. There was no piano sound inside, and Fang took Tong Yanyan away. After walking for a while, Tong Yanyan's weak voice came from behind, "Luo, student Luo Fei, can you let go?" Luo Fei turned his head and took a look, only to realize that he was still pulling her. No wonder that something was wrong. Although he felt a little flustered, his face was calm and he naturally let go of his hand and said, "It is normal for friends to hold hands." Tong Yanyan blushed and didn't say a word, her little mouth pouted slightly, obviously not being fooled. "Cough, go to Huahu for a stroll. It's still early, and I don't know what to do when I go to the classroom. It's even more embarrassing to sit with two people. It is a luxury to have a lake on the middle school campus. Moreover, the lake is very large, and the decorations around it are also very beautiful, surrounded by all kinds of exotic flowers and plants." Luo Fei picked a pink flower from the flower tree on the side of the road, turned and inserted it toward Tong Yanyan's ears. Tong Yanyan was stunned for a moment, hurriedly tried to avoid, and said, "No, don't." But the girl said no, it might be. Luo Fei couldn't help but said, quickly inserting the flowers in her ears and complimenting, "It's very beautiful, like a little mushroom-picking girl." "Woo!" Tong Yanyan whimpered and raised his hand to take it off. Luo Fei immediately threatened, "No, take it. If you dare to take it, just fill your head with flowers." "Woo!" Tong Yanyan moaned again, not daring to take it again, pursed her small mouth, and whispered in her mouth, "Bad boy." Luo Fei touched her head, put his hand on the back of her head and said, go and have a look on the bridge." Tong Yanyan staggered and walked against her head, bulging her cheeks, looking like a bag of air, but did not resist. The two of them walked onto the arch bridge with this kind of movement and posture, much like a young couple going crazy. Tong Yanyan blushed and couldn't help but weakly said, Luo Fei, the girl's head, you can't touch it casually." Luo Fei touched a few more times, and said, "What if you touch it casually?" You. Tong Yanyan choked suddenly, unable to speak. "I only heard about boys' heads, so I can't touch them casually." Luo Fei bent down and said, "Tong Yanyan, would you like to touch it and see the consequences?" Tong Yanyan hurriedly stepped back and said, "No, people don't want to touch it." Luo Fei still bent over and urged, "It's okay, come and touch it. It is normal for friends to touch it, and there will be no consequences." Tong Yanyan stood on the spot, motionless, looking behind him, her flushed little face showed a stunning color, as if she was suddenly surprised by something. Luo Fei raised his head and took a look, found that something was wrong, and quickly straightened up, turned his head to look around, and his face suddenly changed. Luo Jiajia. He was stunned, turned around and looked at the girl who suddenly appeared behind him in astonishment. For some reason, his cheeks became a little hot and his ears turned red instantly. Although he had a clear conscience and was just playing around with Xin at the same table, it was really embarrassing to be seen by this girl like this. After all, when he was at home, he was as cold as her, he had never played like this before, and he hadn't even spoken much. And now, he was like a different person. "You, why are you here?" Luo Fei blushed, with some guilty conscience, but it was not because she was afraid that she would misunderstand his special relationship with Tong Yunyan. Luo Jiajia was still so cold and calm. After staring at him for a while, Fang said, "I'm looking for your monitor." After speaking, he looked at Tong Yunyan behind him. Tong Yunyan also looked at her with a silly expression on her face. Luo Jiajia's dress today is still very simple. White shirt, jeans, and white shoes are as simple as an ordinary passerby outside the campus, and even the passerby's dress is not as good as that of passersby, but whether it is appearance, temperament, or figure, the skin and so on are all impeccably beautiful. Tong Yunyan has seen many beautiful girls in school, and also seen many beautiful and temperamental girls at home banquets or in the circle of relatives and friends of her parents, but she has never been so distracted and amazing as she is today. She thought that in school, the squad leader was already the most beautiful, temperamental, and impeccable girl, but she didn't expect to see another one who was even more powerful and gave her a greater sense of impact, unparalleled. If she were a boy, she would immediately be tempted to kneel on the ground and look up, although she is also looking up now. Really beautiful. "This is my new desk mate, classmate Tong Yunyan. I and her are friends." Seeing the two of them staring at each other, Luo Fei hurriedly bit the bullet and said to Tong Yunyan, "This is Luo Jiajia, my family." Luo Jiajia retracted his gaze and glanced at him. Luo Fei had to say, "My sister." Tong Yunyan had long heard that there was no other family member in his family, but only one sister, but she never thought that his sister was so beautiful. She recovered, and hurriedly lowered her head and blushed and said shyly, "Luo, sister Luo is good." Luo Jiajia looked cold, nodded slightly, did not speak, and was about to leave. Luo Fei hurriedly said, "What are you asking our squad leader for? Is it because I didn't go home to practice archery these 2 days? Apart from this matter, there should be nothing else." Luo Jiajia was afraid that something might happen to him, or that he didn't know where to do bad things, so he came to meet the monitor, and be prepared to ask in person. Luo Jiajia stopped, did not answer, glanced at him, then at Tong Yunyan next to him, as if thinking about something. After a few seconds, he took out his wallet from his pocket and withdrew 300 yuan. Passed it to him. Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, and said in a puzzled way, "What? I still have money." Luo Jiajia stuffed the money into his pocket, turned and left, and when he walked across the arch bridge, Fang turned back and said, "I heard that it costs money to fall in love, don't spend money on girls." After speaking, he left blankly. Luo Fei was taken aback, and quickly said, "Luo Jiajia, I said, this is my table mate. We are just friends, not in love." Luo Jiajia didn't look back and left straight away. There was wind blowing by the lake, and the waterfall like long hair swayed with the wind on the slender waist, like the black silk satin in the sun, shining with charming luster. Luo Fei stared at her tall and slender figure walking away, only then took out the $300 from her pocket and watched in a daze. Luo Fei, your sister, so beautiful, and so cool." Until Luo Jiajia's figure disappeared in the far corner, Tong Yan Fang reluctantly retracted his gaze. His face was infatuated, like a pure and innocent boy who had been seduced by the goddess. Chapter 43, I don't know how to fall in love. Does it cost money to fall in love? Back in the classroom, Luo Fei looked at Tong Yunyan next to him and asked. Tong Yunyan was stunned for a moment. Before he had time to answer, he said again, "Of course it costs money. It costs money to eat and go shopping, watch movies, buy snacks, buy flowers to give gifts, and even open a room. But why are all boys spending money?" he asked again. Tong Yunyan opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. Luo Fei folded the $300 and put it in the innermost pocket of his school bag, and then said, "So, I won't be too in love." Throughout the process, he seemed to be talking to himself. Tong Yunyan watched him carefully close the zipper of his school bag, and finally couldn't help but said, "Student Luo Fei, in fact, actually girls can also spend money. Is it kept by a girl?" Luo Fei looked at her and said. Tong Yunyan's cheeks reddened and said, "No, no, boys and girls are equal, and they can spend money together." Luo Fei nodded in agreement, "The AA system is the best. But, even if it's the AA system, falling in love is very costly, and a lot of time will be wasted, and after graduation, you will definitely break up. Only fools fall in love." Tong Yunyan didn't dare to say any more, but secretly muttered in her heart, "How foolish is in school, and there are several pairs of fools in the class." Luo Fei stared at her for a few times, then suddenly approached, "Does Tong Yunyan want to fall in love?" Tong Yunyan was startled, and blushed quickly, "No, my mother won't let me talk." Luo Fei asked again, "Does Tong Yunyan want to talk about it himself?" Facing his aggressive eyes and inquiries, Tong Yunyan dodged his eyes in a panic, shook his head quickly and said, "No, I don't want to." "That's good." Luo Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Cheeky, I'm afraid that we have been friends for a long time, Tong Yunyan classmate will not help but want to fall in love with me." "That's not it." Tong Yunyan immediately retorted with blushing face. "Not the best." Luo Fei sighed and said, "I was afraid of going out to dinner with girls, shopping and watching movies, and spending money to give gifts on various festivals. It's best to be single, free, save time, and save money. It's not pretty. Okay? What do you think, Tong Yunyan?" "Okay." Tong Yunyan lowered her head and pouted slightly. He obviously didn't agree with him, but he didn't dare to refute. Luo Fei took out a book from the desk, flipped through it, and said, "Some people say that youth is for squandering and life is for enjoyment. What do you think?" Tong Yunyan thought about it seriously, then shook her head. She couldn't answer such a profound question. Luo Fei turned his head and looked at her and said, "That's right, it's not right. For me, it's definitely not right. The poor can't even eat and the house can't afford to live in. How can you splurge and enjoy? But for you, for my daughter, it's quite right. Once you are born, you have everything. You don't have to work hard at all. You can spend your whole life to enjoy and splurge. In just a few decades, you have everything you should have. There is no need to waste time and life to restrain and work hard like someone like me. What do you think?" Tong Yunyan was confused. "Although I don't understand, but I feel a little sad to hear, for this young man." "Student Luo Fei." She hesitated for a moment, looking at him with big eyes clear and bright, and said, "I think you look down on yourself too much. You are so powerful, you can shoot arrows, you can play the piano, and you are also very good. You will definitely stand out in the future. I believe that you will live better than many in our class, really. To succeed." Luo Fei shook his head and said with a calm expression, "I have never thought about getting ahead, I just want to live a simple life, have my own home, be accompanied by my closest loved ones, and have food every day. Clothes are enough." Tong Yunyan looked at him and said, "Sister Luo Fei's closest and favorite person is Sister Luo." Luo Fei shrugged and said, "I don't know either." Tong Yunyan sighed quietly and said, "Actually, I envy you. I also want to have a sister like that." "Brother, can you?" Luo Fei said, "I can be your brother." Tong Yunyan immediately snorted, "No more." Luo Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Why, I'm afraid that after I become your brother, you can't fall in love with me." "That's not it." Tong Yunyan blushed again and hummed twice. At this time, the students entered the classroom one after another. Mu Kyungsu also came. After she sat down, Luo Fei immediately poked her back with a pen and asked in a low voice, "What did Luo Jiajia talk to you?" Mu Kyungsu put her long hair hanging on her temples behind her fair and delicate ears, turned her head to look at him and said, "Nothing to talk about, just say a few words casually. What did you say? Luo Fei wanted to break the casserole and asked to the end. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him deeply, then at Tong Yunyan next to him, without answering. Luo Fei frowned and explained, Luo Jiajia has misunderstood. Tong Yunyan and I are just friends and table mates. You should know the monitor. I do not know. Mu Kyungsu didn't give face and authenticity. Luo Fei was speechless, the pen in his hand was against her back and the long hair on her back, and he refused to take it away. Mu Kyungsu had to say, she asked why you didn't go home these past 2 days. I explained it for you as you told me, and then she left. Are there any words left? Mu Kyungsu hesitated for a while, looking at him complicatedly and said, Luo Fei, have you ever committed suicide? Luo Fei. Tong Yunyan, who was eavesdropping with her head down, suddenly turned her head to look at him, her big eyes filled with sorrow. Seeing that he did not answer, Mu Kyungsu said, she didn't say anything, just let me watch you well. In fact, Luo Jiajia's original words were, sleep with him at night and watch him. Mu Kyungsu certainly wouldn't say this sentence. Luo Fei looked helpless and said, squad leader, don't listen to the girl's nonsense, I am mentally healthy, how can I commit suicide? It is her, there may be psychological problems. What's wrong with her? Mu Kyungsu asked curiously. Tong Yunyan next to her was also very curious, eavesdropping with her ears. She always likes to sneak into my room and spy on me. Luo Fei said this in his heart, but said in his mouth, she has facial paralysis, no emotions, no feelings, and the problem is very serious. Unexpectedly, Mu Kyungsu looked at him and said, the same is true for you. After a pause, he said, but it's much better now. Luo Fei said nothing. Mu Kyungsu was silent for a moment, and said, she needs friends. Just like you need friends like Tong Yunyan. Luo Fei looked at his new table mate. Tong Yunyan pretended to lower his head to read the book, but his face turned red again. She doesn't need it. Luo Fei said helplessly, this is what she said herself. But monitor, you can be her friend, after all, they are all first-class beauties. Mu Kyungsu sighed and said, actually, I think so too. But unfortunately, within a few minutes of adding her friend, I said one more sentence, and she immediately blocked me again. Luo Fei. Tong Yunyan on the side finally couldn't hold it back, raised her head and asked in a low voice, squad leader, what did you say? Is it embarrassing? Mu Kyungsu aggrieved, I just said, thank you for agreeing to add me, and then I was blocked. Tong Yunyan. Luo Fei. Chapter 44, Remaining Man. Luo Jiajia doesn't like nonsense. Luo Fei explained. Then she looked at the beautiful girl who had always wanted to emotionalize the long-legged bunny with a passion, but was always topped by pots of cold water, and said, squad leader, I remember I told you, just follow her, don't talk nonsense when you have something to say. Mu Kyungsu said silently, if you don't talk nonsense, how can you become friends? Between friends, isn't it just a lot of nonsense? After speaking, he gave him and Tong Yunyan a meaningful look, and then said, it's like you always take the initiative to provoke Tong Yunyan these days, what do you think? Luo Fei. I also mentioned casually that I want to be friends with that girl. To be honest, I think it might be easier to climb the Shu Road on foot. Just talk, why did you suddenly get involved with Tong Yunyan again? The two of them are innocent, okay? Tong Yunyan heard what the monitor said, and then realized, it turns out that Luo Fei's classmate bullied me because we are friends. When Mu Kyungsu heard this, she became vigilant, why did he bully you? Tong Yunyan lowered her head and said shyly, he touched me. Where did you touch you? Mu Kyungsu's expression immediately became solemn. Touch my hair. Tong Yunyan blushed and said. At the same time, he was thinking in shame, when he carried me that night, he touched my leg, touched my underwear, touched my body, and touched my hand today. Mu Kyungsoo breathed a sigh of relief and reminded her, girls' hair must not be touched by boys. Tong Yunyan raised her head to look at her, with a frightened expression on her face. What if you have already touched it? Mu Kyungsoo said solemnly, if he has already touched, let him. Tong Yan Yangzhen mentioned her throat all at once. Then let him stop touching it in the future. Tong Yunyan. I thought the monitor was going to say then let him be responsible, and she was shocked. If I told the squad leader what happened that night and said that I had been touched by that bad guy in many places, what would the squad leader say? This thought flashed through Tong Yunyan's mind. When class was about to start, Song Kikai walked into the classroom, her eyes red, and she looked like she had been crying for a long time. As soon as she sat in her seat, she cried to Mu Kyungsoo, squad leader, I was cheated by a scumbag. Although Song Kikai's appearance and figure are not as good as Mu Kyungsoo's, and her skin and are not as good as her child's face, on the whole, she is also a beauty. About 162 in figure, the ratio of top to bottom is good, the waist is thin and the legs are long, the back is straight, the chest is not big or small, and he can dress up. There are many suitors in class and school. But no one has heard of her talking about her boyfriend. She has always had a high vision, and she doesn't look down on ordinary boys at all. Since being cheated by a scumbag, then the other party is definitely not easy. What happened? Mu Kyungsoo asked. No matter who encountered the problem in class 3, as the monitor, she would try her best to help solve it, even family affairs. So in this class, everyone trusts and supports her. Her words are sometimes more useful than the teacher's words. Song Kikai wiped her tears and said, a boy confessed to me yesterday. I thought he was not bad, so he promised him. After school last night, he invited me to a movie. I didn't dare to go to the movie at 11 o'clock in the evening. So I threw the ticket away. Who knows that the boy found me angrily at noon today, saying that he waited in the cinema last night until 2 in the morning, and finally went out to drink and got drunk, and was taken to the hotel by 2 strong men. Give it to that. He also showed me the pants so that I could give him some money so that he could go to the hospital. I felt guilty, so I gave him all the $2,000 in my wallet, and then I left with a lame leg. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt wrong. I quietly followed him, and found that he went to find another girl again, the same kind of rhetoric, and then showed that girl the pants. The girl turned pale in shock, and quickly took out all the money she had to give him. The most annoying thing was that he went to find a third girl, a fourth girl, and a total of 5 girls. It's the same rhetoric, the same pants, and the money will come in the end. Isn't this a scam? Luo Fei was dumbfounded when he heard it, and then awakened after speaking. Even if it is a scam, the other party is probably looking for a girl like her who is rich and respects her reputation. That little money is simply not worth it, and she will definitely not lose her reputation for the money. After all, they have promised to be their girlfriends. If they are scumbags and liars, wouldn't they be fools and idiots? If things spread, there might be many people who think their bodies have also been deceived. Therefore, even if they know that they have been cheated, they can only choose to swallow their breath. The reason why Song Kikai said it was that she was angry. After all, it just happened. Secondly, she had absolute trust in the squad leader and couldn't help but want to talk. As for being heard by Luo Fei and Tong Yunyan, it doesn't matter. Tong Yunyan will definitely not spread, and Luo Fei, Tong Yunyan is a friend in the class, and he never takes the initiative to speak to anyone, let alone worry about it. But Song Kikai still glared at Luo Fei, and said fiercely, don't tell me. Mu Kyungsoo stood up, ready to go out. Song Kikai hurriedly whispered, squad leader, why are you going? Can't call the police, can't tell the teacher, please, I'll be fine. Mu Kyungsoo said with a cold face, I'll help you get the money back, the third-year surname is Chu, right? Song Kikai suddenly widened her eyes and looked at her. Class, how could the squad leader know? Could it be that the squad leader also? Mu Kyungsoo didn't answer, and left with a cold face. In less than a while, she came back, put a wad of money on Song Kikai's desk and said, "Count." Song Kikai looked at the money in front of her in disbelief, and couldn't help but said, "Squad leader, I really want to come back? How could you? I also slapped him on the face for you, and I told him to pay back the other girl's money. Don't worry, he won't come to you again in the future." Mu Kyungsoo returned to her seat and sat down. Feng Qingyun said these things indifferently. Song Kikai admired and moved again, her eyes were red, and she suddenly hugged her tightly and said, "Squad leader, I love you, I don't trust boys anymore, woo. Some boys can still be trusted, after all, not every boy is that kind of scumbag." Mu Kyungsoo sighed. "Like me." Luo Fei, who was sitting behind, suddenly spoke blankly. The moved tearful Song Kikai and Mu Kyungsoo, who was frowning about something, turned their heads to look at him. Tong Yunyan next to her also turned her head to look at him. "Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 100. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 80. Someone is saying bad things about you in my heart, points plus 50. After school, Luo Fei and Mu Kyungsoo went to the archery club. Here, Luo Fei saw the scumbag with a slap print on the face of the third-year surname Chu. The other party is very enthusiastic, and hooks up with him to express that in the future, we will share blessings and share difficulties with him. Under the squad leader's dignified and cold gaze, Luo Fei resolutely refused. Changed the name. If I don't have money to fall in love, I can only go to kill demons and slay demons. Chapter 45, Set Off. Su Xiao Xiao also came. For this mission, only 5 members of the archery club could be dispatched. In order for Luo Fei to participate, Yingxiu Baidao offered to give up. In addition to Mu Kyungsoo, Luo Fei, Su Xiao Xiao, and Chu Fei Yang, there is also a third-year senior sister named Qing Shui Lai. Senior Li Yi hasn't come yet. Su Xiao Xiao looked at the time on the wall and couldn't wait. When she came, she was carrying something wrapped in black cloth, which seemed to have a heavy weight. When she was placed in the corner, she made a boom sound, like some heavy ironware. Chu Fei Yang carried a knife, somewhat similar to the Tang knife, and looked very textured, but the scabbard was inlaid with various colorful crystals, and looked fancy, not serious, just like his character. Mu Kyungsoo took out 2 bows from the room inside. One was the large horn bow that Luo Fei was going to use, and the other was wrapped in black cloth. It seemed that the model was bigger than the large horn bow. The minister's bow, Senior Luo probably can't even pull it. Su Xiao Xiao looked at the bow wrapped in black cloth. His hands were itchy. He wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare to touch it, so he had to hit Luo Fei's head with his idea. She knows that this bow is very precious, and the minister cherishes it very much. She can't even touch it at ordinary times, but with Senior Luo being present today, she should have a chance. After all, Senior Luo is also archery, and also has a close relationship with the minister. Once she is so aggressive, Senior Luo will definitely be dissatisfied and want to give it a try, and the minister probably finds it difficult to refuse. But she miscalculated. Her aggressive approach did not cause any waves. Luo Fei took the large horn bow and started practicing arrows, completely ignoring her words. As for Mu Kyungsoo, she put the bow directly into the black box without giving her any chance. Call out! Luo Fei stood on the last arrow path and shot an arrow, hitting the bullseye, and the screen showed a value, 320. It seems that the effect of the qi and blood pill is still continuing. Mu Kyungsoo glanced, her eyes flickering. Su Xiao Xiao looked at the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, so he immediately admired and said, Senior Luo is so amazing. He is making progress every day. It is estimated that he will catch up with the minister soon. No one cares about her. Chu Fei-yang opened his mouth and wanted to help her, but he glanced at Mu Kyungsu and didn't dare to say anything. The slap print on the face is still there. Su Zioxiaosi did not feel embarrassed, and shouted again, "The minister awakened is archery. Senior Luo is also good at archery, and you two are in the same class. It's a good fate. If it wasn't for Senior Luo already had a girlfriend. Now, you can chase after minister. Has Suidi Luo already have a girlfriend?" Chu Fei-yang looked surprised. Can a guy with this personality have a girlfriend? Luo Fei finally put away the bow and turned around and said, "I said, that's not my girlfriend, that's me at the same table, the monitor can prove it." Mu Kyungsu said, "No, I can't prove it." Luo Fei. Su Xiaoxiao blinked immediately and urged, "Since Senior Luo said that super fierce girl is not your girlfriend, then Senior Luo can chase after minister, I support you." Chu Fei-yang on the side couldn't help expressing his own experience, although Luo Suidi's arrow skills are very powerful, but compared with the minister, there is still a lot of distance. Boys are weaker than girls, so they are not suitable for boy and girl friends. Su Xiaoxiao immediately argued, "Senior Chu, Senior Luo's arrow skills are increasing every day, I think I can catch up with the minister." Chu Fei-yang shrugged, non-committal. For this kind of topic that offends people on both sides, he better shut up. The elementary school girl said it was innocent and childish. When he said it, his head was flooded and his emotional intelligence was worrying. "Minister, what do you think?" Su Xiaoxiao asked the person directly. Mu Kyungsu said naturally, "I think it will be a matter of time for him to surpass me with his speed of improvement." Su Zioxiao's eyes lit up and immediately said, "The minister, when Senior Luo surpasses you, will you?" "Squad leader, are you trying to kill me?" Luo Fei put away his bow and arrow, walked over, and said, "Even if I make progress, the maximum is a few hundred meters. But the squad leader, you are different. You are the awakened, and the awakened is archery. How can I compare with you?" Su Xiaoxiao opened his mouth, and when she was about to speak, Luo Fei looked at her and said, "Little primary school girl, don't you know what you are awakening? Is the thing against the corner your weapon?" "Hammer." Su Xiaoxiao had been itchy for a long time, and finally waited until he took the initiative to ask, and hurriedly ran over to drag the weapon in the corner, and said proudly, "Senior Luo, do you want to watch me play?" As he said, he couldn't wait to untie the black cloth. Seeing this, Chu Fei-yang hurriedly stopped and said, "Don't be a little primary school girl, this thing can't be played here, it will kill people." Su Xiaoxiao has quickly untied the black cloth, revealing a hammer, holding it with one hand, and resisting it on the short shoulder, with a smile, "Don't worry, Senior Chu, my hammer is only a hammer. Monsters, you can't beat scumbag men." Chu Fei's mouth twitched, and he quickly stepped away. When Luo Fei was also about to retreat, Mu Kyungsu glanced at the phone and said, "Take it away, go out and try again, we should start." Su Xiaoxiao reluctantly said, "But, senior sister Li Yi hasn't come yet. She's already waiting in the car." Mu Kyungsu put away the phone, went to the room inside, took out a piece of black cloth, and handed it to Luo Fei, "Wrap the bow and don't need to bring the arrows. I have 200 in the car, which is enough." Luo Fei took the black cloth and carefully wrapped the large horn bow. Su Xiaoxiao had no choice but to put down the hammer on her shoulders, rewrap it in black cloth, and muttered, "Senior Li Yi is true. We are waiting for her here." She went to the car secretly by herself. Unacceptable. Mu Kyungsu hesitated, and still reminded Luo Fei, "Senior Li Yi has a weird personality. When you see it later, don't be too cold and say hello politely. It doesn't matter if she ignores you, don't take it to heart." Chu Fei-yang on the side sighed faintly, "From the time I met her until now, she has said 3 words to me. So sad. Su Xiao curiously asked, which 3 words? Chu Fei Yang said, get out, get out. Su Xiao was taken aback, and suddenly glared at him, Senior Chu, how can you have such an attitude toward a cute school girl? It's too much. Chu Fei Yang said speechlessly, I mean, the 3 words Queen Lai said to me are just get out and get out. What? Su Xiao only reacted, but had no sympathy, and muttered, deserve it. Don't even think about it or know that this guy must have touched up to others with a shy face, even more than once. Little primary school girl, did Li Yi senpai talk to you? Chu Fei Yang said unwillingly. Su Xiao immediately said proudly, of course I have said it, I have said a lot, I and Li Yi senpai are familiar with each other. What did you say? Oh, shut up, don't talk, what about minister, about Axio, pour the tea, so your mouth, it's enough for you, it's many times more than your 3 words. Chu Fei Yang. Luo Fei followed behind and went downstairs, and found that on the lawn downstairs, there was a black off-road vehicle parked, as if it had been modified, with a long stature and large wheels with 3 rows of seats. Sitting in the driver's seat was a short-haired woman with sunglasses, who looked like she was in her 20s, unlike a schoolboy. Mu Kyungsu walked over and opened the trunk, loaded all the things carried by the 4 of them, and then opened the rear door. In the last row of seats, a long-haired girl wearing sunglasses leaned against the window over there, with 2 long legs covering the entire seat. This girl wore a set of black leather tights and leather pants, highlighting a slender and attractive figure, coupled with that cold face and cool sunglasses, just like the investigator in some movies, only the waist is matched with another one. Take the gun. Li Yi senpai. Su Xiao greeted him politely immediately, and also bowed. Chu Fei Yang also hurriedly bowed his head and said, Student Qing Shui. But the cold girl just folded her arms around her chest, as if she was asleep, and she didn't even reply. Because she was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see her eyes, Su Xiao really suspected that she was asleep, and shouted again, Senior Li Yi. At this moment, the cold girl Fang responded coldly, yet. Chu Fei Yang also hurriedly bowed again, Student Qing Shui. Roll. Mu Kyungsu glanced at Luo Fei behind and said, Senior Li Yi, this is the new member Luo Fei I told you about. Luo Fei stepped forward calmly, bowed his head slightly and said, Sister Qing Shui. The cold girl didn't respond, her eyes hidden under the magic mirror didn't know if she looked at him again. Mu Kyungsu said, I'll get in the car. Su Xiao went up first and naturally sat in the middle seat. Chu Fei Yang glanced at the big long legs of the seat, hesitated, and when he was about to sit in the back row with courage, he let out a crack, the cold girl suddenly pulled a sharp out of her waist. His dagger was so neatly manicured. Chu Fei Yang's expression changed, and he immediately went to sit down with Su Xiao in the middle. Mu Kyungsu took the co-pilot's seat. Luo Fei finally got into the car, and just about to cross to the middle seat to sit with Chu Fei Yang and Su Xiao, the cold girl suddenly clicked on the black leather shoes on the seat and said, Sit here. The tone was cold and commanding. As soon as these words came out, not only Chu Fei Yang and Su Xiao turned their heads in amazement, but the short-haired female driver sitting in the front and Mu Kyungsu, who had just fastened their seat belts, also turned their heads at the same time. Luo Fei stayed there, stalemate for a while, but ignored her, and stepped onto the middle seat and sat down. Chu Fei Yang next to him turned his head and looked at him, widening his eyes, his neck and handsome face seemed to stiffen suddenly, motionless. Hey! Luo Fei closed the car door calmly, leaned on the seat, and closed his eyes. But everyone's eyes were still looking at him, and the car that had already started suddenly turned off. The car was silent, and even the sound of their breathing could be heard. No one speaks, no one moves anything, it seems they are waiting for something. The atmosphere is weird. Luo Fei finally realized that something was wrong, opened his eyes and looked at Mu Kyungsu in the front row and the short-haired female driver with sunglasses. Mu Kyungsu said helplessly, "The car belongs to Li Yi Senpai, the driver is also hers, and she also provides the funding, so." Luo Fei. Chapter 46, Debt Repayment. Therefore, I can only accept my fate. Luo Fei finally sat in the back row. At this time, the car started and drove away from the campus. Chu Fei Yang, who was sitting in the front, wanted to say aloud, "Brother, what you say is blessings and hardships. Let me help you bear this kind of suffering." But it is estimated that after this sentence, he will be stabbed through the left kidney with a dagger, or thrown out of the car. Luo Fei sat in the back row, close to the car door on the right, turned his head, looked at the scenery outside the window, thinking about how to deal with this matter. He was uncomfortable sitting, but he didn't dare to go backwards, so he sat on the side. Because the girl's legs and feet were still on the seat, and the eyes hidden behind the sunglasses, he felt that they should also be staring at him. Because he felt uncomfortable all over, as if he was staring at him without clothes. When the car drove out of the campus, the foot behind him suddenly kicked his ass, and then coldly spit out 3 words from the cold and attractive red lips: "Shoes, take off." As soon as this word came out, the 4 heads in the front row and the front row suddenly turned around again at the same time, including female drivers waiting for traffic lights. Luo Fei silently looked out the window, motionless, as if he hadn't heard. Mu Kyungsu finally spoke, "Senior Li Yi, don't bully him." Shimizu Lai leaned back, folded her arms around her chest, and did not speak any more, but everyone knew that those eyes hidden behind the sunglasses were staring at the boy who didn't know how to provoke her. Poor Senior Luo, it must be because he didn't bend over to say hello to Senior Sister when he first got in the car. Su Xiao Xiao whispered. When Chu Fei Yang next to him heard it, he was so sad and annoyed. He knew it was such a punishment for a long time. He didn't bend his waist anymore. He made a mistake and hated him forever. Did he? At the green light, the car still stopped moving, and a series of horns sounded behind. The female driver still kept the posture of turning her head and looking at the back, motionless. When the stalemate reached the second green light, Chu Fei Yang finally couldn't help it, and said impassionedly, "Master Qing Shui, Brother Luo and I are good brothers who share life and death and share happiness and difficulties together. This kind of thing. Just let me do it." Snapped. The dagger in Shimizu's hands suddenly flew out and stuck in the seat behind him. There was a target behind the seat, and the dagger hit the bullseye. Chu Fei Yang shivered in fright, and hurriedly said loudly, "Student Luo, for everyone's task, please do it." Su Xiao Xiao also nodded quickly. Mu Kyungsu looked at the 2 people in the back row with weird eyes, always feeling that something was wrong. When the 3rd green light was reached, the noisy whistle finally attracted the traffic police nearby. 2 traffic policemen came over. But the female driver wearing sunglasses still looked calm and motionless. Chu Fei Yang suddenly became anxious. "School brother Luo, come on, if the traffic police finds out what is in our trunk, I guess I won't be able to leave tomorrow." Mu Kyungsu also frowned. When he was about to speak, Luo Fei finally reached out his hand, but still looked out of the window with his eyes, and both hands took off behind him. When the 2 traffic policemen were about to get closer, with a boom, the female driver stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Chu Fei Yang and Su Xiao Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Fei took off 2 leather shoes and put them on the ground. At this time, Shimizu Lai's feet wearing black stockings suddenly raised, took them out of his back, placed them directly on his legs in front of him, and said, "Pinch." Luo Fei turned his head to look at her. Mu Kyungsu, who was sitting in front, couldn't help but frowned and said, "Senior Li Yi, don't be too much. Luo Fei is our team member, not your servant. If you need it, I can help you pinch." Shimizu Ria took a look at her, and finally raised her hand to remove the magic mirror on her face, and looked at the boy in front of her coldly and said, "He is willing." When Mu Kyungsu was about to refute, Luo Fei suddenly looked down at the feet on his legs and said, "Well, I am willing. Squad leader, it's okay." After speaking, he squeezed his face calmly. No one knew that he was actually paying off debts. He first insulted people for no reason, and also 3 times in a row. Heaven is a reincarnation, and now people insult him, it's natural. He followed. Chu Fei Yang leaned on the seat with a nosebleed. He wanted to take a peek, but he didn't dare. He was about to cry with regret and envy. Mu Kyungsu's eyes flashed, and a hint of thought appeared on his face. The car crossed the busy street, out of the city, and drove on the empty road. The sun has set, and night is falling. There were no flickering neon lights around, only lonely lights, but soon there were no lights. There are no pedestrians in front of the high beams, and there are gradually fewer vehicles. No one in the car spoke, all leaned on their seats and closed their eyes. Luo Fei was also closing his eyes and resting, but he did not stop with both hands. When he was tired, he kneaded slowly with his fingers, from top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back, insteps, ankles, soles of feet, toes, every inch of skin has been patronized by him. The girl's feet are beautiful, slender, and attractive, just like her face. Especially when touched through the smooth and soft black silk, it has a special taste. As an innocent young virgin Luo Fei, although he would not have any other thoughts in his mind, after all, he is an adolescent boy, and his body will inevitably have some natural reactions. However, he restrained and concealed everything. He closed his eyes, his hands were paying off the debt, but his heart flew back to the small, dark but cozy little room. At this time, Luo Jiajia had finished eating, so let's read a book in the room. After reading the book, I have to exercise again. Practice fist and leg, or do yoga. Her mother had taught her this before and forced her to practice, saying that it could help her shape her figure. Luo Fei remembers that since the first time I saw her at the age of 10, her figure has always been very good, and it is getting better and better, slender, tall, and protruding. Is it the result of exercise every night? When that girl exercises, she should wear the gym clothes her mother bought her at the time, right? Tight short shorts and shorts, showing slender white thighs and slender flat waist and lower abdomen. The front and back are straight up and out, with ponytails. After exercise, the bare skin is covered with bright sweat stains, sticking to the hair on the side of the face. The silk is also wet. Luo Fei could imagine that picture. After all, it was not the first time he saw it. After exercising, it's time to take a shower. After taking a shower and washing clothes, then go back to the room and lie on the bed to continue reading. If there is no movement upstairs, she should go to sleep soon. If the movement is too big, she will continue to read. In the middle of the night, I don't know if she will get up quietly because of habit and touch his room to see if he is still alive. On several occasions, he was too late to sleep because of his wild thoughts, and saw her quietly entering his room. He woke up from nightmares a few times in the middle of the night and shivered when he saw her standing next to the bed like a ghost. But the other party didn't have any explanation. After seeing that he could move, he left without saying a word. When questioning her at dinner in the morning, most of the time she was silent. When the question was annoying, she said 2 words, sleepwalking. He would not believe such nonsense. Okay. When Luo Fei was closing his eyes and thinking about Luo Jiajia, the feet on his legs moved suddenly, and his toes penetrated between his legs. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the girl next to him. What are you laughing at? Shimizu Ria wears sunglasses and spit out 3 words coldly from her red lips. Luo Fei froze for a moment, and said, I didn't laugh. But after finishing speaking, I felt that I should be smiling again. I just closed my eyes and wandered around the world, thinking about Luo Jiajia's affairs, and probably smiled unknowingly. I didn't laugh at you. Luo Fei explained again. But the foot against him still didn't let go. And those eyes hidden behind the sunglasses still seemed to be looking at him coldly, like a cold interrogator. Luo Fei had a shameful reaction. He took the foot and tried to take it away, but found that he couldn't hold it. So he used both hands. However, still motionless. The power of the awakened person is not something ordinary people can contend with, even if he takes a pill of qi and blood. I really didn't laugh. Luo Fei had to explain again. But the girl ignored him, arms folded, back to the back, cheeks slightly raised, long legs stretched out, looking down at him like a queen in a posture that he couldn't see each other, and at the same time, ravaged him. Luo Fei thought with his legs between his legs, and suddenly remembered the method Zhang Wuji used when he was trapped in the cellar by the princess. However, he does not acupuncture. But it doesn't matter, he can tickle. Crack, bang. He only scratched, but suddenly his other foot kicked on his face, squeezing half of his cheek against the window glass next to him, and the other foot was still under him. His face twisted against the car window glass, looking at the fast-moving night outside the window. He was thinking of Luo Jiajia, who was 12 years old, stepping on his face like this with her petite and lovely little Jiojio. At that time, he only said a word, and Luo Jiajia let go. He said, "I like to smell your feet." I don't know if it works now. Chapter 47, Sister's Little Whip. Crack. The door lock is open. But Shimizu Lai still leaned in the back row, and didn't mean to go down. Chu Fei Yang immediately volunteered and said, "Minister, Master Qing Shui, leave these guys to the next." Su Xiaoxiao also leaped forward, "My hammer is already hungry and thirsty." Mu Kyungsu immediately gave an order to the two of them, "You can't go down." The two awakened with a knife, and the other with a hammer. They were both murderous weapons, and they didn't know how to handle them. The two were shocked. "I'll go down." Mu Kyungsu was about to open the car door. Shimizu Lai in the back row suddenly said, "I wear shoes." The sunglasses on his face were aimed at Luo Fei in front. Mu Kyungsu glanced at her, knowing that she might want to vent her previous anger, so she had to say, "Wear it yourself." Shimizu Lai stretched out her long legs and slid directly on the seat behind Luo Fei, with her feet aimed at his head, and said coldly, "He wears it." Bang! 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 Suddenly there was a violent knock on the door outside. The dozen or so men holding weapons yelled loudly and viciously waved the weapons in their hands to let them go down. Because of the glass film, the outside can be seen from the inside, but the inside cannot be seen from the outside. Luo Fei stood up blankly, walked to the back row, picked up the leather shoes from the ground, put them on her feet, and fastened the laces. Then said, "The two are cleared. The debt owed has been paid, and this is the last time he has admitted." Shimizu Ria wears sunglasses, as if she didn't hear him. She opened the car door next to her and walked down. The dozen or so men who were yelling and scolding suddenly fell silent. She has a tall and figure, a bright black leather jacket, and long waist-length hair. Even if she wears sunglasses, she can see that it is a delicate and charming face. "I just wanted to rob a fortune, but I didn't expect to come down with such an alluring beauty. Grass, it's so punctual. Big brother, is the robbery of the wealth or the robbery? Or is he all robbed? Gee, you are paralyzed. There is also a way to steal. We are GCAI, how can we do that kind of thing?" At this time, the front window opened, and Mu Kyungsu showed her face. "Run." When the burly boss saw Mu Kyungsu, he was taken aback, and he saw Luo Fei in the back row of her, and his eyes lit up. "Grass. And there are men. Am I? Give me. Hey!" A dark shadow suddenly jumped out from the other side of the off-road vehicle, like a poisonous snake, wrapped around his neck with a swish, and without waiting for him to finish speaking, he pulled him into the air, and after a few laps in mid-air, Shu flew to a big tree more than 10 meters away, hung on it, life and death do not know. Flap! Pop! Pop! The black shadows danced, and the whip sound was crisp, and when the men holding weapons around them had not realized what was going on, they were all taken away, and even the sound of bone fractures could be heard. Silhouettes flew, screaming endlessly. The figure holding the long whip stood there, motionless under his feet, only the long whip in his hand was flying around in the night, like countless tentacles, flying all over, stretching freely, covering a radius of tens of meters. In a blink of an eye, the more than a dozen men who were blocking the road, robbing the wealth and robbing the color, all flew without a trace, and could only hear the screams coming one after another from the surrounding darkness. Some were hung on the trees, some fell in the ditch, some lay on the bush full of spikes, and some flew into a mud pit 20 meters away, almost all broken bones. The boss hung on a tall tree more than 10 meters away. He just woke up from a coma, and was shocked to faint to death. Who? The long whip flew out and caught the big tree blocking the road in front of the off-road vehicle. With a whip, the big tree flew up and landed in the nearby forest. Flap! Pop! Pop! Shimizu Lai did not get into the car, and waved 3 whips at the nearby woods. The 3 big trees with thick boles clicked, their trunks were cut off, and they fell down. If this is drawn on a person's body with all his strength, it is estimated that the body can be drawn in half directly. Senior Li Yi awakened with the whip. Mu Kyungsu explained to Luo Fei. After hesitating, she whispered, "Don't provoke her." Luo Fei said calmly, "Squad leader, don't worry, she and I have been cleaned up." Next to him, Su Xiao poked his head and whispered, "Senior Luo, be careful. Senior Sister Li Yi's whip technique has reached the state of whatever you want. It can become longer, shorter, bigger and smaller, which is hard to guard against." Mu Kyungsu saw him look puzzled, and explained, "Awakening skills have levels, generally from the first glimpse of the doorway, to do whatever you want, to invincibility, then superb, and finally Dachan. Each level has elementary, intermediate, high level. Li Yi Senpai's whip method is for beginners. The whip can be carried or concealed, which is very powerful." Luo Fei looked at her and said, "What about the squad leader's arrow technique? The first glimpse is advanced." Mu Kyungsu replied, and then said, "Although you have not awakened, your arrow skills have reached the intermediate level of the first glimpse." Chu Fei Yang next to him sighed and said, "My knife skills have been trapped in the middle level of the first glimpse of the door for 2 years." Su Xiao coldly snorted, "The scumbag's time is spent on cheating girls. It's weird to be able to upgrade." Chu Fei Yang was very upset and said, "The little primary school girl is just beginning to see the intermediate doorway. Are you qualified to talk about me? I'm 3 years younger than you." Su Xiao looked proudly. Chu Fei Yang was choked and didn't bother to talk to her again. At this time, Shimizu Lai got into the car, and the whip in her hand that had just exploded in her hand had disappeared. Luo Fei glanced at her waist, but didn't see it, secretly looking forward to it. If he awakens in the future, he doesn't know what weapon it will be. If it is a bow and arrow, then a big bow will be able to be hidden in the body when he reaches the state of whatever he wants. That would be so cool. But, will he awaken? I was looking forward to it, but at the same time a little nervous. If he is awakened, he hopes that it is not a bow and arrow, but other weapons. In that case, he can have 2 skills. Hey! The door closed. Shimizu Lai lay there again. The sunglasses on her face were not removed from start to finish, her slender and straight legs were lifted up and placed on the back seat, her attractive red lips spit out 2 words again, "Take off your shoes." No one cares about her. But Luo Fei felt that everyone was looking at him. Although his face had been lost and his dignity had been trampled underground, he felt that he had done enough. The debt has been paid off. I said, we are both clean. Luo Fei was expressionless and authentic. A small leather whip suddenly appeared in Shimizu Liai's hand, only 1 foot long, swaying like a snake in his hand, as if he was hissing a snake letter. Luo Fei briefly thought about it. If I say that I like to be pumped by a small whip, I like to be dropped by a candle, the more I smoke, the more excited, and the more active I drop, I don't know what will happen. He glanced at the big tree whose trunk was ripped to the ground outside, and then glanced at the person hanging on the big tree more than 10 meters away. Then she got up decisively, walked to the back row, and helped her take off her shoes. Although the two are clear, I still like to touch and smell the feet of the senior sister. He has a calm expression on his face. Chapter 48, Look at him. Finish wearing shoes. Luo Fei decisively left and returned to the front seat. Although he said that he was taking a big advantage, everyone knew that he had confessed. To be honest, in this case, everyone has to admit it. After all, even the car and the driver, as well as the activity funds, are all from others. Even if someone doesn't do anything to you, just open the car door and throw you in the wilderness, enough for you to drink a pot. Those who know the current affairs are handsome. What a shame, he has no face to be ashamed anyway. For the 5,000 yuan, for the good life with Luo Jiajia, this little humiliation is nothing at all. And in the eyes of some people, this is not a humiliation. Brother, how did you offend Master Shimizu, please tell me. Chu Fei Yang, who was next to him, leaned to his ear with an expression of envy and jealousy, and the sloppy thoughts in his heart were obvious. Luo Fei closed his eyes and ignored him. Although the voice was very small, everyone could hear him in such a space, and he didn't want to annoy the person in the back row anymore. Chu Fei Yang didn't give up, his eyes turned and said, Brother, I heard that you are doing the task this time for money? How much do you need, even if you tell Brother Chu? We brothers are blessed, we share the same difficulties, and mine is yours. Yours is mine, you are welcome. After hearing this, Luo Fei remembered how he was a scumbag and cheated girls with money, and couldn't help but open his eyes. Senior Chu, have all the money scammed during the day been returned to others? This knife is a bit cruel. Chu Fei Yang covered his chest and said with a sorrowful expression, Brother, you misunderstood your brother Chu. Those girls were willing to give you Brother Chu. Your brother Chu refused in every way. They reluctantly and entangled in every way. Brother Chu is really I couldn't bear to see them cry, so I was reluctant to accept it. Brother Chu was wronged. As he said, he touched the slap marks on his face very aggrievedly, and glanced at Mu Kyungsu in the front row. Mu Kyungsu's beautiful side face was as cold as snow, and she didn't even turn her head back. Luo Fei didn't respond indifferently either. Chu Fei Yang acted out of loneliness, unable to find a way, and making a living, and said in a low voice, Brother, as long as you tell me how you offend King Shui Senpai, how about Brother Chu introducing a few girlfriends for you? The Bai Mei Mei family is super rich. Luo Fei closed his eyes directly. When Chu Fei Yang was still entangled, Su Xiao Xiao said, Senior Chu, don't waste your thoughts. Senior Luo already has a girlfriend, and he is not only a fair-skinned and beautiful family with super rich, he is also a childish giant. What about the giant one? Also, it's super cute. Chu Fei Yang said, didn't Luo Suidi deny it a long time ago? And with such a girl, are you sure that Luo Suidi can handle it? Su Xiao Xiao said dissatisfied, do you look down on Senior Luo? Senior Luo is much better than you, at least they are not scumbags. Chu Fei Yang snorted twice and looked at Luo Fei, who closed his eyes and said, Student Luo, do you really have a girlfriend? If you have, you can invite us to dinner, at least 2,000 yuan or more. Luo Fei didn't want to bother him, but after hearing these words, he opened his eyes and said, No, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have one now, and I won't talk about it in the future. Talking about a girlfriend even invites the team members to have a big meal, and it is still at least 2,000 yuan or more, so fools just talk about it. With those $2,000, do you buy meat every day and let Luo Jiajia cook it? Enough for the two of them for months. Look, I'll just say no. Chu Fei Yang was very proud, but suddenly looked at him very vigilantly and said, Shui Xiao, you are very strange, and you won't talk about girlfriends in the future. What do you mean? Are you going to talk about boyfriends in the future? The Mu Kyungsu in front suddenly turned around and looked at him. Senior Chu, I'm going to rest, can you shut up? The address is very polite, but the words are offensive. But Chu Fei Yang didn't dare to be angry with her. He smiled and lowered his voice, Minister, go to sleep, I'll be quiet. Mu Kyungsu still looked at him coldly and said, don't disturb Luo Fei anymore. Chu Fei Yang looked innocent and said, no, Minister, I just saw that junior brother Luo is quite lonely, and I want to talk to him, but I don't mean anything else. Mu Kyungsu glanced at Su Xiao Xiao next to him and said, Little, you sit in the middle and look at him. Really? Su Xiao Xiao stood up immediately, kicked Chu Fei Yang's legs in a proud manner and said, get out of the way, don't make the minister angry. Chu Fei Yang gave her a helpless look, and had to move her buttocks toward that side, and sat down aside, muttering in his mouth, hold the chicken feathers as an arrow. Minister, Senior Chu scolded you as a chicken feather. Su Xiao Xiao complained immediately. Chu Fei Yang immediately said anxiously, little primary school girl, please study hard, be a good person, don't misinterpret words, let alone instigate discord. Humph! Su Xiao Xiao snorted, ignored him, sat down, turned his face away, and stared at the young man who was closing his eyes motionless. Mu Kyungsu glanced at her and said, what are you doing? Su Xiao Xiao said, I'm looking at Senior Luo, didn't the minister tell me to look at him? Puff! Chu Fei Yang on the side couldn't help but laughed loudly and pointed at her and said, tell you to study hard and look at your mind. Mu Kyungsu had a headache, so she didn't explain it at all, leaning on the chair and closing her eyes. Su Xiao Xiao still stared at the boy in front of him, widened his eyes, and became more curious as he watched. Obviously he hasn't awakened, but he has such a powerful archery skills. Obviously I heard the minister say that he is very lonely and indifferent and serious, but tonight he said so many perverted things, obviously so capable, but only for a small amount of 5,000 yuan to risk. Also, the minister seems to be very, very important to him. Senior sister Li Yi doesn't know what to do with him. Senior sister is obviously obsessed with cleanliness and never talks nonsense with other boys, but tonight. Although Luo Fei closed her eyes, she could feel her gaze close at hand. She stared at her for about 20 minutes, and finally opened her eyes uncomfortably. Little primary school girl, what the minister meant is to let you look at Senior Chu, not looking at me. Su Xiao Xiao said immediately, don't look at him, he is not as good as you. Hey, hey! Little primary school girl, if you talk about my other shortcomings, I can reluctantly give you face and admit it directly, but you have to say that I am not good looking, and you even said that I am not as good looking as Luo's younger brother. I won't agree. Chu Fei Yang immediately resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding his hair, as if he had been wronged and filled with righteous indignation. Su Xiao Xiao ignored him at all and continued to look at Luo Fei. Senior Luo, don't talk, close your eyes, I still want to watch. Chu Fei Yang suddenly suffered from kidney pain. The off-road vehicle drove off the winding mountain road and suddenly embarked on an uneven dirt road, heading into the mountains. The ground is very stable. Even if the wheels are bumpy, the car does not shake too violently, and it is very comfortable when it shakes, as if sitting in a cradle. Drive from night to dawn. The off-road vehicle finally stopped when the flaming sun rose from the top of the mountain in the distance. The female driver Emolan took off the magic mirror, revealing a pair of blue eyes and said, Miss, here it is. Everyone woke up from their shallow sleep and looked outside. A village appeared in front, a village surrounded by mountains. The houses are dilapidated and old. There are not only earthen huts but also huts. There are about 20 households. But at this time, the village was very quiet, there was no dog barking, no human voices, no other sounds, not even cooking smoke, and there was dead silence. On a big dead tree in the village, a decomposed body was hanging. Luo Fei's eyes could see the pitted wounds on the corpse and a group of blowflies that were eating. Suddenly, there was a roar above his head. A helicopter passed over the off-road vehicle, hovered over the village, and began to slowly land, with the skull pattern printed on the fuselage. Then, another off-road vehicle drove out from the woods at the end of the village. Its body was bright red like fire, and it was very fast. It whizzed directly from the open space in front of the village. A cloud of dust was raised under the tree. Immediately, the car door opened, and a woman wearing a flaming red leather jacket and long red hair came down from the driving seat. Her blue eyes looked to this side. Her face was sharp and angular, and it was that of a Westerner. Chapter 49, Queens. The door opens. Mu Kyungsu took a few people out of the car. This time, Ching Shui Lai didn't let Luo Fei wear shoes for her again. "Miss Mu, long time no see." The girl with long flaming red hair and wearing a flaming leather jacket greeted Mu Kyungsu with a smile on her face. Mu Kyungsu smiled and responded, "Miss Jima, it's been a long time since I saw you." Jima, the captain of the flame team, the awakening skill is punch, the primary realm as he pleases. Mu Kyungsu introduced to Luo Fei behind him in a low voice, paused, and then said, "She and your sister are in the same university, but they probably don't know each other." Luo Fei looked at the flame-like long hair and curiously said, "Squad leader, her hair is natural." Mu Kyungsu replied, "She comes from the Caribbean island of Flame Country, where people have long flame-colored hair." Su Xiao Xiao, who was next to him, said quickly, "Senior Luo, you can no longer be called the squad leader. We are the Queen's team. Here we have to call the minister the team leader." Luo Fei looked at his monitor, the team name. Su Xiao Xiao said with pride, "Senior Luo, is our team name very domineering? To be honest, it's a bit too." Luo Fei answered honestly. Mu Kyungsu was a little embarrassed and winked at him. Suddenly a cold murderous aura came from behind. Luo Fei's heart shuddered, and he immediately woke up. How could such a second name be the squad leader himself, obviously from the Li Yi senior sister who likes to pretend to be a cold queen? Although it's a bit too, but it sounds domineering, I like it. Luo Fei didn't change his expression. Mu Kyungsu. The cold murderous spirit behind him finally receded. A total of 5 people got off the red off-road vehicle. In addition to the Jima from the country of flames, there are 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men are from Yanhuang, and the other woman is blonde and blue-eyed. She looks very strong, obviously from the west. As Mu Kyungsu walked over with a few people, she introduced to Luo Fei in a low voice, "The 2 men in suits are brothers. The brother is called Zhang Zong and the younger brother is Zhang Heng. They are all knives who awakened. The man's name is Lu Lingyun. Just like me, the one who awakens is arrows. He has an intermediate range for the first time. The range is similar to yours, but has other ancillary skills. The blonde woman's name is Carly. The awakened mace is the same as Xiao Xiao. It's a melee explosive type, and it's a first-time look at the intermediate level." Luo Fei remembered one by one in his heart. The players from both sides met and looked at each other. Luo Fei and Su Xiao Xiao were both here for the first time, so the eyes of both of them stayed the longest. "Captain Mu, I heard that you brought 2 newcomers this time, don't you introduce them?" The man named Lu Lingyun smiled authentically. He was different from other people. The gaze that stayed on Luo Fei and Su Xiao Xiao was only a few seconds. From the moment Mu Kyungsu got out of the car, his gaze stopped on Mu Kyungsu's body. The members of the Flame team know that he likes Mu Kyungsu, and he confessed it when he was doing a task together, but he was rejected. However, he obviously did not give up. Su Xiaoxiao was not afraid of life, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello Captain Ji, good brothers and sisters, my name is Su Xiaoxiao, I am a first-year student in Qingchuan High School. I am 15 years old this year. The one who awakened is Hammer. Intermediate. Please take care of this mission. Ji Ma smiled and stroked her head and said, what a lovely little sister, she's already a first-level peeper at the age of 15. It's amazing. The others also smiled and nodded, showing a very kind attitude. Su Xiaoxiao is petite, cute-looking, and lively and talkative, like a little girl next door who hasn't grown up. Everyone naturally likes it. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and pointed to Luo Fei and introduced, this is my senior, named Luo Fei. He is very good at archery, and he has made great progress. Even our captain is willing to bow down. She knew Luo Fei's character and was afraid that he would offend others, so she rushed to introduce him. Luo Fei glanced at her and nodded slightly to the 5 people, which was regarded as a greeting. Archery is great? Is it also archery that awakens? The man named Lu Lingyun in Awakening Archery looked at the young man in front of him unexpectedly. There was a moment of silence in the court. Luo Fei said, I haven't awakened. As soon as he said this, the 5 people on the opposite side, including the Captain Jima, looked at him in astonishment, as if they suspected that they had heard him wrong. Not awakened. Jima looked at Mu Kyungsu. Mu Kyungsu looked calm, nodded, and said, well, Luo Fei hasn't awakened yet, but it should be soon. His archery skills are very powerful, and his range is now 300 meters, not worse than the awakened. Lu Lingyun said with a weird look, Captain Mu, you mean, he hasn't awakened yet, so archery can reach the intermediate level of the first glimpse of the awakened person. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him and said, I'm talking about range. Lu Lingyun's eyes flashed and said, I understand, his range can reach 300 meters, but because he is not an awakened, so he has no other auxiliary skills, right? But to be honest, without the power of awakening, the range can reach 300 meters. Me, I don't believe it. The brother Zhang Zong and Zhang Heng also said, it's really impossible. Ji Ma stared at the thin young man in front of him and glanced at Fang said, Captain Mu, I don't really believe in this kind of strange thing, but I believe in Captain Mu's character. Since you said yes, that is. This strange thing in the world was originally a strange thing. That's more, not bad this one. The blonde woman named Carrie on the side suddenly said unceremoniously, Captain Mu, since he is not the awakened, even if his archery can reach 300 meters, you should not bring him. This is Mission C, even if it is also dangerous to be the awakened. If you bring an ordinary person who does not have the power to awaken, this is harmful to others and yourself. Lu Lingyun also said, Captain Mu, if you have a long-range attack, you and me, and Bellis of Stormwind will be enough. There is no need to bring another person. Besides, he is not an awakened one. If you are in danger, if you react if you don't have time, you will lose your life. And it will drag us down. The brothers did not shy away from being authentic. Mu Kyungsu's gaze looked at the men and women who had jumped from the helicopter in front of him, and said, I asked Senior Akaji in advance. For this sea-level mission, our 3 teams will act separately. So, the team members will not have any influence on you. Everyone turned their heads and looked, and the 5 members of the storm team, led by a tall man and a blonde woman, walked over quickly. Lu Lingyun only took a look, then looked at the beautiful girl in front of him again, and suddenly smiled, Captain Mu, why are you wearing a school uniform today? While speaking, he glanced at the teenager who was also wearing school uniform behind the girl. Mu Kyungsu frowned slightly and said, is there a problem? Lu Lingyun shrugged and said with a smile, no problem, it's just weird. Although Captain Mew looks good in everything, in this case, shouldn't you wear special clothes made by the regiment? At least it can prevent poisonous insects and carry more weapons. I like it. Does it have anything to do with you? Mu Kyungsu's eyes turned cold. Lu Lingyun smiled slightly and said, sorry, I'm the one who talks too much. His gaze turned to Luo Fei, who was also wearing a school uniform, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Luo Fei looked at the school uniform on the monitor, then took another look at the brand new clothes on the others, then lowered his head and looked at the white school uniform on his body. Suddenly, he understood something. The monitor is afraid that he will be laughed at? Kyungsoo, why are you wearing a school uniform? At this moment, the blonde woman who got off the helicopter came closer, somewhat surprised and authentic. Mu Kyungsoo said respectfully, Senior Mona, I'm not used to wearing uniforms, school uniforms are very comfortable. The blonde woman smiled and said, Kyungsoo is afraid to show her charming figure in front of everyone. With that, he glanced at Shimizu Ria at the back and joked, Kyungsoo's figure is not worse than Li Yi at all. It should be more exposed, so that everyone can feast their eyes. The people behind all laughed. The tall and strong middle-aged man glanced at the other members of the Queen's team, fixed his eyes on Luo Fei and Su Xiao Xiao, and said, Kyungsoo, are these the two new members? Mu Kyungsoo lowered her head and said, yes, Senior Akaji. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and didn't ask much. He raised his head and glanced at the dead tree hanging from the dead tree. He looked solemnly and said, this task is probably not easy. You have to be careful. The blonde woman named Carrie of the Flame Team suddenly said, Senior Akaji, Senior Mona, Captain Mew brought a new member who is not the Awakener. I object. Not the Awakened. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned to the two new members of the Queen's team. It's that boy. Carrie said with a cold face. Chapter 50, I can. There was silence in the field. Everyone looked at Luo Fei. Mu Kyungsoo stepped forward, guarding Luo Fei, cutting off the eyes of many people, and apologized to the middle-aged man and middle-aged woman, sorry, Senior Chimu, Senior Mona, Luo Fei is indeed not the Awakener. Then he said, but I think I have the right to decide my own players, and I believe Luo Fei is no worse than some awakened people. The blonde girl named Carrie still said angrily, Captain Mew, you do have the right to decide what kind of player you choose. Even if you choose an ordinary person who knows nothing, it is your freedom. But don't forget. Yes, this time it is a sea-level task. Although it needs to be acted separately, it needs teamwork in the end. After hearing Mu Kyungsoo's apology and assurance, the others were quiet, only this strong blonde girl still looked excited. The blonde woman named Mona said, Kyungsoo, as Carly said, this time is a sea-level mission, and it does require teamwork, so you have to think carefully. The tragedy last time, no one wants to happen again. When Carrie heard her mention the last mission, she immediately blushed and said angrily, last time it was because of a trash that killed 5 of our team members. She also killed my sister Zisha. I will forgive those who are selfish and arrogant and care about the life and death of the team for their own sake. The last sentence was said by gritting his teeth and watching Mu Kyungsoo. Mu Kyungsoo did not refute or irritate. After a few seconds of silence, she apologized again, Carrie, I'm sorry for what happened last time. It's not your fault. Carrie pushed her tears in, closed her emotions, and shook her head and said, last time it was not your fault, Captain Mew, I should thank you for saving me last time. But I really don't want to let tragedy happen again. Repeat it, hope you understand. Mu Kyungsoo fell silent. Squad leader. Behind her, Luo Fei, who looked like a lover in the same school uniform as her, suddenly said, I can wait for you in the car with Sister Lan. Although he really needed the 5,000 yuan and wanted to participate in this mission, he didn't want to make the squad leader embarrassed. The monitor has done enough for him. He can no longer trouble the monitor. Go to the trunk and take out the bow and arrow, yours, and mine. Mu Kyungsoo said to him. The girl's face was calm, her eyes were firm, her long hair that was as smooth as satin, gently swaying in the mountain breeze passing by behind her, she was still so slender and beautiful even in her school uniform. Luo Fei paused, did not ask any more, turned and walked towards the off-road vehicle. He knows what the monitor is going to do. Opening the trunk, he took out the large horn bow, untied the black cloth, and took out the squad leader's bow from the iron box. It was a bow similar in size to a large horn bow, but it looked more textured and the bowstring was tougher. As soon as the iron box was opened, a fierce murderous aura rushed into the face. Suddenly, his heart beat slowly for half a beat, carefully picked up the bow, took another set of quiver, and then returned. He knew that this time, he could not fail. The squad leader put all his own, defended him, supported him, and trusted him. If he failed, he would only be ridiculed, and the squad leader would lose a lot. Therefore, he must succeed. He handed the murderous bow to the squad leader, looked at the eyes that had given him encouragement and warmth countless times, and suddenly said, "Squad leader, in fact, I remember what you said that day." Mu Kyungsoo took the bow, froze for a moment, and looked at him with some bewilderment. Luo Fei handed the quiver to her and said, "It's okay." Mu Kyungsoo glanced at him with a flashing gaze, drew an arrow from the quiver, raised his gaze, glanced at the village in front of him, and then said, "Senior Akaji, Senior Mona, everyone, the one in the middle of the village. In a house built with dirt, there is a big tree behind the house, with a branch extending to the roof." Everyone turned around and looked up. Because they are all awakened, their eyesight is much stronger than ordinary people, so they can see that branch at a glance. But some people see clearly, while others see blurry. The middle-aged man named Akaji checked the distance visually and said, "At least 300 meters, Kyungsoo, you are completely fine." The captain of the flame team Jima smiled and said, "This kind of distance is naturally no problem for Captain Mu, but if it is Ling Yun, I am afraid it cannot be guaranteed." Lu Lingyun of the flame team also awakened archery. He is now at the first intermediate level with a range of 300 meters, but the most powerful is mainly other subsidiary skills, and the real target around 300, he may not be able to hit 100 shots. After hearing this, Lu Lingyun also said, "What the captain said is that the chance of me hitting the bullseye at this distance is about 70% to 80%. After speaking, his eyes calmly glanced at the young man behind Mu Kyungsoo. At this time everyone knows what the Captain Mu is going to do. She wants to show everyone that the team member behind her is not an incompetent person who will drag everyone down, nor is she a person who is not responsible for the entire team. But for ordinary people who are not awakened, it is a bit absurd to want to shoot at this distance. Not to mention shooting, I am afraid that you can't even see it clearly, right?" Many people believe in Mu Kyungsoo's character, but most of them don't believe in the authenticity of this matter. So, wait and see. Call out. Mu Kyungsoo draws a bow and shoots an arrow, her long hair dances, her eyes aimed at the target ahead, and her pure side face all make her heart beat. Lu Lingyun looked calmly. Snapped. The sharp arrow flew out and hit the branch on the roof 300 meters away. Good arrow technique. The other members of the Flames and Storm are all complimenting. Mu Kyungsoo turned around again and took out an arrow from the quiver, aimed again, and shot it out with a shoe. The whole process was smooth and flowing without any pause. Snapped. In the branch again. But between the two arrows, there was a distance of about 5 centimeters between them, and only Akaji and Mona, who had excellent eyesight, as well as Lu Lingyun of Awakening Archery, and Bai Lizi of Stormwind could see clearly. Of course, Luo Fei can also see clearly. Luo Fei, it's your turn. Mu Kyungsoo turned around, took the quiver from his hand, looked at him scorchingly, and said, there is a space of 5 centimeters between the 2 arrows, can you? It means let him shoot the arrow between those 2 arrows. The eyes of other people looked over. Most people can't see the 5 centimeters of space. If it can be shot in this way, then no one has anything to say. Luo Fei took off his bow from his shoulders, looked at the branches on the roof in the distance, paused, took the arrow from the quiver in her hand, and looked at her bright and trusting eyes. Squad leader, I can. After speaking, he stood there and didn't even take a step forward. Take the arrow and pull the string, look far away, as bright as stars. Let me tell you that the previous chapters have been revised, and one is deleted. You can only see it if you download it again or refresh. The elder sister who played the piano and the elder sister in the car were not the same person, but the names were confused. Originally, the sister was named Li Yi, but in the end it was found that the name did not match the person's design, so she changed after Mei Yi. The quieter sister is called Li Yi. There is also the problem of book friends' reaction to awakened people and upgrades. In fact, I am not good at these. Daily writing is good, but as we all know, daily writing is not long and can be very watery, so it is necessary to write these things. There is also the problem of too slow updates, so the plot looks inconsistent, and many characters and stories start to speculate before they finish reading it. In fact, writing tasks and everything are secondary, all to highlight the personality, and write about the process of slowly improving the relationship between the protagonist and them. Finally, if you don't invest, please invest quickly. Send the contract today. Chapter 51, Rat Demon. Call out. The sharp arrow shoots out, as fast as lightning. When everyone heard the bowstring sound, their eyes quickly covered the area of the roof and the branch that extended from the back of the house to the roof. Snapped. In the middle of the branch. At the same time, you can clearly see that the dangling tail feathers are between the 2 arrows shot by Mu Kyungsoo. Good arrow technique. The middle-aged man named Akaji was sincerely admired. The blonde woman named Mona also brightened her eyes and smiled. Sure enough, Kyungsoo can always surprise us. On the other side, a blue-haired girl also nodded. She is Bellis, the awakening archery girl from the Stormwind team. Lu Lingyun's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Captain Mu, I'm sorry, I underestimated your team members. Others also praised it. Captain Mu, congratulations to you for gaining another promising teammate. It's so powerful before you wake up. When you wake up later, it will be fine. Mu Kyungsoo's expression was calm. She glanced brightly at the young man beside her, and said, he's okay. With that, he handed the quiver in his hand. The two looked at each other. Luo Fei paused, took a second arrow from the quiver, nodded and said, well, the squad leader said I can, that's okay. With that, he took the arrow and pulled the string and aimed again. Call out. The bowstring rang, the arrow came out. Hit the branch again. The swaying tail feathers indicated that the arrow hit the 5 centimeters between the 2 arrows again, almost next to the first arrow. Lu Lingyun, whose eyesight was astonishing in awakening archery, became serious. Bai Lizi, the blue-haired girl of the Stormwind team, had her eyes bright and said in fluent Yanhuang language, good arrow technique. Akaji and Mona also clearly saw where the arrow hit, and glanced at each other, looking at the boy next to them in unison. Squad leader, do you want more? Luo Fei turned his head and looked at the beautiful girl with long straight black who was wearing a school uniform but with a slender temperament beside him, with gentle eyes. At this moment, only her was in his eyes. Mu Kyungsoo's eyes met him, as if hesitated, can you? The 4 arrows are arranged on the same branch, only about less than 2 centimeters in the middle. Almost all of them are invisible to the naked eye. Even she can only judge by the tail feathers. Squad leader said yes, I can. Luo Fei's expression was calm, his black pupils shone brightly, as if there were stars inlaid in the night sky. You can. Mu Kyungsu's eyes were equally bright, and she handed the quiver. Luo Fei took the arrow again, set the arrow to draw the string, and aimed his eyes. This time, everyone held their breath and stared at the tail feathers of the 4 arrows. Because they can only see the tail feathers. Call out! The bowstring rang, and the sharp arrow shot out. Snapped. In the branch again. The tail feathers swayed and stopped in the middle of the 4 arrows, almost clustered with the tail feathers of the left and right arrows. 5 arrows, closely arranged, there is almost no gap in the middle. At the same time, the branch was so unbearable that it broke open with a click, and fell to the roof. Oh my god! Mona directly jumped out of her mandarin, and exclaimed with an incredible expression on her face, "It's great! Great! Kyungsu, I was shot by your young boy's last arrow." Mu Kyungsu. Everyone seemed to be accustomed to her words, and there was no response. Their eyes turned to the young man in front of them. Chimu also nodded and praised, "Kyungsu is still humble. This arrow method is no worse than the awakened." The blue-haired girl Bai Lizi also looked at the boy in front of her with admiration and said, "When I was in the intermediate level, I still couldn't achieve this kind of accuracy and strength." Lu Lingyun withdrew his gaze from the roof, glanced at the boy in front of him, then at the girl next to the boy, observing the emotion in her eyes. But Mu Kyungsu only glanced at Luo Fei for a short time, then looked at the blonde girl aside and said, "Carly, can he join?" Carrie retracted her gaze from the roof. Although she couldn't see clearly, she understood the young man's ability after hearing everyone's praise. She apologized sincerely, "Of course. Captain Mu, I am very reckless about the previous sorry." Then he bowed to Luo Fei again, "Luo, sorry." Luo Fei bowed his head and said in return, "I should say sorry for reminding you of bad past." Carly glanced at him in surprise, paused, and then stretched out her hand with a smile on her face. "My name is Carly. I went to college with Captain Jima at Kilin College, not far from Qingchuan High School. The awakened is the mace. If there is a chance in the future, we invite Luo to play in our school, and hope that Luo can enjoy his face." Luo Fei moved his eyes and stretched out his hand to hold her and said, "Well, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely go." He has been there several times, and Luo Jiajia went to university there. If you can meet a few awakened friends there, maybe you can help him take care of Luo Jiajia. Well, since Carrie agrees, does anyone else have any comments? Mona checked the time, her eyes swept to the other members of the Storm and Flame teams. No comment. I have no objection. Even Mona can be used to climax archery, what can we say? We only have 5 bodies to worship. Ha 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 ha. A girl from the Storm team joked, and the other team members laughed. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Mona smiled and said, "In that case, Senior Akaji will tell you about this sea-level mission." Hearing the task, everyone quickly calmed down. The corpse hanging from the tree next to him, and the empty village, had already foreshadowed the difficulty of this sea-level mission. There are 30 households in the village, men, women, old, and children, a total of 152 people, 140 corpses and bones were found, and 12 people disappeared. Among them, 4 young men, 3 young women, 1 old man, and 4 children, all disappeared out of thin air. The troops searched the nearby mountains and found nothing, but in the end they found a cave. After inspection, there was still a monster. "So I called you." Chimu looked solemnly, pointing to the corpse hanging on the big tree next to him, and said, "This corpse has been hanging here when it came from our people. The reason why it was not taken down is to warn other people passing by here. Don't set foot. 2 is to see if the monster that slaughters the village can still be drawn out, and the 3rd is to wait for you to come and see for yourself. Looking at the wound on this body, can you think of something left behind?" Everyone looked at the corpse. The surface of the corpse was pitted, as if being eaten by something, unlike a large beast or a monster, and the exposed white bones had tooth marks. "It's a mouse." Without waiting for everyone to guess, Akagi answered. According to the state of death of the more than 100 corpses, they were all killed by rats, and there was more than one rat, and the rats were very big. We also found the corpses of several mice. After inspection, they were ordinary mice, but they all inhaled the evil spirit. So, according to our reasoning, there should be a rat demon hidden in that cave. It releases its demon energy and drives other rats crazy, and then takes them to slaughter the whole village together. The 12 villagers who disappeared should be there. In that cave. The cave is very deep, extending to the bottom of the ground, and ordinary people and members of the army can't go down, so I can only rely on you. This time, the task is to find out the 12 villagers who disappeared, to see people alive, and corpses to die. As for the rat demon, kill it if you can kill it. If you can't kill it, don't force it. We will find more powerful ones. The awakened one to solve it. This time the task is to face your assessment. Those with excellent grades will not only have merit points and blood pill rewards, but will also give you extra points in the future exams for you to take the demon killer. Everyone, work hard. Mona also raised her fist and said, work hard to become a demon killer. Slay demons and protect humanity. You are the best. Work hard to become a demon killer. Slay demons and protect humanity. We are the best. Everyone raised their fists and shouted in unison. Okay, let's talk about how to make your boyfriend or girlfriend in bed. Mona was serious and authentic. Akagi held his forehead with a helpless expression. Chapter 52, Last Words. Grab your weapon and go over the mountains. On a mountainside 2 kilometers away from the village, a dark cave appeared. The thick bushes in front of the cave are sheltered by trees, blending with the surrounding scenery. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find. After Akagi and Mona brought everyone here, they set up a small tent outside, took out the laptop and other tools, and began to assemble them. After entering the hole, walk forward for about 1,000 meters, and there will be a 3-way intersection. Each of your 3 teams will take a path. You can choose freely. Mona will give you each an electronic button with positioning and camera. Function, where you wear your coat on the chest, we can see your information on the computer. As Akagi was talking, he tinkered with the annunciator. Mona opened the box, took out the electronic button, and began to distribute it to the members of the 3rd team. After the distribution, Mona took 3 more small tin boxes and gave them to the captains of the 3 teams, namely Mu Kyungsoo of the Queen's team, Ji Ma of the Fire team, and Feng Luo of the Storm Wind team. It contains a positioning pin. Every time a villager is found, whether it is alive or dead, the positioning pin must be inserted aside to let us know the location. Of course, if you can bring the person out, then you don't need it. At this point, Mona's face suddenly became serious. Everyone, according to the rules, before setting off for a sea-level mission, you need to leave your last words or wishes in advance. If there is an accident, we and the remaining team members I will try my best to help you complete it. Mona looked at the members of the Storm team, took out the phone to record, and said, you guys say it first. The captain of the Storm team is named Feng Luo, a 16-year-old blonde girl with only 1.5 meters. She wears a ponytail and a pink princess dress, looking innocent, like a little girl who has not grown up. Of course, the age of 16 is not very old. But her strength is the strongest in the Storm team. Her awakening skills are not fists and kicks, not all kinds of weapons, but wind. Senior Mona, my last words have never changed. If I am gone, please tell my team members, I love them, and I believe they will become the greatest demon killers. Feng Luo looked resolute and authentic. Then, a burly and muscular man with an inch head said, Captain, we love you too. Senior Mona, my last word is, Mom, when my sister wakes up, please tell her that his brother is definitely not a coward. Mona comforted her softly, "Merc, I believe your sister will wake up." A blonde young man with a big back said, "Senior Mona, my last words are, Captain, I love you, if possible, please burn me a picture of you without clothes." As soon as the words came out, everyone else laughed, and the atmosphere that had fallen into the low because of Merc suddenly became more relaxed. Merc and Captain Feng Luo also laughed. Feng Luo smiled carelessly, "Meyer, I promise you." "Oh! Long live the captain!" The blonde young man raised his fist and shouted. A fat girl with short hair said, "Senior Mona, my last word is, Mom, if there is another life, I hope you will not force me to drink milk anymore, I hate milk." This remark caused another burst of laughter. Finally, the storm team's shooter, Bai Lizi with a long silver hair. She carried a blue crystal bow and arrow on her back. She was slender, with white skin and blue pupils, showing a noble temperament between her gestures. In fact, she is indeed the royal nobleman of Oran, who came here because of her personal ideals. She opened the mouth and said, "Senior Mona, my last words are, Father, I have never regretted my choice. I hope you and your mother are well." Mona nodded and looked at the flames. The flame team captain Jima with a long red hair took the lead and said, "My last word is that the flame will always be there, and it will never stop." The brothers named Zhang Zong and Zhang Heng said, "Senior Mona, our brothers' last words are, we live and die together and never separate." The blonde girl Carrie said, "My last words are, Zisha, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you, and in the next life, we will still be good sisters." Lu Lingyun opened the mouth and said, "Senior Mona, my last words are, life is a master, death is also a ghost, killing demons and slaying demons, although death is honorable." Mona nodded and looked at the Queen's team. Mu Kyungsu took the lead and said, "Senior Mona, my last words are, Dad, stop drinking." There was a pause. Just as Mona was about to take the phone away, she took another sentence, "Go and get my mother back." Luo Fei glanced at her deeply. Su Xiaoxia raised his hand and said, "Senior Mona, I have no last words, but I have a wish. In my next life, I want to grow as tall and beautiful as my captain. Can you help me realize it?" The others laughed. Mona smiled and said, "Sorry, we can't do anything about this wish." Su Xiaoxia was immediately disappointed and said, "Forget it, I have nothing to say." The mobile phone in Mona's hand was placed in front of Chu Fei Yang. Chu Fei Yang said, "Senior Mona, I don't have any last words. I just hope that after I die, if the body can be found, please make sure to comb my hair like an adult, and help me change into a custom suit by the way." Su Xiaoxiao curled his lips in disgust. Mona smiled and nodded, walked to Shimizu Miai, and smiled, "Miai, it's your turn." Shimizu Miai still wore sunglasses, and could not see the look on her face and eyes. She only said 4 words, "Lai, take care." Mona walked in front of Luo Fei, put one arm directly on his shoulder, holding a mobile phone in one hand, almost touching his lips, and said with a smile, "Luo, it's your turn." Luo Fei could clearly feel the softness on his back and the heat deliberately blowing from the red lips beside him. Without squinting his eyes, he looked at the long hair of the squad leader in front of him and said, "Senior Mona, my last word is, long-legged bunny. Actually, I like to help you blow your hair. If there is an afterlife, I still want to be with you. Be your relatives, but never drag you down anymore." Mu Kyungsu looked at him. Luo Fei turned his head and looked at Senior Mona who was pasting him. "Long-legged bunny." Mona looked at him with interest, still holding his shoulders and said, "Are there my legs?" She is 1 m, and her legs are indeed very long. Luo Fei said, "Yes." Luo Jiajia is 1.72 meters tall, with perfect body proportions, and her legs are indeed longer than hers. Mona asked again, "Is that pretty with me?" Luo Fei still said, "Yes." Although this is said to offend people in person, the fact is the fact. Mona didn't believe it. She looked at Mu Kyungsoo in front of her and said, "Does your captain have long and beautiful legs?" Mu Kyungsoo is 1.7 meters, impeccable both in figure and face. Luo Fei did not answer. Not afraid of offending the monitor, but thinking. Unexpectedly, Mu Kyungsoo took the initiative to say, "It's taller than me, and much more beautiful than me." Mona was a little surprised. Because she knew that this girl would not lie to her. "Do you know Kyungsoo too?" Mona asked with interest. Mu Kyungsoo glanced at Luo Fei and said, "It's my friend." Luo Fei also looked at her. When Mona was about to continue questioning, Akaji, who was opening her laptop and crackling something, suddenly said, "Okay, time is almost up, it's time to go. Remember, although the task is important, life is more important. No matter what the situation, it's important to save your life first." Mona put away her mobile phone, let go of Luo Fei, and clapped her hands. "Well, everyone, I wish you all the best. Remember, keep in touch at any time, remember to call at any time if you have the situation, and rescue personnel will be there at any time." The team members began to recheck their equipment, and then put the positioning camera buttons on their chests. When Luo Fei was not sure how to wear it, Mu Kyungsoo walked up to him, took the button from his hand, and skillfully put it on his chest, and helped him naturally to pull the wrinkles on his clothes. Looking at him, "Follow me, your sister will never want to hear your last words. So does your father." Luo Fei also looked at her and said. Chapter 53, Viper. The cave was deep and dark. Under the guidance of the flashlight light, the three teams entered one by one. Although it is not the first time most of the people here have come out to do missions, they are still a little nervous in the face of unknown dangers. Especially in this narrow and dark environment. Many weapons, long range or too long, have lost their due effect. After advancing for more than 1,000 meters, a three-way intersection appeared in front of him. It was deep and dark, winding, and the light of the flashlight could only shine for a short distance. Ji-ma, who was walking in the front, stopped and turned around and said, "Captain Feng Luo, Captain Mu, which path do you choose?" Feng Luo said, "It doesn't matter." Mu Kyungsoo also said, "Anything is fine." Gemma shrugged and said, "Well, let's go from left to right for the three teams in turn. Our flame team will go to the far left." She led the team members to the leftmost passage. Before entering, she turned her head and took a photo of the back with the flashlight in her hand and said, "The rat demon and the rat that inhales the demon gas may be very poisonous. Please be careful, don't be brave and contact us at any time if you have any circumstances." Everyone nodded. After the flame team entered, the storm team, led by Feng Luo, entered the middle passage. Feng Luo turned her head and looked at Mu Kyungsoo and said, "Captain Mu, the passage is not conducive to long-range attacks. You'd better not go ahead." Mu Kyungsoo nodded and thanked. After the storm team members left, Su Xiao carried the hammer and took the initiative to walk to the front and said, "Captain, let me take the lead." Mu Kyungsoo thought for a while and looked at Chu Feiyang and said, "Senior Chu, go ahead, his knife reacts faster than your hammer." The little primary school girl follows Luo Fei, and my senior sister is last. It is good. Everyone has no opinion. Chu Feiyang clenched the knife at his waist, flashed a flashlight, walked to the forefront, and entered the third passage. Mu Kyungsoo took Luo Fei and followed him. Su Xiao and Qing Shui Mi followed at the end. After walking forward for about half an hour, the ground suddenly descended and twisted, seeming to extend towards the ground. At the same time, the ground began to get wet. Chu Feiyang almost slipped and the flashlight in his hand rolled out. Just as he walked over to pick up the flashlight, Mu Kyungsoo behind him suddenly said, "Be careful." At the same time, with the throw of his right hand, a sharp arrow flew out and thrust into the darkness next to the flashlight with a chi. Immediately, a dark shadow suddenly began to twist violently in the darkness. When the flashlight in Mu Kyungsu's other hand was illuminated, everyone was surprised to find that it was actually a venomous snake with a bright red body and 2 meters long. And the arrow that Mu Kyungsu threw with his hand happened to be inserted into its blood-red triangular head, setting its entire head on the ground. It twisted violently, opened its mouth wide, spit out scarlet snake letters, and made a hissing cry in its mouth, looking particularly hideous and terrifying. Chu Fei-yang's legs were so frightened that he didn't dare to pick up the flashlight anymore, and his face turned pale and said, "I am most afraid of snakes." Had it not been for Mu Kyungsu's shocking vision to spot this poisonous snake, he might have been bitten. Mu Kyungsu walked over with a calm face, picked up the flashlight from the side of the poisonous snake, handed it to his hand, and said, "Don't be afraid, I will help you watch it and continue walking." Chu Fei-yang took the flashlight, thanked him, and walked forward. This time, he was more cautious, and the flashlight repeatedly illuminated every corner of the ground before daring to move forward. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaimed, "The captain is really good, he can shoot arrows with his hands, and he is accurate and powerful," and he directly set the head of the poisonous snake on the ground. Mu Kyungsu didn't speak, her eyes focused on the darkness ahead. After walking for half an hour, no one spoke. Su Xiaoxiao was a little bored. Seeing Mu Kyungsu ignored her, he poked Luo Fei in front of her with her finger and said, "Senior Luo, can you shoot it out with your hand?" Chu Fei-yang, who was walking in the front, staggered, and almost fell, his mouth twitched, and he turned his head and gave her a meaningful look. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help saying, "Senior Chu, take a good look at the road, don't let the captain worry about you." Chu Fei-yang rolled his eyes and continued to lead the way seriously. Seeing that Luo Fei didn't answer, Su Xiaoxiao stretched out his finger and poked him again and said, "Senior Luo can definitely shoot out with his hands, but he shouldn't have much strength. You can't shoot far, right?" The corner of Chu Fei-yang's mouth twitched again. Luo Fei still ignored it. Su Xiaoxiao felt so bored, and said to Mu Kyungsu in front of him, "Captain, is Long-Legged Bunny the older sister of Senior Luo? Is it really prettier than you, and better figure than you?" Luo Fei suddenly said, "She is Luo Jiajia, don't call her another name. The name Long-Legged Bunny can only be called by him, and it can only be called from behind." If the girl knew that he had told her nickname when she was a child, he would probably die miserably. In other words, why did Senior Mona ask everyone's last words in front of so many people? Can't you ask in private? After all, it is a very privacy issue. "Senior Luo, is your sister really more beautiful than the captain, better than the captain's figure?" Su Xiaoxiao is very curious about this issue and very persistent. She felt that the captain was already the best-looking girl she had ever seen in school, and only Mi's senior sister could fight. She couldn't imagine that there was a girl who was better looking than the captain, and the other party turned out to be the older sister of Senior Luo. The captain must be too humble. Luo Fei didn't want to answer at first, but the little girl behind her obviously looked like she didn't stop asking about the result, and said casually, "Each has its own merits." Mu Kyungsu looked at the front seriously, and said, "Luo Fei, don't lie." Luo Fei looked at her long hair that fluctuated like flowing water and said, "I haven't lied. I have seen Luo Jiajia for so many years and I can't see the beauty and ugliness. It's the squad leader, it's the team leader." Chu Fei-yang couldn't help turning his head and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be a sucker slippery than me." Su Xiaoxiao immediately fanned the flames and said, "Senior Luo, what are the couple outfits you and the monitor are wearing today? Both of them are wearing school uniforms and can't see much at school, but when they come here, they look very conspicuous. Moreover, your skills are all archery, and you are still in the same class, so you have fate." Su Xiaoxiao mentioned the old story again, poked Luo Fei's back with his finger, and said in a low voice, "Senior Luo, you can chase the captain, seize the opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Although she lowered her voice, but the passage was so quiet, everyone naturally heard her words. Mu Kyungsoo stared at the front, without showing any expression on his face, and did not speak. Chu Fei raised his mouth and moved, as if he wanted to say something, but finally did not speak. Luo Fei stopped suddenly, turned his head, and looked behind him. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "What's wrong, Senior Luo, did you suddenly find that I was right?" Luo Fei suddenly took the bow from his shoulder, took out the arrow from the quiver behind him, and looked at the darkness behind him solemnly and said, "Something is coming from behind, and there are a lot of them." The skills of listening +3 finally came in handy. In this quiet environment, he could clearly hear a lot of things crawling in the dark behind. "Hey!" Shimizu Miai, who was walking at the end, moved his wrist and the long whip flew out. "Why didn't I hear?" Su Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Chu Fei Yang at the front said, "I didn't hear it either." Mu Kyungsoo held a bow and arrow in her hand and said, "Little, you and Senior Chu lead the way." At this time, the sound became louder and louder. "Call out!" Mu Kyungsoo shot an arrow towards the darkness behind, and something was tied to the arrow, and sparks flashed unexpectedly, illuminating the darkness in an instant. Everyone looked at it, and their faces suddenly changed. In the passage behind, a large group of bright red venomous snakes suddenly appeared, densely packed, like tides coming here. Hiss! They opened their mouths, spit out scarlet snake letters, twisted their bodies, and chased after them aggressively. The voice suddenly became louder and more terrifying. "Run!" Chu Fei Yang suddenly looked scared, and immediately ran ahead. Su Xiaoxiao carried the hammer and screamed in his mouth. Flap! Pop! Pop! Shimizu Miai waved her long whip to block her, and backed away. Shoo! 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 Luo Fei and Mu Kyungsoo also shot back while shooting. But there are too many venomous snakes, like crazy, without fear, rushing forward. In the darkness behind, I don't know how many more. Mu Kyungsoo suddenly took out a bag of powder from his backpack, quickly tore it open and sprinkled a long thread on the ground. After the three of them retreated a few meters away, Mu Kyungsoo suddenly shot an arrow with flames, and ignited the long line drawn by the white powder on the ground with a bang. A wall of fire suddenly rises, cutting off the group of poisonous snakes behind. Many venomous snakes burst out from the wall of fire, twisted a few times, and stopped in place. But the wall of fire soon began to shrink and extinguish. Taking advantage of this time, the three immediately put away their weapons and quickly followed Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Fei Yang in front of them. The ground ahead is getting steeper and wetter and very slippery. Chu Fei Yang ran too fast, caught off guard, slid to the ground with a bang, and then began to roll down quickly. Luo Fei almost slid, and was pulled by Mu Kyungsoo behind him. At this time, he heard the sound of a viper chasing after him again. Can't wait any longer. When the mind moves, the panel lights up. Exchange 100 poisons without invading. Consumption of 500 points, 100 poisons have been issued, 100 poisons have been effective. Hey! Slipping his feet, he suddenly fell backward. Mu Kyungsoo hurriedly supported him, but also slipped. The two fell to the ground together, hugged each other, and rolled towards the steep front. As soon as the long whip of Shimizu Miai came out, it caught them, and as a result, her feet slid and rolled down. Behind him, the group of poisonous snakes crawled faster on the muddy ground, hissing snakes in his mouth, and chased them murderously. Chu Fei Yang in front suddenly shouted desperately, "Dead end! A dead end ahead!" Chapter 54, Luo Sue Shang. Everyone's heart sank. Mu Kyungsoo immediately got up, took out all the burning powder from the bag, fell on the ground, and rushed to the front to check. Boom! She punched the wall and heard a solid voice. Chu Fei King pulled out the knife on his waist, his face was earthy and said, "Fight with them." The hissing behind him is getting louder and louder, more and more. Shimizu Mii stood at the back, holding a long whip, with no expression on her face, and her long hair rose automatically without wind. Su Xiaoxiao held the hammer in both hands and said, "Senior Luo, Captain, you stand behind us. The process attack comes first, and the remote attack comes later. They still have a chance." At this time, Akaji's voice suddenly came from the electronic button on her chest, "Find a way to escape. This is the red blood 5 poisonous snake, very poisonous, there are probably hundreds of them in a litter, bitten and entangled, the antidote you carry on your body cannot save your life, and there may be a snake king. You must run." However, the road has been blocked, how should they run? At this time, Mu Kyungsu suddenly said in front, "Little, come here. There is a hole here, the wall is hollow, use a hammer to expand the hole." When Su Xiaoxiao heard it, he dragged the hammer and ran over. On the wall on the left, there is indeed a hole, but the hole is too narrow, only enough for one arm to go in, people can't squeeze through it, and can only expand the hole. There is a hole, it means there is a way out. Su Xiaoxiao immediately lifted the hammer in his hand and said, "Captain, let go. She is a strength type, and this hole can only be digged by her." Boom! When Mu Kyungsu got out of the way, the hammer in her hand suddenly smashed the top of the hole, and the soil cracked and dented. If it was Shek Pik, with her strength and the power of a hammer, it was estimated that it would be broken in a few hammers. But this wall is muddy with moisture, and it is very thick, and most of the hammer's power has been dissipated. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoxiao smashed several hammers in succession, feeling anxious and angry. The wall is sunken and the opening of the hole expands slowly. At this time, the group of poisonous snakes behind had already caught up. The long whip in Shimizu Mii's hand, with heavy whip shadows, was flying all over the body, cracking on the group of poisonous snakes, and the flesh and blood flew around, hissing constantly. The arrows in Luo Fei and Mu Kyungsu's hands also kept shooting. Seeing that the group of poisonous snakes was about to break through the line of defense, Mu Kyungsu immediately fired a rocket, which ignited the white powder on the ground in a rush. The first wall of fire rose. Several people backed up and continued to block the viper that broke through the wall of fire. Mu Kyungsu looked back, and immediately ordered Chu Fei Yang, who was holding a knife beside him, to help Xiao Xiao. Chu Fei Yang Kong had a powerful sword technique, but it was of no use at this time, so anxious and annoyed, he had to rush to Su Xiao Xiao to help. The knife in his hand was forged by him at a high price, but at this time he had to use it to cut the mud, and his heart was bleeding. Bang! 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 As Su Xiao Xiao hit with one hammer after another, the hole in the wall finally began to crack and expand. But her power is explosive, more than 20 hammers have come down, and gradually began to exhaustion. Although the hole was enlarged, it was still very small. With her small body, she could barely penetrate through it, and the others might not be the same. The knife in Chu Fei Yang's hand was completely useless. It was useless except to stab the mud that had accumulated at the entrance of the hole. At this time, Mu Kyungsu and the three had retreated to their front, and the last wall of fire rose. But the group of poisonous snakes seemed to be constantly rushing out of the wall of fire. Although the pain was constantly twisting, they still moved forward. Seeing that there is no way to retreat, the wall of fire has begun to gradually go out, Mu Kyungsu made a decisive decision and immediately said, "Little, you and Senior Chu will go over first." At this time, the hole expanded again. The 5 people were almost squeezed together. The hammer in Su Xiaoxiao's hand had no room to turn around, and she was panting and exhausted. She knew that even if she stayed, it was of no use and could only drag her teammates, so she went into the hole without any hesitation. After she got through, she immediately shouted at the opposite side, "Senior Chu, Captain, come here. There is a lot of space here, and there is another passage. Seeing the poisonous snakes hissing through the last wall of fire, Chu Feiyang dared to hesitate, and immediately got into the hole. But the entrance of the cave was still a bit narrow, and he was stuck there. Fortunately, the wall was muddy and soft. When Su Xiao saw this situation, he immediately grabbed his head with one hand and his chin with the other, and slammed it hard. Chu Feiyang's face twisted and said, "Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The neck is about to break." Boom! Finally, under Su Xiaoxiu's vigorous pull, he slid in and fell to the ground, covering his neck with his hands, painful and unable to speak. Su Xiaoxiao immediately shouted at the hole on the wall again, "Captain, Senior Sister Mei, Senior Luo. Come here. Call out." Mu Kyungxiu shot 3 arrows in an instant, and set the 3 poisonous snakes rushing to the ground, and immediately said to Qing Shui Mei and Luo Fei beside him, "You go first. Hurry up. She is the captain and naturally wants to stay behind." At this time, the venomous snakes were still coming turbulently like a tide, densely packed, bright red like blood under the shining of the residual firelight, like a red river, looking extremely terrible. "Mei senpai is injured, go first." Luo Fei's bowstring rattles, urging in his mouth. Shimizu Mei had been waving the long whip in her hand at the forefront. A poisonous snake was cut into 2 pieces by her whip, but it flew over and bit her calf. Her actions and the whip in her hand obviously became slow. Mu Kyungxiu immediately said, "Luo Fei, send her away." Luo Fei grabbed Qing Shui Mei's slender waist, hugged her directly, and rudely stuffed her head into the hole in the wall. Shimizu Mei struggled and said, "I'm looking for death." Boom! Luo Fei suddenly punched her twisted buttock, and said angrily, "Get in there." On the other side, Su Xiaoxiao had already reached into the hole, grabbed Qing Shui Mei's arm, and yanked her towards that side. Boom! Luo Fei flew up and kicked her again, finally kicking her whole body in. Under Su Xiaoxiao's pull, Qing Shui Mei finally passed. "Captain, Senior Luo, come here." Su Xiaoxiao stuck his head into the hole and shouted anxiously. At this time, the group of poisonous snakes had already rushed to the feet of Mu Kyungxiu and Luo Fei. "Hey!" The bow in Mu Kyungxiu's hand suddenly lit up with a blue light, and then, with a shoo sound, the bowstring rang, and only 1 arrow was shot. As a result, a dense array of radiant arrows appeared, and they instantly inserted into the ground in front of them. The poisonous snakes that rushed to the feet were immediately set on the ground. At the same time, those arrows formed an arrow wall, temporarily blocking the surging group of poisonous snakes. "Luo Fei! Hurry up!" Mu Kyungxiu urged. Luo Fei didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately got into the hole. Boom! At this moment, the poisonous snake flew around, and a scarlet giant snake that was thicker than a human waist suddenly rushed out of the darkness, staring at 2 scarlet eyes like lanterns, and roared. The arrow wall was pierced instantly, and Mu Kyungxiu, who was standing behind the arrow wall, caught off guard, and was directly hit by this huge force and fell backward. The giant snake brought a group of poisonous snakes, and rushed fiercely. Seeing that Mu Kyungxiu was about to be submerged in a group of poisonous snakes, Luo Fei's hand that had just been caught by Su Xiaoxiao suddenly shrank back, and suddenly retreated from the hole. He grabbed Mu Kyungxiu's arm and pulled her out of the group of poisonous snakes with force, then picked her up, ignored the giant snakes and the group of poisonous snakes behind him, and thrust her directly into the hole in the wall, speaking loudly, "Little elementary school girl! Pull the captain over!" The other side agreed. Luo Fei's body shook, and he was struck forward by the giant snake. At the same time, there was pain from being bitten by a poisonous snake everywhere on his legs and feet behind him. He didn't dare to turn around and fight back. He protected his whole body behind Mu Kyungxiu, using himself as a shield to block all the poisonous snakes for her. At the same time, enduring the severe pain of being bitten, he pushed her body into the hole with force, and then immediately open your arms, your chest is close to the hole, and use your whole body to block the hole." Behind him, the viper rushed forward, biting him everywhere. He still stuck to the wall, blocking the hole, motionless. At this time, Su Xiao had already grabbed Mu Kyungsu's hand, pulled her over with force, and then cried, "Senior Luo, come here soon." But she knew that it was too late. The giant snake king bit Luo Fei's shoulder and threw him away. Luo Fei slammed into the innermost wall, shouting loudly, "Block the hole!" The poisonous snake had already begun to crawl along the entrance of the cave towards that side. Su Xiao watched at the entrance of the cave with his body in order to save the captain, watched him being bitten by the snake king on his shoulder and flew away, watched his whole body including his head was covered with poisonous snakes that were biting him, and watched as the bright red poisonous snakes flooded his whole body. "Senior Luo!" Su Xiao broke down and cried. Chapter 55, Il Suck. But now, it's not the time to cry. The group of poisonous snakes did not give up, they hissed and spit out snake letters, like a bright red torrent, chasing violently from the hole in the wall. Su Xiao knew that if they didn't want to block the hole, they would encounter a crisis again, and the sacrifice of Senior Master Luo would be meaningless. This villain can only be done by her. She wiped her tears, exhausted all the remaining strength, suddenly waved the hammer in her hand, and slammed it heavily on the entrance of the hole with a bang. The huge hammer was inlaid into the hole and instantly blocked the only passage on the wall. The group of venomous snakes huddled and twisted in the hole, entangled, but they couldn't make it any more. She blocked the poisonous snake, and also blocked the only way of life for Senior Luo. But she knew that she could only do this. The dark space is quiet. Su Xiao leaned against the wall, slowly sat on the ground, covering his face, crying, "Senior Luo, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Chu Fei Yang was paralyzed there, his face turned pale, and he closed his eyes. Sitting in a dark corner, Shimizu Mei couldn't see the expression on her face. Mu Kyungsu stood in front of the hole, looking at the hole blocked by the hammer, like a wooden stake, motionless. The hissing sound in the hole lasted for a while and gradually disappeared. In the dark passage, it began to become silent. The four of them remained silent in the darkness for a long time. Until Su Xiao regained his strength, stood up and said with red eyes, "Captain, Senior Luo is the hero of our Queen's team, and we will remember him forever." Chu Fei Yang also opened his eyes, stood up with a knife, and said with a hoarse voice, "Captain, Luo Suidi sacrificed his life to be benevolent. It is worthy of the respect and memory of all of us. We must take his body back and give it to his family." An explanation. Su Xiao held the long handle of the hammer with both hands and cried, "I'll find it. Even if Senior Luo is swallowed by those poisonous snakes, even if there is only a bone, a piece of meat, and a piece of clothing, I will take it with him. Come back." After that, he suddenly used force and pulled the hammer out of the hole. She put down the hammer and stuck her head into the hole. Ah! Ghost! Who knows, when she just plunged her head into the hole and was about to go through it, she suddenly saw a head appeared inside, and there were still two eyes staring at her. Su Xiao was frightened suddenly, and he screamed, backed down again and again, and sat down on the ground. The others were taken aback. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the hole, and Su Xiao screamed "Ah" again, and while stepping back on the ground, he shouted, "Ghost! Ghost!" Chu Fei Yang was also frightened and suddenly jumped up from the same place, holding knives in both hands, and began to retreat. And Mu Kyungsu, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, shook her body suddenly, and quickly stretched out her hand, holding the hand, shaking, and forcefully pulling it out of the hole. Luo Fei showed his head, a smile on his wounded face, and looked at Su Xiao, who had fallen on the ground and was almost scared to urinate. "It's not a ghost, it's a human, I'm not dead yet." He crawled out of the hole. As soon as he landed, Mu Kyungsu suddenly opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Her body was trembling, her cold cheeks buried in his neck, and there was warmth flowing on her face. Only then did he realize that the monitor was crying and his face was full of tears. This was the first time he saw the squad leader crying. Before, he couldn't even think about it. How could a girl who is so strong and brave as the squad leader cry? At this moment, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. I'm fine. Luo Fei dropped his arms, placed his hands on both sides honestly, allowing the squad leader to cry silently while holding him, not daring to move. Shimizu Miai, who was sitting in the corner, also stood up and handed him a bottle of potion, her voice still coldly saying, Washington. Wow! Su Xiao Xiao, who fell on the ground, burst into tears with a wow cry, and burst into tears, Senior Luo, you are not dead. You are not dead. You. Luo Fei endured the pain and ridiculed, little primary school girl, why don't you think I'm not dead? You look so sad. Woo. I cry with joy. Woo. Su Xiao Xiao cried more fiercely. Luo Fei was embarrassed by the squad leader, and the wound bitten by the poisonous snake was very painful, and the tears on his neck were even more irritating, so he could only whisper, Squad leader, it's okay, it hurts. Mu Kyungsu finally let go of him and looked at him dimly with tears. Luo Fei was stared at by her beautiful eyes full of tears, and suddenly became a little flustered, afraid that she would suddenly say something embarrassing him, and quickly stepped back to the side, leaned against the wall, and sat down slowly. Said, I apply medicine. Although he had just consumed 1,000 points to redeem the 100 poison invasiveness and body protection shield, there were still a lot of wounds on his body, which were not fatal, but very painful. Mu Kyungsu squatted down in front of him, with tears on his face, took the bottle of potion from his hand, opened the cork, and helped him apply it. Luo Fei did not dare to refuse, nor dared to look at her eyes, looking at Su Xiao Xiao and Chu Fei, who was still sitting on the ground with tears on the ground, and said, Little primary school girl, Senior Chu, use mud to block the hole in the wall. Get up to prevent the poisonous snake from returning. When Chu Fei Yang heard it, he remembered that the hole was open, and the poisonous snake might chase it. He immediately went over to pick up the mud that had fallen from the ground and started blocking the hole. At the same time, he asked in disbelief, Student Luo, how did you escape? Yes? With so many poisonous snakes, you are still alive. Play dead. Luo Fei had already thought of his words, with a hiss in his mouth, looking at the squad leader's fingers on his leg, and said, Squad leader, lighten it. Then he said, after being submerged by a group of poisonous snakes, I blocked my ears and nose with my fingers, held my breath, and lay motionless on the ground pretending to be dead. Those poisonous snakes didn't seem to be interested in the immovable corpses, so I left after a while. Up. So simple. Chu Fei Yang felt incredible, and said in doubt. Ordinarily some snakes should be able to feel the heartbeat of a person, and there are so many poisonous snakes, one bite. At this moment, Shimizu Miai suddenly said, the wound is poisonous and needs to be sucked out. There was sudden silence in the court. Su Xiao Xiao immediately got up and said, yes, Senior Chimu also said before. Those are very poisonous and vicious snakes. The antidote we bring may be useless, so we must out the venom, otherwise Senior Luo can return. Chu Fei Yang held the soil, blinked his eyes, and said with a puzzled expression, what are you all looking at me for? Mu Kyungsu put down the potion in her hand and said calmly, I'll take it. As he said, he lowered his head and his long hair fell. Luo Fei hurriedly hugged her head and said, Squad leader, don't suck, I'm fine, and there are wounds everywhere on my body, fart, there are also on the ass. Mu Kyungsu stiffened suddenly, turned her head, and looked at Chu Fei Yang. Chu Fei Yang's face suddenly changed, and his voice trembled, Team Captain, what do you want to say? I can't hear it. I was deaf by the poisonous snake. Mu Kyungsu said, I'll it from other places, you can it on the butt, or in other private places. Chu Fei Yang. Ah! I'm deaf. I'm really deaf. I can't hear what the captain is saying at all. He covered his ears and wailed. Mu Kyungsu was silent for a while, retracted his gaze, and looked at the boy in front of him and said, It's okay, let me it, I can. As he said, he lowered his head again, and his long hair fell like a waterfall. Chapter 56, Smear. Captain! Let me come. Chu Fei Yang didn't know whether it was his conscience discovery, or he didn't want to watch the scene of his goddess fallen by himself, and suddenly went out. After that, he bent his knees, knelt beside Luo Fei, bowed his head, pouted, and leaned toward Luo Fei's thighs, with a tragic expression on his face. Get off! Luo Fei trembled all over, pushed his head away, stood up directly, looked at the girl who was still squatting on the ground in front of him and said, Squad leader, I'm really fine, no need to suck. If there were only 2 people, he and the squad leader, perhaps he would still be reluctant to refuse, and let the squad leader help him suck. After all, it is a beautiful girl's mouth, pink and soft, sweet and delicious, and spiritually enjoyable. But now, it doesn't matter if he is embarrassed, mainly because he is afraid of destroying the image of the monitor. I have been bitten by a poisonous snake since I was a child, and now I only feel a little pain in the wound, and there is no feeling of poisoning at all. Luo Fei continued to explain. Mu Kyungsu stood up, looked at him with complicated eyes for a while, stretched out her hand, stroked the bitten hole and exposed wound on his school uniform, and whispered, Really all right? Well, it's okay. I am also afraid of death. If it is really poisoned, without the squad leader speaking, I will take the initiative to ask the squad leader to help me. Luo Fei was serious and authentic. Su Xiao Xiao on the side said meaningfully and authentically, Senior Luo, if you are really poisoned, why don't you take the initiative to ask Senior Chu or me, or Senior Sister Mei for help, but you must ask the captain for help. Luo Fei is not afraid to offend people and said, because the squad leader has the best relationship with me, I only trust the squad leader. So sad. Su Xiao Xiao suddenly rubbed his eyes and sobbed, I'm sorry, but I still cried so many tears for Senior Luo. Mu Kyungsu took out a bottle of medicine from her pocket, poured 2 pills in the palm of her hand, and handed it to Luo Fei's mouth and said, The antidote, although you say it's okay, you still have to take it. Luo Fei did not refuse, opened his mouth obediently, took the medicine in the palm of her hand, and swallowed it. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to be so close to the monitor. His lips touched the palm of the squad leader, and there was an indescribable warmth and touch in his heart. Although he saved the squad leader desperately, he knew that the squad leader was also desperate to save him. The monitor is greater than him, and more respectable than him. In that case, the squad leader can save anyone here desperately, and the squad leader is already doing it. And he might only save the squad leader desperately. Even if he just changed the squad leader to anyone else here, he would not be so desperate, let alone abandon himself. Does it still hurt? Mu Kyungsu looked at him tenderly. Luo Fei said, It's okay. Mu Kyungsu looked at the dense wounds on his body, and said, Sit down, the wounds have not been applied yet. Luo Fei looked at her warily and said, Are you sure you don't want to smoke? Puff. Su Xiao Xiao, who was next to him, couldn't help but laugh, and muttered, Senior Luo is so stupid, others can't ask for it. On the side, Chu Fei Yang nodded repeatedly, thinking it was him, wishing to be bitten by himself, but when he thought of so many poisonous snakes crawling on his body, he shuddered and his hair was terrified. Stop smoking. Mu Kyungsu replied, no other emotions could be seen on her face. Luo Fei then sat down on Chiang again, slightly sideways, and said, The back hurts a bit, I guess I bite more. Mu Kyungsu looked at the shocking wound on his back, Her eyes trembled, and she poured the potion from the bottle and smeared it lightly. Su Xiao Xiao, who leaned closer, took a breath and said with a pale face, "Senior Luo, so many wounds, can you survive this way? How tough are you?" Chu Fei Yang only glanced at it, and his scalp numb, scared not lightly, admired and admired. "Scholar Luo, I have never convinced Chu Fei Yang in my life, and now I am completely convinced by you." Su Xiao Xiao immediately slapped her face and said, "Senior Chu, are you unconvinced with the captain?" Chu Fei Yang. Su Xiao Xiao said again, "Are you not convinced by me, senpai?" Chu Fei Yang. Also, are you not convinced by Senior Akaji, Senior Mona, and other players? Oh, the viper is too poisonous, and my ears are deaf again. I can't hear what you are saying at all. Chu Fei Yang covered his ears, faced the blocked hole, and ignored her. Humph! Su Xiao Xiao snorted, let him go, and looked at Luo Fei's ass. At this time, Mu Kyungsu was already ready to move there. Seeing everyone staring at him, Luo Fei hurriedly said, "Little elementary school girl, Senior Chu, the poisonous snake over there should have gone, you open the hole, and take our weapons and backpacks." The situation was urgent just now, and the entrance of the cave was too narrow. They ran for their lives and threw everything over there. Only then did Su Xiao Xiao remember what was going on, and quickly picked up the hammer on the ground and said, "I will enlarge the hole a little bit, lest I can't get my things." Chu Fei Yang hurriedly dug out the mud that had just blocked the entrance of the cave, hesitated and said, "Let me go and take a look first. Don't wait for the entrance of the cave to expand and the group of poisonous snakes are coming again, then we are going to die." Su Xiao Xiao looked at him in amazement and said, "Senior Chu, aren't you the most afraid of snakes? How dare you volunteer to go there?" Chu Fei Yang was a little ashamed when he heard the words, and said, "Everyone was working hard just now, but I did nothing. As a boy and a member of the Queen's team, I must take on my own responsibilities." Vomit. Su Xiao Xiao gagged. Chu Fei Yang ignored her, holding the knife, got into the hole. When he crawled out of the cave, when he got there, his frightened voice changed color and said, "Many dead snakes." Seeing the terrifying scene before him, he admired the young man who sacrificed his life to save his life and was drowned in a poisonous snake. If it were him, he would be scared to death on the spot. Boom! Su Xiao Xiao began to swing the hammer to expand the hole. After smashing 5 hammers in a row, she turned her head and looked at the young man sitting by the wall and said, "Senior Luo, I want to know what you thought at the time. So many poisonous snakes crawled on you, but you stuffed the captain in the cave. Use your own body to block the entrance of the cave. Are you really not afraid of death?" Luo Fei was leaning on his side and was shamefully stripped off his pants by the monitor, revealing half of his butt, accepting the gentle touch of the monitor's fingers, and said, "Of course I'm afraid of death, but I know I'm not afraid of snake venom." Hiss! He trembled, and quickly said to the girl behind him, "Squad leader, don't wipe it, I can do it myself." But Mu Kyungsu did not stop. Luo Fei raised his head awkwardly and found that Qing Shui Mei sitting in the opposite corner was also staring at him. Su Xiao Xiao also looked back at him from time to time. "Squad leader, really don't need it." He felt his pants being pulled down again, and his was exposed. Su Xiao Xiao said again, "Although Senior Luo is not afraid of snake venom, there are so many poisonous snakes and a big snake king, maybe they will be swallowed or eaten." However, Senior Luo did not hesitate to leave the last vitality to the captain at the time. Having said this, she paused suddenly, turned her head and said seriously, "Senior Luo, you have already liked the captain, so you just subconsciously prepared to give your life for her, right? It must be like this." As soon as I said this, the air in the cave seemed to stagnate suddenly, and the originally quiet space suddenly became quieter. Luo Fei felt that the fingers that were applying medicine on his also paused. "No. He clutched his trousers tightly with his hands behind, and immediately denied it. Su Xiao didn't believe, then why? In that situation, no one can do the same level as Senior Luo. Luo Fei said without hesitation, because I know that only the captain survives, our queen's team can have hope. And the captain I just saved is not the captain alone, I also kicked the Mei senpai. The girl sitting in the corner looked at him coldly. Luo Fei didn't know why he would lie. Obviously, it is a very pure friendship with the squad leader. Because the squad leader is kind to him, he will be good to the squad leader. Because the squad leader is desperate to save him, he will be the squad leader desperately. The two are clearly innocent and clean. Why is he guilty of conscience? But little, concentrate on doing things, stop talking. When Su Xiao was still asking, Mu Kyungsu interrupted her. Oh! Su Xiao began to wield the hammer in his hand again, but he kept thinking about it. The relationship between the two must be extraordinary. After more than 10 minutes, the opening of the cave widened. Chu Fei Yang transported all the bags and weapons that were thrown over there one by one, and then, together with Su Xiao, blocked the hole with mud to prevent the poisonous snake from chasing it. What should I do when I go back? Chu Fei Yang was a little worried about encountering those poisonous snakes again. Su Xiao said, there should be another way out, maybe I can meet the other two teams. Luo Fei was covered with potion all over, resting against the wall. Mu Kyungsu sat next to him, was quiet for a while, looked at the opposite side and said, Senior Mei, how is your wound? Shimizu Mei didn't speak, but her lips moved, speaking dumbly. Although the light is dim, for Mu Kyungsu, who is awakening archery, she can clearly see everything here. I'm poisoned, there is a lot of venom in the wound, Axu, come and help me it. Said Shimizu Mei. Mu Kyungsu ignored her again. Humph. Mei senpai's grunt sounded in the darkness. Chapter 57, Underground World. Luo Fei had a dream. In his dream, he and Luo Jiajia had a new house. Luo Jiajia was cooking in the kitchen, and there seemed to be other girls' voices coming from the kitchen. When he walked out of the room to the kitchen, he found that the man turned out to be the monitor. The monitor is cutting vegetables, and Luo Jiajia is cooking. The two of them cooperated while chatting, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. When he was standing at the door in a daze, the squad leader suddenly turned his head to look at him and said, Luo Fei, sister said let me move in to live with you, okay? Luo Fei. Luo Jiajia looked at him and said, of course you can. Anyway, you are going to get married sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you sleep together now. The monitor looked at him shyly and said, Luo Fei, is that okay? Can I sleep with you? Luo Fei was taken aback, and hurriedly waved his hand, no, how can I sleep with the squad leader? I can't even get married with the squad leader, Luo Jiajia immediately became angry and said, Luo Fei, how can you be irresponsible? You have clearly asked the monitor to for you. What? The squad leader also said aggrieved, yes, Luo Fei, I have already sucked it for you, and I have sucked a lot. Do you dare to start chaos and give up at the end? Be careful of my knife. The squad leader suddenly became angry, and the kitchen knife in his hand flew directly towards him. What? Luo Fei was suddenly awakened. The dream was gone, and there was darkness before my eyes. He stretched out a hand next to him, placed it on his shoulder, and said in a familiar and gentle voice, Luo Fei, are you okay? Luo Fei shivered and looked at her, with a shocked look on his face and cold sweat on his back. No, it's okay. He glanced at the hand on his shoulder, no knife in his hand. It turned out to be just a dream. But how could he have such strange dreams? I don't know if it is because of the antidote potion or the effect of the 100 poison invasion skill, the wounds on his body don't seem to hurt much. At this time, Su Xiao, who was sitting next to him, suddenly stared at him, Senior Luo, did you just dream of it? Did you dream of the captain? Luo Fei's heart jumped, and he quickly denied, no. Su Xiao said, but you just said a dream. Luo Fei's expression changed, what dream talk? No, squad leader, don't it's really sucked up, there is not a drop left. Su Xiao Primary School said with his tone. Luo Fei was startled suddenly, and hurriedly stood up and said, no, I haven't said it. How could I say such rascal things to the squad leader, I never said it in my dream. Then he said to Mu Kyungsu next to him, squad leader, I swear, I really didn't say it. So, did Senior Luo really dream of the captain? Su Xiao blinked at him, with a successful expression on his face, and then said strangely, what rascal things? Are those things I said, rascal? I'm talking about the captain helping you take venom. Luo, what did the senior think it was? Luo Fei. Well, Xiao, Luo Fei just woke up, a little confused, don't tease him. Mu Kyungsu also stood up, handed him the hornbow and backpack and said, you didn't talk in sleep, Xiao lied to you. Time is almost up, it's time to set off. Su Xiao smiled happily on the side, Senior Luo was fooled, he looks so guilty, he must have done something bad to the captain in his dream, he. Luo Fei breathed a sigh of relief, took the backpack and bow, and ignored her. Chu Fei Yang looked at him with a look on his face and said, School Luo is really not poisoned. His face is more ruddy than me. Is it possible that brother Luo has already awakened? And the awakening skills are antivirus. Not awakened, I just checked. Mu Kyungsu carried on her back. Luo Fei glanced at her, and touched her hand while she was asleep to check it. No wonder she dreamed of her. Mei senpai is okay, right? Luo Fei looked at the girl opposite. Although a lot of unpleasant things have happened between the two, they have fought side by side before, after all, they are teammates who have experienced life and death. Moreover, the two people have already settled, and no one owes anyone. She's okay. Shimizu Mei did not answer arrogantly, it was Mu Kyungsu who answered. Let's go, I'll make the way. Chu Fei Yang took the lead with a knife full of mud. There seems to be a problem with the signal. Senior Akaji and Senior Mona can't be contacted. Captain, we won't be unable to get out, right? Su Xiao walked behind carrying the hammer, a little worried. Without waiting for Mu Kyungsu's answer, Chu Fei Yang, who opened the way in front, said angrily, don't say frustrating words. We can definitely go out. Su Xiao sighed and said, that rat demon is really annoying. It hides in this kind of place. We can't use so many skills here. We almost got bitten to death by a group of poisonous snakes. What? No one cares about her anymore. After walking for about half an hour, the road ahead suddenly opened up. There is the sound of water, there should be a river ahead. Luo Fei said suddenly. Mu Kyungsu glanced at him deeply. Chu Fei Yang, who was walking in the front, pricked his ears and listened for a while, then wondered, why didn't I hear? Su Xiao at the back also said, I didn't hear it either. How could there be a river here? Senior Luo just woke up and had hallucinations, right? After walking for another 20 minutes, the sound of running water gradually became clear. There is a sound of water. Chu Fei Yang, who was walking in the front, looked astonished, turned his head and looked at the young man behind incredulously, and said, Scholar Luo, are your ears a dog? Su Xiao immediately corrected her and said, it should be a wolf. The ears of the wolf, the eyes of the eagle, the nose of the dog, don't Senior Chu even know this? Lazy to care about you. Chu Fei Yang hates talking to her most, likes chattering, and especially likes to talk to people. Not long after, a few people walked out of the passage, and a horizontal underground river about 5 meters wide appeared in front of them. The surface of the river is very clear, but it seems to be deep and you can't see to the bottom. Su Xiao immediately admired his face and said, "Wow, Senior Luo is really amazing, there really is a river here. Senior Luo's ears are stronger than wolf ears. Maybe because of frequent earwax." Luo Fei made a joke. But Su Xiao took it seriously, his eyes brightened and said, "Really? I often dig out earwax too, it should be the wrong way. Then, Senior Luo, in the future, all of our team members' earwax will be collected by you." "Okay. It is good." "Luo Fei. Does pretty girl have earwax too?" "That's not good. It's paid. You can pay 100 yuan at a time, or let Senior Luo kiss him, how about it?" Chu Fei Yang immediately volunteered and said, "I can too. I have been good at helping others to dig out earwax since I was a child. I dig a lot and feel comfortable, and I don't charge any money." "Get off." Su Xiao rolled his eyes. Several people walked forward along the direction of the river. Just a few steps away, Mu Kyungsu suddenly left the river and walked towards the corner of the wall on the left. When he got closer, he said in a deep voice, "I found a villager." When everyone heard it, their expressions changed and they ran over. In the dim corner of the wall, a few pieces of clothing were scattered, a rotten head was tilted there, and a wide-eyed eye was left in the socket, looking very terrible. "It's a man." Mu Kyungsu took out the positioning pin from the box, inserted it next to it, and took out his mobile phone to take a photo. "Let's go, the direction is right." Mu Kyungsu put away the phone, and continued along the river with a few people. After walking for about an hour, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. As the light approached, several people suddenly saw a starry sky in surprise. The sky is full of stars, and the silver moon hangs high. After a few people quickened their pace and walked out of this underground tunnel, their eyes suddenly opened up. The riverland, the grass and trees, the hillside of the night sky, it is like another world. And this world is hidden in the ground. Look! There is a statue. Su Xiao suddenly pointed to the hillside on the right, with a look of surprise. "What a big statue! Like a mouse." Chu Fei Yang's expression changed, and he suddenly said in horror, "It's not that rat demon, right?" Chapter 58, Poseidon Ancient Country. Everyone turned their heads and looked. Sure enough, there stood a statue like a mouse on the hillside. I saw it landed on its hind limbs, standing upright, with a height of at least 40 or 50 feet above the night sky, with two fangs exposed at the corners of its mouth, like a huge blade, looking terrifyingly terrifying. Even standing far away, you can feel a terrible pressure on your face. There is a cemetery. Mu Kyungsu with amazing eyesight observed carefully and found that the hillside was full of graves. "Captain, shall we go there?" Su Xiao was a little scared to be authentic. She had been afraid of grave ghosts since she was a child. Even if she became an awakened one, she was still afraid. "Go and see." Mu Kyungsu didn't hesitate, and walked over with them directly. The river drooped down, forming a small waterfall, and the tunnel they walked out of was above the waterfall. When they went down the river to a flat section, the surface of the river became narrower and shallower, and stones protruded from the river. Mu Kyungsu took a few people by the river to clean the mud on his body briefly, then stepped on the rocks in the river, jumped to the opposite bank, and then walked towards the statue and the cemetery in front. As they approached, that huge statue gave them a stronger sense of oppression. Luo Fei looked up at the head of the giant rat statue, and then at the night sky full of stars. He carefully observed for a while, and suddenly said, "Captain, the sky above his head is not the sky, it seems to be the ceiling of the cave. Those stars and the crescent moon should be formed by some kind of mineral luminescence." As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked up in astonishment. Mu Kyungsu looked at it for a while, and there was a shock in her eyes. "It is indeed not the sky, it seems to be the roof of a cave. The space we are wearing now should be a huge cave. Those stars and the moon, and the surrounding vegetation, only I'm afraid it's not formed naturally, but someone deliberately decorated it. Hiss! Chu Fei Yang took a breath, and said in disbelief, Captain, who can have such a big hand, can even dress up a cave like this? It's completely like another world. Mu Kyungsu looked at the giant rat stone statue solemnly, did not speak, and continued to walk forward. When approaching the first tomb, a stone stele suddenly appeared next to it. The whole body of the stele was pitch black, painted like ink, and a few scarlet characters were scrawled on the surface of the stele, as if it were written in blood. What is written here? I don't understand at all. Chu Fei Yang walked closer and looked at it carefully for a while, with a dazed expression on his face. Su Xiao immediately walked over with the hammer and said, Senior Chu, let you study hard and don't lie to girls all day long. You don't listen, just take a look. You don't even know the words. After speaking, she stared at the words on the stone tablet for a few moments, then turned to look at Mu Kyungsu and said, Captain, you come to recognize it. Those big characters resemble traditional characters, but they are not traditional characters. They are slanted and oblique. I don't know which font they are from. They are completely scratched by chicken feet. Mu Kyungsu walked closer, stared at the stele carefully for a while, shook his head and said, I don't know either. Tomb of the Rat King, burial for those who enter. Luo Fei on the side read it out. Everyone looked at him. Luo Fei explained, this is the text of the Sea God Ancient Kingdom. I read it in books, and I was curious at the time, so I learned some. Wow! Senior Luo is super awesome. Su Xiao immediately admired authenticity. Mu Kyungsu also looked at him in surprise. She knew that the teenager would go to the library to read books at noon every day, but she didn't expect that he even learned these words. Sure enough, she still knew too little about him. Sweetie Luo, I heard people talk about the ancient sea god. It is said to be an island in the Caribbean Sea, on which are living monsters from the bottom of the sea. How did the text there get here? Chu Fei Yang was puzzled and authentic. Luo Fei shook his head and said, I don't know. There are few records about the ancient sea god, most of them are legends, which are circulated as weird stories. But now that I think about it, it is estimated that it is a demon country. The rat demon here is very likely. It came from there. The demon kingdom? Is it so magical? Is the ancient sea god kingdom still? Su Xiaoxio's expression was full of interest. Luo Fei said, it is recorded in the book that for more than 1,000 years, the archipelago where the ancient sea is located has sunk into the bottom of the sea and disappeared. I think it should be the change of the Earth's environment and the rising sea water that flooded the islands, and those islands, all of the species, in order to survive, have been shed elsewhere. So now in all countries of the world, there are monsters appearing everywhere. Those monsters came from the disappeared ancient kingdom of Sea God, right? Senior Luo, your reasoning is too strong. Su Xiao worshipped authentically. Luo Fei shrugged and said, it's all legends, not necessarily true. The ancient sea may exist, but the residents above may be a species we don't know, not necessarily monsters, and I'm talking nonsense. Su Xiao immediately pointed to the words on the stone tablet and said, since these words are true, then the ancient sea god kingdom must exist. Senior Luo, when I go back, I also want to go and read those books. Did I see them in the library? You must take me there. Luo Fei hesitated and said, I didn't read it in the library, but I will go back and have a look at that time. If the books are still there, I will bring them to you. Those books were brought home by Luo Jiajia, and he read them boredly when he couldn't sleep at night or accompanied her to work part-time. Luo Jiajia has always liked to read all kinds of weird books, especially books about the ocean. He didn't have much interest at first, but after reading a few books, he also liked it. It is estimated that those books were borrowed by Luo Jiajia from the university library. Tomb of the Rat King, burial for those who enter. Chu Fei Yang looked at the scarlet and text on the stone tablet, and said anxiously, "Captain, this is to warn outsiders not to go in, shall we go in?" Mu Kyungsu hasn't answered yet. A few figures suddenly appeared on the hillside on the right. One of them was wearing a red leather jacket and had long red hair. It was Jima of the Flame Team. Jima also saw them, and immediately waved, "Captain Mu, you are here too." With that, the members of the Flame Team walked over quickly. When the two sides met, they looked at each other's players in surprise. The 5 people on Mu Kyungsu's side had not yet cleaned the dirt on their bodies, and their clothes were all dirty, looking very embarrassed. The flames were similar, with mud all over their bodies. Both brothers Zhang Zong and Zhang Heng were injured and their arms were wrapped with gauze. "We met a group of venomous snakes," Mu Kyungsu actively explained. Jima smiled bitterly, "We met vampire bats, one by one bigger than a rooster. Skills can't be used in that kind of place. If the hole collapses, we all have to be buried alive, so we are so embarrassed." The two sides exchanged greetings and smelled their injuries. Jima said, "Captain Mu, how many villagers have you found?" Mu Kyungsu said, "1, only 1 head is left." Jima sighed and said, "We found 2, and there are only bones left." Both of them looked at the huge mouse statue. Jima looked forward to it and said, "This place is so magical, like a small world. The rat demon must be hidden in this tomb. The other villagers are probably also in it. Let's go in and take a look." Su Xiao said immediately, "Captain Jima, this stone tablet says the tomb of the Rat King, and the entrance are buried." "Oh!" Jima looked at the stone tablet and said in surprise, "Do you know the words on it?" Su Xiao said triumphantly, "Of course, this is the text of the ancient sea god kingdom. My senior Luo has a lot of research on the ancient sea god kingdom. Ancient Poseidon." Jima frowned, turned her head, looked at the boy next to Mu Kyungsu, and suddenly showed a gentle smile on her face. "Luo, where did you learn this knowledge?" Luo Fei looked at the bright red-haired girl in front of him, always feeling that her smile was a little weird, and said faintly, "On the book." Jima smiled and said, "Where did you read the book? Can you lend me a look after you go out?" Luo Fei paused and said, "I saw it on the street stall when I was young, but I shouldn't be able to find it now." Jima suddenly looked regretful and said, "It's a pity, I have also heard of the ancient sea god, and I really want to know about it. Let's go, Luo, when I go out, I will invite you to dinner, and you can tell me something, okay?" Luo Fei did not agree or refuse, saying, "Let's talk about it when you go out." "It is good." Jima's eyes flashed, she looked at Mu Kyungsu next to her, and smiled, "Captain Mu, let's go, we won't be scared by the words of the monster." Mu Kyungsu glanced at the text on the stone tablet again, did not speak any more, and followed her with the team members. Not long after the two teams left, the few blood-red fonts on the stone tablet suddenly seemed to be alive, and they began to slowly twist and crawl. The silver moon in the sky, I don't know when, has hidden into the clouds and disappeared. "Captain, another corpse was found." A man named Zhang Zong suddenly rushed to a tomb next to him, picking up a highly decomposed corpse with a knife in his hand. If there is no Queen's team here, he would definitely not touch this kind of thing with his knife. This time the sea-level mission is rewarded with generous rewards. The best team among the 3 teams can get an extra chi and blood pill. Whoever finds more villagers will win. Therefore, after he found the body, he ran over so quickly and picked it up directly with the knife in his hand, indicating that it belonged to their fire team. When Jima was about to take out the positioning pin and walk over, she suddenly changed her color and said, "Be careful." The provoked corpse suddenly slammed into the chest, and a black shadow flew up in a swish manner, and it rushed towards Zhang Zong's front door, as fast as lightning. "What?" Zhang Zong was caught off guard, suddenly let out a scream, and hurriedly reached out and grabbed his face. At this time, Jima and other team members also rushed away. The dark shadow suddenly disappeared on Zhang Zong's face. Zhang Zong's eyes widened, his mouth widened, something bulged in his throat, he quickly slid down and entered his body. That dark shadow actually got into his mouth, and got into his body from his mouth. Zhang Zong stayed on the spot in an instant, motionless, like a sculpture. Chapter 59, Tomb of the Rat King. Brother! Zhang Heng rushed to the front, yelled anxiously, grabbed his shoulders with both hands and shook violently, as if he wanted to shake things out of him. Zhang Zong suddenly opened his mouth wide, and there was a strange noise in his throat. Seeing this, Zhang Heng shook more vigorously, yelling in his mouth, "Brother! Spit it out! Spit it out! Vomit!" Puff! A burst of blood spurted out of Zhang Zong's mouth, spraying out like a fountain, spraying directly on his face, which lasted for nearly a minute before it was over. Immediately, he leaned back, fell straight back, opened his mouth, and made no sound. Zhang Heng stayed on the spot, his eyes widened, his face was bloodstained, and he was dumbfounded. Everyone else nearby turned pale. "Brother!" Zhang Heng suddenly screamed, pounced on the corpse, howling. The position of the corpse's heart suddenly bulged out, as if something was about to break out of the skin. Jima's face changed suddenly, she hurriedly swung her fist, and yelled, "Get out of the way!" But it's too late. Puff! A dark shadow suddenly jumped out of the corpse's heart, and rushed directly to Zhang Heng's face. Zhang Heng's body stagnated, and the cry of his mouth stopped abruptly. At this moment, there was a shoe, and a whip suddenly flew behind him, instantly wrapped around his neck, and held it tightly. Zhang Heng opened his mouth wide. The bulge on his neck was going to move downwards, but he was trapped there by the whip, struggling violently around his neck. Shimizu Mei held the long whip and brushed her wrist, the whip was tightened again suddenly, and the sound of Zhang Heng's neck bones could almost be heard. Zhang Heng was strangled with his mouth open and his tongue bulged, unable to breathe. "Hold it!" Jima yelled anxiously, grabbed him by the waist, lifted him upside down, making his head down, and then clenched his other hand into a fist, and slammed into the bulge of his neck. Boom! A muffled sound. The bulge suddenly screamed in Zhang Heng's throat, and then quickly backed up and retreated to Zhang Heng's mouth, revealing a slender tail. It was a mouse. With quick eyes and quick hands, Jima grabbed the tail and yanked it out. The mouse screamed, twisting and struggling violently, his head raised, as if he wanted to take a bite at Jima's hand. "Call out!" Mu Kyungsu threw an arrow with his hand, and the sharp arrow flew out, penetrated the mouse's body, and flew out with the mouse, directly nailing it to the ground. The mouse struggled violently on the ground, but couldn't get away, screaming like cursing and fear. Zhang Heng fell to the ground with a pale face, clutching his neck, taking a few breaths, suddenly stood up, drew the knife from his waist, and rushed over and shouted, "Bastard! I want to chop you into mashed meat! Hey!" Cut off with a single knife, and directly cut off the head of the mouse. Raised the knife again, ready to cut the second knife. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sudden change occurred. The rat's decapitated head flew up from the ground with a swish, rushed directly on his front door, and bit his mouth. "What?" Zhang Heng let out a scream, hurriedly grabbed it, and pulled hard in panic, tearing his lips off. He screamed again, his mouth full of blood, and hurriedly flung the mouse's head away. "Call out!" Lu Lingyun shot out an arrow, and set the ferocious head, which was still twisting, to the ground. Everyone was shocked to see. Zhang Heng held the knife to cover his mouth, screamed and backed away in horror, never daring to cut the mouse's corpse again. But suddenly, he froze in place, his face was black and his eyes widened. Then he shivered all over, fell to the ground, screamed in his mouth, twisted and twitched on the ground, foamed at the mouth, and his skin quickly turned black. Toxic! Don't go there. When Carly and Lu Lingyun were about to come to rescue them, Jima grabbed them with an ugly expression. Team. Captain, save me. Zhang Heng twitched and stretched out his hand, his face full of grimness, and his raised eyes were full of horror and unwillingness. After saying this, he bled from 7 holes, his body stiffened and he was completely killed. Jima stood still, her face pale and her lips trembling. In a blink of an eye, 2 teammates died in a row, and they all died in front of her. As the captain, the emotions in her heart can be imagined. Several members of the Queen's team also looked ugly. This scene really scared them. Captain, is this the rat demon mentioned by Senior Akaji? Su Zioxio's face turned pale and asked in a low voice. Before Mu Kyungsu had time to answer, Luo Fei, who was beside him, suddenly drew an arrow, turned and looked in the direction of the river behind, his eyes dignified. What's happenin'? Something crawled out from the bottom of the river, a lot. Luo Fei had just finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly backed away. Go, it should be a mouse, there are so many. Everyone's eyes all looked in the direction of the river. In the dark, the grass is lush, and nothing can be seen. But soon, they heard the voice. Both Mu Kyungsu and Lu Lingyun, who had their eyesight, saw the terrible scene. Call out! Mu Kyungsu shot an arrow. The arrow flew out, suddenly bursting with bright light, like a ball of sparks, blooming in the dark night, illuminating the grass on the ground. At this time, everyone could see that a group of black and crushed rats were densely packed, flooding the entire grassland like a tide, and they were whizzing in. Run! Everyone changed color suddenly, turned around and ran. At this moment, on the hillside where the flame team just came, suddenly a group of black and overwhelming mice appeared, and they were rushing frantically. In the dark night, there were squeaky crazy rat sounds in all directions. Go to the hillside above! Jima yelled, and immediately led everyone to run toward the hillside where the giant rat statue stood. At this time, crazy rats appeared all around the cemetery, only the hillside where the giant rat statue stood still hadn't appeared. Call out! While Mu Kyungsu was running, he shot another arrow at the back. The arrow did not shoot straight out, but flew into the sky, and suddenly fell into a dense rain of arrows, with a light blue light, instantly setting dozens of mice on the ground. The monsters on these rats are very weak. It should be a group of rats that have inhaled the monsters. They are not the same as the previous mice. They are not so powerful. We just need to find a place to guard, and we can definitely repel them. As if to cheer everyone up, Jima took the lead in running and encouraged her. Their speed is very fast, but the encircling circle of rats also shrinks quickly. The whole cemetery is surrounded by rats in all directions. Jima finally led everyone to the hillside and came to the foot of the giant rat statue. Looking around, there were all black rats. There is no way out. Mu Kyungsu suddenly looked up at the giant rat statue above. Jima also looked up, and immediately said, "Climb up, our flame team guards the left leg, your queen guards the right leg, you can definitely hold it." The giant rat statue is standing on the ground with 2 hind legs. As long as they climb up to guard these 2 legs, no matter how many rats there is no way to take them. The surface of the legs is rough, with a lot of bumps and concavities, which are easy to climb for the agile awakened person. The remaining 3 people of the flame team immediately climbed up from their left leg. The 5 queens climbed up from the right leg. Mu Kyungsu climbed last and followed Luo Fei. Her legs were very stable, so she could stick directly there without using her hands, and then she bowed her back and shot a few arrows smoothly. Those arrows all flew up into the sky, and then fell like a shower, with little light rays, instantly piercing through the bodies of the front group of mice. This should be her archery skill, arrow like a shower. When a few people climbed to a height of more than 10 meters, there happened to be a few prominent platforms with bright red characters carved on them. Jima immediately said, "Snipe right here." Don't let them come up. The two teams separated immediately, each holding one direction. At this time, long-range attacks have shown their advantages. Mu Kyungsu and Lu Lingyun were holding bows and arrows, looking down at them, waiting in a battle. Luo Fei was holding a bow and arrow, staring at the bright red text on the stone wall, carefully identifying it. This giant rat statue is actually the tomb of the Rat King. Chapter 60, Demon Breaker Arrow. Chi chi chi. The rat army came in mighty, like a continuous wave, which soon flooded the entire cemetery and continued to flood towards the giant rat statue. The giant rat statue is like an isolated island, surrounded by waves on all sides. The waves are raging and continue to surge towards the isolated island. The densely packed mice began to climb up along the two legs of the giant rat statue standing on the ground, and their mouths made crazy and excited shouts. Call out! The three archers who were holding bows and arrows waiting in battle all began to shoot arrows. However, the two legs of the giant rat statue were too thick, and there were too many rats climbing. They could not take care of them comprehensively. Some rats still climbed up. As a result, the close combatants began to attack. Boom! There is a loud noise on the left. Carrie, a strong blonde girl, holding a mace, slammed it when the rats approached, the light flickered, and dozens of rats were instantly broken to pieces. And Jima, the captain of the flame team, suddenly turned red in his fists, and sparks flickered after every punch, and the rats that climbed closer were burned to ashes. On the right, Mu Kyungsu and Luo Fei's arrows, and Qing Shui Miai's long whip, blocked most of the mice. The remaining mice that climbed up were not spared by the hammer in Su Zioxio's hand and the knife in Chu Fei Yang's hand. When they were in the cave, because the place was narrow and they were afraid of the cave's collapse, they did not dare to use their skills, but now they let go of their hands and feet and show their powers. Every time Su Xiaoxiao smashed his hammer down, a circle of visible light was splashed on the rock wall. Some mice were shattered into internal organs before they climbed close, and fell down. The knife in Chu Fei Yang's hand was flying up and down. The knife was shining, fast and cruel, just like cutting vegetables and melons, making it difficult for the mice to make an inch. The two sides fought hard, and it lasted for more than an hour, and no mouse could climb up. But looking around, the rats at the feet and on the surrounding cemetery have not decreased, they are still rushing like a tide, as if they have gone mad, and they continue to rush towards them. I can't go on like this. Jima threw a punch, smashed a few mice, turned to look at the queen team on the right and said, everyone is physically exhausted, and the power of awakening in the body is also exhausted. I am afraid that I will not be able to hold it for long. Mu Kyungsu shot an arrow and turned to look at her and said, the two guarded, and the rest rested, taking turns guarding. Jima said, that's what I mean. Then he said to the blonde girl, Carly, you take a break first, and it's left to me and Ling Yun. Carrie didn't try her best, wiped the sweat from her forehead, put away the mace, panting violently in her chest. The most feared thing for melee explosives like them is that they will fight for a long time and consume too much awakening power and physical strength. Mu Kyungsu also said, Little, you and Luo Fei, and Senior Chu, you guys rest first. Su Xiaoxiao put away the hammer, panting and saying, I'm exhausted, I'm almost out of strength. Chu Fei Yang waved the knife in his hand and said, Captain, you also need to rest first. I and King Shui Senpai will be fine. Compared with other melee fighters, the knife in his hand is lighter, and it can last for a while. The long whip in Shimizu Miai's hand almost enveloped the entire stone wall. It was not only amazingly powerful, but also extremely wide-ranging. Few mice could escape from the whip shadow. There are 3 long-range attacks here, and Shimizu Miai's whip is a group damage type, so it is relatively easy. The remaining 2 of the flame team on the left began to clumsy left and right. Although Lu Lingyun's arrows and Jima's fists matched well, the stone pillars were too thick. They had to move their bodies constantly to take care of the other walls. You guard, I'll help over there. Mu Kyungseo glanced at the left, decisively, and started shooting arrows at that side. There are 5 people on their side, but the flames have only 3 people, and 1 person must be assigned to continue to stick to it. The 2 sides are far away, unable to jump over, and can only help with long-range attacks. Qing Shui Mei has to take care of this side, and Luo Fei is not an awakened one, with limited power, only she can help. Under the suppression of her bow and arrow, the flame team finally stabilized. Su Xiao looked at the rats on the ground and said with a pale face, "Captain, can you contact Senior Akaji? I'm afraid this mission will fail. We don't know if we can keep our lives." Mu Kyungseo shot an arrow while saying, "I'll get in touch." In other words, there is no contact yet. Luo Fei glanced at the quiver behind her, then turned his head and glanced at his own quiver. The arrow was almost finished, but the group of rats on the ground showed no sign of decreasing. "Captain, arrow to you." Luo Fei crawled over carefully, leaving more than 10 arrows to herself, and the rest of the arrows were put into her quiver. He doesn't have the power to awaken, and 1 arrow can only shoot a few mice at most, which is too wasteful. Mu Kyungseo glanced at him and said, "Are you afraid?" Luo Fei glanced at the rats on the ground and said, "I'm afraid." No one is not afraid of death, not to mention that there are still people in his heart. If he died here, what would Luo Jiajia do? Will you be bullied by bad guys? Will you not find a house to live in? Will there be bad guys knocking on the door when alone at home at night? He didn't worry about Luo Jiajia alone. Mu Kyungseo fired 3 arrows in a row, and her long hair danced behind her. She turned to look at him and said, "I'm also afraid." Luo Fei looked at her heroic archery demeanor and her innocent side face up close, and suddenly realized that she was only a girl of 16, but she could not help but feel a little distressed when she had to bear such a heavy responsibility. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to help her close the dancing hair from the temples to the back of her ears, and looked at her white and tender cheeks with tenderness and pity. Mu Kyungseo froze for a while and turned to look at him. The two looked at each other, and Luo Fei said in embarrassment, "I'm afraid the hair will block your sight." Mu Kyungseo smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." After speaking, "Continue to focus and help shoot over there." At this moment, Luo Fei was shocked. He woke up, looked away, and looked at the group of rats below. The squad leader is so good, it is destined to be a girl who shines and makes everyone look up and admire, and he just wants to have a small home with Luo Jiajia, and he is content to live a flat life. The two are destined to have different lives and destinies. Soon there were only a few arrows left in the quiver, the sound of bowstrings slowed down, and the girl's slender fingers became hesitant. Luo Fei took out all the arrows in her quiver and put them into her quiver. The girl turned her head to look at him, silent for a moment, and said softly, "Luo Fei, we may be going to die here." Luo Fei looked at her clear and moving eyes, his heart trembled suddenly, and said softly, "It's okay, it's good to be able to die with the squad leader." The girl's eyes trembled, and she stared at his eyes. Luo Fei averted his gaze and looked at the group of rats below. Exchange the arrow of demon breaking. Consumption of 500 points, 20 arrows of demon breaking, the exchange is successful, and they will disappear automatically after 2 days. Since it is dying, then these 20 demon breaking arrows can't be wasted. The violent rat demon king did not come out, then, let these crazy little things bear his demon breaking arrow. As soon as his mind moved, an arrow suddenly appeared in his hand. When the arrow was pulled, the sharp point of the arrow suddenly lit up with a cold light. "Call out!" The bowstring rang, and the sharp arrow shot out. "Hey!" A round of dazzling light suddenly lit up on the swiftly flying arrow tip, almost illuminating the entire cemetery under your feet. The crowd of rats that were crazily crowded, under the shining of this round of light, instantly calmed down, staying on the spot, motionless. The small scarlet eyes were filled with white light, and the white light in the pupils got bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer. Boom! The sharp arrow fell to the ground, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, rippling waves and circles. That round of light spread out like waves, quickly enveloping the rats in half of the cemetery. Those crazy mice that were swept by the light, the scarlet in their eyes suddenly receded and returned to their normal colors. They stayed there for a while, then suddenly looked around in a daze, and began to run around.